Chapter 1 Xin. I'll go first. $500,000? Fong Huitian, you ruined my daughter's happiness in her life, and you still have the face to ask us for money to cure your sister? We've done well to take you in these past few years, and got you a job at the vet hospital. You'd be dead without us. I'm telling you, whether your sister is dead or alive has nothing to do with our Chung family. So get out. Fong Huitian was driven out of the house by his father-in-law and mother-in-law with tears in his eyes, and a piece of paper in his hand with the word borrowed money written on it. He was born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. The family was not particularly wealthy, but it was a well-off life, and the family lived happily. But just 5 years ago, my father was involved in a car accident trying to avoid a pedestrian on the phone, resulting in the instant death of my parents. Although he and his sister, Fong Xin, survived, his sister became a vegetable, and he himself was crippled, and due to excessive shock, it made him unable to speak since then, turning him into a mute. At the same time, the family's ancient ancestral jade that had been hanging around his neck disappeared, and when he woke up there was only a rope left. The pedestrian who called was Fong Huitian's current wife, Chang Yicheng. The Fong family tragedy was caused by her, and in order to make amends, she married Fong Huitian despite her family's strong opposition. These 5 years, Fong Huitian into the Chang family as a cow as a horse suffered all the humiliation, but he endured. Now, his sister's condition has worsened and her life is in danger, and she needs $500,000 for surgery to survive. But the father-in-law and mother-in-law are determined not to care about the sister's life and death. His wife Chang Yicheng business trip. Send messages, do not return. The phone is always off. I won't let anything happen to my sister no matter what. Fong Huitian thought in his heart. He decided not to be dignified. That is, kneeling and begging to come up with this $500,000. When I came to the first house and knocked on the door, a noblewoman came out. Why is it you? You a broomstar, hurry up and get out. Your own parents were killed by you. Don't bring bad luck to our house. The noblewoman gave her expulsion order on the spot, incomparably disgusted, as if Fong Huitian was a calamity. At this time a middle-aged man walked out. Who is it that makes you so angry? Who else could it be? Isn't it that little brat from the Fong family? 5 years ago their family had a car accident. His parents died. His sister became a vegetable, and he's the only one who's okay. Do you think he's the lone star of heaven? I can count on the Chang family as a son-in-law, but in the end, my life in the Chang family is not as good as that of a dog. You broomstick, hurry up and get out of here. It's so damn bad luck. The noblewoman's words cut into Fong Huitian's heart like a knife, but for the sake of his sister, he endured the humiliation and tears, kneeling down and raising the paper in his hand. $500,000? You and your sister's 2 lives combined aren't worth that much. How about this? I'll give you $500. You buy some food and drink. It's a little token of my gratitude for being an uncle. The middle-aged man sneered and threw $500 on the ground when he finished, as if he was dispatching a beggar. Fong Huitian's tears wet paper. He knew that human indifference, but I did not expect his father as the best friend even to see his own death. This uncle was once unable to eat. It is his parents to give him a living camp, not only to invest money to him to go into business, but also the family's pharmacy are left to him. It can be said that he can have today, all thanks to the help of his parents. But now he lives in a tens of millions of dollars villa and drives a few $1 million luxury car, but he is not even willing to lend himself $500,000. Fong Huitian feel cold, but still cheeky to find other relatives to borrow, but invariably all ate the door, but also be humiliated. Stinking mute, if you dare to come to our house again, we'll just call the police to arrest you. Get out, dead cripple. Don't come to our house to disgust people. Didn't you receive compensation for the death of your parents? Didn't you all join the big family? $500,000. Do you think I'm your god of wealth? Get lost, or I'll whip you. Relatives and friends do not have a willingness to help their own. When the family is good, they grabbed one by one to get close, but the family once the accident they avoided far away. The world is cool. Fong Huitian asked for help and walked down the street blowing a cold wind, and that's when he received a notice from the hospital that the expenses had not been renewed in time, and his sister had actually been thrown out of the hospital room. He hurried all the way towards the hospital. Hey, look at this guy, limping and running so fast. Is he going to the Paralympics? Keep your voice down. How bad would it be for people to hear you? How can you say you're the Chang family's son-in-law? Door-to-door son-in-law? Does he deserve it? Look at him hanging around the Chang family. The Chang family's assets are over $100 million anyways, but as a result, he can't even come up with $500,000 for treatment. He's not as good as a dog raised by the Chang family. Still a lame dumb dog. Not as good as a good dog, ha ha ha. The nurses of the hospital mocked behind their backs. Fong Huitian didn't care to take care of them and ran directly towards the director's office. Don't babble at me. I don't understand a word of it. And geez, you don't write either. It's taking up my time. Fong Huitian, You've been dragging your feet for 3 days without renewing your fee. The hospital has no obligation to continue caring for your sister. Take her away if you don't have $500,000. Don't take up a bed and delay other patients. If you don't leave, don't blame me for calling someone to throw you both out, and then you'll be the ones to suffer. The head of the department dropped an icy sentence. Fong Huitian, completely desperate, disheartened, he limped away from the hospital with his sister on his back and came to sit by the river. Sorry, brother, really have no way. Fong Huitian, tears of despair. He could not get through to Cheng Yicheng's phone. He sent over the message she simply cannot see. And Fong Xian's condition is so bad that she could perish at any time. You are the driving force behind my brother's life. If you are also gone, then my brother has no more to run for. Let's go to mom and dad. They must miss us, and then we'll still be together as a family, and we won't have to suffer any more stares or humiliation. Fong Huitian thought in his heart, then wiped his tears, so he unscrewed the bottle of pesticide he had just bought and violently drank a few large mouthfuls. I'll go first. Fong Huitian's eyes became darker and darker, but at that moment, an old voice that seemed to have traveled through the long ages suddenly entered Fong Huitian's mind. I am the originator of the Fong family, the creation of the skills of the 5 arts of Fong medicine, and a lifetime of learning and hidden in the ancient jade in the Fong family. Future generations of children and grandchildren. You need to open this inheritance to the yin and yang blood of the Fong family, an art of 1 year's training, to be 5 years later after the completion of the training period can be fused. Looking forward to the children and grandchildren of the future generations of the hanging pot to help the world. The degree of all the living people, ferrying people to ferry their own. The voice then dissipated, and countless images flooded into Fong Huitian's mind, and the messages brought by these images were déjà vu, and it seemed like he dreamed about them every night, only to forget about them when he woke up. Now, this information was incomparably clear into his mind, and based on this information, Fong Huitian understood that in the car accident 5 years ago, his own blood and his sister's blood were spilled on the ancient jade at the same time, and by virtue of Fong's yin and yang blood, the inheritance was opened. And the fact that he couldn't speak for the past 5 years was not an aftereffect of the scare from the car accident, but because of the excessive energy during the experience, and trying to withstand that energy came at the price of not being able to speak. Chapter 2: Stitches that bring the dead back to life. The bones in Fong Huitian's entire body were clicking, and it was as if the veins in his body were being rebuilt. His clothes were already drenched in sweat, but golden streams of light flashed in his eyes. This feeling is like being born again. With a cry he snapped his eyes open and his throat gave out a hoarse voice. He's recovered and he can finally talk again. Fong Huitian felt very excited, as if he had opened the door to a new world. At the same time, he sensed that his leg had healed. Having inherited his ancestors' 5 arts of Fong healing, Fong Huitian was completely like a different person at this time. He hurriedly looked at his sister in his arms, and was able to clearly notice that Fong Xian's vitality was weak, but had not yet come to an end. So he reached out and pressed a few acupoints on Fong Xian's body to keep the moment, carrying her to quickly leave the place. Fong Huitian ran all the way. He saw a humble inn not far away and ran straight in. Boss, get a room. The man at the front desk was in his 30s, big and thick, and when he saw Fong Huitian holding Fong Xian, who looked as if she was dead, he was stunned. Damn you, get out of here. What the hell are you doing holding a dead person? Who are you sending bad luck to? The man was outright anxious. Fong Huitian hurriedly explained. My sister isn't dead, she's just sick in a bad state and needs to rest now. If you're sick, go to the hospital. What are you doing here? Get the hell out of here. If you don't get out, I'll beat you up. The man rushed out, grabbed Fong Huitian's collar and dragged him out. What's the matter with cousin? What's the ruckus? What's wrong? This kid is holding a dead man in our arms. Really bad luck. Hurry up and get out. Don't delay my business. The man roared in anger. And at that moment, a pretty young girl, rubbing her hair as she walked out the back. A dead man? She curiously stepped forward, but when she saw Fong Huitian's face, she froze on the spot. Kaiten, how come it's you? Fong Huitian also froze when he looked at the beauty. Xiao Di, why are you here too? This beauty is called Tang Zidi. Is Fong Huitian's hair small? Although not childhood sweethearts too small, but the relationship is still okay. It's just that they haven't seen each other since the family accident 5 years ago, and they've never been in touch. I own this hotel. Of course I'm here, but what's wrong with you? Is this Xin? What's wrong with her? Xiao Di is too late to explain more. I am in dire need of a room and a set of silver needles. Can you help me? Fong Huitian was very anxious. Tang Zidi hesitated for a moment, so without saying a word, he grabbed a set of keys and pulled Fong Huitian upstairs. The man was dumbfounded and rushed up to stop them. No, Xiao Di, you can't let them stay. Neither can you recognize them. What if this girl is going to die in our place? What if the girl dies here? Cousin, what are you babbling about? Hui Tian is from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. He'll have a solution. Ignoring his cousin's obstruction, Tang Zidi took Fong Hui Tian to his own room and slammed the door fiercely. Hui Tian, why don't I call 120 for you? Tang Zidi saw that Fong Xian was indeed in a bad state, looking dead and completely lifeless. She was even afraid it would be too late to call an ambulance and have to pull a body. No, Xiao Di, can I trouble you to get me a set of silver needles? Fong Huitian put Fong Xian on the bed and twisted around to ask. She nodded. Okay, just wait, I'll be right there. Tang Zidi hurriedly went to one side and rummaged through the cupboards, quickly finding an ancient pair of silver needles and taking out a candle. I'll disinfect you first. I'll do it myself. It's faster this way. Fong Huitian took the silver needle and the candle, and the moment he touched the silver needle, an incomparably familiar feeling suddenly came over him. This set of silver needles, when it was Uncle Fong who saw that I liked it and gave it to me. I've kept it all these years. Tang Zidi spoke. Fong Huitian nodded. So this set of needles belonged to his father. So the silver needle, which had been sterilized, was directly stabbed down towards the acupoints on Fong Xian's head. His technique was incredibly professional and flowing, and even though Tang Zidi couldn't read it, he still smacked his lips. Not long after, Fong Huitian tied down all the silver needles, and at this moment, Fong Xian's face, surprisingly, gradually began to redden. This is amazing. Xin is healed? Tang Zidi exclaimed in shock at the sight of this. Originally, Fong Xian was on the verge of death, only to be cured by a few random stitches from Fong Huitian? Is this the stitch that brings the dead back to life? Fong Huitian also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. If I want to completely cure Xinxin, I still need a few more rare medicinal herbs, and with my current strength it's not enough. He frowned. He had just inherited the 5 arts of Fong healing himself, and even though his 5 years of training had allowed him to fuse quite a few skills, it still wasn't enough, and he still needed to become stronger. Rare herbs? Is it very rare? Why don't I ask around for you? Maybe some Chinese medicine centers have them? It's just that the price might be higher. Tang Zidi was eager to help, but Fong Huitian shook his head. According to the picture of the 5 arts in his mind, the several rare medicinal herbs were 1,000 years of ginseng, 1,000 years of snow lotus, and 10,000 years of living grass. These 3 randomly picked out are extremely rare medicinal herbs in the world. There is no trace of them at all, so for the time being, he could only save his sister's life, not bring her back to her senses. Xiao Di, thank you. Xin may have to stay with you for a while, Fong Huitian said and then pulled out his pocket. The result was cleaner than his face, a little embarrassed. If he had known that, he would have picked up that uncle's $500. Tang Zidi knew the situation of his family, so he spoke. Huitian, you don't have to be polite to me. Leave Xinxin in my care. It won't be too late to leave when you have a cure. In the past, the Fong family had treated Tang Zidi's family well, never charging them a penny for medical treatment, medicine, or anything else. So Tang Zidi is kind of repaying the favor. Fong Huitian looked at Tang Zidi gratefully, while at that moment he suddenly received a call from the pet hospital. Fong Huitian, where the hell have you been? You're not going to class? You don't care about me, do you? Do you believe I'll fire you right away? I'm telling you, you have 10 last minutes to get your ass in my office right now, and if you don't come, you're never coming back. The head of the section cursed, so he hung up hard. Even Tang Zidi heard it because it was so loud. Where do you work, Kaiten? I'll drive you there. No need. It's already enough trouble for you. Fong Huitian politely refused. Tang Zidi smiled and said, still being polite to me? Right? Hurry up and go. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so it's a good time to chat on the way. Fong Huitian no longer excused himself and went out with Tang Zidi. Along the way he only talked about the year when his family had a car accident and his relatives and friends stayed away from him, but nothing else. After all, it wasn't glamorous. And Tang Zidi only learned of the Fong family's accident later, but by that time she could no longer contact Fong Huitian, and only heard that she had joined a family as a door-to-door son-in-law. When Fong Huitian arrived at the pet hospital, Tang Zidi called out to him, Huitian, I'll reserve a room for you at the hotel, so it'll be convenient for you to come over and take care of Xin at any time. Fong Huitian looked at Tang Zidi gratefully and nodded. Thank you Xiao Di, don't be polite to me, go to work, call me anytime if anything happens, Tang Zidi said and drove off. When Fong Huitian walked into the hospital, all his colleagues saw him and avoided him, as if they had met the plague. Fong Huitian is in deep. He didn't come to work and didn't even fart, causing the director to be furious. I guess I'll be fired. Who doesn't know Sister Jing's temper? Fong Huitian dares to miss work under her hand. Isn't this looking for death? Chapter 3, You Can Talk? Fong Huitian heard his co-workers talking about himself. He had long been used to it and didn't care, running directly to the director's office. Hey, did you guys notice? Is Fong Huitian's leg better? You're blind. aren't you? He's been limping for 5 years. How can he recover? That's right. Can't it be that he's not coming to work today? Or is he going to see his leg? What kind of doctor is that? Cured him directly? The co-workers were still talking, and at this time Fong Huitian had already arrived in front of the director's office door. He knocked on the door and an icy voice came from inside. Come in. Fong Huitian walked in. At the moment in front of the desk sat a chubby middle-aged woman, wearing a glasses, is flipping through the information. Her name is Su Jing, Fong Huitian's top boss. Everyone usually calls her Sister Jing, the hospital's famous loud hailer. Usually cold to anyone, a little conflict between her peers. She can fight with people like a shrew. No one in the whole hospital dares to mess with her. At this moment, Su Jing raised her head. Once she saw Fong Huitian, she was furious and scolded loudly. Fong Huitian, do you still have the face to come here? Look at what time it is now. I told you to come here in 10 minutes, but it took you more than half an hour? Are you not taking my words seriously? When I farted, do you realize how hard it was for you to get this job? How hard your wife worked to find you such a decent job, and you still don't appreciate it? You're crippled and mute. Who the hell would want you? I'm not sure if you want to beg for food, but you dare not come to work. Why do you feel comfortable eating soft rice in Cheng's family? Let me tell you, you're the same person everywhere. Sooner or later you'll be swept out by your old man, waiting for the street to beg for food. Su Jing was furious. Fong Huitian was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold her breath again. However, in the face of her insults, Fong Huitian still chose to hold back, because he needs this job. His sister needs money for her treatment, and he can't be fired. Anyway, Su Jing bullied him as not a day or two. In the past, the hospital issued welfare, give seafood or picking the smallest to him, the fruit to take home half rotten. Because of this is not less by the in-laws scolded, so he got used to it, and just put up with it one more time. Sister Jing, my sister is seriously ill. I'm going to look after my sister. As soon as Fong Huitian opened his mouth, Su Jing was startled, so frightened that she almost fell out of her chair. You can talk? Su Jing stared with a pair of big eyes full of incredulity, but it was quickly responded to. It was well known that Fong Huitian was particularly timid. The reason he's mute is that the car accident back then gave him a fright, and losing his voice is entirely psychological in nature. It's not out of the question that his sister might have violently broken through the mental barrier because she was so sick today in a moment of anxiety. Su Jing slowed down and snorted coldly. Good Fong Huitian. I said how you grow capable of not coming to work. It turns out that you can talk even if you can talk, aren't you still a soft-eating punk? Why do you stay in our hospital if you're such an asshole? Go out and find your own job. Don't rely on your wife if you can. Get yourself a better job. Listening to Su Jing's insults, Fong Huitian frowned slightly, but he still chose to hold back. I'm sorry Sister Jing, I won't be late in the future. I'll go to work now. Fong Huitian twisted away when he finished speaking. Although he was bullied here, his salary was still quite high, and he could get $5,000 or $6,000 a month. After my own work meals and family food expenses, the rest went to my sister's doctor. Leaving the office, Fong Huitian walked towards the locker room, but just as they turned the corner, a young girl holding a pet dog suddenly appeared, and the two of them directly collided. If not for Fong Huitian's quick eyes and hands pulling her back, the young girl would have definitely fallen on her ass. Miss, are you alright? A middle-aged man stepped forward to support the young girl, his face tense, and the young girl raised her head to glare at Fong Huitian and directly cursed. Are you blind? Walking without looking at the road? Looking at your grandma's leg? Chapter 4, The Rebel Girl. This insult caused Fong Huitian to freeze on the spot. The young girl looked like she was 15 or 16 years old, with colorfully dyed hair, dark-style makeup on her face, and alternative clothes. A proper delinquent girl. But this is too uneducated, isn't it? What kind of family brings up a child? Obviously you ran in a hurry. Why are you blaming it on me? Fong Huitian was also a bit angry. This child was not only impolite, but also unreasonable. What do you care if my mother is in a hurry or not? My Shangbo is sick. If you bump it into trouble again, you can't even afford to sell your whole family. Get lost. Don't delay my lady's business. The young girl gouged out Fong Huitian and quickly left after bumping him hard. And Fong Huitian was full of shock. How old is this child? A mouthful of an old mother. Still really take rebellion as personality? What kind of person is this? Sick. Fong Huitian muttered a sentence that happened to be heard by the young girl who didn't run far. What did you say? You tell me again for my old lady? The young girl turned around and looked at Fong Huitian with a sinister face. He said blandly, nothing, it's just that you're sick, and you won't let anyone talk about it? How dare you say I'm sick? I'll tear your mouth off today, the young girl said, putting the dog down and rushing over to do it. Miss, don't be impulsive. It's important to treat Xiang Bao now. The middle-aged man hugged the young girl. She shouted, old he you scatter me. If I don't teach this idiot a lesson today, he doesn't know what kind of temper my mother has. The noise was so loud that a large crowd soon gathered to see what was going on. Su Jing also came out, and when she saw the young girl, she broke out into a cold sweat and hurriedly informed the dean of this matter. Soon the dean and the leaders of the departments all came. Seeing the young girl and the middle-aged man beside her, a group of people gulped in fear. Yi, what's wrong with you, MS? Yi, why are you still arguing? The dean was sweating nervously. Seeing that the dean was treating this young girl with such an attitude, it was evident that this young girl's identity was not ordinary. You know me, old man? That's just as well. This idiot called me sick. What do you say? The young girl pointed at Fong Huitian and cursed. Su Jing stepped forward at this time and scolded in a stern voice. Fong Huitian, how come it's you again? The moment you come, you cause me trouble. If you can't do it, get out of here. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you quickly apologize to Miss Yi? Listening to Su Jing's scolding, Fong Huitian frowned slightly. I'm not right. Why should I apologize? This little girl is indeed sick. Let me ask you, is your family practicing martial arts? Is it true that every once in a while you are particularly afraid of the cold, even if it's just a hot summer day? Also, this symptom basically lasts for about 3 days, but as you get older, it occurs more and more frequently, going from every 3 months in the beginning, to once a month, or even twice? Hearing Fong Huitian's words, the young girl obviously froze for a moment, but in the next moment she still said disdainfully, Laomiang has had body cold since she was a child. This condition is known to many people. Who do you want to scare by saying this? Fong Huitian shook his head. This is not body cold, but, alas, forget it, the Tao does not sell cheaply. Doctors do not knock. Since you don't believe what I said, then consider me talkative. You're sighing up. A veterinarian is treating me and you're cursing me? The young girl was unforgiving. The middle-aged man beside her, Lao He, however, was frowning, as if he had thought of something. He looked at Fong Huitian gravely, so he grabbed the young girl and said, Miss, let's treat Xiangbao first. We'll talk about other things later. Wait for me. I'll watch Xiangbao first. Don't go. See how I'll clean you up later. The dean and a host of other leaders flanked the young girl as she left. Su Jing, on the other hand, glared fiercely at Fong Huitian and yelled, You're fired. Get lost. Chapter 5, Tiger Yi. Fong Huitian froze. Because of this, he lost his job? Sister Jing, it's not so bad, is it? Not to? Do you know who she is? Her name is Yi Ling. Her father is the famous Yi Tiger. You even dare to mess with her. Looking for death? I'm telling you, Fong Huitian, nothing you say today is going to work. You have to get the hell out of here. Find your own death and don't implicate the hospital. You should have heard what Tiger Yi is, not to mention our hospital. Even the Cheng family can't afford to mess with the other side when they come. No one can protect you. Su Jing coldly dropped a sentence and left, and Fong Huitian froze in place. No wonder this young girl is so rebellious. So it has something to do with the family lineage. Longan province has 5 tigers. Yi Tiger is one of them. Real name Yi Feng Tian, powerful strength and deep background. Even the 8 major families in Ningxiang City have to be respectful when they see him. I really didn't expect that I had just obtained the inheritance and messed with this kind of big shot. It was also enough of a point. The hospital couldn't afford to mess with Tiger Yi, and he couldn't stay by himself no matter what. Fong Huitian packed his things with a sad brow, wondering what to do next, where to find a job. On the other hand, the dean himself took to the battlefield to heal Yi Ling's pet dog, and she watched on. Taking advantage of her honesty, Lao He went to the corridor and made a phone call. Mr. Yi, come to the pet hospital as soon as you can. I met someone here who. He saw what was wrong with the young lady at a glance. What? A shocked voice came from the opposite side. Just by looking, you can tell what's wrong with the little spirit? Old he hummed. That man is a doctor from the pet hospital, and I don't know how he could tell, but the symptoms he described are not the least bit wrong. Keep the man alive. I'm going over to him now. Send me the location. Lao He hung up the phone and sent the location. So he went to look for Fong Huitian, but after searching several times, he did not see anyone. Where's that doctor who was just there? Did you say Fong Huitian? I dismissed him. He offended MS. Yi, what's wrong with that? Don't worry. I won't give him any salary bonus or anything. Let him drink the northwest wind. Su Jing said with a pleasing face, and Lao He immediately pulled down his face and said angrily, Who told you to dismiss him? Hurry up and get the person back to me. If I don't see him today, the hospital will be demolished for you. Su Jing was dumbfounded by the other party's fierce expression and didn't react for a moment. What the hell are you waiting for? What are you doing here? Hurry up and find me someone. Okay. I'm going. Su Jing was all scared out of her wits and hurriedly ran while calling Fong Huitian, but the other party was already off. Su Jing was anxious. She looked all over the hospital inside and outside, and did not even see the shadow of Fong Huitian. And at that moment, a luxurious business car suddenly stopped in front of the hospital. The driver got out of the car and opened the door, and a tall and powerful man walked down, incomparably domineering, with an oppressive aura all over his body. Yi Fengtian, one of the 5 tigers of Longan. He hurriedly walked into the pet hospital just in time to run into Yi Ling, who was holding her pet dog. Walking out. Dad, why are you here? It was old he who told you, wasn't it? Yi Ling thought that she had quarreled with Fong Huitian and Lao he had told her father. There's no need for you to intervene in this little matter. I can do it myself. That kid looks skinny. I can do him in one punch. Yi Ling had a haughty look on her face, and said that she even waved her fist. Yi Fengtian was confused when he heard this. What nonsense! I didn't come to find you, old ho. Where do you think that guy is? I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, that man has already left. Old he lowered his head and said, What? Gone? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on the man? Why did you let him go? How did you do your job? Yi Fengtian roared, scaring the dean and a bunch of other leaders behind him. Enough. Mr. Yi, the hospital dismissed that person, and by the time I looked for him, he was gone. Old he explained, so he glared hard at Su Jing. Mr. Yi, I saw that he offended Mess Yi, so I sacked him to help Mess Yi out. I didn't expect. Pop. Before Su Jing could finish her words, old he went up and slapped her hard. Where is all this nonsense coming from? Why don't you hurry up and go get the man back? I'm telling you, if you don't bring someone back today, I'll skin you. Chapter 6, please have a cup of tea. Old he stormed out, almost scaring Su Jing to pee. The dean came forward sweating, and carefully said, Mr. Yi, you calm down. Fong Huitian is just an ordinary pet doctor. You have a large amount of adults. Don't bother with him in general. You're not guilty of gas body. Why don't you go back first today? When I find him, I promise to bring him to the door in person to thank him for his crime, for bumping into Miss Yi. We'll let him apologize properly. Do you think it's okay? Yi Fengtian was now listening to understand. The original cause was all caused by Yi Ling. What do you know? Hurry up and find the man for me. I have something very important to ask for his help. What? Yi Fengtian's words seemed like a shock of thunder, and everyone thought they had heard wrong. One of the 5 tigers of Longan. He actually said to seek help from that punk, Fong Huitian, and begging? What's going on? What did Fong Huitian do? Are you asking me to? At this time, a man's voice came from behind everyone, and then they all turned back, only to see Fong Huitian walking out of the toilet, shaking the water from his hands. Aya Huitian, you can finally come out. What are you doing in the toilet? Su Jing, are excited to cry, rushed forward. At the moment feel Fong Huitian and her own father are close. What else can I do to go to the restroom? Sister Jing, I can't answer that. Fong Huitian was all amused. At this time, he looked at Yi Fengtian and narrowed his eyes. This gentleman, you and this little girl are father and daughter, right? Yi Fengtian was stunned, and old he whispered in his ear at this time. That's the man. Good eye, you kid, even hid in the toilet. You give me death over. See how I clean you up today. Yi Ling saw Fong Huitian and immediately her fire came back, especially since her old man was still here today. She had to give Fong Huitian a good look, but unexpectedly, Yi Fengtian scolded sternly at this moment. Nonsense, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Fong. Yi Ling was confused. The dean and other medical staff on the side were all confused as well. What's the situation? We all know that Yi Fengtian loves this little daughter of his the most. How could he let her apologize to Fong Huitian? Dad, are you senile? He offended me and you're asking me to apologize to him? Yi Ling was filled with an incredulous expression, and Yi Fengtian was incredibly serious, increasing his voice. Can't you understand? I'm asking you to apologize. The atmosphere was incredibly tense for a moment. Yi Ling's little face reddened with anger. Mr. Fong is really sorry. My daughter usually lets me spoil her. She doesn't know the rules. Please forgive me. Yi Fengtian suddenly apologized to Fong Huitian, directly making everyone look dumbfounded. Su Jing even nearly fainted from fear. Mr. Fong, I don't know if you have time now. I would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Yi Fengtian's incomparably sincere invitation made the hospital people already completely afraid to breathe. What kind of luck did Fong Huitian have? Tiger Yi, one of the 5 tigers of Longan, even sincerely invited him for tea? Even the leaders inside the province want to drink a cup of tea with him. It all depends on whether he is in a good mood or not. But now he's inviting a loser? I've been fired. There's plenty of time. Fong Huitian laughed meaningfully to himself, and Yi Fengtian narrowed his eyes and snapped. It's just a pet hospital. It's your honor for Mr. Fong to stay, and you dare to dismiss Mr. Fong? Dare not. Dare not. No dismissal. No dismissal. How can that be? The dean was in a cold sweat of fear. Su Jing also rushed forward and smiled harder than she cried. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. How could I dismiss Hui Tian? The two of us are usually as good as siblings. Isn't it, Hui Tian? Hearing this, Fong Hui Tian was about to vomit. Su Jing hurriedly held up his suitcase. Hui Tian, put your things in my office first. When you come back directly to sister here to get off. You said that you are quite fast in packing up your things. Sis is joking with you and you still take it seriously? That face changes faster than a flipbook. But the job was finally saved. So Fong Hui Tian left the hospital with Yi Feng Tian and the others and went directly to Yi Feng Tian's home. Chapter 7, Familial Diseases. Shenzhen Yunhao neighborhood is the most expensive villa area in Ningxiang. It was said that the cheapest set of villa also had to be $70 to $80 million. And the place where Tiger Yi lived was naturally not bad. So it was estimated that this villa, in any case, had to be hundreds of millions of dollars. When he got out of the car, Yi Ling huffed and went in first. Yi Feng Tian smiled helplessly and bitterly. It really makes Mr. Fong laugh. This daughter of mine has been spoiled by me since she was a child, and her elder brothers and sisters have spoiled her. Her nature is a bit wild. Please forgive me. Fong Hui Tian smiled and didn't say anything. Along with Yi Feng Tian came to the back garden. There was a pool next to it. The two of them sat under a pavilion. Lao He poured tea for them and left. Mr. Fong, I invited you here today because I really have something to ask for. Yi Feng Tian looked at Fong Hui Tian with a serious face. Let's get right to the point, Mr. Yi, you're sick. Your daughter is sick. Or rather, your whole family is sick. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng Tian did not get angry and even respected Fong Hui Tian more, because he knew the statement was not a scolding, but a statement of fact. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Yi is from a martial arts family, and since his ancestors started practicing martial arts, there should have been a problem in your family's genes a long time ago. That means that all of your family has a genetic disease, a very specific disease, fear of cold. Am I right? Hearing this, Yi Feng Tian directly stood up and bowed to Mr. Fong Hui Tian. I have long heard that Chinese medicine emphasizes on looking, hearing and cutting, and today, I have seen that the name is indeed true. I think Mr. Fong has the heritage of Chinese medicine, right? Fong Hui Tian nodded. So Yi Feng Tian continued to ask, Mr. Fong, since you can tell our family's genetic disease through appearances, is there a cure? I'm not going to lie. I've seen all the Chinese and Western doctors at home and abroad, but none of them work. It's torturous to be sick. Little Spirit is still too young to experience anything serious, but as she grows up to a certain age, she still feels cold even in the summer when she's roasting in the fireplace, and we'll all end up dying in agony from the prolonged torture of this disease, as if it were a curse, and no one in our family has ever lived past the age of 60. Little Spirit doesn't know this secret. I'm thinking of telling her when she's a little older, but if you have a way to help us, Mr. Fong, you'll be my Yi family's savior from now on, and as long as you say something, I, Yi Feng Tian, will do whatever you want. Saying that Yi Feng Tian was about to kneel down for Fong Hui Tian, he hurriedly got up to support Yi Feng Tian and spoke. Mr. Yi is overstating things. This genetic disease of your family may seem odd and belongs to a difficult disease, but it can still be cured. It's not that hard. It's mostly just a matter of using it the right way. Yi Feng Tian looked at Fong Hui Tian with immense excitement. Are you serious? Our family's disease can really be cured? Fong Hui Tian nodded. It can be cured, but it may require some blood from you. Yi Feng Tian thought that Fong Hui Tian was asking for a lot of money, but as long as he could cure their family's genetic disease, he was willing to spend as much as he could. You name your price, Mr. Fong, as long as I have it. I promise not to be ambiguous. At that Fong Hui Tian laughed. Mr. Yi is overthinking it. What I call a little bit of blood, is really blood. Prepare a pen and paper for me. I'll write you a prescription. Yi Feng Tian quickly brought a pen and paper, so Fong Hui Tian wrote out the prescription on it. There are a few herbs on here that are more precious and need to be of extremely good quality to work, so don't fool around. Take it home and boil the medicine normally. The instructions I also wrote on it. After boiling it, take it to soak your feet. Remember, while soaking your feet, you have to bleed the tips of the middle finger of both hands with a needle. Each time you soak for 20 minutes to half an hour is good. The water temperature is controlled to 40 degrees can be. In less than a month, this genetic disease in your family is guaranteed to disappear. Completely. Yi Feng Tian listened to the clouds and was filled with disbelief. That's it? The medicine isn't a drink. It's a foot soak? Fong Hui Tian nodded. These prescriptions I wrote are our family's unique medical skills. Someone in my ancestry has encountered such symptoms. Do what I wrote, and the medicine is guaranteed to get rid of the disease. If you don't believe me, you can start the medication 3 days before the onset of the disease, and it will be clear if you will have an onset by then. Yi Feng Tian was incomparably shocked. How could he have never imagined that the disease that had plagued their family for more than a dozen generations would be so simple in front of Fong Hui Tian? Then thank you, Mr. Fong, if this disease of our family is really cured, you will be the #1 benefactor of my Yi family. Mr. Yi is polite. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. I'll call the driver to take you. Chapter 8, Snarky In-Laws. Leaving Ye's house, Fong Huitian had just sat on the car when his cell phone suddenly rang. He frowned and looked at his cell phone. It was his father-in-law Chang Guozhong calling, hesitated or chose to answer. Fong Huitian, where have you been? What time is it and you still haven't come home to cook? Hurry up and come back. Haru will be getting off the plane soon, and she won't even be able to eat a hot meal when she gets home. So what's the point of having you? Hurry up. If you starve Haru, you won't even be able to enter this house from now on. My father-in-law came up and cursed, then hung up hard. Fong Huitian sighed. He'd heard this so much in 5 years that he'd long since become numb. Now that he had inherited the 5 arts of Fong healing and possessed the ability to rule over the lives and deaths of others, wanting to rise to power was as easy as a snap. So if the Cheng family still treats themselves as they did before, this door, don't enter. However, Fong Huitian still wants to give the Cheng family a chance, although Cheng Yicheng and himself married to make amends. But these 5 years of living together, Fong Huitian has long regarded Cheng Yicheng as a lifelong partner. Now Fong Huitian only want to know Cheng Yicheng in the end to their own love or not. If not, make up for the marriage. There is no need to continue. Perhaps this meal tonight would be the last one he would cook for the Cheng family. Fong Huitian asked the driver to drop himself off at the food market. So he bought the food and returned alone to the Hailan neighborhood, which was an old neighborhood with 20 years of history. Originally, the Cheng family's most potential heir was father-in-law Cheng Guozhong, who was capable and very competent in his work. But 5 years ago, Cheng Yicheng must marry herself despite everyone's objections, causing the Cheng family's old man to become furious. Coupled with her second uncle's family fanning the flames in front of the old man, it resulted in her father-in-law's shares and rights in Cheng's group being withdrawn, and even the villa he used to live in was confiscated, so he had to rent a house in this old neighborhood. Now the father-in-law and mother-in-law do not have a job. Sister-in-law is still in college. Only Cheng Yicheng outstanding ability, the old man still take care of. Give her a vice president position. Back home, father-in-law Cheng Guozhong and mother-in-law Pan Hong were sitting in the living room watching TV. When they saw Fong Huitian enter the door, the old couple immediately changed their faces. You still have the face to come back? What time is it now? Xiao Cheng has already gotten off the plane. My daughter will be starving waiting for you to cook. You've learned to come home late with no skills at all? What do we need you for? You broomstick. Not only did you ruin Xiao Qing's happiness, but you also ruined our family. I really don't know what sins I did in my previous life to have a waste of a son-in-law like you. If it wasn't for you, my daughter would definitely be joining a powerful family as a wife. But she ended up marrying something as worthless as you, and even got our family kicked out of the family. It's really unlucky in 8 lifetimes. Listening to his parents-in-law's daily tasks, Fong Huitian did not say anything and turned around to go into the kitchen to prepare dinner. What are you buying so many vegetables for? Don't you want money? Lu Xiaoyun from the Lu family went to pick up Xiao Qing. She's not coming back. You eat the leftovers. Don't touch the new ones. It's a waste of food, Pan Hong said meanly, and Fong Huitian froze. Lu Xiaoyun went to pick up Xiao Qing? He suddenly opened his mouth, but he startled Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong. You can talk? The second old man was beyond shocked when the mute suddenly opened his mouth. However, he quickly reacted to the fact that the doctor had said at the time that Fong Huitian's loss of voice was caused by shock and was a psychological problem. With a breakthrough in psychological barriers, recovery is very possible. So what if you can talk? Isn't it still a loser? Are you questioning us? Cheng Guozhong snapped. Fong Huitian put down the dishes in his hand and walked out of the kitchen. Seeing that his leg was also better, the two old men once again showed shocked expressions. The loss of voice could be the result of a mental disorder. But that limp is also related to a mental disorder? Mom and Dad, Lu Xiaoyun has character problems. It's not appropriate for Xiao Qing to be with him, right? Fong Huitian frowned, a hard feeling in his heart. Cheng Guozhong was shocked that Fong Huitian's leg recovered, but didn't care. At this time, he shouted angrily, "Why are you so nasty?" Lu Xiaoyun is the Lu family's most outstanding junior, and he just completed the cooperation of a big project some time ago. And you're saying that there's something wrong with his character? You punk, are you qualified to talk about people? Even if Lu Xiaoyun had a crush on Xiao Qing, we would never object. What is the background of the Lu family? And you, a veterinarian who deals with animals all day long, are you comparable to others? Our family has paid enough for you in these years. Xiao Qing even used her whole life's happiness to make up for you. Besides, the car accident 5 years ago can't be blamed entirely on Xiao Qing. At that time, your father's speed wasn't that fast, and how could it lead to a tragedy? Your father also has a great responsibility. We've long since cleared things up between us. If you ask me, don't rely on our family. Hurry up and divorce Xiao Qing. It's better for everyone. Chapter 9, Let's Get a Divorce. The in-laws chattered on and on about the subject of divorce, basically every day for 5 years. When Chang Yi-chang was at home, the two of them were still a bit more restrained. But today, they went so far as to bring up the car accident from 5 years ago to talk about it, which was tantamount to rubbing salt into Fang Huitian's wounds. Mom and Dad, whether to divorce or not is between me and Xiao Chang. No one else can interfere. Fang Huitian clenched his fists and twisted his body to go back to the bedroom. How do you talk to me? Rabbit? Who's the other guy? And we can't intervene. Xiao Cheng is my daughter. I still can't control it? What do you think you are? Just because you can talk and walk, you think you're worthy of our Haru? I'll leave my words here today. You must divorce Xiao Cheng. I'm her oldest son. You must listen to me on this matter. No discussion. The in-laws were still cursing outside the door. Fang Huitian sat on the floor and looked at his cell phone. Dialing Chang Yi-chang again. Still off. It's been a whole day. How could I not get through to her? While Lu Xiaoyun was able to go to the airport to pick her up, Fang Huitian lost his mind inwardly, but he quickly slowed down. He had yet to fully integrate the 5 arts of Fang healing, and the most important thing right now was to quickly improve himself so that he could save his sister completely. We'll talk about Chang Yiqing when she comes back. After thinking about it, Fang Huitian sat down on his knees and closed his eyes. He could feel the fluctuation of the aura within his body, so he began to concentrate fully on the fusion. The speed was slow but the results would be better. If he rushed it, his body would not be able to withstand it now. I don't know how long it took, but Fang Huitian heard the sound of the door opening, and only then did he slowly open his eyes, realizing that it was dawn. At this moment, he felt incredibly relaxed, and his senses had all become abnormally sharp. What are you doing sitting on the floor? A voice like a silver bell came. Fang Huitian looked over. The beauty in front of him was dressed in a white professional outfit with light makeup. It was her face that looked very haggard and tired. Where were you last night? Why didn't you come home all night? Fang Huitian's heart was particularly clogged at the thought that he might have been green, and as if Chang Yicheng had been shocked, she looked at him with a face full of astonishment. You can talk? A flash of surprise flashed across Chang Yicheng's face, but she quickly recovered. I'm tired. I'll catch up on my sleep, and I'll talk about anything when I wake up. Chang Yicheng was indeed too tired to say a word, bypassing Fang Huitian and directly lying on the bed. I called you all day yesterday. Why didn't you answer? Messages weren't returned either? Fang Huitian asked after him. The cell phone broke. Broken? What's with the coincidence? Just in time for me to be able to talk. Are you questioning me? Chang Yicheng impatiently sat up and somewhat huffed, interrupting Fang Huitian's words. What do I have to explain to you? Why are you talking now? You're in a position to ask about my affairs? Fang Huitian frowned. Then why did Lu Xiaoyun know when you got off the plane? How did he contact you? Fang Huitian, are you done? I haven't had a good rest lately. I'm sleepy and tired after a long night, and I have to listen to you questioning me in a weird way when I get home. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Chang Yicheng was furious. Her eyes were covered with bloodshot. She really didn't look like she had a good rest, and she even tossed and turned with Lu Xiaoyun for the night? Fang Huitian hates straight teeth. Married for 5 years they have not touched her a bit. The result is now to me cuckold still so righteous. 5 years of marriage and this is the attitude she gives herself? At this moment Fang Huitian released, calmly looked at Chang Yicheng and said, you married me to make amends. These years for my family also suffered a lot of humiliation. You have done enough. So Haru, I'm not holding you back. Let's get a divorce. Chapter 10, Why should he live for free? Fang Huitian's words caused Chang Yicheng to freeze. She stared with wide eyes, still thinking that she had misheard, and asked in a trembling voice, what did you say? Fang Huitian, tell me again? Let's get a divorce. You asshole. Chang Yicheng yelled, grabbed her bag and smashed it fiercely. Fang Huitian raised his hand to block it, while at that moment, a black Buddhist tablet fell out of his bag. He looked at it and frowned slightly. This Buddha sign seems to be a bit off, but before he could take a closer look, Chang Yicheng yelled at him again. Fang Huitian, you bastard even said divorce to me? What qualifications do you have to say this to me? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Scram! Get out of here. I never want to see you again. Get out! Chang Yicheng shouted hysterically, shaking with anger. Fang Huitian twisted around and left the bedroom, dropping a sentence before leaving. Send me the divorce agreement when it's ready. I won't delay your happiness for the rest of your life. Get out! Leaving the Chang family, Fang Huitian arrived at the hotel with a heavy heart, but as soon as his foot entered the door, Tang Zidi's cousin stopped him. You stand there for me and barge right in. Think this is your own home? Zhao Manguang had a displeased look on his face. Fang Huitian said, Xiao Di has prepared a room for me. I'm going to see my sister. Hey, do you have any more shame? Your sister took Xiao Di's room yesterday, and now you want to take another one? If all of us are like you, will we still be able to open the hotel? Take the money. Xiao Di is kind enough to you, but you can't let her not make money, right? Zhao Manguang blocked the way. Looking at this situation, absolutely not letting it pass without giving money. Fang Huitian was a bit embarrassed and felt very embarrassed himself. How much does that cost? Zhao Manguang stretched out 3 fingers. 3,000? Fang Huitian frowned. I don't have that much money on me right now. Please allow me one day. I'll send it over to you at night. $3,000? That's half a month's salary for him. It seems that he can only go to discuss with Su Jing to see if he can get an advance on his salary first. And Zhao Manguang sneered. 3,000? I said 30,000. 3,000? What's 3,000 enough for? Don't you know your sister's situation? How much risk am I taking by taking you in? Besides, if you're not here, your sister is being looked after by Xiao Di, so you're not going to pay for her care? Do you think Xiao Di is idle? To ask you for $30,000 is cheap. In case your sister dies in our place, who will dare to live in our place after this? Listening to Zhao Manguang's words, Fang Huitian frowned. No one really dares to take in his sister's situation, and only Tang Zidi is willing to help him, but $30,000 is still too much. He can't get it out at all. Brother Zhao, can you hold me off for a few days? I really can't come up with $30,000 for a while. You think you're buying food in the market, and you're haggling? I'm telling you, if you don't have money, take your sister and get the hell out of here, and hold you off for a few days. And then where am I going to get the money when you pat yourself on the back? Zhao Manguang roared and didn't budge an inch. And at that moment Tang Zidi came down from upstairs, frowning. What are you talking about, cousin? Huitian is what I let stay. I don't want money. Upon hearing this, Zhao Manguang became even more furious. Don't want money? Are we still raising this kid for nothing? Why let him live for free? Xiao Di, we are open for business, not charity. You meet an acquaintance to help. Then we will drink the northwest wind in the future? Besides, they don't have to stay for long. It's only right that we collect the money. And you can't help him take care of his sister for nothing. Tang Zidi was just about to retort when Fang Huitian pulled her back. Brother Zhao has a point. I should take this money, but Xiao Di give me some time. I'll go raise the money. Fang Huitian said he was about to leave, but Tang Zidi grabbed him. No, I run this hotel. I'm in charge. Just stay here. I'll see who dares to throw you out. Tang Zidi said and gave Zhao Manguang a hard glare. No, Xiao Di, you're going too far. Will you believe me when I tell Great Aunt? Zhao Manguang was anxious. And Tang Zidi didn't care at all. Then you sue. My own hotel. My mom can't interfere. After saying that, he took Fang Huitian upstairs. Chapter 11. I'm here today to invite Mr. Fang. Zhao Manguang was even more furious down there, and directly called to complain. Xiao Di is really sorry, because I even made you guys have a fight. After checking Fang Xian's body once more, Fang Huitian sat down at this time, his face full of apologies. It's okay, that's just the way my cousin is. Don't mind if I do. Fang Huitian nodded. He did feel embarrassed that he was bothering Tang Zidi, but he had planned in his mind that when his paycheck came down, he would pay for the room first thing. Downstairs, Zhao Manguang had just finished telling off his great aunt, so he huffed and puffed and walked outside to smoke. And at that moment, a posh supercar slowly approached from the distance. Next to the passing car have to avoid it to go, and even more directly stand still, do not dare to move. For fear of scratching people, simply cannot afford to pay. Zhao Manguang look at the eyes are straight. This alley are what he knows exactly, but never seen such a luxury car to Koenigsegg. This car is estimated to be more than $20 million. If I am lucky enough to be able to ride in this car in this life, it would be equivalent to the smoke from my ancestors' graves. Even if I can take a picture with it, it would be enough to pretend to be a bully in my circle of friends. Zhao Manguang was envious. The Koenigsegg ended up pulling up to the side of the hotel. The door opened, and he stepped out. Excuse me, is this in the ZD Inn? Old, he asked as he walked straight to Zhao Manguang. Zhao Manguang froze. Yes, you have something? Speaking to a character who drove such a luxury car, Zhao Manguang was excited and nervous. I've come to find someone. After saying that he was about to go in, Zhao Manguang hurriedly stepped forward and said excitedly, what person are you looking for? Are you looking for Xiao Di? Zhao Manguang also thought that the old he is Tang Zidi's new boyfriend. Although he is a little older, but looks okay, temperament is very good. The key is rich which later really became his brother-in-law. He was a great uncle of the sky. Who's D? I'm just here for the rental. Hearing Lao He's words, Zhao Manguang lost his head, but after Lao He went in, he took out his cell phone and took a picture with the sports car, ready to send a circle of friends to pretend. Fang Huitian arranged for his sister to go to work. Tang Zidi sent him out, and just opened the door. He saw old he walking over. Mr. Fang, what brings you here? Looking for me? Fang Huitian was stunned. Isn't this Yi Figtian's man? How did he find this? Your phone was turned off. Mr. Ye couldn't get through, so he let me locate it and find it. Don't you mind this time I'm looking for you for something important. Old he expression looked a bit excited. Fong Huitian nodded his head. He had already guessed that it must be because his prescription was good. Otherwise the other party wouldn't have treated him in this manner. Okay, then you guys tell the hospital for me to go later. My cell phone is dead. Lao he nodded repeatedly. So the three of them went downstairs together. Just in time to see Zhao Manguang beaming and taking pictures with the sports car. What are you doing, cousin? Is it embarrassing? Tang Zidi blushed and hurriedly went up to pull Zhao Manguang. But she also froze when she saw Koenigsegg. She had only seen such a luxury car online. She could never see it in reality. And she didn't even know what it was called. I'm just taking 2 pictures. It's not like anything, Zhao Manguang said impatiently. And to say shame, I can't dare to compare with a certain person. People live in the hotel without paying. His sister still want my sister to take care of. And then people live quite solid. TSK. In terms of shamelessness I can't compare to him. Zhao Manguang sneered. Tang Zidi yanked him hard, while Fong Huitian felt embarrassed and spoke. Brother Zhao, I'll bring the money. Give me a few days. As soon as my paycheck comes down I'll bring it to you immediately. And give you a few days? Don't think I don't know what's in your kid's mind. Don't you just want to pick up my sister? I'm telling you to dream. Just don't even think about it with your poor ass. My sister is going to marry into a rich family in the future. See this car? At least $20 million to start with. Only the person who drives such a car is worthy of my sister. Look at you again. You can see this car in your life as the ancestral tomb of smoke. Do not blame me for looking down on you. If you are lucky enough to ride in this kind of car, I let you live here for free for the rest of your life. The key is that you have this ability? Zhao Manguang sneered, arrogantly, as if the car was his. Who said that Mr. Fong can't ride in this car? At this moment, he suddenly came forward icily. He could see that Zhao Manguang was deliberately making things difficult for Fong Huitian, so he directly opened the car door and made an invitation gesture. I'm here today to specifically invite Mr. Fong. Chapter 12. You are the savior of our family. As soon as he spoke, Tang Zidi revealed an incomparably shocked expression, and Zhao Manguang even nearly stared his eyes out. You're mistaken, sir, aren't you? Did you recognize the wrong person? This poor bastard Fong Huitian can't even afford to pay the accommodation fee, and you're inviting him? He snorted coldly. What do you know? If you dare to slander Mr. Fong again, do you believe I'll tear down your hotel? He had a fierce face, and Zhao Manguang hurriedly covered his mouth in fear. Fong Huitian patted Lao He, so he looked at Tang Zidi. Shouty, I'll leave first. Allow me a little time for the money. I'll hand it in. Fong Huitian got into the car after saying that. He helped him close the car door, turned his head to give Zhao Manguang a cold look, and spoke. Don't forget what you just said yourself. If Mr. Fong rides in this car, he gets to stay for free for the rest of his life, as long as your hotel is still there. Mr. Fong can stay as long as he wants, unless your hotel collapses. Lao He's last sentence was clearly a threat. A man with so much money naturally has ways to tear down this hotel. Zhao Manguang was intimidated. Until the other people's cars are out of sight, this only dared to breathe heavily. What's going on here? Fong Huitian is so poor. How could he know such a rich person? Maybe Huitian helped him heal the family pet? Tang Zidi said, then twisted around and went back inside. Yes, the pets of rich people are all expensive, that are raised as sons. I told you. How could Fong Huitian know such a powerful character? Zhao Manguang knocked his hand in sudden realization, so he showed a face full of disgust again. Today this big money is just giving Fong Huitian face. He really thinks he's rich? Doesn't he think he's rich? If the other guy was really close to him, he must have helped him pay for it. But the fact that people didn't do that means that Fong Huitian is still a dog's ass. Bah! What the hell? Come back and make him pay, or get the hell out of here. Zhao Manguang cursed and went back as well. The car drove all the way towards Shengshui Yunhao. Mr. Fong, it's wrong for you to stay in a hotel like that with your status. He said while driving. Tang Zidian is located in a relatively remote location, an old building in the old town. Although the inside is cleaned up, it is still too shabby. Fong Huitian smiled helplessly. What status do I have? No one but Xiao Di is helping me right now. It's already good enough to have a place to stay at her place. At that his face changed, looking at Fong Huitian in great confusion. With his super godly medical skills, how could he be without money? However, it can be seen that Fong Huitian's life is really difficult, but because it involves privacy, Lao he cannot ask. Mr. Fong, your life is about to change from today. He smiled meaningfully. Fong Huitian didn't care much because he had inherited the 5 arts of Fong healing, and this skill would inevitably change everything for him. except that what he wanted most right now was for his sister to wake up quickly. After arriving at Yi Fengtian's villa, he directly took Fong Huitian to the back garden, where Yi Fengtian was already waiting for them. Mr. Fong. Seeing Fong Huitian walk over, Yi Fengtian was incomparably excited to get up, and after taking a few steps forward he even directly knelt down. Fong Huitian was all confused at the sight and hurriedly went forward to help him up. What is Mr. Yi doing? Mr. Fong, thank you for saving my family's life. Thank you for saving our family's life. You are my Yi family's savior, Yi Fengtian said, his eyes red with excitement. It turned out that his eldest son was the date of the offense today, and yesterday Yi Fengtian prepared everything according to the prescription and gave it to his eldest son that night. The effect is surprising. Originally there are signs of pain before the offense, but yesterday night his son did not feel cold, and even a little hot. When he woke up early this morning, he felt relaxed and didn't fall sick, which is why he immediately told Yi Fengtian about this news. Mr. Fong, your medical skills are brilliant. My son has only used it once and it's already working. You're really a miracle doctor. From now on, you're the great benefactor of my Yi family. From now on I'll go through fire and water without any hesitation from Mr. Yi. Chapter 13, Come to pick me up? Yi Fengtian arched his hand and bowed 90 degrees. Fong Huitian held him up and laughed. Mr. Yi is overstating it. The medicine still has to continue to be used. Even if it's completely eradicated after half a month, you can often soak your feet like this. It's good for the body as well. But in the future, you won't have to tie your fingers. Yi Fengtian nodded his head fiercely in gratitude, so he pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to Fong Huitian. Mr. Fong, a great favor is not appreciated. This is a little bit of my heart. Please do accept it. This cartoon is black in color, with 5 simple golden tiger heads imprinted on it, and no other superfluous decorations, except that 5 words are written on both the front and the back, the 5 Lakes card. Fong Huitian laughed bitterly in his heart. He thought Yi Fengtian could give him a bank card with millions of dollars deposited in it. Isn't that what is written in the novels? But this card is not a bank card at first sight. It is of no use to you. It is better to give money. Only Fong Huitian couldn't ask for it, so he could only accept it. After leaving Shangshi Yunhao, Lao he sent him to work at the pet hospital. Kaiten, you're here? Why are you so early today? Did you get some rest yesterday? Fong Huitian just walked to the door of the hospital, saw Su Jing ran out, that all meat upside down, and then make a little effort is estimated to fall off. Sister Jing, it's almost 10 o'clock. Is it early? It's early enough. Sis isn't afraid that you haven't had a good rest. You haven't been home for a night. Resting outside is definitely not as comfortable as at home. Su Jing's fawning smile, a far cry from the past, gave Fong Huitian goosebumps all over his body. How did you say I didn't come home for a night? Fong Huitian questioned at this time. He only left Cheng's house this morning. What did Su Jing mean by that? If you're home, how come your wife came to the yard looking for you in a huff? Su Jing said Cheng Yicheng was here? Fong Huitian was shocked. Did she leave anything behind? Fong Huitian thought that Cheng Yicheng had made the divorce agreement and sent it to himself. But Su Jing shook her head. She just asked where you went and left. But she looked quite angry. Her eyes were swollen. Back to heaven. Did you guys have a fight? Su Jing looked like she was concerned, but she was actually afraid of Fong Huitian's relationship with Yi Fengtian. You told her where I went? Fong Huitian asked. No, who dares to mention your affair with the Yi family? We all said we didn't know when she left. Fong Huitian nodded. So he went in to work. Due to the fact that Tiger Yi treated himself with immense respect yesterday, the entire hospital now took the initiative to get close to him. And there were people who took the initiative to give him lunch at noon, making it look like how good the relationship was. There were also some people who were curious to ask him what Tiger Yi was looking for him to do. And Fong Huitian directly said that he didn't want outsiders to know about the Yi family's affairs, so no one dared to ask anymore. Huitian, this month your salary went up. There are more than 10,000. Other benefits also followed. Do a good job. Your future is unlimited. The dean came over and laughed. Over $10,000? Dean, this seems to be a director-level treatment, right? Fong Huitian was a bit surprised. Director Zhao of the Internal Medicine Department is about to retire. I'm saving this position for you, letting you enjoy this treatment in advance. Do a good job. Dean finished humming a little tune and walked away. Fong Huitian, on the other hand, smiled. Thanks to Yi Fengtian, if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be able to stay in this hospital. Where would he be so popular now? Evening. Fong Huitian finished cleaning up from work and went out to see a familiar Mercedes-Benz entry-level parked at the door, and on the side, a woman with long flowing hair and wearing a long white dress. Haru? Fong Huitian was shocked. Cheng Yicheng looked at him, a pair of eyes a little swollen, and with a haggard face. Get in the car and come home with me, Cheng Yicheng said icily, so she twisted around and opened the car door. but before she could get on the car, another Camry drove over it this time and parked on the other side. Tang Zidi stepped out of the car, smiling and waving at Fong Huitian. Kaiten, I've come to take you back. Chapter 14, He's Dead. Chang Yicheng froze. She looked over at Tang Zidi, who stepped out of the car, and couldn't help but be stunned. Good Fong Huitian, I said, why did you want to divorce me? So it's because you have someone outside. Chang Yicheng looked at Fong Huitian. Her eyes were red and her voice was trembling. Don't get me wrong, Haru. Xiao Di is my hairdresser. Xaner is the one who is helping me take care of her right now. Fong Huitian rushes forward to explain that although he wants a divorce, he still doesn't want her to misunderstand. Hearing this, Tang Zidi also understood and spoke. You're Huitian's wife. I've heard him talk about you, but you mustn't misunderstand. We're just good friends, not the kind of relationship you think. Enough, Chang Yicheng roared, glaring viciously at Fong Huitian. You punk are capable now? How dare you go behind my back and steal someone outside? Do you still have a conscience, Fong Huitian? Who are you to treat me like this? What qualifications do you have to betray me? Haru, it really isn't what you think. You asshole. I defied my family's objections to marry you when you were at your worst, and this is how you treat me? What qualifications do you have to mention divorce to me? You piece of trash. Divorce can only be when I repudiate you. Who are you to mention it to me? Scum. Fong Huitian, you're a piece of trash. I feel disgusted when I see you now. With goods like you, you'll never want to have a good life in the future. Chang Yicheng roared, tears coming to her eyes. So he huffed and puffed and got in his car and left. And in the car, the tears couldn't stop flowing even more. Kaiten, I'll explain it to her again. No need. It's not necessary. Fong Huitian looked at the fading shadow of the car and said in a deep voice, feeling inexplicably lost in his heart, I'm sorry, Xiao Di, for bringing you into my family affairs for no reason, causing you to be scolded along with me. Fong Huitian felt very sorry. He had indeed troubled Tang Zidi enough. Tang Zidi comforted him. It's okay, let's go back. Tang Zidi really felt heartbroken at Fong Huitian's living situation. He really didn't know how much he had suffered over the years in the Chang family. Chang Yicheng returned home and gathered her emotions before going upstairs. In the living room, Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong saw their daughter return and stood up hurriedly. How's it going, Haru? Did you find that loser? Pan Hong asked. Cheng Guozhong snorted coldly. Even if you can't find him, I'd say there's no need to even look for him. A loser in the district. How dare you mention divorce to Xiao Cheng? He really gave him a face. I'm telling you, it's just that I came out late in the morning. Otherwise I'll let him limp once more. Bullying my daughter. I have to break his legs. Cheng Guozhong said angrily. In the morning, Chang Yicheng and Fong Huitian quarreled and he was woken up, rushed out to take revenge on his daughter. But Fong Huitian had already left Cheng's house. Mom and Dad, you guys stop. Don't you think I'm annoying enough? Chang Yicheng shouted back, tears falling once again. What's wrong with you, Haru? It's not worth being sad for such a loser. Your mom is right. What's so good about this beast? Dealing with beasts all day long. People are becoming more and more trashy. Don't worry, Xiao Chang. Dad will definitely find you a better one. Fong Huitian is nothing. He doesn't even have the qualifications to compare with others. Listening to her parents still scolding Fong Huitian, Chang Yicheng's heart became even more clogged. And at this moment, she yelled, no one is allowed to mention this person again in the future. He's dead. After that, he went back to his bedroom and shut the door hard. The older couple froze. Is the daughter talking in anger, or is it true? That punk is dead? I don't care if he's dead or alive. It's good that he's gone, so that our family can have a good life in the future. I have to contact her great uncle in a hurry and arrange a good family for Xiao Cheng. Cheng Guozhong said and ran to make a phone call. He did not care in the slightest about the death of the other party back to the sky. For the next 2 days, Fong Huitian still stayed at Tang Zidi's hotel. Luckily, Zhao Manguang had gone back to his hometown in the past few days, so no one was giving him a hard time, and he had the time to concentrate on fusing the 5 arts of Fong medicine every night. Early this morning, a luxurious business car stopped in front of the hotel. The door opened and Yi Fengtian walked down. Mr. Fong. Chapter 15, The Boss of the 5 Tigers. Zhao Kuan. Fong Huitian had just come out after making breakfast and happened to bump into it. Why did you come over, Mr. Yi? Fong Huitian asked in a small voice. Alas, I came over today because there is something I want to trouble you with. I don't know if you have the time? Yi Fengtian's face showed embarrassment. A bit of a difficult look. Tell me on the way. Fong Huitian left a note for Tang Zidi, so he grabbed 2 buns and left with Yi Fengtian. Just tell me what Mr. Yi has to say. In the car, Fong Huitian said while eating a bun, looking extremely natural. The driver frowned slightly. This was Tiger Ye's business car. What he resented most was the smell in the car. Usually no one dared to drink in the car, and the smell of Fong Huitian's buns filled the entire interior. And Tiger Ye didn't even have a hint of dissatisfaction? What's with this kid? Mr. Fong, actually, I came to see you today because I want to ask you to help my big brother look at his illness. Although our 5 tiger brothers have different surnames, they are like brothers. My elder brother's body retained an old disease in his early years, and for so many years he has been unable to cure it, and is often tormented by the old disease. Being a brother is really hard to watch. So Mr. Fong, you have excellent medical skills, so I want to ask you to step in and help my big brother. Yi Fengtian was incomparably sincere, and Fong Huitian took the last bite of the bun and spoke. Old illness? Haven't you had a doctor's visit in all these years? Yi Fengtian smiled helplessly and bitterly. It's precisely because there are too many doctors who have seen too many doctors, and no one can do anything about it. So my big brother himself has given up. Mr. Fong, your medical skills are clear to me. I think you must have a way, even if it can't be cured at all. But just to ease my big brother's pain, it will be fine. Another one of the 5 tigers, and a boss. Originally, Fong Huitian thought that the 5 tigers of Longan were 5 opposing factions, but he did not expect that they were actually brothers. Alright, then let's go and see how the condition is first. Fong Huitian said indifferently. His fusion of the 5 arts of Fong healing was enough to solve many difficult cases nowadays, so even if he didn't see the patient, he still had 8 layers of confidence in treating him. Thanks a lot, Mr. Fong. The car kept driving to the outskirts. Yi Fengtian said. Throughout the Longan province, there were residences of their 5 brothers in various cities, and in the past, they all lived permanently in the capital of the province, and only when something happened would they go to various cities for a period of time. In other words, all 5 tigers are staying temporarily in Ningzheng. The boss of the 5 tigers, Zhao Koan, the place where he is a manor, covers a large area. There is everything in it. If you do not say that this is a private residence. Fong Huitian thought that he had arrived at a scenic spot. Yi Fengtian led Fong Huitian inside to a large room. At the moment there was a middle-aged man inside leaning on the bed, his complexion looking bad. Old 3, you're here, come in and sit down. The middle-aged man greeted Yi Fengtian with a smile. Big brother, let me introduce to you. This is Mr. Fong Huitian Fong. He has a family heirloom of ancient Chinese medicine. Very good. Even my family's genetic disease were cured by Mr. Fong. At those words, Zhao Koan's face was stunned, feeling a bit disbelieving. Hello Mr. Zhao. Mr. Yi told me about your situation. Your qi doesn't look very good indeed. I need to check your pulse first, Fong Huitian said and was about to sit down. At this time, the man who was packing up the medical box on the side suddenly sneered. Traditional Chinese medicine? Mr. Zhao, such an old-fashioned thing. Does anyone still believe in it now? Hearing this, Fong Huitian and Yi Fengtian looked at the man. He was in his early 30s, wearing a white lab coat and gold-rimmed eyes, and looked mature and stable, with an air of total confidence. Big brother, who is this? Yi Fengtian was slightly dissatisfied. Fong Huitian was the one he invited. It wasn't appropriate for the other party to talk like this, right? If he wasn't concerned about his big brother's face, with Yi Fengtian's temper, this person would definitely not be able to walk out of this room today. His name is Holly. He graduated from the International Medical Academy and is now a member of the International Medical Union. And his mentor is none other than Professor Edward. What? Hearing this, Yi Fengtian was shocked. Zhao Koan's short sentence, but the words shocked the heart. The International Medical Alliance, the world's most prestigious medical organization, has a medical academy under its name, and it is said that those who graduate from it are among the top talents in the medical field. This kid is so young, but he has such a hard status? Huo Li's family had been favored by me. That's why he personally came over to see me this time. Otherwise, it would be hard for anyone who wants to have a word with him, Zhao Koan said with a smile. Chapter 16, The Arrogant Holly. Huo Li smiled at his words, but it exuded a sense of arrogance. Mr. Zhao is not saying anything. Back then, if there was no help from you, there would be no our family today. Although this time we are returning to China in order to open a medical lecture to provide some help to the domestic medical treatment. But even if we are busy again, we should take you as our main priority. Yi Fengtian's face changed slightly, so he whispered to Fong Huitian. Mr. Fong is really sorry. I didn't know that my big brother had already found a doctor. This person is not a small person. His mentor is Edward. That's the guest of honor of the royal family of the Rice Flag State. Maybe this time I have to let you make a trip for nothing. Yi Fengtian was deeply sorry, but Fong Huitian didn't care. A healer is kind, as long as he can cure the disease. Whoever cures is not cured? Fong Huitian was so generous, such a bosom, once again making Yi Fengtian feel admiration. I just heard that this gentleman is a Chinese medicine practitioner, but unfortunately, the entire international community nowadays rarely agrees with Chinese medicine, and it's not very popular. If you're interested, you can enroll in the International Medical Academy. I'll help you get a spot, and work for me as an assistant after graduation, and you'll be guaranteed a place in the Western medicine world in the future. Hua Li looked at Feng Huitian with a lofty stance. Zhao Kuan froze and spoke. Hua Li, you can still fight for such a spot? Although the Chinese doctor is unreliable, but after all, it is also for your condition to come, I am also considered to give you a face. This quota, I can help him get. Hearing Hua Li's words, Yi Fengtian frowned slightly and was about to speak, but Feng Huitian grabbed him first. Thank you. No need. What did you say? No need? Hua Li froze. Do you know what this spot means? Something that many people have grabbed their heads for but couldn't get, and you're giving it up now? Let me put it to you this way. If you become my assistant, in the future, there is a chance to become a guest of the royal family of the Rice Flag State, and even if you want to return to your country, that's a talent that the top medical organizations would go crazy for. Such a chance is so rare. Are you sure you want to give it up? Hua Li looked at Feng Huitian in a bit of disbelief. He laughed and shook his head. I'm of traditional Chinese medicine heritage, not interested in Western medicine, and the royal family of the Miki country has no attraction to me. Humph, self-possessed, this is the common disease of Chinese medicine, always posing as superior. No wonder Chinese medicine will decline. Now many medical universities have cancelled their Chinese medicine schools. I really don't know where you will go in the future. Hua Li snorted coldly, his words filled with sarcasm and disdain. Yi Fengtian's face was ugly, and Zhao Kuan didn't know how to speak. He was in a bit of a dilemma, being caught in the middle between someone his brother had brought with him and someone who could heal him. Traditional Chinese medicine is a treasure left to us by our old ancestors. As for where it will go in the end, I don't need you to bother. Feng Huitian had a smile on his face, not wanting to debate with the other party's ignorance. Humph, we'll see then. I'm still quite looking forward to the final result of the Chinese medicine. Hua Li also stopped paying attention to Feng Huitian after he finished speaking, so he began to examine Zhao Kuan's body. He was indeed very professional. He could see some of the faults in Zhao Kuan's body, and when he saw him frowning, he knew what had gone wrong. Feng Huitian naturally also saw it, but it was not his turn to intervene when a doctor returned from overseas was present. Mr. Zhao, your hidden disease has been around for too long. Even the most advanced instruments and medicines in the world can't completely cure it. I have some newly developed special effect medicines from the medical union here, which will be of some help to your condition. Take one every time you feel uncomfortable, and it will be able to ease your pain. Holly frowned and pulled out a small bottle. Zhao Kuan smiled bitterly. Sure enough, there's still no way. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, but even if my mentor were here today, there's nothing I could do. You can keep this bottle of medicine. I'll go back and prepare more for you. The special medicine can only temporarily relieve your illness. If the situation deepens later, you'll need to take more. Hua Li's emotions were no longer high. He also didn't expect Zhao Kuan's situation to be so serious. Even if he just went to the medical union headquarters, the result would be the same. And at that moment, Feng Huitian stepped forward. Western medicine special drugs can only play a temporary suppression effect, and long-term use will produce antibodies. When the time comes to take more medicine is useless. Mr. Zhao, I can cure this disease of yours. Chapter 17, Tendon Pulling Technique. What? Feng Huitian's words startled everyone. Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Mr. Zhao's old illness is so old that even the world's best technology can't possibly make him fully recover. And you're saying you can cure it? Hua Li looked at him like a fool. Feng Huitian was full of indifference. Yes, I can cure it. As soon as the words fell, both Hua Li and Zhao Kuan burst out laughing. He now felt that Feng Huitian was a quack who didn't know anything. Zhao Kuan also felt that he was too ignorant. Hua Li said that Professor Edward was helpless even when he came. How could Feng Huitian be more powerful than him? It's a joke. Big brother, Mr. Feng is indeed exceptional, and I dare to vouch for his medical skills with my life. You let him try. If he can't cure your disease, from now on Yi Fengtian, will willingly quit the Five Tigers and make way for the newcomer. Yi Fengtian suddenly stood out to speak for Feng Huitian. His aura was so powerful that Feng Huitian gave him a somewhat disbelieving look, and even Zhao Kuan was shocked by him. For the sake of a mere Feng Huitian, the third brother had even let out such ruthless words, which could be seen as an immense trust in him. At this moment, Zhao Kuan narrowed his eyes. He had a cousin who had always wanted to join the Five Tigers, and had thought that if he couldn't make it one day, he would let his cousin join in. And Yi Fengtian had always been true to his word. If Feng Huitian could not cure himself today, even if he retained himself, it would be useless. Yi Fengtian would definitely withdraw from the Five Tigers. This would give the cousin a chance to be put in his place. Lao San is talking too much. Since you believe in him so much, then I'll let him give it a try. Mr. Zhao mustn't. You're taking a risk. Hua Li dissuaded Zhao Kuan while he waved his hand. There's no harm in it. My body is already in this state. Can it get any worse than this? Upon hearing this, Huoli stopped speaking and took a step back. He was already prepared. If Fang Huitian made a mistake, he would be able to step forward at the first opportunity to stabilize Zhao Kuan and not let him lose his life. And Fang Huitian this time to go forward. One does not take a pulse, two do not acupuncture. Instead, smilingly sat down to chat with Zhao Kuan. Mr. Zhao, this garden in front of your house is quite good. Come when I look around some weeds. No one clean up? How often do I not come? So they don't clean it every day. Mr. Feng, this question you're asking, is it related to my condition? Zhao Kuan asked suspiciously. Yes, because those weeds, they are the herbs that can cure your hidden illness. Everyone froze, not believing Fang Huitian's words at all. And that's when he reached out and massaged Zhao Kuan's legs with twisting, pinching, flicking, pointing and kneading techniques. Zhao Kuan immediately felt that his cold legs were becoming hot. He stared at Fang Huitian in wide-eyed disbelief. This is the tendon plucking technique? Fang Huitian was also flabbergasted. Mr. Zhao even knows about the tendon plucking technique. It seems that he has done this kind of massage therapy before. They did do it, and they were all very reputable Chinese medicine practitioners, but their dialysis could only ease my pain. Whereas what you pressed, I now feel very warm in my lower body. It's amazing. Zhao Kuan was incomparably shocked. Fang Huitian, on the other hand, smiled. This is my Fang clan's ancestral torsion plucking technique, and with different techniques from others, the treatment effect will naturally be different. Mr. Cho, try getting out of bed. What? Get out of bed? Everyone was stunned. Are you kidding me? Mr. Zhao's legs have been unable to walk since 2 years ago due to an old disease. How are you going to get him out of bed? Huoli stepped forward and chided. Yi Fengtian also said in a low voice. Mr. Feng, it's true that my elder brother hasn't been able to walk on the ground for a long time. He's been in a wheelchair for the past 2 years. No matter how skillful Fang Huitian's medical skills were, it wouldn't be possible to massage someone to walk on the ground in a few minutes, right? I understand Mr. Zhao's situation very well. Even if he went to our medical union headquarters, it would be impossible to restore his ability to walk anymore. Perhaps your ancestral massage therapy has some effect, but to make him walk on the ground in just a few minutes, what kind of international joke are you playing? Are you looking down on our medical union? Or are you deliberately playing Mr. Zhao for a fool? Huoli chided in a cold voice, and as soon as his words fell, Zhao Kuan directly lifted the covers. Chapter 18, The Chi of Heaven and Earth. Mr. Zhao, you. Huoli's eyes widened as Zhao Kuan waved his hand to signal that he was fine. He could feel his legs slowly awakening, so he took advantage of the sizzling heat and his legs actually did move. Prolonged inactivity causes muscle atrophy. Take it easy for now. Take your time. Fang Huitian supported Zhao Kuan, so he stood up. The whole house was silent at the moment. Huoli and Yi Fengtian looked dumbfounded. Even Zhao Kuan himself couldn't believe that he could actually stand up again. I actually stood up? My legs are back? Zhao Kuan was overwhelmed with emotion and was in tears, while Yi Fengtian clapped his hands and laughed. That's great big brother. I told you that Mr. Fang's medical skills are superior. He can definitely cure you. Zhao Kuan couldn't be happier at the moment, and was constantly grateful to Fang Huitian. Mr. Feng, you are truly my Zhao Kuan's benefactor. When he finished speaking, he didn't stand still and almost kneeled down for Fang Huitian. He hurriedly held Zhao Kuan and laughed. It's just a matter of lifting a hand. Mr. Zhao has helped yourself by choosing to believe in me. Hearing this, Zhao Kuan was speechless with gratitude. Luckily he chose to believe Fang Huitian. Otherwise he would have been paralyzed for the rest of his life. At this moment Holly was stunned. It was simply beyond his medical knowledge. So he came forward and bowed respectfully to Fang Huitian. I'm sorry Mr. Feng, I've just treated you rudely. Please forgive me for my impudence. Although Huoli is arrogant, he is a decent person with a good character, especially when he meets a divine doctor like Fang Huitian. He admires his heart. Dr. Hua. Mr. Fang is not a small-minded person. He only has eyes for healing and saving people. He's not impatient, and he won't look down on anyone. Yi Fengtian sneered a sentence. The barbs in his words caused Huoli to blush and directly lower his head in shame. Fang Huitian smiled. It's alright. It's all about healing and saving people. I can understand your feelings. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Kuan. Mr. Zhao, the weeds in the garden can be cleared. Fine. I'll call someone to take care of it. Zhao Kuan was just about to call for someone, but Fang Huitian stopped him. Mr. Zhao, I'm afraid you'll have to handle this matter yourself. There's an old saying about grounding, which is actually about the air of heaven and earth, and the lack of it. This disease of yours, requires the chi of heaven and earth to be completely cured. Fang Huitian's words caused everyone to be very puzzled, and each of them was filled with doubt. So Fang Huitian led them to the front of the garden. pulled up a piece of grass, and knocked all the grass seeds off of it. I'm going to give you a prescription now, and then prepare a basin of cold water for me. Fong Huitian finished writing the prescription and a basin of cold water was ready. He threw the grass seeds in, and after soaking for a while he fished the floating grass seeds out of the water, and spoke. This is the same thing as floating wheat. It's about the rising and floating qi, and if we lose this medicine, the other medicinal effects won't be able to be tempered. After saying that, Fong Huitian asked Zhao Kuan to take off his shoes again, so that he could step on the soil of the garden with his bare feet. Heaven capitalizes the earth with qi, the earth carries life with qi, the earth forms qi, and things are born as a result of the 5 qi traveling through the earth and giving birth to all things. This is the principle that the earth gives birth to all things. The so-called grounding is just that simple. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Zhao shouldn't have done any farming for a long time, right? Zhao Kuan smiled and said, Mr. Fong's words are true. I've been out and about since I was a teenager and haven't done it for over 30 years. In geographic terms, Earth gives birth to all things, which is why children love to run around barefoot on the ground and feel happy. The sick person is not grounded, so the yin and yang are impassable, and in the long run, the old disease will grow out of it. In the future, when you have nothing to do, take out 20 minutes every day to walk on the ground with bare feet. Remember, it must be on the ground, not the ground of the building, to be truly grounded. In this way, you will not easily get sick. The theory Fong Huitian said the two tigers didn't understand very well, but wholly heard and understood. This I know. The soil contains a large number of microelements, and direct contact can indeed do the job of preventing, or even destroying, some of the viruses in the body. Mr. Fong, I apologize to you once again for what I said earlier to slander Chinese medicine, Huoli said and bowed again. So he took out his cell phone and was about to leave contact information with Fong Huitian. Fong Huitian is not good to refuse, can only agree, but he just unlocked the phone. But Huoli looked at the wallpaper. Feel familiar, this beautiful woman. I so want to have seen it somewhere. Fong Huitian's body was stunned. You've seen her? Chapter 19, The Truth. Fong Huitian's cell phone wallpaper was a picture of Chang Yicheng, but how could Huoli possibly see Fu Yicheng? I remember. She was the one who wanted to see me at my medical lecture 2 days ago. Holly suddenly remembered. And Fong Huitian confirms the date with him and realizes that it's exactly the day Chang Yicheng didn't come home. At that moment, his mind rumbled. Could it be that Chang Yicheng didn't come home that night not to cuckold himself, but to attend a medical lecture? You won't recognize the wrong person, right? Fong Huitian asked nervously. He naturally hoped that Huoli wouldn't recognize the wrong person. But what was Chang Yicheng doing at a medical lecture? The Chang family's pharmaceutical company isn't qualified to work with the International Medical Alliance, either. Huoli shook his head and affirmed. There's absolutely no mistaking her. There was a man beside her at the time who insisted on seeing me, saying that he was treating someone, but he was rejected by my assistant, and I was deeply impressed with her. But I can't figure out how she could have come to me if she knew such a great doctor as you. Fong Huitian frowned. The Cheng family's old man was in good health. Could it be that Chang Yicheng accompanied Lu Xiaoyun to invite Huoli? His mind was a mess right now. Zhao Kuan saw that his mood was a bit strange, so he stepped forward and spoke. Mr. Fong, I can help you look into this matter. Leave it to me. I promise to give you a reply within a day. Big brother, you've only just recovered. It's better to rest. I'll arrange this matter. Yi Fengtian came forward and said. Fong Huitian nodded. That would be troublesome. Mr. Fong is not saying anything. We are still grateful to you for helping our brothers in such a big way. A great favor. Please accept this gift, Zhao Kuan said. So he handed Fong Huitian the ring he was wearing on his hand. I had thought that the ring worn by Zhao Kuan was naturally not bad and must be worth a lot of money. However, after Fong Huitian inherited the 5 arts of Fong healing, his vision had also become exceptionally poisonous, and he was able to identify objects that were good or bad. This ring, on the other hand, was of a lower middle class, both in terms of material and workmanship, and contained a number of impurities. I guess taking it out and selling it for $10,000 would be sky high. How come all 5 tigers are so buttoned up? Can't you give me something real? Even a couple thousand in cash would be nice. Fong Huitian couldn't say anything but accept the ring, so he left Zhao Kuan's house, going to work at the pet hospital. Fong Huitian had been distracted. It was finally the end of the day, when Yi Fengtian called. Mr. Fong, we've found them all. Lu Xiaoyun sent someone to secretly follow your wife, so he knows the time of Ms. Chang's flight. Originally, Ms. Chang was going straight to the medical lecture after she got off the plane, but she couldn't get in, and Lu Xiaoyun had connections, so that's why she went along to attend. And Miss Chang wants to see Huoli, but also to be able to ask him to come out and heal your sister. Even if he can't cure her, he can still show you the problem of losing your voice and the leg problem, Yi Fengtian said. In fact, he was also incomparably shocked when he received this news. He could never have imagined that just a few days ago was a cripple, mute, and a universally recognized loser. But now Fong Huitian was a marvelous divine doctor. The difference between before and after was too great, right? Ms. Chang stayed at the medical lecture for the entire night, and whenever she had the chance, she went to see Huo Li, but she was blocked by his assistant, and hadn't closed her eyes for a day and a night because of her work even before she got back. Hearing this, Fong Huitian's heart couldn't help but sting. It turns out, everything was a misunderstanding of Haru? Why didn't she explain to me? Fong Huitian's eyes were moist, so it turned out that Chang Yicheng didn't care that she could talk at that time, but because she was really too tired. Chang Yicheng was originally not good at expressing herself, but everything she did was indeed for herself and her sister. Mr. Fong, your wife, you should know yourself. If she didn't care about you, she wouldn't have not rested when she could, and spent 4 hours backtracking 8 trips to go and beg for a Buddhist tablet for you, just to ask for your health and safety and to be able to bless you, and those 4 hours were the only time she sacrificed her sleep. What? The Buddha medallion that fell out of the bag at that time was actually begged by Chang Yicheng for herself? Chapter 20, Misunderstanding the Wife. Fong Huitian's heart was like a racking pain. Yi Fengtian continued, also in these 5 years, your sister's treatment costs in the hospital have been silently funded by Ms. Cheng behind the scenes. You always thought it was a charitable foundation, but it's not. It's all the money that Miss Cheng secretly hid from her family. In fact, she's been as frugal as you have been over the years, and I'm afraid that if we hadn't investigated these things, they'd have been kept a secret for all eternity. Fong Huitian's eyes blurred as tears welled up in his eyes. Chang Yicheng usually looked bright and shiny, and was known as the #1 beauty in Ningjiang and the city goddess, but he never noticed that his wife always had only so many clothes. How much has she really done for herself in silence all these years? Even if she felt guilty for the car accident 5 years ago, she should have let herself know. Why hide it? She'd done enough for herself to prove that she'd actually accepted herself long ago. How did you find out all this? Fong Huitian wanted a reliable answer. He didn't want any adulteration in what he had heard. Yi Fengtian also heard the meaning of his words and spoke. Mr. Fong, you can rest assured on this point. There is no need to doubt whether there is adulteration in the intelligence, as I asked second brother to personally look into this matter. His specialization in the 5 tigers is to engage in intelligence, not only in Longan province. There are his intelligence networks in many parts of the country. You can rest assured that the information is absolutely reliable. Hearing Yi Fengtian's words, Fong Huitian had an indescribable hard feeling in his heart. By the way, I almost forgot something important. Miss Cheng got off the plane that day and actually had an important collaboration to talk about. Only she chose to go to Huo Li between the two. Actually, she knew the consequences of not going to talk about the cooperation, but meeting Huo Li was only this one chance, so the result was that she was fired from Chang Group. What? Fired? Fong Huitian's brain buzzed, and all he wanted to do at the moment was cry. Chang Yicheng even gave up her future for herself and her sister. How can she be so stupid? Doesn't she realize that even if she got Holly it might not work? Is it worth the risk? How hard it was to be able to stay in the Chang family, and in that case, Chang's family didn't know how they would poke her backbone. Where is my wife now? Fong Huitian's voice was a little choked. At Chang's house, Elder Chang is sick and the whole family is over there. Hearing the reply, Fong Huitian directly hung up the phone and flew out, and as Yi Fengtian put away his phone, that's when old he came over. Mr. Yi, Zheng Guibin is asking for an audience. Zheng Guibin? If I remember correctly, it should be the Zheng family, one of the 8 major families in Ningjiang, right? Yi Fengtian said with a face full of unconcern. Old he nodded. Mr. Yi, Zheng Guibin is the head of the Zheng family. He heard we were here and came over to pay his respects. Would you like to meet? Yi Fengtian wanted to refuse, but suddenly thought that he wouldn't stay in Ningjiang for long, so he spoke up. Let's meet. Mr. Fong has to have a reliable helper in Ningjiang. Yes. Lao he twisted out and soon brought in 2 men. One of the older people was none other than Zheng Guibin, the head of the Zhang family, and a burly young man beside him who looked very refined was his eldest son Zhang Jiao. Mr. Yi, I just heard that you've been in Ningjiang for a few days, so please forgive me for coming so late to pay my respects. Zheng Guibin was incomparably respectful. Seeing Yi Fengtian was like a mouse seeing a cat. Fearful, nervous, but compelled to come and pay his respects. People are one of the 5 tigers of Longan. The entire Ningjiang 8 families twisted into a rope, but also less powerful than a sentence from others. So Zheng Guibin came, but also to set a close. Yi Fengtian let the Zheng family father and son sit down. So he spoke. I don't like to beat around the bush. Let's get right to the point. What's the matter of coming to find me? Seeing how direct Yi Fengtian was, Zheng Guibin rolled his eyes and then explained his intentions. Mr. Yi, my son has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, and he has an iron skill. And I've heard that you're also from an ancient martial arts family, so I was thinking, can I let my son make an errand under your hand? Get a job with me? Yi Fengtian laughed. Your Zhang family is the top 8 families in Ningxiang, and even though it doesn't make it into the top 5, it's still ranked 6th. And what errand do you think would be more appropriate for your son in my care? Chapter 21 Haru. You're haggard. Yi Fengtian felt ridiculous. The Zhang family is already powerful in Ningxiang, yet they want to send their children to themselves? Even if you understand that he's trying to get close, it's still too much of a radical approach. Mr. Yi, any errand will do, as long as you agree. Letting your canine son be a bodyguard will do. Zhang Guibin hurriedly stood up. He didn't care what Zhang Jiao did, as long as he could stay by Yi Fengtian's side. It would be an oversized umbrella for the Zhang family. Yi Fengtian smiled. So you are thinking that your son is qualified to be my bodyguard? Upon hearing this, the Zhang family's father and son had their faces changed, incomparably nervous, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Yi, Mr. Yi, I'm good with my hands. Boom! Before Zhang Jiao finished speaking, Yi Fengtian ruthlessly slapped the table, giving the father and son a jump of fear and almost peeing. You're good with your hands? So you're saying that the bodyguards around me aren't as good as you? No, Mr. Yi, we don't mean this. The canine son can't speak. You mustn't be angry. Zhang Guibin was scared to death, covered in cold sweat. Yi Fengtian was meant to scare the father and son, while Lao He hurried in at this time. It's not good, Mr. Yi, Miss, she is sick. What? Yi Fengtian stood up violently. How could she have a seizure? Dr. Feng's method cured our whole family. How could she have another attack? He was also sweating anxiously. Miss can't see Mr. Feng, so she didn't follow Mr. Feng's request. That's why. Nonsense. Yi Fengtian overturned the table and shouted. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you quickly go to the Cheng family and invite Mr. Feng over? Yes. He said and was about to leave. And Zhang Guibin seized the opportunity at this moment and hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Yi, it's better to let my canine son go. My second son is right outside in the car. Now I'll let him go and invite someone to avoid any delay. Yi Fengtian couldn't care less and raised his hand in succession. Go. Zhang Guibin hurriedly asked Zhang Jiu to call Lao Er. At the moment sitting in the car, Zhang Jiliang is looking for girls on the social software. Just saw a long-legged beauty. Did not wait to point in the big brother's phone over. Brother, why are you calling me at this time? Delaying my business. Zhang Jiliang complained. Cut the crap. Immediately go to the Chung family to fetch Dr. Feng for me. This is Mr. Ye's order. Go quickly. We can't afford to be late. Listening to his elder brother's voice, Zhang Jiao didn't dare to delay. Cheng family? Which Cheng family? If you don't know, go check. There are so many Chengs in Ningxiang. How do I know which Cheng family? Zhang Jiao hung up the phone after saying that. Zhang Jiliang was dumbfounded. You don't even know and I know? And you're asking me to find out. Zhang Jiliang did not dare to complain on the phone, so he had to call someone to check, and soon found a Cheng family that runs a drug company. Big brother said to go to the doctor, so that would be their house. Zhang Jiliang drove quickly towards Cheng's house. At the same time, Fang Huitian also arrived at the Cheng family. He hurriedly ran in, and there were so many people in the hall at the moment. Father-in-law and mother-in-law as well as Cheng Yicheng stood on one side, while second uncle's family of 3 sat by the main seat. And the fourth seat was actually Lu Xiaoyan sitting on it. What's he doing here? Fang Huitian was slightly puzzled, while the people in the room were even more puzzled than him when they saw him coming. Fang Huitian, you still have the face to show up? Let's see if I can't beat you, beast, today. Cheng Guozhang was furious at the sight of him. If it wasn't for Cheng Yicheng and Pan Hong pulling him back, he would have broken Fang Huitian into pieces. Mom and Dad, Xiao Cheng. Fang Huitian felt guilty and looked at Cheng Yicheng with a stabbing pain in his heart. Don't call us Mom and Dad. Our family no longer has anything to do with you. Get out of here. If you don't get out, I'll break your legs. Cheng Guozhang stormed out. Pan Hong also cursed in a bad mood. You heartless brute. You still think my girl hasn't been victimized enough by you, don't you? Get lost. We never want to see you again. Listening to her parents' insults, Cheng Yicheng red eyes to stop, so she stepped forward and looked at Fang Huitian, coldly said, you go, we already have no relationship. The agreement you want, I will give it to you as soon as possible. In the future Haru, you're haggard. Chapter 22, it's not a disease. Fang Huitian's sentence hit Cheng Yicheng straight in the heart. For a moment an infinite amount of aggression surged to the heart. All the strength and stubbornness was not strained, and tears came out of the eyes. She couldn't imagine how she could be so unbearable in front of this punk of a husband. Fang Huitian, what are you doing here? Cheng Yicheng's second uncle, Cheng Guohua, stood up at this time, and what should have been an amiable country face looked unusually grim at this moment. Goo, isn't this my punk brother-in-law? I didn't believe it at first when Uncle said you could talk even though you weren't limping. It looks pretty good now. It's not possible that you've been pretending on purpose all these years, is it? Just to stay with our Chung family? Chang Guo's son, Chang Jiaqing, sneered, but even if you recover, you're still a waste of space. You're not qualified to stay by my sister Qing's side at all, so you might as well hurry up and make way for someone who's truly suitable. Chang Jiaqing even exchanged a look with Lu Xiaoyun as he said this. It seemed like there was a premeditated plan. Jiaqing, words are rough. Today the old master suddenly became seriously ill. You came late, and you can't do anything to help, and you can't intervene in the family's affairs over the years. What use does the Chang family have for you? Even a dog knows how to watch the door and guard the yard. And you? Working in a pet hospital. You've disgraced our Chang family. The Chang family hasn't been too kind to you and your sister all these years. If you're sensible, I'll give you $100,000 to leave the Chang family, or you'll end up getting nothing. Chang Guohua said icily. His wife, Zhang Mei, also stepped forward at this time and said, Fong Huitian, you should actually be a little self-aware. Today, when the old master had a sudden attack, it was still Xiaoyun who was the first to pick up the sitting doctor from Yishotang. Yishotang, that's the overlord of traditional Chinese medicine in Ningjiang. The whole of Ningjiang except for the 8 big families. Who else has the ability to invite a sitting doctor? And that's just a phone call to Xiaoyun. And look at you. What have you ever contributed to the Chang family? Not even once. Zhang Mei looked at Fong Huitian condescendingly, reducing him to dust. Has it all been said enough? Chang Yicheng didn't hold back a yell at this point. No matter what, Fong Huitian was also his husband, and the second uncle's family was talking too much. What are you shouting for? Chang Yicheng, you've grown up, haven't you? Dare to talk back to your elders? Chang Jiaqing was not happy. Chang Yicheng's face was full of grievances, tears welling up in her eyes. In the Chang family, only the grandson is the real family man, and since he was a child, his grandfather had been particularly partial to Chang Jiaqing, and he and his sister had been bullied by him growing up. And today anyone can see that the second uncle's family is trying to set themselves up with Lu Xiaoyun and force themselves to divorce. Xiao Chang, I have something to say to you. Come with me for a moment. Fong Huitian ignored the crowd and pulled Chang Yicheng to the side. But before he could open his mouth, Chen Su, the sitting doctor of Yishou Tang, came out of the bedroom at that moment. Fong Huitian casually glanced at it, but found several black qi wandering around the bedroom, and immediately frowned. This is dead air? What grandpa has is not a disease. Chen Su closed the door. Cheng's family members all came forward and asked anxiously, how is Dr. Chen doing? How is my father's condition? He shook his head. Elder Chang is not sick, but old. His body functions are declining. The whole family was puzzled by these words. Decline in physical functions? That won't make the old man feel bad all over, will it? He's in poor physical condition, so he feels all over the place when he has a little problem. I'll prescribe a pair of pills. Take them for half a month and he'll recover. Half a month? That long? Chang Guohua furrowed his brows. Shen Su said, Chinese medicine would have been slow to see the effect. If you have the ability to get the special effect drugs of Western medicine, that one will see the effect quickly. The point is, do you have the power? Chapter 23, do you know Holly? Western medicine's specialized special effects drugs are already scarce. Not to mention Ningjiang City, even in the entire Longan province is not good at all to find. If anything, it must be in the hands of someone in a position of power. I can cure Grandpa. Fong Huitian stood out. Only he knew clearly that the old man was not sick, but evil. Everyone looked at him, and the next moment they all bared their teeth and burst out laughing. Fong Huitian, you have a short-circuited brain, don't you? Don't even look at what you are. I think you're really crazy. A mere veterinarian is still saying that he can cure the old man? Are you cursing the entire Cheng family? Listening to everyone's ridicule, Cheng Guozhong felt that his face was as hot as if he had been doused with boiling water, and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Shame on you. It's just so humiliating. Never been so humiliated in my life. Fong Huitian, shut up. Don't you think it's messy enough? Cheng Guozhong angrily scolded Fong Huitian. Even Chang Yicheng shook her head vigorously, disappointed in him. Haru, you believe me, Grandpa doesn't have the disease. But, enough Fong Huitian. Chang Yicheng interrupted angrily, glaring at him fiercely. Don't say anything, okay? I'm begging you. Her tears spun and she looked at Fong Huitian with great despair, aggrieved to the extreme. And seeing that his wife didn't even believe him, Fong Huitian sighed and had to stop. No more words. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyun, who had been sitting steadily like a mountain, walked over with a smile on his face. Fong Huitian, it's better to be self-aware. You're a veterinarian in your district. Where did you get the confidence and courage to allow you to brag like that? As for the old man's illness, I have a solution. You'd better step aside. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Chang family was stunned and asked in disbelief, Xiaoyun, you said you have a way to cure the old man? But Dr. Chen just said that you have to get the special medicine to do so. It's a special effect medicine for Western medicine. This kind of medicine is very rare and not easy to find, Chen Su said. Lu Xiaoyun smiled. It is indeed very rare. Only people in high positions of power will have a little bit of it in their hands, and it's even more unthinkable for others. However, I've had a few encounters with Dr. Hollyhock of the International Medical Union, having had a few meals together, so I'm willing to give me face and step in to see the old man. What? An international medical alliance? Everyone was shocked, staring in disbelief. Xiaoyun, did I hear you right? You actually know someone from the International Medical Union? And you can even invite them? I've heard about it. Dr. Huo Lihua did arrive in Ningzheng, and this time he returned to China mainly to give a medical lecture. Oh my god, young Lu is so awesome that he even has this relationship? If Dr. Hua is really here, it would really make our Chang family shine. Chang's family members were all incredibly excited. International Medical Alliance. The name was just too big for them. It would be a real honor to be visited by Dr. Hua. Everyone praised Lu Xiaoyun. Then they looked at Feng Huitian. This punk was worlds apart compared to others. Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong were even more unimpressed with him, and at the moment, they were interested in letting Lu Xiaoyun have more contact with their daughter. And at that moment, Feng Huitian eyed Lu Xiaoyun suspiciously. You know Huo Li? Recognize. Why? It's nothing. I just haven't heard him say that he knows anyone else in Ningzheng. Lu Xiaoyun froze and frowned. What do you mean? You know him too? Recognize. Feng Huitian nodded. Silence fell around them, and everyone looked at him, and the next second, everyone suddenly burst out in laughter and laughed their asses off. Lu Xiaoyun was even laughing with tears in his eyes. You said you know Huo Li? Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Feng Huitian, are you going to laugh me to death and then inherit my joy beans? No, I can't, I've got a cramp in my stomach. You're not even qualified to lift someone's shoes. Don't you have any pussy in your heart? Still no Huo Li. I also said that I know the 5 tigers of Longan. Really, see, bragging is not taxed. Chapter 24, Who's Disgraced? People naturally didn't believe Feng Huitian's words and thought he was just bragging. Lu Xiaoyun said at this moment, since you said you know Dr. Hua, how about if he comes and doesn't recognize you later? You'll crawl out on the ground like a dog for me? Lu Xiaoyun was confident in his victory. Cheng Guohua's family watched the hilarity and followed with a few taunts from time to time. Cheng Guozhong's face was blackened, and today he had completely lost his face. All thanks to Feng Huitian. It's all your fault for being talkative, having nothing to do with blind bravado, causing our family to lose face to death again. Are you satisfied? Cheng Yicheng was furious and stomped her feet, not to mention how disappointed she was in him. Feng Huitian, on the other hand, blandly said, Don't worry, Xiao Chang, I won't disgrace you and mom and dad. So you're saying yes? Good. Then let's wait for Dr. Hua's arrival. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Lu Xiaoyun sneered. In fact, he had approached Holly, but was directly stopped by his assistant for being unqualified. But for some reason, just as the Chang family was arguing, he suddenly received a call from his assistant informing him that Huo Li had agreed to the request and was already on his way. For this reason, Lu Xiaoyun had transferred $10 million in consultation fees to the other party. And what is Feng Huitian? If he could know Huo Li, he'd go out and eat directly. Shortly afterward, the sound of a car engine came from outside the front door, and soon the butler walked in with a young man. Everyone froze. They had seen this person on TV. It was really Holly. Chang Yicheng was even more disbelieving. That day at the medical lecture, Lu Xiaoyun wasn't qualified to meet with him in private. When did they meet? At this moment, Cheng's family members came forward to greet him, and even Chen Su also welcomed him, and Feng Huitian stood still, very indifferent. Lu Xiaoyun looked at him with a sneer and thought, You punk, you'll have to crawl out like a dog for me later. Being able to furiously abuse Feng Huitian in the Chang family's territory, Lu Xiaoyun couldn't tell you how happy he felt in his heart. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Huo Li suddenly saw Feng Huitian and his body was violently stunned, so he hurriedly pushed aside the crowd and jogged all the way to Feng Huitian, bowing to him with incomparable excitement. Mr. Feng, I didn't expect to be able to see you here. What a blessing. There was a dead silence around them, and all of them stumbled to their feet in amazement. Dr. Hua, what are you doing? You're actually bowing to a loser? Everyone felt a bolt from the blue, and shock was written all over their faces, and Huo Li turned around and said angrily, All of you speak with a little respect. How dare you slander Mr. Feng? Do you believe I'll have the medical union block you? Seal. Blocking? The Cheng family was terrified. If they were really blocked by the International Medical Union, Absolutely no company would dare to buy the Chang family's medicines in the future. Lu Xiaoyun also panicked and hurriedly stepped forward. Dr. Hua, you are the one I invited. Why are you still angry over this person? At this, Huo Li sneers. You invited me? With your mere $10 million, are you qualified to invite me out? The fact that I can come over today is entirely due to Mr. Fang's face, otherwise what are you? Your $10 million is nothing in my eyes. Let me tell you, I saw you standing with Miss Cheng that day and thought you knew Mr. Fang as well, that's why I came over today. Otherwise, with all of you present here today, who is qualified to ask me to step forward? Holly increased his voice, imposing and shocking everyone. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, and even more so, they were sucking in cool air, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies in astonishment. What the hell is going on here? Fang Huatian knows Huo Li and came here today because of him? When did this punk get this power? Fang Huitian ignored them and instead looked at Cheng Yicheng and softly said, Haru, from now on, I will never let you suffer anymore. Chapter 25 The Problem with Buddha Cards. In this instant, Cheng Yicheng's heart surged with a wave of inexplicable emotion. It is from her loser husband. Not only her. At this moment even Cheng Guozhong couple felt to get back a game. Heart, not to mention how happy. This time in the Cheng family not only did not be ridiculed, and even have the capital of complacency. I can't believe this punk is even remotely useful. Lu Xiaoyun and Cheng Guo's family's faces were ugly, and they even didn't understand how Huo Li's arrival could be because of Fang Huitian. He's obviously a loser. Huo Li, don't you recognize this Mr. Lu? He said he had dinner with you a few times. Fang Huitian gave Lu Xiaoyun a teasing look. Dine with me? Mr. Fang, you really know how to joke. My teacher and I are the guests of the royal family of the Miki country. Do you think he's worthy to dine with me? Even if you're lifting my shoes, you still have to see how much he weighs, don't you? Huo Li sneered. Simply speaking, Lu Xiaoyun as if he was not even as good as a mole cricket. At this moment, he lowered his head and his face was so red that it was about to bleed. Young Master Lu, it turns out that Dr. Hua doesn't know you at all. So let's see if it's time to make good on what you said before. Lu Xiaoyun could have said before that if Huo Li didn't recognize Fang Huitian, Fang Huitian would have to crawl out like a dog. Instead, it's Lu Xiaoyun climbing. At this moment Lu Xiaoyun with broken bitter bile general face are green. What words? What did I say? Cheng Jiaqing also hurriedly spoke up when he saw this. It's true that Lu Daxiao didn't say anything. I'll be the witness. After saying that, Cheng Guohuo and Zhang Mei nodded their heads, and even Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong gave false testimony to Lu Xiaoyun. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Didn't you hear what Lu Xiaoyun said? Cheng Yicheng was anxious. How could Mom and Dad be indiscriminate? Are you stupid, Xiao Cheng? What's the benefit of helping Fang Huitian? Isn't it for your own good that we help Lu Xiaoyun? Cheng Guozhong pulled Cheng Yicheng and whispered. She was laughed out of breath. Even if Mom and Dad couldn't see past Huitian, there was no need to help Lu Xiaoyun lie, right? At this moment, seeing the number of people helping him, Lu Xiaoyun was once again complacent. Looking at Fang Huitian's eyes are full of provocation. See, even your parents-in-law do not help you. What do you fight with me? Lu Xiaoyun looked at Fang Huitian condescendingly. At this moment, Huo Li just wanted to say something, but he stopped him. Go and treat the old man first. It is said that he needs your Western medicine's special effect medicine. As Fang Huitian spoke, he quietly slipped a capsule into Huo Li's hand. He understood, and nodded and went in. This capsule is for pets. Only the outer packaging is the same, and the drug granules inside are actually adjusted by Fang Huitian himself to stabilize sudden onset type of persistent diseases. The old man was being haunted by those dead qi in the bedroom, so by finding the source of those dead qi, he could be relieved of the old man's illness. Buddha cards. Fang Huitian thought furiously. The deathly aura in the bedroom gave him a very similar feeling to the Buddha medallion that Cheng Yicheng had brought back. Xiao Cheng, where is the Buddha medal that fell out of your bag that day? Fang Huitian asked in a low voice. Cheng Yicheng didn't think so much and told him. In my other bag. I didn't bring it with me when I went out today. It's still at home. Fang Huitian twisted around and was about to go home. There was something wrong with that Buddha medal. It had to be destroyed. But before he could walk out of the door, he suddenly encountered Zhang Jilian who was walking towards him. You are the Cheng family? Zhang Jiliang swaggered in, all gangly, giving people a feeling of not being messed with. Zhang Ershao? You, why are you here all of a sudden? Lu Xiaoyun exclaimed. Zhang Jiliang is the second young master of the Zhang family, the 8th largest family in Ningjiang, and there are not many people in the entire Ningjiang who don't know about it. So it's Mr. Zhang Ershao. Come in, quickly come in. Cheng Guohua saw this and hurried forward. A flattering smile greeted Zhang Jiliang into the house to sit. No need. Lu Xiaoyun, you are here too. That's just right. Do you know who Dr. Fang is? At that everyone froze and the entire hall went silent. Lu Xiaoyun was full of doubts. Second young master. there's only a Dr. Chen and Dr. Hua here, there's no Dr. Fong. After saying that, Chen Su even stood out and nodded. And Zhang Zhiliang looked impatient. What Dr. Chen and Dr. Hua? I'm looking for Dr. Fong. Don't you understand human language? Chapter 26, he's a vet. Zhang Zhiliang's anger startled everyone, and all of them were confused. Fong Huitian turned around and asked, is it me you're looking for? Hearing this, Cheng Jiaqing bared his teeth. Fong Huitian, are you out of your mind? Second young master Cheng is looking for Dr. Fong, are you? How dare a veterinarian call himself a doctor? You really have the face to say that. Second young master, this guy's name is indeed Fong, but he's a veterinarian. The Dr. Fong you're looking for is definitely not treating pets, right? Everyone was happy to be there. Cheng Guozhong is even full of black lines. Today is considered to be the face of all lost. Angrily glaring at Fong Huitian rebuked, you a waste, give me shut up. Still think you've caused less trouble? Why are you everywhere? Will you die if you don't talk? Pan Hong followed suit and cursed. At this time, Zhang Zhiliang looked at Fong Huitian and furrowed his brows. Are you really a veterinarian? Yes. Fong Huitian answered truthfully. And the next second, Zhang Zhiliang directly laughed out coldly. What are you a veterinarian saying to me? You don't understand when I speak, do you? I'm looking for Dr. Fong, the one who treats people. Zhang Zhiliang purposely emphasized the word people. Everyone watched Fong Huitian's joke. For his part, he looked helpless and said no more. And at this time, Cheng Guohua's family began to sneer again. Big brother, Fong Hui genius is so arrogant when he can just talk. Then he won't have to go up to the sky in the future? You've really found a great son-in-law. Uncle, I advise you to think about it. Fong Huitian really doesn't match my sister. Only a status like young Master Lu is a real match for my sister. After saying that, Lu Xiaoyan very arrogantly puffed out his chest and looked at Fong Huitian with incomparable provocation. And Fong Huitian didn't even look at him, but walked to Cheng Yicheng's side. Alright, I'll cut the crap and hurry up and find Dr. Fong for me. If you dare to delay me again, I'll make you look good. Lu Xiaoyan, you know me. I do what I say. Zhang Zhiliang spoke in a cold voice. Lu Xiaoyun was frightened. He used to be Zhang Zhiliang's lapdog, so he was very afraid of him. Second young, there's really no Dr. Fong here. Where can I go to find someone for you? Lu Xiaoyun was in a cold sweat and panicked to the point of no return. How about you give me a location and I'll go find it for you? Cheng's family members were also very nervous, and each of them had a sweat in their hands. The Zheng family, one of the 8 great families of Ningxiang, was definitely not something they could afford to mess with. Since Zhang Zhiliang said the words, it was definitely not a threat. Where the hell do you get off talking so much crap? If I knew the location, why would I need you to find it? Zhang Zhiliang slapped Lu Xiaoyan's head hard, similar to beating a dog. Despite the humiliation, Lu Xiaoyun didn't even dare to let out a fart. And at that moment, a sudden sound of emergency brakes came from outside. Soon, a middle-aged man walked in hurriedly. The crowd looked over. Zhang Zhiliang's originally incomparably arrogant aura directly panicked the moment he saw this person. Mr. Ho, Mr. He. Zhang Zhiliang couldn't even speak his words nervously. Cheng family members and Lu Xiaoyun had sucked in their cool breaths. To be able to make even Zhang Zhiliang this fearful. What kind of god was this person who had come? Let you come to hire someone with such a long time. How do you do your job? Old He had an angry face and raised his leg. Zhang Zhiliang sat on his butt on the ground, his face full of fear. Mr. He. I checked. The Cheng family immediately rushed over. A little time did not dare to delay. Seeing that Zhang Zhiliang was so fearful of Lao He, Cheng's family and Lu Xiaoyun were even more frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe hard. What's this Mr. Ho all about? Not to mention beating Zhang Zhiliang, this little devil, even dare not even have a complaint? This gentleman, you, which one are you? Cheng Guohua nervously stepped forward and asked. Zhang Zhiliang got up at this time, pushed Cheng Guohua away and angrily said, are you blind? You don't even know Mr. He, why are you still alive? Let me tell you, Mr. He is the right-hand man beside Master Yi Feng Tian Yi Hu. What? Master Tiger Yip? One of the 5 tigers of Longan. Master Tiger Yi? Chapter 27, you must help Our Lady. Everyone immediately felt their scalps tingle, and all of them couldn't help but take a step back. They had never dreamed that the Cheng family would be able to welcome such a big shot. Mr. He, here, there's no Dr. Fong here. I'm sorry, are you blind? Isn't Mr. Fong standing right here? Old He interrupted Zhang Zhiliang with an angry cry and even smacked him in the mouth. And everyone followed Old He's finger to see that it was actually Fong Huitian? How is that possible? How come it's this loser? Mr. He, you're mistaken, aren't you? Fong Huitian is useless trash. You're looking for him? He's just a vet. You must have the wrong guy. Dr. Chen. the seated doctor of the Isho Tang branch, is here, and so is Dr. Huo Li Hua of the International Medical Union. You're actually looking for the two of them, right? Lu Xiaoyun rushed forward to explain that Mr. He must have found the wrong person. He even straightened his collar. Chun Su and Huo Li are both here because of him. If they can really help Lao He, then the rise of their Lu family is just around the corner. What will the 8 families be then? The Lu family's backer, that would be Tiger Yi. Lu Xiaoyun was still immersed in his fantasies, but he didn't expect a snap in the next second. Unbridled, Old He slapped Lu Xiaoyun hard. Lu Xiaoyun was confused by the beating. You hit me? Old He froze. Oh my god? What's wrong with me hitting you? What the hell are you? If you dare to say half a word against Mr. Fong again, I'll skin your whole family. Old Ho was grim-faced and very intimidating. Lu Xiaoyun reacted not dare to say anything. He dared to be arrogant and domineering in front of Fong Huitian, but in front of the old he hung hair as not. And you, I asked you to invite Mr. Fong, what the hell are your eyes doing in your pants? You can't recognize a person standing right here. And your father still dares to volunteer himself in front of Mr. Yi? I think your old Zheng family is tired of living. Old He angry grabbed Zheng Zhiliang hair and a fan. Half of the face instantly swollen. Forget it old He, what's the matter with finding me? Fong Huitian came out at this time to stop it, and only then did Old He stop. Mr. Fong, please also lend a hand. Old He didn't want the Yi family's genetic disease to be heard by outsiders, so he stepped aside with Fong Huitian to talk in a whisper. The Cheng family's eyes changed when they looked at Fong Huitian at the moment, filled with doubt and fear, and the more Zhang Zhiliang thought about it, the more angry and humiliated he became. It was all because of this Lu Xiaoyun that he had caused himself to be smacked in the face in public. He was so angry that he copied the chair beside him and smashed it fiercely at Lu Xiaoyun. Let you pit me. I'll kill you today. Zhang Zhiliang smashed the chairs to pieces. Lu Xiaoyun collapsed on the ground with his head covered in blood and wailed. A scene that scared the Cheng family. Not one person dared to stand up and stop it. At the beginning, they all helped Lu Xiaoyun to speak, but now they don't even dare to let out a single fart. Mr. Fong, Miss, she has always resented you, so she didn't follow your request for treatment. I beg your pardon, Mr. Yi truly regards you as a benefactor, so this time, you must help our young lady. Lao He pleaded. Fong Huitian smiled. This little tigress, her temper follows her father, but her character still needs to be honed. Okay, I'll go with you. Thank you so much, Mr. Fong. Old He bowed with incomparable respect, and that's when Holly came out. Mr. Fong, Lao He, why are you here too? Huo Li walked directly towards the duo, and the three whispered a few words together, whereupon Huo Li turned to Cheng Guozhong. Mr. Chang, the old master's condition has stabilized, and in less than 3 days, he is guaranteed to be back to his old self, so we can all rest assured. The family was relieved to hear the news, and Fong Huitian came to Cheng Yicheng's side at this time and softly said, Xiao Qing, you go home and wait for me. I have something to say to you. Cheng Yicheng nodded numbly. She also had a lot of questions she wanted to ask Fong Huitian right now. Leaving the Cheng family, Fong Huitian went to Yi Fengtian's house along with Old He. Zhang Zhiliang, on the other hand, was ordered by Old He to hurry up and drag Lu Xiaoyun away and not stay in the Cheng family's way. You guys, how did Fong Huitian know Huo Li and Mr. He? Those two are big shots. Could it be that he's gotten lucky with something and has become a different person now? If that's true, then he won't retaliate against our family. Will he? Chapter 28 Disease Mutated? Cheng Guohua's family couldn't help but feel a jolt in their body when they thought of this. Second uncle, what do you guys think of Hui Tian? He's not that kind of person. Cheng Yicheng frowned. Sister Cheng, we didn't bury Fong Huitian much before. Who knows if he's a small-minded person? In case you do retaliate against us, you'll have to do it for us then. That's right, your own man must be in control. Also, you have to let him introduce some big shots to our family. Don't ignore the family when you get better yourself. He's the son-in-law of the Cheng family. The second Aunt Zhang Mei said. Cheng Yicheng sneered. Now you know he's the son-in-law of the Cheng family? Then why didn't you think about him being the son-in-law of the Chung family when you humiliated him before? Alright, one and all of you are really imaginative. You guys still really think he has that ability? At this time, Cheng Guohua suddenly snorted coldly. Everyone looked at him, full of confusion. I've heard that Ji Fengtian came to Ningjiang. That's not true, but I've also heard that Ji Fengtian's family raised a purebred Snow Mountain Tibetan Mastiff, incredibly ferocious and violent. But a few months ago I don't know how he suddenly went crazy. And Fong Huitian is a veterinarian. This time to find him to go, obviously is to cure the Tibetan Mastiff's madness well. You think, cure a dog can be how much favor? Cheng Guohua sneered, and Zhang Mei and Cheng Jiaqing came to a realization. So that's how it is. I told you, how can Fong Huitian know such a big shot? Waste is waste, people Mr. he came over to look for him. A big shot must have a big shot's posture. That's why he said to invite him. What kind of a thing is he otherwise? LOL. Thanks for the shock. TSK, 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 TSK. It's ironic. This family even looked at Chung Guozhong and the others when they finished speaking, causing them to be very embarrassed once again. This is all guesswork on your part. How do you prove that Kaiten doesn't really know them? Also, even if it's what you guys think, what about Huoli? How do you guys explain that Huoli knows Hui Tian? Cheng Guozhong didn't want to help Fong Hui Tian speak, but if he didn't, his own family's face wouldn't be able to hang on. Uncle, is there any need to think about this? The other man, Huoli, must know Yi Feng Tian and the others, and he just recognized Mr. He, didn't he? So Huoli must have misunderstood. He still thought that Fong Hui Tian was on good terms with Yi Feng Tian, or else he would have come to our house because of this loser? Jiaqing has a point. Cheng Guohuo smiled, and Cheng Guozhong's family really didn't have the face to stay here, so they left. The other side. Fong Hui Tian followed old He to Yi Feng Tian's house, and as soon as he got out of the car, he heard a manic roar. It's a purebred Tibetan Mastiff in the family. A few months ago I don't know how it went crazy. Mr. Yi couldn't bear to kill it, so he gave it a cage. Lao, he explained. Fong Hui Tian nodded, so he followed him and ran straight to Yi Ling's bedroom. At this moment, many people in the Yi family were present. Yi Fengtian's 2 sons and 2 daughters, plus Yi Ling totaled 5 children, and Yi Ling was lying on the bed with a pale face, the big quilt wrapped in several layers, and the air conditioner was turned up to 30 degrees, but she still felt especially cold, even though Yi Feng Tian had already called for a fireplace. Mr. Feng, you must help us, save little spirit, Yi Ling's mother cried, almost kneeling down for Fong Hui Tian. Her older siblings also came forward, all begging Fong to return to heaven. Yi Feng Tian reddened his eyes and spoke. Mr. Feng, I apologize to you for little spirit's disrespect towards you, but please, you must help her this time. She's having a completely different attack this time, even extremely similar to our previous end stage. No wonder the entire Yi family was so sad. Could it be that Yi Ling's condition had mutated, similar to the end stage? That's not right. Fong Hui Tian frowned slightly, so he let Yi Feng Tian lead everyone out first. Mr. Feng, then I'll leave everything to you. Don't worry, I'll cure her. The crowd laughed, and Fong Hui Tian came to the bed at this time, and just as he was about to reach out to touch Yi Ling's forehead, this girl suddenly dodged away in disgust. Don't touch me with your dirty hands, you veterinarian. I don't want you to give medical treatment. Yi Ling spoke breathlessly. Fong Hui Tian smiled. Little tigress, you're in my hands now. It's not for you to say never mind. After speaking, he directly reached out and pressed his hand to Yi Ling's forehead. Suddenly, Fong Hui Tian's body was violently stunned. Yi Ling she actually. Chapter 29, The Tigress Goes Ballistic. Fong Hui Tian frowned slightly, then checked Yi Ling's pulse. Her pulse was chaotic and her breathing was not stable at the moment. Ever feel lightheaded, weak, and thirsty but don't want to take a sip of water? Yi Ling looked at him in sudden surprise, and finally nodded. Am I as close to dying now as my grandfather was when he was in his late teens? If you're incapable, get lost. I don't want to see your stinking face before I die. Yi Ling saw Fong Hui Tian frown and thought that he was out of ideas, and was again filled with disgust. Tigress, don't be so grumpy in the future. It hurts to be angry. Understand? Fong Hui Tian indifferently said. You get out of here. I still won't let you cure me. You dog, you dare to blindly nickname me Little Tigress? Believe it or not, Lao Maiden will climb up and skin you? Yi Ling huffed and glared at Fong Hui Tian. Gu, how dare you take offense with me? Can you stand up now? But I can cure you. But the process will be painful. You're not afraid of pain, are you? Fong Hui Tian gave an evil laugh. You fart. Yi Ling was enraged. I'm not afraid of pain. If you have any ability, just use it. If I say a word, I'll take your name from now on. The little tigress did have a burst of temper. All of this and still full of vigor to put out harsh words. That won't be necessary. If you cry from the pain, you'll have to listen to whatever I say from now on. How's that? And pain cry old mother? Let me tell you, if I utter a word, you just let me eat old lady will not blink an eye. You. Yi Ling was still threatening Fong Hui Tian, but in the next second, Fong Hui Tian suddenly struck out with divine speed, and a row of silver needles had been added between his 5 fingers at some point. Before Yi Ling could react, Fong Hui Tian directly stabbed the silver needle into the back of her neck. Ah! A breathless yelling, at one point, soared into a dolphin sound. Outside the room, Yi Feng Tian and the others thumped in their hearts. What's wrong with Ling, yelling so loud? Something won't happen to little spirit, will it? All stand still. No one is allowed to go in and disturb Mr. Fong. Yi Fengtian stopped the crowd with a frown on his face, and inside the house, Yiling was in pain and in tears. Feng Huitian looked at her and laughed. Wasn't it without even uttering a sound? Someone even seemed to say that she wouldn't cry, or else she could be made to eat, right? Yiling was really angry and irritated, but she couldn't move her body and it hurt like hell, so she couldn't say a word at the moment. The always arrogant and cocky little tigress was shedding tears of aggravation, making people look at her with pity. She also did not expect that Feng Huitian's acupuncture would be so painful that it would kill her. Now her arrogance was completely annihilated and could not be ignited. Feng Huitian helped her up and went around behind her, identifying several acupoints on her back. So the fingers slid, connecting the points one by one, feeling like they were drawing a picture. But right at this moment, Feng Huitian's fingers lurched as if they were stuck on something. He hooked it suspiciously, and at once the thing popped back, and there came a crisp snap. Yiling suddenly blushed. Rascal, what the hell are you doing? You dead pervert. Feng Huitian also froze for a moment, so he immediately knew what his fingers had touched, and his face instantly reddened as well. Sorry. Feng Huitian was embarrassed. Although Yiling was a little kid, she was also 15 or 16 years old and was in her developmental stage. Just now his own finger was touching someone's chest strap. Sin. Feng Huitian hurriedly dismissed distracting thoughts and continued to connect the acupoints. A few moments later, Yiling suddenly felt that her breathing was flowing freely, and there seemed to be a fire rising within her body, dispelling the coldness in her body, and she even felt a little hot. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his hair actually began to emit wisps of steam. It's so hot, it's hard. Chapter 30, Treat me with respect from now on. Yiling furrowed her brows as she felt dizzy and a bit delirious. Just hold on a little longer, it'll be over in a minute. Feng Huitian stretched out his right hand at this time, and with a hollow palm, he slapped Yiling's back fiercely a few times. Cough. Put. Yiling violently spat out a mouthful of sticky liquid at this time. Feng Huitian hurriedly grabbed a piece of paper and quickly wiped the liquid clean and wrapped it up, whereupon he lit a fire and burned it to ashes. It's like I can't feel the cold anymore, and my mind is clearer and I'm breathing better. Yiling was able to move her body at this time, and she looked at Feng Huitian with a face full of shock, in complete disbelief. While Feng Huitian looked at the ashes on the ground, his fingers quietly drew something on the ground for a moment before standing up. Little tigress, now that I've cured you, then the words you said out before won't not count, right? Feng Huitian looked at Yiling with a flirtatious face. She immediately clenched her teeth and frowned, and although she was extremely reluctant, in the end, she still stood up her chest. I'm Yi Fengtian's daughter, and I definitely won't take back the water that's spilled out of my mouth when I say it. Say what you want, I'll just do it. If you're afraid of me, your name isn't Yiling, then do as you say and eat. Ha! Yiling was confused. Feng Huitian, this asshole, he really said such an unreasonable request? Yiling's chest rose and fell in anger, and her small face turned red. Feng Huitian, on the other hand, smiled. What? Want to back out? Yiling glared at him in exasperation. Who could pick up on that? Forget about teasing you. Look at your little self. But from now on you have to treat me with respect, and when I see you again I'm going to call out Mr. Feng, do you understand? Still disrespecting me like you did before. A mouthful of old lady. No manners at all. I won't spare you for your father's sake, Feng Huitian said, a sharp color flowing between his brows. Yiling suddenly felt inexplicable fear, and her body couldn't help but step back a little. She was indeed afraid. Feng Huitian's acupuncture was simply killing her. In the future, she absolutely couldn't get too close to this bastard, or else she wouldn't have a good time. Feng Huitian let the Yi family in, and seeing Yiling recover, the family was grateful to Feng Huitian. Mr. Feng, Yi Fengtian, really don't know how to repay you for your kindness to my Yi family. How about this? You quit your job at the pet hospital. With your medical skills, you will definitely have a great future. How about I find you an excellent location in the provincial city and you open your own medical center? I'll take care of all the costs and formalities. Just wait for my news and come over when it's done. Yi Fengtian was very sincere, while Feng Huitian refused with a smile. I still prefer to treat animals. It's too troublesome to treat people. There were hints in the words that Yi Fengtian could hear and understand, so he did not say anything more. Yiling's hasn't fully recovered yet, and the prescription that was given to you before will have to continue to be used. But this time, triple the dosage and have Yiling take a medicinal bath while you find some Mayan stones to lay under the bathtub. It will speed up the healing of her, Feng Huitian urged as he walked outside. Yi Fengtian nodded. So he asked, Mr. Feng, I don't understand one thing. How did Xiaoling suddenly accelerate to an advanced stage this time when she was sick? This has never happened in the family history. Feng Huitian looked at him. Just think of it as a mutation of your condition. There are some things that I can't explain to you. Yi Fengtian seemed to have guessed something. Just now when they went in, they saw a ball of ashes on the ground. It's probably some particular area that's responsible for this. I really didn't expect Feng Huitian to have excellent medical skills and also be able to look at some dirty things and such things. At the moment his admiration for him deepened some more. The Yi family all came out to send Feng Huitian away. And just at that moment, a sudden scream came from not far away. Everyone paused, only to see two wretched men in suits running frantically, shouting as they ran, "Mr. Yi, get out of here!" The Tibetan Mastiff ran out. Chapter 31, The Mad Tibetan Mastiff. What? How could a Tibetan Mastiff run out when it's locked in a cage? Only the faces of the Yi family members turned pale. "Mr. Yi, let's rush in. This Tibetan Mastiff is brutal after going berserk. It's definitely not something we can subdue." He was full of panic. Yi Fengtian didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly greeted his family to hurry back. But it was too late. They had only just turned around when a large black long-haired Tibetan Mastiff had circled around behind them at some point. Disgusting drool was dripping from their mouths and they were staring at them with menacing faces. Everyone's hair stood up in fear and goosebumps fell all over the place. Finished. This guy is the offspring of the Snow Mountain Tibetan Mastiff King. More powerful than ordinary Tibetan Mastiff aggressiveness. It can bite the neck of the wolf. A Mastiff wore 3 wolves is not at all in the words. It's a real purebred. What should we do? I told you to kill it, but you didn't listen. Okay? What are we going to do? Yi Fengtian's wife cried in fear. For his part, he was frowning, his fists clenched. Even if he was from an ancient martial arts family, it was impossible for their family alone to fight hard against the offspring of the Tibetan Mastiff King, both in terms of speed and strength. Otherwise you're either dead or crippled. At this time, the Tibetan Mastiff revealed 2 incomparably sharp fangs, and those small eyes revealed a bloodthirsty flavor. So the next moment, it suddenly lunged towards the crowd with incomparable fury. Little spirit. The Tibetan Mastiff's target was Yi Ling. At the moment she was so stunned and wide-eyed she had forgotten how to escape. The Tibetan Mastiff lunged at her, and just in the nick of time, a hand suddenly reached over, directly clamped the Tibetan Mastiff's neck, and slammed it heavily on the ground. The Tibetan Mastiff immediately let out a mournful hiss. Feng Huitian's expression was indifferent. His hand pinched the silver needle, and stabbed the silver needle against the Tibetan Mastiff's head by Hui, Fengfu Point, and Haozhou Point respectively. Suddenly, the incomparable berserk Tibetan Mastiff, even directly honestly lying there, moving not even move a bit. It's like falling asleep. The surrounding area was incredibly quiet. Each member of the Yi family didn't dare to breathe a single breath. They looked at Feng Huitian with shock and incredulity written all over their faces. Too fast. The speed that Feng Huitian just had was as swift as a bolt of lightning, and he was able to subdue this mad Tibetan Mastiff King offspring with just one hand. Isn't he just a doctor? And that's what you've got? Don't anyone move it, and don't pull out the silver needle. Just let it pass out here for the night, and find me tomorrow to get the medicine. Feng Huitian stood up. At this moment, the Yi family's eyes changed when they looked at him, especially Yi Ling. For some reason, her heart was pounding when she looked at Feng Huitian. Why was he so handsome when he suddenly stood up to protect himself just now? Thanks to Mr. Feng, otherwise, just now, little spirit would have been in deep trouble. I really didn't expect Mr. Feng to have this kind of skill. Have you practiced before? Yi Fengtian tried to ask a condescending question. With Feng Huitian's stance just now, I'm afraid that even if he moved out the Yi family's old ancestor, he wouldn't be able to reach this level. I learned a little as a child. Not enough. Feng Huitian smiled. This was the first time he had struck out since he inherited the 5 arts of Feng healing. He also didn't expect the body functions to change so much. It was amazing. He was very excited inside. And just then, the cell phone suddenly rang, and it was Tang Zidi calling. Kaiten, where are you? Come back quickly. Someone is trying to take Xin. What? Feng Huitian's body was violently stunned. Hanging up the phone he looked at Yi Fengtian. Mr. Yi, lend me your car. What happened Mr. Feng, do you need help? I'll call someone right here. Yi Fengtian asked while handing Feng Huitian the car keys. No, I can do it myself. Feng Huitian took the key and left. He didn't want to trouble Yi Fengtian because if someone dared to touch his sister today, he would kill someone. Chapter 32, You. Damn you. The car sped along, and at this moment, inside Tang Zidi's hotel, Shi and Shang Yicheng blocked the door in death, while a shouting and cursing sound came from outside. You guys hurry up and get the hell out of here. Zhao Manhwa owes money and says he won't pay it back? I'll tell you what, you two and the one lying in the room, serve the brothers right and I'll give you a reprieve on this money. Otherwise, when Zhao Manguang returns, I'll chop off his hands. The shouting and cursing outside was particularly loud, scaring travelers staying in other rooms. This group of people dared to be so arrogant in broad daylight. so no one dared to call the police. What's the point of you calling Fong Huitian? You call the police instead. Cheng Yicheng looked at Tang Zidi with furrowed brows. It turns out that after Fong Huitian left the Cheng family, Cheng Yicheng asked someone to find out Tang Zidi's hotel. So he came over in person and found Tang Zidi really taking care of the unconscious Fong Xin. But to her surprise, she had only spoken a few words to Tang Zidi when a group of debt collectors rushed in from outside. As a result, they were blocked in this room and did not dare to go out at all. It's my cousin's fault. I didn't realize he owed over $300,000 in foreign debt. How am I supposed to pay it off? No wonder he had to go back to his hometown. He must be hiding from these debt collectors. Tang Zidi cried. Cheng Yicheng took out her cell phone at this time, ready to call the police. Don't even think about calling the cops on the pussy in there. I'm hardwired in this neighborhood. Even if we are arrested, how long can we be locked up? But when we come out, you'll end up in a miserable situation. You don't understand this, do you? Better come out obediently and let our brothers have a good time. This matter will be settled for the time being, or else hurry up and pay back the money. A big bald man shouted with incomparable arrogance. Cheng Yicheng was threatened and took out his cell phone and did not dare to call the police. And at this time, a junior brother laughed lewdly. Big brother, Zhao Manguang's cousin. That's the woman in the red plaid dress. You've been thinking about it for a long time. You'll definitely get what you want today. And this new one. This is too pretty. That white uniform. I wonder if the skin is also this fair and pink when you take it off. Ha ha ha. It's exciting to think about it. But don't forget, there's an even more tender chick lying in this room. Looks like she's 18 or 19 years old. Big brother, we've made a fortune. The big bald bunch are full of filth. Inside, Cheng Yicheng and Tang Zidi couldn't wait to tear their mouths off. These three chicks I want to play with one by one. They are all long legs, front and back. When the time comes, then threaten them, let them serve me at the same time. Think about it, it's addictive. The big bald man's eyes revealed a refined light. Licking his lips, they were about to drool, as lewd as they could be. And right at this moment, an endlessly icy voice suddenly came from behind them. You guys, damn it. What? The big bald man and the others froze. Then they turned to look, only to see Fong Huitian standing at the end of the corridor with a face full of ice coldness. Although the distance was a bit far away, the words just now, Big Bald Head and the others still heard them clearly. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? Asshole, looking for death? A little brother arrogantly walked over with a baseball bat, but before he could reach Fong Huitian, a fist suddenly struck him straight in the face. There was a click. The hitman leaned back violently and spewed out a stream of blood, and before he could even let out a scream, he had fainted. Crap! The big bald man and the others were startled, and in the next moment, their faces directly showed ferocity. *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** to death. The big bald man gave an order, and the 5 or 6 thugs around him all rushed over with faces full of madness. Boo! 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 Fong Huitian nearly threw 3 punches and 2 kicks, effortlessly putting all 5 or 6 of his fighters to the ground. One by one, they either had broken ribs or were concussed, and even the least injured could no longer get up. The big bald man saw this, panicked. You, don't come over. Do you know who I am? My big brother is Sun Liansheng. Son, your mom. Chapter 33, I'll beat you up too. Fong Huitian picked up the ashtray on the side and smashed it. Boo! Straight to the face of the big bald man. Suddenly the bridge of the nose was fractured, and several teeth were lost. But Fong Huitian did not stop there. He continued to smash hard. All the big bald head's teeth almost lost. At this moment, the big bald man was dying, and his vitality had all but declined. But the words he just said to insult his sister, his wife, and his friends were all heard by Fong Huitian. So how could he let him go so easily? You rotten mouth. If I don't teach you enough lessons today, you'll still be making mischief in the future. After Fong Huitian finished speaking, he performed acupuncture on Big Bald Head, and also made a few dots on a few special points. I won't let you die, because we're not done yet. Fong Huitian saved Big Bald Head's life, so he picked up the ashtray and continued to smash his face. A few round trips down the road, and the big bald guy even had the heart to die. But he just couldn't die, and wasn't dizzy, purely awake to take all this pain. Kaiten, is that you? Is that you coming? Tang Zidi couldn't hear the shouting and cursing outside anymore, and shouted at this point. Fong Huitian then put down the ashtray and said icily, get the hell out of here, and if you dare to make trouble here again, I'll feed you all to the fish in the Ning River. The big bald man was so scared that he crawled away from the ground, and a group of juniors got up at that moment, helped him and left quickly. Damn you, wait for me? I'll go back and call someone to kill you dogs and men. The big bald head out of the hotel only dared to put harsh words, but did not expect. Fong Huitian's ears are exceptionally sharp. All heard. D, are you okay? Where's Xin? Haru? You, why are you here too? The door to the room opened and Fong Huitian froze when he saw Chang Yicheng. I happened to be passing by and came in. Chang Yicheng pretended to be calm, but Fong Huitian still saw that she was lying. At this point, he couldn't help but smile a silly smile. His wife still cared about him. She must have found this place on purpose, for his own sake. Let's not talk about that. What happened to the group outside? You didn't run into them? Didn't run into it. What kind of person? Fong Huitian deliberately played dumb. He didn't want his wife to know that he was a violent maniac. So Tang Zidi told Fong Huitian everything, and he frowned slightly. It seems that this matter, the other party will definitely not stop easily. You guys wait here for a minute. I'll be right back. Chang Yicheng was a bit worried about him and shouted, "What are you doing to go? I'm going to drop off a friend. Wait for me." After saying that, he ran out of sight. Big bald guy's side took his injured brothers to a pool room. Crap. Iron Hawk, who are you letting do this? In the innermost room of the billiard room, a man in his early 30s was hugging a girl and touching her thighs. He ended up seeing the big bald guy come in and was so scared by the blood all over his face that he almost threw the girl away. "Big brother, you have to do it for me. We went to find Zhao Manguan to collect a debt, but the result is that I don't know where to come out of a small yakuza." To the brothers of violent beating, brothers are all wasted. The big bald guy went straight to his knees and cried out, "What? Who the hell dares to touch my brother? Looking for death?" Sun Lianqing got angry, got up and lit a cigarette, so he asked all the brothers outside to come in. "Are there any brothers out there? Call them all back here. Today I'm going to flatten the ZD Hotel. Where are you going to tread?" An icy voice floated over, and Sun Lianqing frowned slightly, so he led the people out. Boo! At this moment, Fong Huitian unlocked the only door to the billiard room, so he turned around, and when the big bald guy saw him his eyes widened. "That's him, big brother. The one who beat us up is this little bastard." The big bald guy was very excited. Sun Lianqing looked at Fong Huitian, his face full of black lines, and said in a cold voice, "You're the one who beat up my brother?" "Yes, but I'm here to talk about conditions. The debt that Zhao Manguan owes belongs to his personal behavior and has nothing to do with Tang Zidi. So, I would also like to ask you all to stay out of her way in the future." "Who the hell are you talking to?" A junior brother held a machete and pointed it at Fong Huitian with an angry curse. Sun Lianqing, on the other hand, was filled with ice coldness as he spoke. "What about the fact that I am the one who seeks trouble from her?" Fong Huitian smiled. "Then I'll even beat you together." Chapter 34, next time, I'll make your life worse than death. Arrogant. Hubris. Fong Huitian put out harsh words while wearing a smiling face. Didn't take Sun Lianqing and the others seriously at all. "Little brat, you've narrowed the road, you know? Dare to threaten me on my turf? I'll kill you. Get on me. Beat me to death. If I don't skin him today, I won't be called son." Sun Lianqing ordered angrily, and the entire billiard room of more than 30 beaters all rushed up with their weapons. 7 or 8 women with enchanting and fiery figures and relatively revealing dresses were pretending to be afraid to move towards Sun Lianqing at this time. "Ji Xing, you're so manly. People love you. Xing, you make it so bloody. People will be scared. They will have nightmares. You little goblins. Ha ha ha. After I finish cleaning up this little brat, let's see how I'll clean you up." Sun Lianqing laughed badly, wrapping his arms around the 2 tall beauties as he spoke, his hands roaming back and forth over people's bodies. He thoroughly enjoyed being surrounded by beautiful women who treated him like a big hero. As for Fong Huitian at this moment, he was a little excited for a moment as he displayed the combat skills of the 5 arts of Fong healing for the first time today. Looking at the beaters rushing over in front of him, he struck out at this moment. There were 2 bangs, and before anyone could connect in, he instead struck out first to send 2 people flying, so he rushed into the crowd, his body swiftly wandering, but all those he struck flew out backwards. And it's guaranteed to break bones? And it's up to the other person's luck as to what part. Soon, all 30 or so beaters in the entire billiard room had collapsed on the floor wailing in pain. Lesser injuries, broken arms and legs. In severe cases, then I don't know how many bones are broken. At this moment, Sun Lianqing was dumbfounded and dazed, his face filled with a shocked expression. Even the beautiful women around them all lost their colors, and didn't even know what to do. They all froze in place and didn't dare to move. Fong Huitian walked to Sun Lianqing at this time, grabbed his collar, and smiled slightly. "I don't think it's fun to beat you now." "So," Fong Huitian said. Suddenly silver needles lit up in his palms and stabbed down at Sun Lianqing's belly. Pffffffffffffff. The moment it was stuck down, Sun Lianqing let out several loud and smelly farts in a row. A sudden sharp pain came from his stomach and he sat down violently. "What have you done to me?" Sun Lianqing roared angrily at Fong Huitian. "It's nothing, just a little lesson. If you go after Tang Zidi again in the future, I guarantee you'll be worse off than dead." Fong Huitian put down his harsh words, so he twisted around and left. And at this moment, Sun Lianqing suddenly felt a dampness in his crotch. and a hot sticky sensation coming from under his buttocks. Crap! A tawdry and smelly odor came, and Sun Liancheng almost threw up. He went so far as to ting and peeing with no feeling at all? Sun Liancheng was confused. The beautiful women around them also covered their mouths and noses one by one to stay away from him. And I don't know what Sun Liancheng ate. This stench or? It's almost as if he is pooped out. Not the usual stink. Leaving the billiard room, Fong Huitian returned to Tang Zidi's hotel. Xiao Di, if someone comes after you again after that, remember to call me first, then Xin. Don't worry, I'll take care of Xin. Seeing the two of them talking and laughing and having a good relationship, Chang Yicheng coldly twisted her face and directly went out. What are you waiting for? Go after them. Tang Zidi hurriedly pushed Fong Huitian. Fong Huitian ran out of the hotel after Chang Yicheng. Xiao Chang, don't misunderstand. Xiao Di and I are really just hair kids. Not the kind of relationship you think at all. I didn't do anything wrong to you. What you do is your freedom. Don't you want to divorce me? When I draw up the agreement, it will be as you wish. Chapter 35, Clearing Up All Misunderstandings. Chang Yicheng said icily. Fong Huitian heard this sentence hard, went forward and grabbed Chang Yicheng's hand, firmly said, I don't divorce. I'm sorry Xiao Qing, before I told you so bastard words. I know it's wrong. Chang Yicheng's eyes were red. She didn't know why. She just suddenly felt aggrieved and sad. Even being grabbed by Fong Huitian's hand, it was surprisingly a little reluctant to pull away. Now we're not divorced, so if you want to live here or come home with me, it's up to you, Chang Yicheng said and twisted into the car. As soon as he heard his wife say to let him go home, Fong Huitian was full of excitement. Go home, go home. He laughed foolishly and sat in the car. Chang Yicheng don't turn her head, all amused by his silly look. On the way back, Chang Yicheng was still as cold as ice to Fong Huitian. At this time, Fong Huitian gathered his courage and carefully looked at Chang Yicheng. Xiao Chang, can you forgive me? I misunderstood you before. That's why I said such asshole words. I thought you didn't go home for a night. It was with Lu Xiaoyun. Hearing this, Chang Yicheng's face changed and she snorted coldly. So I'm such a casual woman in your eyes. No Xiao Chang, that's not what I meant. Fong Huitian hurriedly explained. You're the most important person in my life. Misunderstanding you was overthinking. I was really wrong, and I'll never second guess you again. When he thought of all the things his wife had silently done for him, Fong Huitian felt very guilty, and Chang Yicheng sniffled, her eyes moist. The word Cheng starts with the word Yicheng and ends with the word Cheng. Enough for me to love for a lifetime. Cheng, in this life, as long as you don't leave, I will never give up. I promise you that I will never let you suffer or let anyone bully you ever again. I swear. Chang Yicheng couldn't hold back a single tear, and it flowed down her cheeks. Who wants your oath? You came quite quickly when Tang Zidi called you today. There seemed to be a hint of jealousy in Chang Yicheng's words. Fong Huitian couldn't be happier in his heart and spoke. Xiao Di said that someone was trying to take Xin away, so I rushed over here at that time without thinking about anything. In fact, Chang Yicheng's first thought at that time was also Fong Huitian, only she didn't call, because it was useless for Fong Huitian to come, and he might be hurt. Only she wouldn't explain to Fong Huitian. This was the side of her that wasn't good at expressing herself. She suffered everything in silence. Haru, there's really nothing going on between me and Xiao Di. You must believe me, I swear. If there's any falsehood, the heavens will strike me down. Fong Huitian was afraid that Chang Yicheng would still misunderstand, so he hastily raised his hand and swore. Chang Yicheng frowned and said, Okay, what kind of oath is this? This time, I'll believe you for now. If you dare to do something wrong to me in the future, see if I don't punish you severely. Tang Zidi had already explained to her that the reason why Fong Huitian had found her was because Fong Xian had suddenly become seriously ill, and Fong Huitian had borrowed money from all over the world with no hope, which was why he happened to come across Tang Zidi to help. No wonder at that time Fong Huitian would be so angry at himself for not answering his call. I really don't know how this fool, in such a desperate time, survived. She even felt a twinge of heartache now. Hey, it won't. Thanks for forgiving me, wife. Don't get all playful with me. His mouth said that he resented it, but at the moment, Chang Yicheng's heart felt warm. When they got home, Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong were already asleep. Fong Huitian carefully entered the house and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this woke up the two old men, they would probably scold him for half the night again. Returning to the bedroom with Chang Yicheng, looking at the familiar floor bed, Fong Huitian blinked his eyes. Wife, it's cold. Can I sleep on the bed? You're getting ahead of yourself, aren't you? If you don't like sleeping on the floor, go to Tang Zidi's hotel. The floor is fine. Doesn't hurt your back? Fong's wish to return to the sky to live in his bed was dashed, and that's when he suddenly remembered about the Buddha medallion. So he hurriedly found his bag from that day and rummaged through the Buddha medals. Only a trace of Black Death aura was swimming on top of this Buddha medal. What are you doing touching my Buddha medallion? Give it back. Chapter 36, Solving the Buddha Brand. Chang Yicheng snatched the Buddha medallion away. Fong Huitian frowned slightly. Xiao Chang, this thing looks like something ominous. Throw it away. What are you talking about? Fong Huitian, do you still have a conscience? This is something I wasted a lot of effort to beg for. You can talk now. Your legs have recovered and XINR is in a much better state than before. All because of this Buddha medallion. How dare you let me lose it? Chang Yicheng was anxious. Fong Huitian didn't know anything. What nonsense. And Fong Huitian knows that this Buddha medal is not easy to come by. Chang Yicheng gave up his sleep time and spent 4 hours backtracking 8 trips to beg for it. And it is for him and his sister. But this thing really can't stay. It's evil. And the wife is deluded. Xiao Chang. Actually Fong Huitian wanted to explain. But suddenly he didn't know how to open his mouth. And even if he said that he had inherited the 5 arts of Fong healing, Chang Yicheng would only think that he was crazy and was completely dreaming. No matter what, Fong Huitian, you're not allowed to hit this Buddha medal, Chang Yicheng said and put it on her neck. So she twisted around and went into the bathroom. Fong Huitian frowned. His wife did not allow to move the Buddha sign. Touching it was urgent with himself. It seems that he was also affected by the death chi. The deathly aura of this Buddha medallion affects those around the wearer. And Elder Chang is old enough to be the first to have an attack. If this continued, the people around Chang Yicheng, her father-in-law and mother-in-law, her sister-in-law, including Cheng Guo's family, would also be seriously affected, and even their lives would be in danger. However, it was good that the power of the person behind the ghost was not strong, and the process would come very slowly. Otherwise, within a week, the Cheng family would probably only be able to live her alone. Just then, Yi Fengtian suddenly called him. Mr. Feng, I found out something new on my side. The person behind the Buddha medallion that Miss Cheng invited last time is related to Lu Xiaoyun of the Lu family. What? Lu Xiaoyun? Fong Huitian suddenly realized that this explained it. Lu Xiaoyun is trying to use this kind of means to persecute himself and the Cheng family. When he sits down to reap the benefits, Chang Yicheng and the entire Cheng family can be in the bag. Really good calculations. I found out on my side that Lu Xiaoyun learned that Miss Cheng wanted to hire a Buddha card, so he got a descender to pick up Miss Cheng on purpose. The other party knew a lot about MS Cheng, so MS Cheng was gullible enough to ask for a Buddha medal in his hands. A descender? Something that doesn't know how to die. Fong Huitian's complexion was grim, and after thanking Yi Fengtian, he then got up and went to the bathroom door. Chang Yicheng was currently running the water and preparing for a bath. When she saw Fong Huitian coming over, she immediately blushed. TSK, what are you doing here? I'm going to take a bath. Get out. You haven't gotten undressed yet. And besides, I'm your husband. What do you mind? Fong Huitian said with a bad smile. Chang Yicheng's cheeks felt hot and turned even redder. Fong Huitian, are you getting ahead of yourself? Okay, don't tease you. You take a bath to take out the Buddha card. This thing can't be taken in the bath. There are taboos. Chang Yicheng thought it was right and took off the Buddha medallion, but he didn't trust it to Fong Huitian. Don't worry about it. I'll never hit it or you'll never let me go. Good to know. Fong Huitian smiled as he took the Buddha medallion and turned around to go back to the house. I have to say that the material of the Buddha card is of top quality. What a good thing to be played by a fool. Since you've come to provoke me, don't blame me for not being polite. Fong Huitian smiled evilly, so he placed the Buddha medallion on the ground. Both hands began to make seals, and he mouthed the words, "Heavenly officials bestow blessings, 100 forbidden things, and kill the evil." As soon as the words fell, Fong Huitian's finger pressed directly on the Buddha sign. A faint green stream of light scurried in. In the next second, those dead chi on the surface looked restless as if they were extremely frightened. Then they all detached themselves from the Buddha sign and flew violently towards the window, disappearing into the night. Good luck, descender. Fong Huitian smiled, so he put away the Buddha medallion. He injected his power into it to drive away the dead energy, and now the Buddha sign not only had no problem, but would also be able to drive away evil spirits in the future. It was only fitting to put it on Chang Yicheng again this time. Chapter 37, The Demon Who Makes Your Nose Bleed. After Chang Yicheng came out of the shower, Fong Huitian was already lying down. She was wearing a towel around her, scrubbing her hair on her side, her long legs still beaded with undried water. The white small face is delicate but with some coldness, a pair of beautiful eyes as clear as water, lightly pursed thin lips, crystal pink. Then look up, that was wrapped not quite complete, a piece of protruding snow white, but also tender to the extreme. Feel gently pinch a hand, can be pinched out of the water. Fong Huitian looked dumbfounded. At this moment, he only felt his chi and blood surging up, his mouth was dry, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. What are you looking at? Chang Yicheng pulled a face when she realized that Fong Huitian was staring at her chest. No, nothing, just never seen you like this. Fong Huitian awkwardly lowered his head. He had been married to Cheng Yicheng for 5 years, and it was the first time he had seen Cheng Yicheng out of the bath. In the past, when Cheng Yicheng took a bath, he was still doing housework outside, so he didn't have this benefit even if he wanted to see it. Hearing this, Cheng Yicheng's face blushed, a bit shy. You go drain the tub and wipe it down. Fang Huitian knew she was about to change into her pajamas, so he got up and walked into the bathroom. At this moment, his heart was pounding violently. Thinking about Cheng Yicheng's exquisite face and devilish figure, it was inevitable that his heart was pounding. And that's when he looked up and saw a small pink triangle hanging casually on the hanger. There was a swish of blood from both nostrils, and blood spurted out furiously. He wiped his nosebleed as he scrubbed the tub, but his gaze was fixed on the small triangle, simply unable to draw it back. I'm afraid no man could hold out in such a situation. Could he? Demon, disappear. You want me to bleed out, don't you? Fang Huitian chortled at the small triangle, but his eyes were honest. Just one of these almost killed him, which if he goes out now and sees his wife changing her clothes, I will die. Fang Huitian shook his head for a while. It seems that when he goes to the pet hospital tomorrow, he has to sneak in and dispense some medicinal prescriptions to strengthen his body and replenish his blood. When he was done, he washed his face and then wistfully returned to his bedroom. Cheng Yicheng had already changed into her pajamas and was lying on the bed, playing with her cell phone. It was a good thing that her pajamas were more conservative. Otherwise Fang Huitian would have bared her face. Xiao Cheng, with the recent change of season, the ground is a bit cold. Fang Huitian laid down into the ground and curled up. I'll add a quilt for you tomorrow, Cheng Yicheng coldly said. Okay. Fang Huitian was helpless. He didn't mean that. He wanted to go to bed. Turning off the light, the two of them slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Fang Huitian and Cheng Yicheng walked out of the bedroom together after washing up, and when Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong outside saw this scene, their eyes widened. Fang Huitian? How can you bastards still have the face to come back? Xiao Qing, how could you let him in? You're confused. Get the hell out of here. Hurry up. Haru will send you the divorce papers soon. You have nothing to do with our family anymore. Get the hell out of here. The old couple was incomparably disgusted at the sight of Fang Huitian. Originally yesterday was considered in the Cheng family out of breath. But who would have thought that in the end? Fang Huitian is to go to Yi Fengtian's dog to see the doctor. No holy. But also people look at Yi Fengtian's face. He is nothing. Because of this, they were once again humiliated by Cheng Guowa's family and lost their face. All because of this useless waste. Alright mom and dad. The misunderstanding between me and Huitian is cleared. No divorce. Cheng Yicheng opened her mouth. What? You're not leaving? How come you're so desperate? Girl? Fang Huitian, what kind of ecstasy did you give Xiao Cheng? Xiao Cheng, don't listen to his mouth full of bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't we know how much weight he has? You must divorce him. You can't be held back by him anymore. Your father was right. There are plenty of good men lined up for you while you're still young. He doesn't deserve you at all. Cheng Guozhong coupled this rhetoric. Although Fang Huitian has long been immune, but at this moment the hearts still feel incomparable aggrieved. And Cheng Yicheng frowned and was just about to say something when there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he only saw Cheng Guowa standing outside the door with an icy face. What brings you here? Second uncle? Come in and sit down. There's no need. I'm afraid your house is so gray that it'll stain my clothes, Cheng Guowa said in a cold voice. Chapter 38, Second Uncle's Threat. Cheng Guowa's words simply reduced Cheng Guozhong's family to dust. Ever since the old man confiscated all of them, the second brother's family never looked at them again. The old man did not expel them from the house, but in their present state. What is the difference between that and expulsion? So what are you here for? If you have something to say, just say it. Cheng Guozhong frowned and didn't give his second brother a good look. I'm here today to inform Cheng Yicheng to go and finish negotiating the cooperation with the Rongfeng Group. Rongfeng Group? Isn't that what Xiao Qing has been following up on? This is originally Xiao Qing's job. Why do you need to come over and inform her? Cheng Guozhong snapped. Even if you want to find trouble, you have to find a legitimate reason, right? Cheng Guowa sneered. You guys don't know yet, do you? Cheng Yicheng has already been expelled by me. She is now jobless. What? Haru got fired? Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong were stunned. Cheng Guowa, what gives you the right to fire my daughter? Xiao Qing did her best in the group. The old master made her vice president, and you fired her just like that? You have to give us a statement today, or else we'll go to the old master and complain. Pan Hong's lungs were about to explode. Cheng Guowa's face was full of disdain as he sneered. Su, then you guys go. If the old master knows that Cheng Yicheng let Rongfeng off the hook, let's see if it's you guys or me who'll be the unlucky one in the end. The old couple's faces were shocked. Haru had stood Rongfeng up. Cheng Yicheng's face was ugly, and she lowered her head without saying anything. Working with Rongfeng is a $50 million project, and Cheng Yicheng stood someone up and went to a medical lecture to find a doctor for Fang Huitian. I'd fire her for nothing. Tell you, This project is vital to the Cheng family. If Cheng Yiqing doesn't negotiate this project down, I'll go to the old man and make it clear. By then your whole family, you won't even be able to drink the northwest wind in the future. Cheng Guohuo roared. Originally, he thought that after firing Cheng Yicheng, he would be able to take Rongfeng's project and claim credit in front of the old man at that time, but I didn't expect Rongfeng's general manager Lu didn't give a damn about him. This project is now a hot potato, so he had to come to Cheng Yicheng, put all the blame on her. Even if she can't negotiate, the old man will not blame himself, but also completely expelled the big brother's family out of the family. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong froze violently and panicked. Guo Hua, we are all family. Give Xiao Cheng another chance. Yes, Guo Hua. Xiao Qing is also confused to let Rongfeng off the hook for this piece of trash. The old couple said this, so they looked at Fang Huitian and gritted their teeth in hatred. Pop! Cheng Guozhong raised his hand and slapped him, giving Fang Huitian a daze. You beast! Xiao Qing was expelled because of you. This time our family was pushed into the limelight. Are you satisfied? Dad. You? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to your second uncle on your knees so he can forgive Haru? Fang Huitian was dumbfounded and filled with aggression. On what grounds? Who is he to apologize to Cheng Guohua on his knees? Dad, Uncle Tu has fired Haru. This matter has nothing to do with us anymore. How dare you talk back? Little Qing was expelled not because of you? If we are expelled from the family, we won't even be able to drink the northwest wind in the future. Are we going to count on a loser like you to support us? Cheng Guozhong was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Cheng Guohua, on the other hand, was full of smugness. When he sneered, why don't you quickly kneel down for me? If this negotiation fails, when the time comes, your whole family will have to kneel in front of the old master and admit their mistakes. Perhaps if your apology satisfies me, I can still put in a good word for you at that time. Fang Huitian hated his heart. Cheng Guohua was just too much. Not only had he fired Xiao Cheng, but now he wanted her to take over this mess. He was deliberately targeting. I volunteered for this matter. Huitian has no knowledge of it at all. It has nothing to do with him. If you want to apologize, I'll do it. Cheng Yicheng clenched a pair of pink fists, lightly biting her lower lip, tears of aggression coming out. So just as she was about to kneel down, Fang Huitian pulled her back. Eyes firm and sharp, we are not at fault and will not apologize. Chapter 39, Waste is always waste. Cheng Yicheng froze. She raised her head and looked at the man in front of her, and a sense of security was inexplicably born in her heart. And Fang Huitian looked at Cheng Guohua with a cold expression. Their words humiliating themselves could be tolerated, but don't even think about making Haru kneel down and apologize. In fact, he didn't expect Cheng Yicheng to choose to compromise for her own sake, so it was all the more important for him not to let his wife suffer, which he had promised to do. Fine, you guys won't apologize, right? That's fine. Let's see if you guys can still be so tough in front of the old man when the time comes. Cheng Guohua was filled with anger and was about to leave after saying that. Cheng Guozhong hurriedly pulled him back. Guohua, just give Xiao Cheng another chance. Big brother begs you. Cheng Guozhong was in tears, so he looked viciously at Fang Huitian. You animal, do you still think that you have caused our family enough misery? Kneel down for me. If you don't, you won't be allowed to enter our house from now on. Pan Hong was also trembling with anger and roared. Xiao Qing was expelled because of you. Shouldn't you apologize? If we're expelled, you'll be begging for food on the streets for me from now on. Fang Huitian's brows were locked and his heart was incomparably stifled. And at this time, Cheng Guohua's phone suddenly rang, and when he answered it, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly spoke. Alright, I'll bring her over. Hanging up the phone, Cheng Guohua looked at Cheng Yizheng with a serious face. You go to Rongfeng headquarters with me immediately now. The project leader Mr. Lu is waiting for us. Everyone froze, and Cheng Yicheng didn't dare to delay, immediately preparing to depart. I'll go with you. Fang Huitian stepped forward and said, what are you going for? Do you still want to cause trouble for Haru? Stay wherever you are. Cheng Guozhong angrily scolded. Cheng Guohua was anxious in his heart and couldn't care less. Cut the crap and hurry up. The three left. Cheng Guozhong's face was full of anger. This punk will definitely drag Xiao Qing's feet if he follows him. I have to help Xiao Cheng, or else if the project doesn't work out, the old man will have to expel us from the family. After Cheng Guozhong finished speaking, he contacted Lu Xiaoyun. The Lu family also had cooperation with Rongfeng. Perhaps he could help. Yesterday, Lu Xiaoyun was beaten into the hospital by Zhang Zhiliang, so Cheng Guozhong first greeted him before carefully mentioning this request in the end. Rongfeng Group's general manager Lu Ah, I do know him very well, but uncle process, doesn't Fang Huitian know Huoli and Master Yihu? This kind of small matter still needs my help. Lu Xiaoyun's words were filled with sarcasm. In fact, Cheng Guohua came to see him, and also said that Fang Huitian and Tiger Yi were not familiar with Huoli, and it was all a misunderstanding. He's just going to see people's pets. The reason why he said that to Chung Guozhong was to satirize Fong Huitian. Aya Xiaoyun, that punk Fong Huitian, the one who goes out to beg for food and snatches food from wild dogs. How could he possibly know a character like Master Yihu? It's all a misunderstanding. We know you're young and talented. Fong Huitian stands with you. He's not even a piece of stinking. Your aunt and I, we don't see him at all. Hearing Chen Guozhong disparage Fong Huitian while praising himself, Lu Xiaoyun's heart was especially cool and accomplished. So that's how it is. Well then, I'll get through to Mr. Lu and make sure that Xiaoqing can take this $50 million project. Then I'll trouble you, La Xiaoyun. Hanging up the phone, Chen Guozhong then breathed a sigh of relief. It's still the other Lu Xiaoyun. A single phone call will allow Xiaoqing to take a $50 million project. And Fong Huitian? With that unproductive look of his, dealing with animals all day long, he'll still be unproductive even in his next life. Waste will always be waste. Chen Guozhong belittled Fong Huitian as nothing. Lu Xiaoyun, who was lying in the hospital, was smiling coldly, asking me to help you guys? Humph, now is not the time. Lu Xiaoyun was trying to get Cheng Yicheng to personally come over and beg him, as well as Fong Huitian, to get him to kneel down and beg for his help in front of Xiaoqing. By the time his image in Cheng Yicheng's mind towered over her and made her worship him, Fong Huitian wouldn't be far from getting lost. Chapter 40, You Have to Pay Something. Lu Xiaoyun flipped through his address book, found a person with the name Luo Shimingshi and dialed. Counselor Luo, it's been almost 10 days now. Why hasn't your Buddha's sign taken effect yet? Has something gone wrong? Lu Xiaoyun frowned and asked. At that time, it was agreed that as long as Cheng Yicheng wore the Buddha medallion invited back, it was guaranteed that the people close to her would start to have bad luck one by one. By the time 3 months had passed, Fong Huitian, who was closest to her, would surely have died unexpectedly. But this is more than a week's time. Fong Huitian not only did not encounter any bad luck, but also lived quite nourishing. This could make him really anxious. A burst of angry curses suddenly came from the other side. Let your mother's dog fart. Lu Xiaoyun, what the hell have you offended? And blaming me for the fact that my Buddha's license doesn't take effect. I've been revolted by my own kung fu. What? Backfired by his own kung fu? What do you mean? Master Luo descending? Lu Xiaoyun frowned. What do you mean? You don't understand a ing word? What is the origin of the person you want me to deal with? His power is above mine. And the things I originally used to deal with him all ended up back in my body. I've lost all my power now. More than 30 years of power. It's all gone. Luo shitty scolded. This is that the two did not meet. Otherwise they would have to skin Lu Xiaoyun. I can't. Fong Huitian is. He's just a veterinarian. Useless waste of space. How could he possibly know these things? Lu Xiaoyun was also confused. Luo Biaoji forced down his anger and said, I don't care who he is, but right now I've lost all my powers and it's all because of you. Lu Xiaoyun, you damn well better not let me catch you, or else I will absolutely smash your dog head. With that, he hung up the phone hard. Lu Xiaoyun was both terrified and puzzled at the moment. What was going on? Fong Huitian and Luo Biaoshi. Lu Xiaoyun's mind was messed up into a pot of paste, completely unable to think straight. Cheng Guohuo brought Cheng Yicheng and Fong Huitian to the headquarters of Rongfeng Group. Inside the conference room, Lu Shuda, the project leader, had been waiting for a long time, and there was another middle-aged man present. Mr. Lu only receives Ms. Cheng, no one else is allowed to enter. In front of the conference room door, 2 security guards directly stopped Cheng Guohuo and Fong Huitian. Cheng Guohuo showed his dissatisfaction. I am the president of Cheng Group. Mr. Lu personally called me and called me over. You call me an idler? The security guard said in a cold voice. Say you are what you are. Where's all the nonsense? One more word and I'll throw you out. You. Cheng Guohuo's old face flushed. How can he be a president and be threatened by a security guard? But he didn't dare to be reckless. This was Rongfeng's headquarters. Who would dare to make a fuss? Cheng Yicheng went in alone. Ms. Cheng, last time you let me off the hook for the whole night. Your Cheng Group has quite a big rack. Lu Shuda sneered. Cheng Yicheng hurriedly apologized. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lu, there was an accident last time. I really didn't mean to let you off the hook. Come on, don't think I don't know you went to some medical lecture and said you didn't do it on purpose? Lu Shuda's face showed anger, and Cheng Yicheng had to bow and apologize to the person one by one. And at that moment, the middle-aged man beside him laughed. Old Lu it seems that the Cheng family doesn't have much sincerity. I think we'd better hurry up and sign the contract. What? Cheng Yicheng jerked her head up to look at the other party. This person she knew was the old boss of Chioen Group, Chou Jian. He's going to work with Rongfeng too? As you can see, Miss Cheng, Mr. Chiu came here today for this project as well, and they're letting out a higher profit than you. So why do you think I'm cooperating with you? Cheng, Lu Shuda said and leaned back a bit, his eyes roaming back and forth on Chang Yicheng's body unkindly. But if MS Process is willing to give something, I can consider it. After all, this project is my word alone. I can give it to whoever I want. Lu Shuda was full of bad jokes. Autumn GN as a did, I old Li you cannot be light on friends although Miss Chang is the first beauty of Ningxiang, but people are already married. There is a waste of husband. Be careful when biting you a bite. You then infected with rabies. Obscure not bad luck Chapter 41, If there's something you want. Autumn GN's face showed difficulty, but in her heart, she was sneering. He's actually accompanying Lu Shuda in his play, just to help Lu Shuda trick Chang Yicheng into bed. But even if Chang Yicheng agreed to accompany Lu Shuda, she simply couldn't get the project. Because of the Autumn 2N privately sent a lot of benefits to Lu Shuda, almost 3 million. That's why this project, from the beginning, was internalized to the Chuan group. Lu Shuda, too, just wanted to play Chang Yicheng for nothing. At this moment, Chang Yicheng's face was ugly. Mr. Lu, what do you mean? What do you mean? MS. Chang, isn't it obvious what I'm saying? Do I have to be more blunt? Lu Shuda stared colorfully at Chang Yicheng's legs. She felt sick, but don't dare roll your eyes. Mr. Lu, we can also let out another portion of our profit to you. You see, MS. Chang, I think I've made myself clear. Tonight at 8 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you at the Dawn Hotel on time. If you don't come, you can forget about this project, and from now on, our Rome phone group will never cooperate with Chang. Lu Shuda said and casually dumped a room card on the table. Chang Yicheng was trembling with anger, and her face was full of aggression that she was about to cry out. Outside the conference room at the moment, Cheng Guowo was angry because he was not qualified to go in, so he paced back and forth in the corridor, and finally went to the toilet because his stomach was not feeling well, while Fang Huitian wanted to help Chang Yicheng take the project. After Cheng Guowo left, he took out his cell phone and was about to call Yi Fengtian, but at that moment, there was a sudden sound of muffled footsteps behind him. Immediately afterward, a group of people were heard shouting, Pan Dong. Seeing the two security guards at the entrance bowing respectfully, Fang Huitian turned around at this time, only to see a middle-aged man who walked with the wind and was incomparably majestic walk over. Pan Yuelin, chairman of the Rongfen group. Back then, he started from nothing and relied on a pair of fists to fight the world, which led to today's Ding Shang Rongfeng. What's going on? Pan Yuelin asked icily when he saw Fang Huitian standing at the entrance of the conference room. Pan Dong, Cheng's group and Xiaoen group came to talk about the project. Mr. Lu said that idle people are not allowed to go in. The security guard replied. Pan Yuelin nodded. Lu Shuda is the manager in charge of small projects, and he doesn't care if he succeeds or not. But just as he turned around to leave, an object in Fang Huitian's hand instantly made his tiger's body shake and he stopped violently. His expression changed, becoming shocked and fearful. First, sir, can I borrow your cell phone? Pan Yuelin suddenly lost his temper and stuttered. Fang Huitian looked at him suspiciously, but still handed over his cell phone. The two guards looked confused. This phone is a product of a few years ago, and now it's probably stuck in the sky. What's there to see in this crap, Pan Dong? At this time, Pan Yuelin carefully received the cell phone, so he turned it over to look at the back. Just inside the yellowed cell phone case, there was a card with 5 tiger heads on it. The 5 lakes card. Pan Yuelin's eyes widened. This is the symbol of the 5 tigers of Longan. Fang Huitian also understood at this time. This card was sent to him by Yi Fengtian, and at that time, he still felt that this thing was useless and it was not appropriate to throw it away, so he just stuffed it behind the cell phone case. He didn't know what it was actually for, and he didn't expect that Pan Yuelin would be so afraid of seeing this card. Where did you get this card? Sir, a few days ago. I did a favor for a friend and he gave it to me, Fang Huitian said blandly. Pan Yuelin sucked in his cool breath. So this friend of yours, what's his name? This well. Fang Huitian hesitated. He could tell that Pan Yuelin knew the power of this card, so he spoke. The name is not convenient to say, but my friend's surname is Yi. When he said that, Pan Yuelin understood it all at once. Sir, my name is Pan Yuelin, chairman of the Rongfen group. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to order. Chapter 42, You're not qualified. Pan Yuelin respectfully returned the cell phone to Fang Huitian, and the two security guards looked dumbfounded. What the hell? How could Pan Dong be so respectful to a useless backward son-in-law? Although the Rongfen group wasn't comparable to the 8 families of Ningxiang, Pan Yuelin was never timid when facing them. Even the people from the 8 great clans had to give 3 points when they saw him. It seems that Pan Dong already knows who my friend is. In that case, I also hope that Pan Dong will keep it quiet. Pan Yuelin understood that with a status like the 5 tigers of Longan, he naturally did not want to be discussed by outsiders. Don't worry sir, I won't talk too much. Right, which company are you representing today? there's no need to talk. Let's sign directly. If there's anything you need to add, you let me know. The contract can be changed at any time. Rongfeng Group will fully cooperate. Pan Yuelin's attitude was firm and sincere. Just what Fong Huitian wanted. I don't know anything about it. Tell that to my wife. She's in there. Pan Yuelin made a gesture of invitation. So Fong Huitian walked into the conference room. The door opened and Lu Shuda pulled his face down when he saw Fong Huitian enter. Who are you? Who let you in? Get out of here. Lu Shuda angrily rebuked. And when Xiao Jian saw Fong Huitian, he froze. Fong Huitian? Why are you here? Xiao Jian was very shocked, but quickly reacted. So he looked at Chang Yiqing with a smile. So you came with your wife. You are indeed a soft eater. How come you are hungry after leaving your wife for just such a while? Autumn Jian laughed out loud. Fong Huitian narrowed his eyes at him, anger growing in his heart. Xiao Jian, the very same uncle who has no conscience. Back then, his parents helped him wholeheartedly, investing money in his business, even leaving him a room in the family's pharmacy. But what about him? When Fong Xian was seriously ill, Fong Huitian knelt in front of his house and begged for help. And he and his wife not only humiliated themselves verbally, but also dropped $500, as if they were sending out beggars. People like that don't deserve to speak to themselves. Fong Huitian ignored him and walked straight to Cheng Yicheng's side. When I saw my wife's eyes were red, I knew she must have been bullied. What are you doing in here? Get out. There's no business for you here. Cheng Yicheng pushed Fong Huitian, unwilling for him to stir in. And Fong Huitian only had heartache in his eyes at the moment. I'm here to help you negotiate a partnership. What? Talking about cooperation? With you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jian and Lu Shuda laughed out loud. You're a useless door-to-door son-in-law, and you're worthy of talking to us? Fong Huitian, I did hear recently that you've recovered, but when you can talk, you start bragging, and when you can walk, you have to climb the peak. Do you know what this is called? It's called self-importance. Autumn Jian sneered. Lu Shuda also opened his mouth. Eating soft rice should have the attitude of eating soft rice. Hurry up and roll home and wait for it. This conference room of ours. Are you qualified to come in? You really don't qualify. At this time, Pan Yuelin, who had heard everything outside the door, walked in with a face full of black lines. Seeing the chairman appear, Lu Shuda and Xiao Jian instantly changed their faces and stood up in panic. Pandong. Both men's tones were shaky. Pan Yuelin said icily, Lu Shuda, you've grown so patient, haven't you? When did the Rongfeng Group become so unselfish? Saying that, he went forward and slapped 2 hard slaps, and suddenly half of Lu Shuda's face was swollen. Pandong, Lu Shuda covered his face and pointed at Fong Huitian, and before he finished his words, Pan Yuelin slapped him hard again. You? Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Fong and Miss Chang. Pandong, I apologize to them on my knees? Lu Shuda was filled with disbelief. Pan Yuelin snapped, kneel when you're told to, slap yourself while apologizing, and when Mr. Fong is satisfied, when will it be settled? Lu Shuda's eyes were as wide as brass bells. He was the general manager, and he had to kneel down and apologize to this punk Fong Huitian? And slap yourself? Chapter 43, Taking Down the Project. Lu Shuda was all confused. Hurriedly speaking, Pandong, how can I say that I'm also the general manager of Rongfeng's project? Kneeling down and apologizing to this punk is degrading to the face of our group. Pan Yuelin grabbed Lu Shuda's hair, full of fierce face. Who the hell are you calling waste? You don't understand what I'm saying, do you? If you don't kneel down, I'll chop you up and throw you into Jiangning to feed the fish. Lu Shuda panicked, and did not care about it, flopped down and knelt in front of Fong Huitian. Mr. Fong, Miss Chang, I was wrong. Speak up, haven't you eaten? Pan Yuelin went up and kicked. Mr. Fong, Miss Chang, I really know I'm wrong, please forgive me. Lu Shuda was crying as he said and slapped himself. Chang Yicheng is full of horror. Although Lu Shuda is at fault, but it is also a project manager representing the face of Rongfeng it. But Pan Yuelin even punished them severely. Is it because of strict management or other reasons? Chang Yicheng couldn't help but look at Fong Huitian with eyes full of doubt. Did he just say that he was going to help himself to a partnership? Mr. Fong, Miss Chang, let him smoke here for a while first. Let's sign the contract. At the words Chang Yicheng froze. Pandong, you want to cooperate with our Chung clan? Of course. If there are any requests, Miss Chang, you can just mention them. We, Rongfeng, will absolutely cooperate fully. Pan Yuelin smiled. At this moment, Xiao Jian was confused and hurriedly spoke. Pandong, this time the project Lu has already promised me. We all agreed. Pan Yuelin looked at him with a cold face. A deal? Then have you signed the contract? Even if you guys sign it, I can break the contract if I want to. You have a problem with that? Autumn Jian panicked, but Pandong, don't be butthurt. I'm going to sign the contract with MS. Chang now. All the idle people get out. The security guard came in and carried Lu Shuda and Xiao Jian out, and without Pan Yuelin giving the word, Lu Shuda did not dare to stop at all, kneeling in the doorway and still pumping his mouth. It caused a large crowd of employees to gather around. What's the situation? Is Mr. Lu on the wrong medication? What exactly did you do to upset Pandong? It can be really miserable. Listening to a sigh of relief from the employees, Lu Shuda all hated to find a crack in the ground. Autumn Jian at this time cried and spoke, Old Lu, do you think you can still talk to Pandong? Give me the project. Lu Shuda lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Help you? How can I help you when I'm ing like this? You hurry up. I've already spent half of the $3 million I was given before, and I'll send you back all the remaining half later. Having lost his wife and his army, Xiao Jian's voice was muffled. Old Lu, you cannot do this to me. For this project, I have smashed into the 50 million. You promised well before will not make mistakes. If I cannot get the project, this 50 million can be all in vain. Xiao Jian really even have the heart to die. In order to this project, he put the family house or mortgaged at a low price. If he doesn't get the project, he will lose his money. There's nothing more I can do. Pandong made the decision. Do you think I'm qualified to interrupt? At the words, Autumn Jian felt weak and finally left in a state of disorientation. In this way, Chang Yicheng signed the contract with Pan Yuelin in a confused manner and took the project. And Pan Yuelin also added the original $50 million to $100 million. That's a great thing for the Chang family. If this project gets off the ground, it will be a new milestone for the Chang family. Cheng Guohua came back from the toilet and was shocked beyond words when he learned of this. $100 million. The Chang family's total assets are only $500 million. How exactly did Cheng Yicheng negotiate this? Humph. This little hoof really have 2 times. 80% is with Pan Yuelin have unseemly collusion. Do woman really damn good. 2 legs a break what all have. Chapter 44 Additional Conditions. Cheng Guohua watched Cheng Yicheng say goodbye to Pan Yuelin with a smile and a laugh, and snorted coldly in his heart. He thought Cheng Yicheng must have sold out or else Pan Yuelin would have given her the project, and add up to $100 million? Only when did those 2 hook up? This is something I have to find out. If Cheng Yicheng really had an affair with Pan Yuelin, then he could make an issue out of it and complain in front of the old man. The old man was very traditional, and if he knew about Cheng Yicheng's chaotic private life, he would guarantee that the family would be left in the lurch. It's Feng Huitian. This big fool. His wife's piece is going to be played with and he's still in the dark. Even at this moment Cheng Yicheng got on the car. He was still chatting with Pan Yuelin with a smile on his face. Really heartless. Pandong must have seen that when we first entered the office, my wife's eyes were red. Upon hearing this, Pan Yuelin instantly understood. Mr. Feng, I apologize for letting Miss Cheng be aggrieved on my turf. Don't worry. I'll go back and ensure that I punish Lu Shuda severely. How to punish is Pandong's business. I just want to tell Pandong that my wife is the most important person to me. Feng Huitian smiled faintly, but his gaze was extremely sharp. Pan Yuelin couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Feng Huitian's eyes actually caused him to feel inexplicably fearful, until Feng Huitian walked away. So he made a phone call. Tell someone to dispose of Lu Shuda, with clean hands. Although Feng Huitian didn't care about the outcome of the treatment, Pan Yuelin thought that the most satisfying outcome would be for the person he wasn't satisfied with to disappear forever. Second uncle. This time the project was negotiated all thanks to Xiao Cheng, and with a project of $100 million, it should be the biggest one ever negotiated by the Cheng family, right? Feng Huitian came to the front of the car and looked at Cheng Guohua and laughed. Cheng Guohua raised his head with a cold face. What do you want to say? My meaning is simple. Let Haru continue to return to work for the group. The position is not to be changed. At that Cheng Guohua sneered. What if I don't agree? There is a writer in this contract that the person in charge of this project must be Haru. If Xiao Cheng doesn't show up after the project has been carried out, the contract will automatically be voided, and Rongfeng Group won't give any compensation. What? Cheng Guohua hurriedly looked at the contract, and sure enough, there was such an additional condition. Good. Cheng Yicheng still dares to play mind games with him. It seems that she really did have an affair with Pan Yuelin. Otherwise why would they help her so much? Keep coming back to work tomorrow. Cheng Guohua had a black line on his face, so he drove off. Tell me, how do you and Pandong know each other? Or rather, why did he help you? Cheng Yicheng looked at Feng Huitian at this time and questioned. She just felt that this matter was not right. It must have something to do with Feng Huitian. This kid is hiding something from himself. It's not to help me. It's just a friend I know who knows. At those words, Cheng Yicheng instantly understood. It's Yi Feng Tian, right? Feng Huitian, don't bring up Mr. Yi for everything you encounter. You just gave someone's pet a second visit. How much of a favor can you be? In the future, you still have to rely on yourself for everything. You can't point to others you know? Otherwise the favor runs out and people will resent you. Fang Huitian was replying to a message, when he stopped to look at Chang Yicheng and laughed. Is my wife concerned about me? Chang Yicheng blushed. Who cares about you? Don't think blindly. I just don't want you to cause trouble for me in the future. But thank you for this incident today, and as a thank you, I'll treat you to a big meal. Chang Yicheng brought Fang Huitian to the West Wind restaurant. They have several specialties that taste good and are reasonably priced. The two chose a place to sit down, when an unexpected guest appeared. Chapter 45, Uneducated. Gu, if it isn't my sister Qing and my soft-boiled brother-in-law, why are you here? It's surprising that Chang Jiaqing is also eating here. Chang Yicheng looked at him and frowned slightly. Of course I came to the restaurant to eat. What else can I do? Chang Jiaqing is really no big deal. He is simply uneducated. Chang Yicheng is annoyed when she sees him. Eating? I thought you were here to look for a job. It's just that this restaurant is hiring. Let uncle and aunt interview for cleaning. You two will be waitresses. This is so good. The family all work here. 3 meals a day are all settled. Ha ha ha. Chang Jiaqing burst out laughing. Chang Yicheng, on the other hand, glared at him fiercely. Jiaqing, no matter what, I'm also your sister. How can you talk to me like this? Am I not right? Your family was supposed to be dependent on you alone. The whole family was sitting on the sidelines, and your eldest aunt and uncle should have been out looking for a job to share the burden for you a long time ago. This time you've been fired from the group again. Well, it's hard to eat, isn't it? And your sister Chang Yisan, still going to college. Let her drop out and come back quickly. The food is not enough to eat, still study? Oh yes, I almost forgot. This soft rice brother-in-law of mine still has a job. In the pet hospital work casually ran into a big shot family pet. People give enough, face it. Chang Jiaqing was conspiratorial, insinuating that Fang Huitian's relationship with Tiger Yi was pure bull asterisk. He's just pretending to be polite and giving some face. Does he really take himself seriously? Jiaqing, you can say whatever you want about me, but Haru is your sister, so you should act like a brother should, right? Fang Huitian raised his head and said. Chang Jiaqing looked at him with a face full of disdain. Is there a place for you to speak here? I don't care what you look like in my great-uncle's house, but in front of me, are you qualified to open your mouth? One who spends all day with animals really can't even speak human. How about this? The group now has a toilet sweeping position vacant. If you're interested you can come and sweep the toilet for me. It doesn't pay much, but at least you don't have to deal with animals all day, and I'd like to think that you'd be a better match for Piss. Chang Jiaqing laughed out loud when he finished speaking, and at that moment, a tall boy at the table with him came over to him, all smiles. Chang Jiaqing, is this the sister and brother-in-law you were talking about? Yes, Du Xiao. This sister of mine has a hard life, having gotten stuck with this useless waste of a brother-in-law. It's really aggravating for my sister. How about this? Du Xiao, you see my sister is so pitiful. Why don't you just find her a job and let her serve you? Chang Jiaqing raised an eyebrow with a bad smile, his words carrying meaning. This person in front of me is the young master of the Du family, Du Qi, one of the 8 major families in Ningjiang, ranked at the 5th place yet. If we can make good relations with him, the Chang family will definitely benefit from him in the future, and he will be the Chang family's merit. As for Chang Yicheng, he was thinking of sending her to Duke's bed. Who wouldn't he sleep with? Instead of cheapening Fang Huitian, this waste, it would be better to give Du Qi a good time, and the Chang family would still be able to reap a lot of benefits, and would also remember some of Chang Yicheng's good deeds. Du Qi smiled at this time and pulled over a chair, sitting beside Chang Yicheng. Hello Miss Chang, my name is Du Qi. I just came back from abroad, and I don't know some of the domestic situation very well yet. If it's possible, I'd like to ask Ms. Chang to be my assistant. The work isn't tiring, just accompany me to eat and drink every day. Dookie had a gentlemanly smile on his face. He is very handsome, but his complexion is a bit bad. It should be caused by too much loss of essence and blood. In fact, he had long heard of the first beautiful woman of Ningjiang, and today he saw that her name was indeed true. So he did want to take Chang Yicheng down. How could he live up to his title of Ningjiang's little gun king if he didn't sleep with such a beautiful girl? Chapter 46, You're in for a beating. Chang Yicheng was disgusted with Du Qi, but she had heard of Dookie's name and knew his identity, so it was not good to make the scene difficult. I'm sorry Du Xiao, I have a job. What kind of job do you have? Did you really apply for a waitressing job here when you got my dad fired? Chang Jiaqing sneered. Xiao Qing has been reinstated to her official position. Your father personally promised. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask. Fang Huitian opened his mouth. Chang Jiaqing frowned slightly, then laughed coldly. Are you kidding? My dad reinstated her? You don't bull us here. If this is true, I, Chang Jiaqing, will kneel down and lick your shoes. With that, he took out his cell phone and confidently called Chung Guohua. They have long hated to drive Chang Yicheng out, lest they compete with them for the family property in the future, but they have never been able to find the opportunity. And this time Chang Yicheng finally made a big mistake. Even if Grandpa knew about it, he wouldn't be merciful to her. Unless Chang Guowo was crazy, how could he agree to let Chang Yicheng come back to work? But after the call, Chang Jiaqing received an affirmative reply from his father, and his face changed. Dad, you're not kidding, are you? I don't want to either. But there's no way. The contract that Pan Yuelin personally drew up specifically requested that Chang Yicheng must be the project leader. Damn, this little wannabe hoof must have used unseemly means, otherwise why would Pan Yuelin help her? Chang Jiaqing was confused, hanging up the phone and coming back. The whole person was distracted. Well, didn't lie to you, did I? Fong Huitian smiled faintly at him. He said with a disgruntled face, so what? Who knows what unseemly tactics you have used? He said and also looked at Chang Yicheng. Chang Yicheng froze. What do you mean? Jiaqing? What do I mean? That's something I should be asking you. What kind of devious ways did you use? And why did Pan Yuelin help you? Doesn't it just depend on the fact that you have a few good looks and you start showing them off everywhere? Bah! What a disgrace. You've disgraced the Chang family. Chang Jiaqing gritted his teeth. Since she couldn't say it, she would throw dirty water on Chang Yicheng, and she couldn't let her be pleased anyway. Jiaqing, I'm your sister no matter what. How dare you humiliate me like this? Chang Yicheng looked at him in disbelief, tears inside her eyes. Am I not telling the truth? Looking quite noble all day long. Behind his back, he didn't necessarily put on many green hats for Fong Huitian. Pop! A clear voice came. Chang Jiaqing looked at Fong Huitian in disbelief. His entire body was dumbfounded. You dare to hit me? You owe me a beating. Chang Jiaqing, if you ever speak out of turn to Xiao Cheng again, I'll rip your mouth off. Fong Huitian was really angry, a pair of eyes as sharp as eagles, incomparably terrifying. And at this moment, Du Qi stood up with an icy face. Chang Jiaqing is my man. If you dare to touch him, you are working against me. Fong Huitian was not afraid in the slightest and narrowed his eyes at him. I'll get you as easy as crushing an ant. After saying that, Du Qi clapped his hands, and instantly two bodyguards ran over. Chang Yicheng was terrified and grabbed Fong Huitian's arm. The other party was from the 8 great families. They simply couldn't afford to mess with them. If you kneel down and apologize to Chang Jiaqing now, I only want one of your arms. If not, you will die without a body. Du Qi's face was full of grimness. Fong Huitian was pretending to be a pussy in front of him. Wasn't this a slap in his face? In order to show himself strong in front of Chang Yicheng, he had to give Chang Jiaqing a head start today. But at that moment, a harsh, girlish voice came over. Who the did you let die without a body? Say that again? Everyone was shocked when Du Qi was scolded, so they sniffed. And when Du Qi saw the visitor, his face instantly became paler. Yi Ling? Du Qi's voice trembled. Yi Ling walked up to him, and with a face full of anger, she raised her hand and slapped him. You're in a position to call my mother by her first name? Chapter 47 10 selfies each. Yi Ling glared at Du Qi in an incomparably domineering manner. He was so scared that he couldn't even lift his head. Who are you? You even dare to hit Du Xiao? Do you know who Du Xiao is? He's the young master of the Du family, one of the 8 families in Ningjiang. Chang Jiaqing hurriedly came out to protect his master, and hearing this, 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past in Du Qi's heart. With a fierce face, he turned his head and slapped hard, directly smacking Chang Jiaqing to sit on the ground. He was confused and covered his face as he looked at Du Qi. Xiao Du, what are you doing hitting me? Beat you? Do you believe I'll kill you? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and roll over to apologize to Boss Yi on your knees. What? Boss Yip? Just her? Chang Jiaqing looked at Yi Ling with a face full of astonishment. The little girl hadn't even grown her hair yet, and Du Qi even called her Boss Yi? You're the young master of the Du family, aren't you? You're quite a bully. You even dare to call me by my first name. Looking for death, aren't you? Yi Ling looked at Du Qi with incomparable arrogance. Frightened, he hurriedly bowed his head again. Boss Yi, I'm sorry I was wrong. Please forgive me. Du Qi sweated coldly and flung himself onto his knees in front of Yi Ling. He can't afford to mess with this guy even if he had 100 guts. His father is Tiger Yi. Who dares to mess with him? He had the honor of seeing it in the provincial city last year. And Yi Ling cleaned up those big young masters in the provincial city just like she cleaned up her 3 grandchildren. And he was just a small family in Ningjiang. Did he dare to make a fool of himself in front of the other party? It's not impossible to forgive you. Crawl over and apologize to my master and mistress. Take 10 selfies first. If my master is satisfied, you can leave. Unsatisfied, continue with 10 selfies, Yi Ling said. So she shouted for the waiter to carry the beer up. Du Qi was stunned. He had heard of Yi Ling's selfie, which wasn't for you to take a picture, but what she held. You had to take a picture of yourself on your head. Begin. Yiling placed the beers in a row and looked at Duchi with an icy face. He had already cried in fear. Before I heard of someone who refused to take a selfie, and as a result, the next day, all the bones in the body are broken. Hospitalized for half a year, cannot walk on the ground. Yiling is a little devil. How did she provoke her? Mr. Fong, Miss Chang, I'm sorry I was wrong. Duchi knelt down and came to Fong Huitian and Chang Yicheng, picked up the beer bottle, gritted his teeth and smashed it hard on his head. He chose to take a selfie over being hospitalized and dying. Chang Yicheng was dumbfounded, and even Fong Huitian froze. When you say master and mistress, are referring to the two of them? Chang Jiaqing was filled with shock, and Yiling looked at him. What? You have a problem? I almost forgot about you if you don't ing talk. Get thee over here, kneel down and apologize to my master's teacher. You're even more damned. You 20 selfies. Chang Jiaqing was already stunned. At this moment, hearing Yiling's words, he even directly pissed his pants. I'm her younger brother, and according to seniority, you have to call me senior uncle. Fong Huitian and Chang Yicheng were both amused. Uncle, where did you get that name? When you humiliated Xiao Chang, you didn't think that you were her brother. Fong Huitian sneered. Chang Jiaqing instantly cried in fear, crawling on his knees to Chang Yicheng and Fong Huitian, hugging both of their thighs and not letting go. Ching's sister husband, you guys forgive me. I really know I'm wrong. This if 20 bottles go down, I'll be dead. Sister Chang, I'm the only child of the Chung family. You don't want to see the Chang family without a queen, do you? Hearing this, Chang Yicheng's heart did soften. She looked at Fong Huitian and spoke. Why don't we just forget about it? We're all family. A family? When have they ever thought of this side as a family? Fong Huitian's complexion was ice cold, and at this time, he gave Yiling a wink. Or let's forget about it. 20 is indeed a bit much. Yiling's ancient spirit instantly understood. Since you've given the word, master, it'll be reduced by 10, but no less. I, Yiling, have never forgiven the punishment I give out. Chapter 48, You have to thank Lu Xiaoyun. Fong Huitian spread his hands at Chang Yicheng. She's Yi Fengtian's daughter. There's only so much I can do, and I'm afraid I won't be given this face if I say more. Chang Yicheng looked at Chang Jiaqing and sighed. It's reduced by 10. We tried our best. Chang Jiaqing cried and cried, but no one could help him. Yiling then told Duchi to stop first, and so ordered the two of them to kneel opposite each other. I'm going to change it up today. Why don't you two beat the out of each other? 10 selfies each, and then you can get the hell out of here. Chang Jiaqing looked at Duchi with tears streaming down his face. He didn't dare, and without saying a word, Duchi smashed a bottle of wine so hard that Chang Jiaqing's head was suddenly broken and bloodied. What the are you waiting for? Clip him for me. Hit him in the dog's head. Yiling kicked the indifferent Chang Jiaqing. He cried, Xiao Du, I'm sorry. When he finished speaking, he smashed a bottle of wine so hard that Duchi almost didn't die. The two men had finished 20 bottles of wine in this manner, and were both dying. In the future, all of you grow some eyes for me, and if you dare to charge my master and mistress again, the two of you will wait to go to hell. After saying that, the two bodyguards hurriedly dragged Duchi and Chang Jiaqing away. After they left, Yiling directly jumped to Fong Huitian's side and straddled his arm. Am I good, master? Fong Huitian was startled. What's wrong with this girl today? Yesterday, she hated herself and wanted to kill herself. But today, why did she suddenly change her mind about herself so much? It's not going to blow up, is it? When did I become your master? Fong Huitian hurriedly pushed her away. Yiling smiled and said, when the Tibetan Mastiff ran out yesterday, I admired you from the bottom of my heart. I don't care. If you want to accept me as your disciple, I'll mix with you from now on. Hearing this, Chang Yicheng also realized it. It turned out that Yiling wanted to learn veterinary arts from Fong Huitian. She had said that Yi Fengtian couldn't possibly take more care of him just because of a pet, and it seemed that most of the reasons were still because of Yiling. You can pull back. I can't stand your little sister temper. When I have eaten, I'll take you to the hospital to get the medicine. Hurry up after that. Yiling is here to pick up the medicine. The message that would be replied by Fong Huitian was sent to Yiling. No wonder this kid is out of the blue today and dares to beat Chang Jiaqing. So he knew early on that a backer was coming. So he was so tough. Chang Yicheng looked at Fong Huitian. This kid, he's quite scheming. After dinner, Chang Yicheng drove the two of them to the pet hospital. Yellen took the medicine and left. Chang Yicheng and Fong Huitian also went straight home. As soon as they entered, Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong rushed forward and asked, how is Xiao Ching? The project with Rongfeng Group, did you talk about it? Chang Yicheng smiled mysteriously. Guess what? Gu, one look at you and I know it must have worked out. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being my daughter. Xiao Chang, you have to thank Lu Xiaoyun. It's all thanks to his help that you managed to sign the contract today. Lu Xiaoyun? Chang Yicheng frowned slightly. What does this matter have to do with Lu Xiaoyun? Cheng Guozhong was full of complacency and said, Thanks to your father's meticulousness, I knew that you would definitely run into trouble if you went to Rongfeng's project leader. When you went to talk, did the other side give you a hard time? Chang Yicheng nodded. More than being embarrassed, Lu Shuda is trying to frivolous himself. This is all within your father's expectations. Last time you stood someone up. How can you easily sign with you this time? I knew that the other party would definitely play this game, so I called Lu Xiaoyun and asked him to get through to the other party so that you could take this smoothly. Chang Guozhong said with a smile, I have to take half the credit for my daughter's successful signing this time. Thanks to your dad's foresight. Otherwise you would never have signed today. That's great. You took the $50 million project. Who can match that ability? Let's see what your second uncle has to say this time. And look down on my daughter. Can he do that with that stupid son of his? The old couple couldn't be happier. And Chang Yicheng furrowed her brows and spoke. What is it? This matter has nothing to do with Lu Xiaoyun at all. It's all because of Echoing Sky that we were able to sign today. And because Rongfeng added $100 million from the previous $50 million. Chapter 49 Great Uncle's Dinner Party. What? $100 million? Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong's eyes went straight. Xiao Cheng. It was obviously Lu Xiaoyun who helped. Why are you bringing this loser into this? Pan Hong glanced at Fong Huitian. $100 million. And people still look at him? Daughter, are you kidding? He's not even worthy of lifting someone's shoes. It's not that I look down on him. He can't even afford 100 million plutonium. If he really had that kind of ability, would he still be borrowing money from everywhere to come up with the medical bills in the first place? Does he want to watch his sister die? The old couple spoke vehemently. Fong Huitian violently changed his face. My in-laws can say whatever they want about themselves, but why Fong Xin? Mom and Dad, how can you talk like that? You guys are just too much. Chang Yicheng shouted with a disgruntled face. The old couple also felt that it was a bit too much, so they spoke. Forget it, I'm not going to break it up with you. It's a crime to affect our family's feelings because of this waste. You go and clean up. Your great uncle invited our family for dinner tonight. They all have to go. And you, go and keep your mouth shut honestly. Don't embarrass me. Cheng Guozhong glared fiercely at Fong Huitian, so he went back to the house with Pan Hong. Fong Huitian was a bit stunned. In the past, when there was a party at home, he never had the right to go, but why should he go today? Chang Yicheng's face also changed slightly at this moment. Ever since my father was fired by my grandfather, my great-uncle's family has never looked down on them again. Every time they meet they either show off or sneer at them. Haru, do I really have to go along too? Chang Yicheng was getting angry and her tone was icy. You cannot go if you don't want to. Actually, you're also afraid that if I go, I'll embarrass you, right? Fong Huitian laughed to himself. Chang Yicheng's face changed slightly. No. With that, he walked quickly back to the house. Forbidden Residence. This is one of the more famous restaurants in Ningxiang. It's not high class, but the flavor in the whole Ningxiang. He dares to say second, no one dares to say first. Anytime they came, their house was packed, and there was always a line of people lining up in the empty lot outside the door. Rain or shine. I can't imagine that my great uncle was able to book a private room, so I guess he put in a lot of effort. When he came to the box, his great uncle's family was already waiting. Cheng Guozhong greeted them. Great uncle, auntie, Fong Huitian shouted back, but people didn't even pay attention to him and simply chose to ignore it. They knew Fong Huitian had recovered. But so what? Talks and doesn't limp and is still a loser. Fong Huitian awkwardly sat down, and his great uncle Pan Yen immediately pulled down his face. Who let you sit here? We're having dinner as a family. Are you qualified to be at the table? Great uncle, wasn't it you who said you'd invite our family for dinner? Otherwise he wouldn't have come. What's the deal with not being allowed to eat at the table now? Chang Yicheng furrowed her brows in defense of Fong Huitian. Sister Haru, my dad said to invite your family for dinner, but listen up, it's people. Fong Huitian is a human being, but since we're here we can't not give a bite to eat. This way, in a while we'll eat to save the bones and whatnot for him to save a little. Put a bowl at the door. He'll eat there quite well. Pan Yan's son Pan Chao joked. Immediately after his little sister Pan Ing also spoke up. Brother, is it still necessary to put a chain on him? What if he runs around and bites someone? If he gets into trouble, won't Sister Cheng still have to wipe his ass? The crowd roared with laughter. This brother and sister were completely treating Fong Huitian like a dog. Fong Huitian's brows tightened. He was a bit angry. It's okay for elders to insult themselves, but you two juniors are not worthy to speak? The faces of Chang Yicheng's family were also very ugly, green and red for a while. They couldn't hang on. Alright, all stop talking. Pan Yen, who is this? Cheng Guozhong digressed and looked at a young man with gold-rimmed glasses. This person looked very familiar, and Chang Yicheng had never seen him before. Come, I'll introduce you guys. This is Fan Pang, young and promising. No, just a while ago he became the director of Bin Hong Company. Bin Hong Company? That's the name industry of the Five Tigers of Longan. Chapter 50, The Honorable Fan Pang. Pan Yen introduced himself with incomparable condescension. At those words, Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong immediately stared with wide eyes, incomparably shocked. Hello uncles and aunts, Uncle Pan is actually overrated. Just a director in the district. It's still far from what I expected in my mind. Fan Pang stood up and bowed very gentlemanly. I Xiao Fan, you don't be modest. The director of Bin Hong Company, is that whoever wants to be can be? That's right, brother Pang. In the future you should take care of us a bit. Don't forget about us. Pang, you're only so young to be a director. Is that far from being a boss? We'll be counting on you to take care of us from now on. Everyone was full of praise for Fan Pang. Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong were even smiling, very satisfied with Fan Pang. In fact, today's meal is what Cheng Guozhong commissioned Pan Yen to help organize. He wanted Cheng Yicheng to divorce and find her a more reliable man. The reason why I brought Fong Huitian here is to let him realize the reality and back off. He is not worthy of Xiao Cheng at all. Uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, thanks for your love. I'll drink first. Fan Pang smiled and picked up the wine and drank it all in one go. Little Fan is so polite. Pan Yen smiled and continued. Then, Little Fan, do you see the matter of Pan Xiao going to work for your company? Good to say, this matter is wrapped up in me. But Uncle Pan, our previous agreement, Fan Pang said. So he secretly swept a glance at Cheng Yicheng. Pan Yen instantly comprehended. So he icily looked at Fong Huitian. You go up and sit on the side. Xiao Cheng and Xiao Fan are both business elites. There are a lot of topics to talk about between the two of them, so don't delay them from communicating with each other. Fong Huitian furrowed his brows. He now figured out why his father-in-law wanted him to come. They're trying to set up Ching and Fanpeng. What do they take themselves for? Fong Huitian, you be sensible. Hurry up and stay on the side. Maybe when we finish eating later, we can still leave you some leftovers. Pan Chao sneered. Pan Ing followed suit and laughed out. Why don't you go wait in the backyard now, lest the wild dogs and cats snatch food from you again at that time. Can you snatch more than the animals? Ha ha ha. Again, there was laughter. At this moment, Cheng Yicheng's face was green. Every word from her great uncle and the others was hitting her in the face. No matter what, Fong Huitian was also her husband, and it was too much for the family to humiliate him like this. Mr. Fong, I have a lot of business matters to communicate with Miss Cheng right now. Give way. Fan Pang looked at Fong Huitian with a smug expression. What makes this loser have such a beautiful wife? Even the dog is worse than the thing. Or get out before it is too late to make room for himself. Cheng Yicheng only with him is the most compatible. And just then, the door to the box suddenly opened and the manager of the restaurant walked in. Everyone, our restaurant is welcoming a VIP today to charter a room on the 5th floor. So please go to the 1st floor right now to dine. What? To the 1st floor? Fan Pang instantly furrowed his brows and looked at the manager. Since when did forbidden residents have a rule about chartering a venue? Besides, even if the 5th floor is packed, we're on the 2nd floor, so why go down to the 1st? Because those who come are the VIPs of this restaurant. The customers who were originally on the 5th floor will have to go to the 4th floor, and so on, and those on the 2nd floor will have to go down to the 1st floor, the manager said indifferently. At that, Pan Chao was not happy. What kind of VIP is so bullish? You're just going to throw people out? We paid for it. Pan Ing also shouted. So what if it's a VIP? Can it still be as honorable as my brother Peng? Do you know what my brother Peng's status is? He's the director of Bin Hong Company. He's from a company under the 5 Tigers of Longan. How dare you oust him? The siblings said so. So the whole family followed suit and puffed out their chests with great pride. On the contrary, Fan Peng was a bit intimidated. The other party was, after all, the manager of Yipin Zuanfu, and his background was also very deep. But he was being held up by the 2 Pan Chao siblings at the moment. So in order not to lose face, he could only go on with his head. Manager, we're just about to eat. It's not appropriate for you to kick us out now, is it? Why don't I call Mr. Gao Gao of our company? Chapter 51, You're sitting in the main seat. Fan Pang lifted out the general manager of Bin Hang. I think the other party should give face when they hear the name. But unexpectedly, before the manager could open his mouth, a stern voice came from outside the door. Gaoan, you call him and see if he dares to ask me for face. Old he walked in from outside with a cold face. When Fan Pang saw that it was him, his eyes widened and his legs went weak in fear. Mr. Ho, Fan Pang was confused. He had had the honor of meeting Old Ho, which was Tiger Ye's right-hand man. You're from Bin Hong? What position? Old he obviously didn't recognize this little man and coldly swept him with a displeased face. Mr. I'm Bin Hong's creative director. Fan Pang couldn't speak well. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. If this offends Old he, not to mention his future is gone, I'm afraid I won't even be able to save my life. Today the 5th floor was wrapped up by us. I was the one who asked the manager to move all the customers down the floor. Do you have a problem with that? Old he looked majestic. Fan Peng was so scared that he shook his head. No, 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 don't dare to have an opinion. Don't dare to have. With that, he rushed everyone to pack up and head downstairs. Pan Yan's family is confused. Can scare Fan Peng like this? The other party must be big. So their arrogance was gone, and one by one they picked up their bags and were about to leave. At this time, Fong Huitian turned around and looked at Lao He with a smile on his face without saying a word. But when Lao He saw him, he directly froze. Mr. Fong, how come it's you? This is such a coincidence. Old he was full of excitement. I didn't realize you were here. So this booth is yours? Fong Huitian shook his head. It's not mine. I'm just here to make a scene. Everyone was dumbfounded at the moment. One was wide-eyed and full of consternation. How did this punk Fong Huitian know Old He? And by the looks of it, the two of them were quite familiar with each other. Even Lao He used honorifics for him. Since it's Mr. Fong's lively place, then this box will be reserved for your continued use. For disturbing you, I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Old He said and poured 3 glasses of wine, all of which he drank in one go. Then he spoke again. Mr. Fong, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yi are on the 5th floor in the Fengyun Hall. If you have the time, could you do me the honor of going for a drink? Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Old He had mentioned Zhao Cohen and Yi Fengtian, so Fong Huitian couldn't refuse. After Lao He left, the eyes of the entire box changed as they looked at him. Storm Cloud Hall? That's a banquet hall that's never open to the public in the Forbidden Residence. Even people from the 8 great families couldn't get in even if they wanted to spend money. What's this Old He's all about? And he's inviting Fong Huitian over for a drink? Aga Huitian look you know such a big shot. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yes, brother-in-law. You see all misunderstandings, right? I have no control over my words. Don't take it personally. Pan Yan's family immediately changed their view of each other back to the sky, and their faces were full of smiles. Brother-in-law, come and sit on the main seat. Sister Chang, you come over as well. It's too inappropriate for the two of you to sit at the door. I'll switch over with my brother. Pan Ing and Pan Chao hurriedly pulled Cheng Yicheng and Fong Huitian to the side of the main seat. Even Pan Yan gave way. I'm just a useless loser. How can I be qualified to sit in the main seat? I'm not even qualified to eat at the table, so I'd better forget it. Fong Huitian was gloomy, and Pan Yan's family's face changed, so they didn't know what to say in embarrassment. Kaiten, look, we are all family, so a family doesn't talk about 2 families. Don't take it personally that we said the wrong thing before, and then Auntie has a favor to ask of you. Pan Chao wants to enter Bin Hong to work. Can you see if you can put in a word for him? As long as you can help Xiao Chao enter Bin Hang, you'll be our family's benefactor from now on. Aunt at this time also did not have the beginning of the harsh and mean-like, originally to the other back to the sky picking his nose and eyes. At this moment but a face to please. Chapter 52 Lin Yaodong, the second of the 5 tigers. Fong Huitian looked at Pan Yan's family. At this point, the gaze shifted back to the father-in-law and mother-in-law. Mom and Dad, you two are the head of the family. I'll listen to you two in this matter. Upon hearing this, Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong were instantly energized. In the past, when I had dinner with Pan Yan's family, they either showed off or mocked, not to mention how depressing it was. And now, they suddenly had a feeling of raising their eyebrows. Fong Huitian put the decision in their hands and felt very proud in his heart. So Cheng Guozhong straightened his waist and coughed dryly. After all, it's a family. Huitian, if you can say something, help out. Your great-uncle's family is not ungrateful. I say right? Saying that, he looked at Pan Yan, who awkwardly lost his smile and said yes again and again. Since you said so, Dad, I'll help out and say hello in this case. Then thank you so much, Kaiten. Brother-in-law doesn't say anything. I'll do it first. Pan Chao poured the wine and drained it in one gulp. Their 2 families were talking and laughing, while Fan Peng, who was originally the most dazzling of the meal, was now left out to dry, not even knowing whether to go or stay. Mom and Dad, why don't you guys sit in the main seat? I'll go upstairs and take a look. Fong Huitian prepared to go to the Wind and Cloud Hall, and Cheng Guozhong also wanted to go. After all, that hall is not for everyone. This if he can have a drink inside, enough for him to go out and blow for a long time. But people didn't invite him. He couldn't go up and show his face. So in order to save face, he said in a very pretentious way, go ahead. I won't go up and join in the fun with you guys. Drink a couple more cups for me and keep people company. Okay, Dad. Fong Huitian smiled and left the box. At this time the 5th floor Wind and Cloud Hall. A large table was filled with the restaurant's signature dishes. The boss of the 5 tigers, Zhao Cohen, was sitting in the center, with Yi Fengtian on his right, and a middle-aged man with a beard and wearing a black trench coat on his left. Lao you have always been a god. In the past to see you than to see the sky is more difficult. How this time suddenly come to Ningjiang? What special mission? Zhao Kuan smiled at the bearded man. His name is Lin Yaodong, one of the 5 tigers of Longan. At this moment, he smiled mysteriously. I came here this time. The mission is secondary. The main thing is to meet someone. Zhao Kuan and Yi Fengtian were puzzled. What man? It's worth your personal trip? Lin Yaodong, you guys know this person better than me. It's Feng Huitian. I'm curious. What kind of person would it be to have both of you contact me at the same time to do him a favor? And he cured you of a difficult disease. Something that interests not only me, but even Mr. Knight. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuan and Yi Fengtian were stunned. Mr. Li knows about it too? Lin Yaodong nodded. One of you gave away the 5 lakes card, and there is also Big Brother, who gave away his most important ring, so valued. Of course Mr. Li is curious. At that moment, Lao he pushed open the door and walked in. Mr. Yi, our people are all arranged, but Mr. Fong is in a box on the 2nd floor, so I'll let a table go to the 1st floor. Mr. Fong is here too? Quickly invite him up. Yi Fengtian stood up. Lin Yaodong's face showed excitement. This is too much of a coincidence. Quickly invite the person up. I have to meet this godly person today. This gentleman is joking. Where am I godly? Just an ordinary man. Feng Huitian walked in with a smile on his face. Mr. Fong. Zhao Kuan stood up. Mr. Fong, let me introduce to you. This is my second brother. At that time you asked me to investigate the matter. It was all his help. Second brother. This is Mr. Fong. Yi Fengtian introduced. The other party was someone who had done him a favor, and Feng Huitian politely went forward to shake hands with Lin Yaodong. But just after touching the other party, Feng Huitian frowned slightly. Mr. Lin, your hands are quite cold. Chapter 53, Giving Face to the In-Laws. Lin Yaodong smiled as he looked at Feng Huitian with a hint of oppression in his expression. I've heard that Mr. Fong is a miracle doctor. So could you take a look at what's wrong with me? Mr. Lin is too kind. I just have a family heritage. Feng Huitian was modest with his mouth, but his hand was already taking Lin Yaodong's pulse. Mr. Lin's body is fine. Everything is normal, just that his diet and sleep are not very regular. His heart rate is too fast, and his blood pressure is a little on the high side. At that Lin Yaodong laughed out, worthy of being the divine Dr. Feng, but at my age, I'm afraid most people would be like this, right? Lin Yaodong's tone had an extra hint of sarcasm in it. It turned out that Feng Huitian was no better. I thought that the person who cured the older brother and the younger one was so outstanding, but now it seems that it is going to be a disappointment. What Mr. Lin said is true, but your hands are perennially cold, always at the same temperature no matter if it's fall, summer, autumn or winter. Am I right? Feng Huitian was not angry and continued, and Lin Yaodong's face suddenly changed. How did you know? Not only Lin Yaodong, even Zhao Kuan and Yi Fengtian froze. Do you really have this problem? Penis? How long has it been going on? How come we don't even know? Lin Yaodong sighed. It's been years. I can't even remember it myself. And I've looked for a doctor but it's useless. But Mr. Fong, how did you see it? Can you cure this problem of mine? Lin Yaodong's voice trembled. And even Feng Huitian used honorifics. It can be cured, but I need to see your family's ancestral home. Ancestral home? Mr. Fong, what does this have to do with curing my illness? Lin Yaodong was a bit puzzled. Feng Huitian smiled faintly. That's something you have to go there to know. If Mr. Lin trusts me, I promise to cure you of this old problem. Eldest, Mr. Fong's words can be trusted. Even oldest and I were cured of this difficult disease. This problem of yours, I think it's even less of a problem. Lin Yaodong hesitated for a moment, so he spoke. The ancestral home is no longer there. I have renovated it in its original location. Is that okay? Feng Huitian nodded. It's good that the location is still there. That's good, but I have other things to take care of in the next 2 days. Mr. Fong, when I'm free, I'll come to you at the first opportunity. Feng Huitian nodded his head. At the end of the drinking party, Feng Huitian told Yi Fengtian about Pan Chao. Mr. Fong, why bother with such a small matter? Old he, you go arrange it now. Lao he went to the 2nd floor box. So Pan Chao opened his mouth. You take your personal file tomorrow to report to Ben Hang. First from the department manager to do. A room full of stunned people, especially Fan Peng. Pan Chao just started out as a department manager? He had worked so hard for so long and had only just become a director. Before he was the prettiest boy in the room, and suddenly he became dim, as if anyone in the room was 100 times more awesome than he was. For a time, Fan Peng's face was ashen, and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Pan Yan's family was so excited that they praised Cheng Guozhong for finding a good son-in-law. Now, Cheng Guozhong and Pan Han's faces were glowing. On the way home, Cheng Guozhong couldn't help but ask, Hui Tian, didn't you just show Yi Fengtian your pet once? Surprisingly, they still remember you all the time? Cheng Yicheng saw that her parents had changed their opinion of Feng Huitian, so she spoke. Yi Fingtian's daughter is now Huitian's disciple, and she has to learn veterinary arts from Huitian, so of course they remembered. Hearing this, the old couple understood. But this kind of relationship can't last. Yiling is still a child. It might just be a hothead. That's why she wants to learn veterinary medicine. Besides, there are plenty of powerful veterinarians. What kind of good teacher does Yiling's kind of status not have? Why choose Feng Huitian? When the time came, when Yiling didn't want to learn anymore and kicked him away, wouldn't he still be a loser? Thinking of this, the old couple's faces changed, and in their hearts they began to dislike Feng Huitian again. But today, because he had grown a face, he didn't say anything else. Over the next few days, Feng Huitian ran 3 ways between the pet hospital and Tang Zidi's hotel, as well as at home. Feng Xian's condition was still quite stable, and Sun Lianqing's group didn't come back to look for trouble. It was Cheng Yicheng who was a bit unhappy. Don't come back tonight, just stay at Tang Zidi's. Feng Huitian was helpless. His wife was jealous. With that, he was just about to put away his cell phone when Lin Yaodong called him again. Where are you, Mr. Feng? I have time today. I'm going over to pick you up now. Chapter 54 Problems with the Floor. Lin Yaodong personally drove to pick up Feng Huitian and headed towards the suburbs. Mr. Feng, this hotel of your friends, no one has come looking for trouble lately, right? At those words Feng Huitian froze. Mr. Lin knows what happened here. Worthy of being the person in charge of intelligence among the 5 tigers, Lin Yaodong definitely knew about Sun Liansheng. At this time, he smiled and said, by coincidence, that guy called Sun Liansheng, his boss's boss, is Lao San's horseman in Ningzheng. Lao San was furious when he found out and has ordered that horseman to take care of this matter. Feng Huitian also laughed. No wonder Sun Liansheng was so honest. It turned out to be Yi Fengtian who made a move. But Mr. Feng is also really powerful, picking off more than 30 people from the other side all by himself. Even Lao San is impressed. I can't really tell that you know Kung Fu, Feng Huitian modestly said. Understand a little. Medicine and martial arts are not separate. To a hill on the outskirts of the city, which is a resort hotel. The back of the resort, on the other hand, is a small estate that is not open to the public. The surrounding area is full of fruit trees and a mountain stream runs down beside it. Standing here gives you a feeling of relaxation. Mr. Feng, this is the location of my family's ancestral home. Lin Yaodong brought Feng Huitian to the manor. He bought the mountain back then to remodel his ancestral home, and the resort hotel, a front. What a great location. Feng Huitian observed this manor, with its back against the mountain. A case mountain name hall in front of it, and the water flowing in twists and turns, hiding the wind and gathering the qi. This is the feng shui treasure land that makes the people of the world blessed and rich. Mr. Feng, when you said you wanted to take a look at my family's ancestral home at that time, I knew that you would definitely be able to read feng shui, and now it seems to be true. Lin Yaodong began to grow proud as he spoke. In the past, my family's ancestors were also rich and noble, and this precious land was found by asking a high person to find it. But after the old man in the family died, I renovated the place and rebuilt the estate. Feng Huitian didn't say anything, and after taking a few steps forward, he suddenly stopped. This is indeed an excellent piece of feng shui land. But what? Lin Yaodong stepped forward. Mr. Feng, my problem, is it related to the feng shui here? Feng Huitian nodded. The collision of ferocious qi, although it didn't completely lock down this precious land, it could still have some effect on living beings. It's a good thing that this is an excellent location to suppress some of the ferocious qi, or else you'd have more than just cold hands on you. As Feng Huitian looked around, Lin Yaodong did not dare to disturb him and followed him all the way. As the two entered the villa, Feng Huitian looked around and frowned. Mr. Feng, what went wrong? Lin Yaodong asked cautiously, and Feng Huitian lowered his head, looking at the floor with a sudden flash. The floor? It's the floor. After saying that, Feng Huitian began to check the floor all over the house, and eventually found the root cause in the inconspicuous grocery room. Mr. Feng, what's wrong with this floor? Lin Yaodong was puzzled. Feng Huitian squatted down to wipe away the floor dust, so he cocked a corner to look at it and opened his mouth. This is made from the wood of a dead man's coffin. What? At those words Lin Yaodong was confused. Feng Huitian see the whole grocery room area is not small. Continued, natural landscape, townhouse floor. Can family house auspicious and lucky, but this room of yours, covered with such a large area of dead people's coffin wood, even the best feng shui can't carry it. It would have been broken long ago. Feng Huitian stood up and looked at Lin Yaodong. Tell someone to tear down all the floors in this room, then find a depression to burn it, and finally just bury the ash carbon. This will remove the evil spirit, and the problem in you will disappear. Lin Yaodong nodded repeatedly and immediately called for someone to start removing the floor. Mr. Fong, you're really a tall man. These floors look exactly the same as the ones outside. You can tell this? But I picked these floors out myself at the time. So how did this accident happen? Damn flooring manufacturers. I think they don't want to live. Lin Yaodong said angrily, while Fong Huitian shook his head. It has nothing to do with the flooring manufacturer. Mr. Lin, have you offended someone like a feng shui master? Or perhaps, offended the carpenter who decorated your house? Chapter 55, She's Jealous. Lin Yaodong thought carefully and suddenly stared wide-eyed. I remember. There was an old carpenter smoking in the house, and I gave him a good scolding. Could it be him? Fong Huitian nodded. The originator of carpentry is Master Lu Ban. So many old carpenters know the Lu Ban technique. Mr. Lin, it's good that the other party is just giving you a small punishment, knowing that this is a piece of feng shui land, and doesn't want to harm you to death. Otherwise the best feng shui land can become a place of great evil. On the small side it makes you lose your family's money, and on the serious side, it can break your family. Lin Yaodong sucked in a breath of cool air. It was horrible. I didn't realize that I had almost caused a big disaster with a thoughtless act. It seems the saying that you can't offend a feng shui master or a carpenter is not an empty one. Mr. Fong, thanks to your help today, you are my Lin Yaodong's great benefactor. From now on, this resort is yours. I hope you don't mind. You must take it, Lin Yaodong said and took out the land deed of the hotel, seemingly prepared for it. I'll have someone prepare the transfer contract. You can just come over and sign it tomorrow when you have time. Fong Huitian froze. Lin Yaodong is too honest. Giving him a hotel directly? Mr. Lin, that's not good, is it? Lin Yaodong laughed. What's wrong with that? I still think it's less for you. The hotel is in the suburbs. The foot traffic is usually not great, but the downtown Yipin Zuanfu belongs to its branch. The situation over there is better. So every year your revenue, it won't be too bad. What? At those words Fong Huitian completely froze. Yipin Zuanfu restaurant. Is it even a branch of this hotel? So that means he accepts this hotel and at the same time becomes the owner of Forbidden Residence? Fong Huitian felt like he was dreaming. It wasn't until he returned home and heard Cheng Yicheng's voice that he came back to his senses. Didn't I tell you not to come back? Why did you come back? At this moment, Cheng Yicheng had already taken a bath and was wearing her pajamas and leaning against the bed reading a book. She had an icy attitude, though, and looked as if she was a little angry. Xiao Cheng, Xiner has nowhere to go right now. I can only place her at Xiaoti's. Don't misunderstand. Fong Huitian stepped forward to explain. Cheng Yicheng knows that Fong Huitian is in a difficult situation and that he can't help him. So if he takes Fong Xin home, his parents will definitely disagree. She understood all the reasoning, and she also understood Fong Huitian. But every day when she watched him run towards Tang Zidi's side, her heart was just very uncomfortable. What am I misunderstanding? Remember to let me know when you've had your day, and I'll return your freedom then, Cheng Yicheng said and lay down into the quilt. Fong Huitian went around to the bed and said with a smile, don't be jealous, I only have you in my heart. I simply can't fit in a second person. Where is the day-to-day love? Who is jealous? You're annoying me. Just go away and don't keep me from sleeping. Cheng Yicheng pushed Fong Huitian. On the surface he looked angry, but in his heart he was as sweet as honey. Meanwhile inside the hospital, Cheng Jiaqing's head was wrapped up like a dumpling, crying and complaining to Cheng Guowo and Zhang Mei. Mom and Dad, you must do it for me. Du Xiao and I can have today. It's all because of Cheng Yicheng and Fong Huitian. You tell Grandpa that the two of them must be severely punished. Cheng Guowo furrowed his brows. Severe punishment? How can we be severely punished? Can we afford to offend Yiling? There's also Rongfeng's side. Pan Yuelin helped Cheng Yicheng so much. What can I do? Do you not want this project? I fired Cheng Yicheng? At the words Cheng Jiaqing cried even more aggrieved. If this project is not wanted, Grandfather will be even more angry. What then? My son is just going to be beaten for nothing? Zhang Mei shouted angrily with red eyes. Cheng Guowo sat down in exasperation. The old man's illness has only just gotten better. He won't be minding the company's business for a while. I'll reinstate Cheng Yicheng's position, but how it's treated, that's up to me. Cheng Guowo had a gloomy face. 56. Office to lounge. Day 2. Cheng Yicheng went to work at the group after breakfast, and Fong Huitian went out with him. He was going to the resort hotel to sign the transfer contract with Lin Yaodong. When they arrived at the company, all the employees avoided Cheng Yicheng when they saw her, and one by one, they were secretly talking about something behind their backs. Cheng Yicheng was a bit puzzled, but she didn't think about it that much. But when she walked up to her office door, she was outright dumbfounded. Just her things, stacked in several cardboard boxes by the door, and the door signed to the VP's office, which had been changed to a cleaning lounge. Cheng Yicheng's face instantly changed, so she went to find Cheng Guowo. Uncle too. How did my office get converted into a janitorial lounge? Chang Yicheng was getting angry and directly pushed open the door and went in. Chang Guowo was drinking tea at the moment. He was startled by her, and immediately scolded. Are there any rules? This is the president's office. You come in without knocking? Get out. Hearing this, Chang Yicheng frowned, so she withdrew and knocked on the door again. Come in, Chang Guowo said coldly. Second uncle, you have to give me an explanation for this. Chang Guowo put down his teacup and said in a cold voice. What explanation do I give you? The cleaning ants are old and can't stand the cold, and your office has the best light and ventilation, so I asked them to move there. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with? Chang Yicheng was all pissed off and laughed, so she spoke. Then where do I work? Of course it's the cleaning lounge. The ants have packed up their stuff, so you can move it there yourself. What? Hearing Chang Guowo's words, Chang Yicheng's lungs simply exploded with anger. Haru, there's no need for you to be resistant. You're the vice president anyway. Where is the office not the same? Besides, if you can give up your office to your aunts, they will surely be very grateful to you. And Uncle too is also helping you to make good connections and gain everyone's goodwill towards you. Chang Guowo had a bad smile on his face, and Chang Yicheng was furious and aggrieved. Gaining favor with everyone? Nice try. Why doesn't he give up his office? Chang Yicheng huffed and twisted away. Uncle too was in the way of the conditions attached to the Rongfeng project and didn't dare to fire himself, so he was picking on himself about other things. Chang Yicheng thought more and more angry, but there is no way. Who let others is the president, and they are just a famous and unrealistic vice president. Vice President Chang is really sorry. Letting you go to our lounge has wronged you. Vice President Chang is so young. What's wrong with a little aggravation? Our old bones can't stand being tossed around. It's only right to let us have this room. Yes, you say we clean up the company so well every day. We have hard work without credit, right? Why do we have to stay in a dark corner? This room, it should have belonged to us in the first place. Several cleaning ants, sneeringly watching Chang Yicheng move the boxes, did not put this vice president in their eyes at all. At this moment, Chang Yicheng's face was incredibly ugly. What could she say? This group of people rely on Chang Guowo as a backer to Fox and Tiger. Even if they turn over their own face, it is useless, because Chang Guowo will not expel them at all. They'll even give them a reward for taunting them. The employees also came over to watch the fun. The vice president of Chang's group had moved his office to the cleaning lounge, and did it himself, with no one coming out to help. Such a thing is unprecedented in any company, isn't it? After organizing everything, Chang Yicheng looked at the small and gloomy new office and sat down helplessly, and that's when her sister called her out of the blue. Sis, I'm back from vacation. You pick me up at the station? Chang Yicheng's sister is called Chang Yisun, been attending college in a neighboring province and is in my junior year. Really? When are you getting off? Chang Yicheng was a bit surprised. Almost there. Almost 40 minutes to the station. 40 minutes? Chang Yicheng glanced at the time. Tell you what, I'll have someone pick you up. I can't spare the time right now. A loss of words came from across the room. Well, I was thinking of seeing you first. I've missed you so much. Chapter 57, Picking Up My Sister-in-Law. Listening to Chang Yisun's petulant voice, Chang Yicheng bared her teeth and laughed, and the aggression she had just suffered suddenly disappeared for the most part. She and her sister were very close, and she missed her sister after not seeing her for months. After hanging up the phone, Chang Yicheng called Fong Weitian. At this time, Fong Weitian had already finished signing the transfer contract with Lin Yaodong, and at the same time Lin Yaodong also gave him a non-convertible version of the coupe. It's worth $2,700,000. Mr. Fong, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call me. Fong Weitian nodded, and after Lin Yaodong left, he explained a few more things to Gu Yang, the manager of Yipin Zuanfu. Gu Yang was the general manager of the two hotels, and Lin Yaodong said that he had a good character and outstanding ability and was trustworthy, so Fong Weitian let him just work as before. That's when I received a call from Chang Yicheng. Where are you? Yisun is back from vacation. I can't spare the time. Go pick her up. At those words Fong Weitian hesitated. This sister-in-law of his is good at everything. Looks beautiful, body times great. Even the voice of the speech is very pleasant. But she just couldn't see herself and felt that she was the one who had delayed her sister's happiness in life. Whenever he humiliated himself, the ruthlessness was no less than the rest of the Chang family. I'm also a bit unable to leave. Fong Weitian swallowed. He didn't want to touch Chang Yisun's mold. At this time Chang Yicheng's voice cooled down. Go to pick up Yisun cannot go. Go to Tang Zidi that is running quite diligent. Then you later. Honey, stop. I'm going. Right now. Chang Yicheng was at it again. Fong Weitian really couldn't stand her talking like that. Hanging up the phone, Fong Weitian had a worried frown on his face. Gu Yang stepped forward at this time and asked, Mr. Fong, what happened? Do you need my help? Fong Weitian looked at him and shook his head. Forget it, it was better for him to go by himself. Otherwise Chang Yicheng didn't know how many words were waiting to dislike him. You go about your business. I've got things to do so I'll leave. Fong Huitian said and got into the Bentley coupe. He had never been in such a nice car before. Plus his driver's license had been taken 7 or 8 years ago, and he was a little bad at driving after not touching a car for so long. It was good that his fusion of the 5 arts of Fong healing made his ability to learn very fast as well. After a few minutes of searching for videos online and watching them, I just drove away. Fong Huitian parked his car in the parking lot, so he walked to the exit gate and waited for Chang Yisin. It didn't take long to see a very small and freshly dressed girl walk out. She was wearing a white baseball cap and pulling a large pink suitcase. The originally cheerful face darkened the moment he saw Fong Huitian. Fong Huitian? How come it's you punk who came to pick me up? Chang Yisin frowned tightly and looked at him with a look of disgust. She heard from her parents that Fong Huitian had returned to normal. And even more so, she heard that the first thing he did after he got better was actually to ask her sister for a divorce. With this punk, who is he? If you want a divorce, it's your sister who kicked him out. Who is he to take the initiative to talk to your sister about divorce? Haru couldn't spare the time, so she let me come over. Fong Huitian was somewhat indifferent. Even though he expected his sister-in-law to humiliate him, he was still a bit angry that he was so abused in public. My sister is so mean. Why can't she find someone else but you? Do I dare to sit in a car with a cripple like you driving? I'm really convinced. Even a toilet cleaner or a small security guard would be better than you. Get out of here. I'm not taking your car. Chang Yisin was furious. So was her sister. How could she let this punk pick herself up? He's got his leg back. But what if he gets sick again? What if he has an accident? Isn't this a joke on her life? Yo, isn't this Chang Yisin, the big schoolgirl? What's going on? Your boyfriend came to pick you up? No wonder you rejected Han Xiao. So you have a man. Chapter 58, that's a Bentley Luau. Chang Yisin's face suddenly changed and she turned around violently, only to see 3 girls dressed in floral dresses walking over. At the moment, she couldn't tell how depressed she was. He was afraid that he would be seen by others as Fong Huitian. A waste of space, but he ended up bumping into him anyway. The key opponent is still very much at odds with himself. Don't be ridiculous, you guys. He's not, Chang Yisin said without any good humor and then was about to leave. A girl on the other side stepped forward to stop her with a sneer. What's the rush? We're all in the same department. Let's talk before we go. I have nothing to say to you guys. Get out of the way. Chang Yisin was a little angry. And at this time, Fong Huitian stepped forward to block the front and spoke. I'm Yisin's brother-in-law. If there's anything you want to tell me, if it's fine, we'll go home. Fong Huitian's aura had an inexplicable sense of oppression, and the 3 girls suddenly froze. Even Chang Yisin looked at him with some surprise. For some reason, at the moment, she felt a hint of manliness in this trash. How is that possible? He's such a loser. You're Chang Yisin's brother-in-law? Ha ha ha, aren't you a cripple? And mute. How did you get cured? Which hospital is so awesome? Tell me, in case I have an acquaintance who is crippled in the future. The 3 girls were full of sarcasm. Chang Yisin's face turned green as she glared fiercely at Fong Huitian. It was all because of this loser, causing her to be humiliated along with him. Get the hell out of here. What are you waiting for? Take my luggage back. I'll go by myself. Chang Yisin ran straight away after saying that, leaving the 3 girls laughing. And Fong Huitian sighed and carried Chang Yisin's luggage to the parking lot. The 3 girls also happened to pass by at this time. When they saw Fong Huitian got into the Bentley coupe, they were all dumbfounded at once. Did I read that right? A Bentley Landau? It's not the convertible version, but it's over $2 million. Han Xiao chased Chang Yisin in this car before, and it caused quite a stir in the school at the time. But isn't Chang Yisin's brother-in-law a loser? How can he afford to drive such a luxury car? I rented it for pretense. Do you really think Chang Yisin's family is rich? Don't forget that everything Chang Yisin wears isn't from the stalls. Speaking of which, the 3 girls once again showed their contemptuous smiles. A chicken is a chicken and can never fly up to become a phoenix. Instead of going straight home, Fong Huitian went to Tang Zidi's hotel to see Fong Xin. He reported to Chang Yicheng that Chang Yisin didn't come back with him and didn't know where she had gone. She had a high school reunion in the evening, so she went straight over there. And when you went, did she give you a hard time? Hearing his wife ask this question, some of the anger that he had been feeling dissipated at the moment. No. Fong Huitian felt warm in his heart, no matter how much aggression he had suffered, but as long as Xiao Qing didn't dislike himself, it was enough. Well, that's fine. Chang Yicheng didn't believe Fong Huitian's words at all. She knew her own sister too well. How could it not be difficult? It was just that Fong Huitian didn't admit it, so she wouldn't continue to pursue it. I guess I'll just have to wait until I get home and educate my sister. Fong Xian's condition has been stable, not good or bad. After Fong Huitian checked her over, he then twisted around and went out. How's it going? Is Xin showing signs of improvement? Tang Zidi eagerly stepped forward and asked. Fong Huitian shook his head. Tang Zidi sighed, then encouraged, it's okay, take your time. I believe you will definitely let Xin wake up one day. Fong Huitian looked at Tang Zidi gratefully and heavily nodded his head. In his most difficult time, it was Tang Zidi who extended a helping hand to him, never disliking him, not even half a word of complaint. I really don't know how to thank him. And that's when he suddenly thought of hotel management. Gu Yang was in charge of 2 hotels by himself and needed to run both ways, which was particularly troublesome. And Tang Zidi must have a knack for management and operation if he runs this in. Can I trouble you for another favor? What's the point of being polite with me? If you have something to say, just say it. Tang Zidi laughed brightly. Fong Huitian looked at her. I want to hire you to come to my hotel as a manager. Chapter 59, drop out of school and marry a rich family. A hotel? Manager? Tang Zidi looked at Fong Huitian in confusion. What hotel are you? Doesn't Fong Huitian work at the pet hospital? Where's the hotel? I was treating a friend and he gave me a hotel as a thank you. There is a lack of an administrator. And I believe in your abilities. So if you are willing, come and help me. At those words Tang Zidi was confused. She knew that Fong Huitian was from a family of Chinese medicine practitioners, but she didn't expect that when he treated someone, the other party would send him a hotel? Isn't that a horribly generous reward? Huitian, you're not kidding me, right? Tang Zidi was in disbelief. How much does a hotel cost? Fong Huitian smiled and said, my friend is strong. This hotel is what he opened for fun. How about Xiao Di? Willing to help me? The fact that Lao He had picked up Fong Huitian in a $20 million limousine earlier proved that he did no big shots, and Tang Zidi believed him on this point. So nodded, okay, just so Xin can also change a better environment to recuperate. Fong Huitian knew her concern, so he smiled and said, it's okay, the inn can stay if you want to, and it's okay if you want to cash it out. I'll help you find someone to do it. Tang Zidi looked up at Fong Huitian, her eyes full of gratitude. Opening a hotel doesn't make money or even loses money. Fong Huitian says he's letting himself be helped, but in reality he's the one who's helping himself. With things settled, Fong Huitian told her to pack her bags and go over today. So another call was made to Gu Yang, who personally came over with more than a dozen people to receive Tang Zidi and Fong Xin together at the resort hotel. Originally, Tang Zidi thought that it might just be a small hotel, but when he saw the castle-like building in front of him, he was directly dumbfounded. That's a 5-star standard. Gu Yang found 2 of the best presidential suites, but Tang Zidi requested a room with Fong Xin so that it would be easier to take care of them. Fong Huitian asked Gu Yang to make arrangements to let Tang Zidi familiarize herself with the hotel's environment first, after which she could share a lot of work for him when she came on board. After getting everything done, the sky was already dark. Fong Huitian was ready to leave. Tang Zidi called out to him at this time. Huitian, thank you. Tang Zidi was incomparably sincere. Fong Huitian smiled and said, saying thank you to me is out of place. In the future, you are not allowed to be so polite to me. Tang Zidi nodded, his heart filled with gratitude. Seeing his hairy little friend with today's achievements, Tang Zidi truly felt happy for him. Fong Huitian drove off. Meanwhile, Miriam's royal casino. Cheng Yisin came here to party with her high school classmates. The person who initiated this party is called Su Wei. His family owns a factory. He was a rich second generation when he went to school, and now he has become the vice president of the factory. He earns millions of dollars a year and is the most envied person by all his classmates. Su Wei had booked an oversized box here, which was more than enough to accommodate more than 20 of their classmates. As expected of Boss Su, this box is quite a lot of money for one night, right? I've heard it starts at $10,000 an hour. With discounts for overnight, that's $50,000 or $60,000. $50,000 to $60,000? My goodness, this is too extravagant. Who else but Boss Su has this? Several boys were patting Su Wei on the back. He was very flattered, incomparably proud of the chest. Modestly said, our small money. Everyone play happy on the good. Do not be formal, I'll let go to play. Tonight all consumption I Su Wei pay. At that, cheers went up all around. It's also Boss Su. Is the atmosphere? Whoever marries you in the future, that's a blessing of several lifetimes. Yisin, you see, when you were in school Boss Su liked you, and he hasn't changed his mind after all these years. Why don't you just marry Boss Su? What's the point of going to school? That's right, Yisin. What's the future of studying? Boss Su has a high school education, but he still earns millions of dollars a year. If you marry him, you'll be married to a rich family. Chapter 60, how dare you call yourself a boss? The students all tried their best to set them up. They had informed Su Wei before they came that they had to help him take Cheng Yisin down. Before Cheng Yisin was the school flower, and now she is even more elegant in college. Su Wei had once chased after her but was rejected, so today he had to show off his charm and get Chang Yisun in his pocket no matter what. What are you guys babbling about? Chang Yisun frowned slightly, looking a little unhappy. Su Wei sat beside her at this time and laughed. Yisun, what they said is not false. I now have assets of tens of millions of dollars. If you marry me, that is properly a rich wife. You don't have to do anything every day. Just sit at home and count your money. Yo, sit at home and count your money. What kind of scene is that? If I were, I could wake up laughing in my dreams. Once again, the students were up in arms and a cheer went up. There were a few girls who looked at Chang Yisun with envy and jealousy. Too lazy to talk to you guys. Chang Yisun got up and went to the restroom inside the box, so she locked the door. She's not attracted to Su Wei at all, and her classmates' comments make her feel especially uncomfortable. I need to go to the bathroom too. Why don't you accompany me outside? I'm going too. Two demurely dressed girls dragged on two boys. Seeing the two of them flirting, how can a guy say no? With a bad smile on his face, he went up and hooked his shoulders. Called on us to accompany together? Then do you want us to accompany you two to go in? What are you talking about? You're not serious. The two girls' mouths were disgusted, but their faces were smug. So the four of them left the box, talking and laughing. Chang Yisun pulled out her cell phone in the restroom and sent messages to Fong Huitian in a huff, all of which were abusive to him, venting all of her unhappiness outside on this punk. And when Fong Huitian, who was driving, saw it, he was both angry and helpless. Finally just tossed the phone aside and stopped looking at it. You punk, eating and drinking my sister's food, and you still have the face to mention divorce to my sister? Why don't you go to hell, Fong Huitian? Chang Yisun saw that Fong Huitian didn't reply, so she sent another one. But just then, a loud bang suddenly came from outside the door, scaring her so much that she almost dropped her cell phone. Inside the box, all the lights were turned on. A group of uninvited guests blocked the doorway carrying the two pairs that had just gone out. Which one of you is ING Boss Su? At the head of the group was a burly, country-faced man with a scowl on his face that scared all of his classmates. I'm Su Wei. Who are you? Su Wei rose warily. State's face went for a hard slap. How dare you call yourself a ING boss? Su Wei was smacked and sat down on the ground in a daze. Chicks, is this what you call a backer? All of these goons? The country face had a disdainful look on his face and even spat towards Su Wei. But it was only then that he saw that the entire box was full of beautiful women. Suddenly his eyes went straight. Brother, you let us go. I'll give you money, okay? I'm here to play. Do you think I'm short of money? Just want to play you today. The country face let out a grim smile. The girl who had just gone out was crying in fear, and the other two boys were too scared to fart, crouching on the ground, holding his head. He didn't dare move a muscle. They had just hooked up and gone out, netting thoughts of how to take advantage of the girls, and then they didn't pay attention and bumped into the country face. The country face saw the two girls' beautiful body also good, so ready to bring back to their own box to enjoy. As a result, the two girls were scared out of their wits and blurted out Su Wei's name, which invited the country face over. This big brother, my father is Su Jiankong, and Master Knife is a good friend. Why don't you give me face today? Let's have a drink. How about settling things? Su Wei got up at this point and mentioned the punks in the area. The students looked at him with faces full of worship and admiration. Master Knife, that is, this area is known as a ruthless person. I think the other side heard this name. Must have to give face. Chapter 61, Rescuing the Sister-in-Law. The country face looked at Su Wei with a scowl, kicked him down so hard he spit out his dinner. What the hell do you think you are? How dare you ask me for face when you see me? Country face trampled Su Wei and ravaged him. The students were stunned. Who is this big brother? How dare he call Master Knife a knife? Listen up. All the boys in this room will be beaten and thrown out, and the girls will be dragged to my box. So I'm going to play openly tonight. Country face laughed out loud. So a group of his men rushed in and started to do it, beating the boys up one by one. The girls let out a scream and there was a cacophony of noise outside. Chang Yisun, who was hiding in the toilet, was terrified, and in a panic, she clicked on her cell phone and started to ask for help, without looking at who was on the chat interface. Fong Huitian had already arrived downstairs at home at the moment and was about to get off when he received another message from Chang Yisun. It's not over yet? Fong Huitian was about to turn off the phone without even looking at it, and at the moment inside the box, the boys were down for the count. The studs dragged the girls out one by one, when one of the boys noticed the bathroom door was locked and shouted, "Boss, there's someone else in here. Big brother, the person inside is the school flower. She is the most beautiful in our place. You let us take her away." A girl cried out. All the students nodded their heads. If Chang Yisun alone was used to exchange for everyone's safety, it would definitely be worth it. Big brother, you take her away? I'll pay for your spending tonight. Let us go, Su Wei said with a face full of panic. Oh, if it's really as pretty as you guys say it is, it's not impossible. Somebody, break down the door. The country face gave an order, and a group of minions rushed straight over to bang on the door. Chang Yisun was crying in fear, her mind going blank. At this moment, he couldn't care less. Seeing that Fang Huitian didn't reply to the message, he directly dialed his phone. Fang Huitian was all set to turn off the phone when the call came over and he hesitated to answer it. Do you have to make yourself listen to her scolding? The sister-in-law is more or less mentally ill. There was no choice but to answer it in the end. Fang Huitian, save me. Come and save me. Ah. There was a cry from his sister-in-law on the other end of the line, followed by a cacophony of noise, and the call was disconnected. Fang Huitian was violently stunned, then called back, but the other party had already turned off his phone. No good. Fang Huitian started the car and left quickly. He took out his cell phone and prepared to call someone to find out where Chang Yisun was. Instead, he saw his sister-in-law's previous message and had sent the location. Arriving at the casino, Fang Huitian looked for the box according to Chang Yisun's post, but it was in a mess, and the waiter was cleaning it up. Where are the people in this room? Fang Huitian yelled. The waiter was startled and thought he was in cahoots with State Face, so he told him State Face's compartment. Fang Huitian rushed over without even thinking and kicked the door open, only to see a room full of girls all squatting on the floor. There were more than 30 horsemen standing around, and a group of male students were trampled under their feet. Everyone was stunned when Fang Huitian suddenly rushed in. Who the hell are you? Dare to break into your grandfather's box, looking for death? A horseman cursed and stepped forward. Fang Huitian ignored him and looked around for Chang Yisun. When he saw that on the couch, Country Face was holding his sister-in-law down in a death grip. He was enraged. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Words. Fang Huitian directly rushed forward. With a bang, the cursing stud flew straight into the toilet. Everyone was stunned. Country Face was also confused. What the are you waiting for? Give it to me. The horseman rushed forward, but in less than half a minute, more than 30 horsemen who were full of chicken blood, all of them fell to the ground at this moment, letting out pig-killing wails. Chapter 62 gives you a chance to make a phone call. The Country Face was dumbfounded and copied the ashtray and smashed it towards Fang Huitian, and Fang Huitian picked it up with one hand, turned it around in his hand like a traveling cloud, and finally smashed it back hard. Country Face was on the ground screaming, his head bleeding. Fang Huitian came to Chang Yisun's side, looking like she was terrified. It's okay, my brother-in-law is here. It's okay. Chang Yisun gripped her collar to death to cover her skirt, tears streaming down her face senselessly. The surrounding students were all dumbfounded. What the hell? Isn't Chang Yisun's brother-in-law a loser? Not only crippled, but mute. But how to look at this person in front of you can't hang with the waist. One person singles out more than 30 people. This is a master. Did Chang Yisun's sister remarry? Rabbit brat. How dare you hit me? You're dead. Today I'll have to skin you. Country Face got up shaking. His face was still bloody and very creepy. Fang Huitian looked at him with an icy face. I'll give you a chance. Call someone. Well, you're a ing bully, aren't you? You wait for me to call my boss. I'll kill your whole family. The Country Face roared, and Su Wei and a group of classmates were about to pee in their pants. Big brother, this matter has nothing to do with us. It's all about Chang Yisun. He's Chang Yisun's brother-in-law. Everyone started skimming. Fang Huitian swept a glance at them. A bunch of rabble. Chang Yisun's group of classmates were really low quality. Country Face pulled out his cell phone and started calling people. Fang Huitian then handed Chang Yisun the car keys. Can you drive? If you can, you go back first. I'll take care of this side. Chang Yisun looked up at Fang Huitian. For some reason, this time, the feeling Fang Huitian gave her was very different from before. She couldn't think about it though. She grabbed her car keys and left the hotel. Arriving at the parking lot, Chang Yisun pressed the car key, only to see a coupe not far away flashing its lights. She was dumbfounded, locking and unlocking the car in disbelief, fiddling with it several times in a row before she dared to be sure. A Bentley Landau? Where did this loser get such a nice car? Chang Yisun was confused, but she was so scared that she got in her car and hurried off. Fang Huitian did not know what to face next. Chang Yisun's cell phone broke. At the moment she can only find a random mini-mart to borrow the phone. Reported to the police. She is also considered to be benevolent. As for whether Fang Huitian can wait until the police to save him, it depends on his destiny. The Country Face finished the phone call, so viciously glaring at Fang Huitian, you ing dead. My big brother is the road on the famous leopard head. Today do not get killed your whole family. I with your surname. The words of the Country Face scared everyone into holding their breath. Leopard's head? That's the first emperor of Ningzheng. The leopard head who even the 8 families have to give face to? Finished? The face froze. What the hell do you want? You know you're wrong now? It's too late. Today I'm not only going to kill you, but I'm also going to kill your wife and your sister-in-law all. Fang Huitian smashed his nose with one punch. and also knocked his unfinished words into his stomach at the same time, along with a few teeth. So he grabbed him by the hair and headed out, dragging him to the first floor hall door. Fong Huitian moved a chair and sat down, stepping on his head and letting him not lift it up no matter what. The dominating scene drew a lot of attention. Su Wei and the other classmates didn't leave either, hiding not far away ready to watch the fun. Fong Huitian this time can be miserable. The boss of the country faces a leopard head. Fong Huitian so beat up his men. The other side will be strange if he does not thwart his bones. And the general manager of the casino was beyond shocked when he saw this scene. He was well aware of the background of the country face, so he rushed to report to the big boss. What? Someone beat up leopard heads men? What kind of person is so arrogant? Is it his first day in Ningjiang? Chapter 63, Grievance. The big boss of the casino is a woman named Chu Shangya. The general manager hurriedly said, Boss, what do we do now? Chu Shangya hesitated for a moment and spoke. I'll go over there now. Our people should stay out of it for now. Shortly afterward, a stream of cars came to a stop in front of the casino's gates. A big, burly, tall man stepped out of the car. Brother Panther, look! The horseman at his side pointed to the hall, only to see Fong Huitian sitting on a chair, crossing his legs and stomping on Guazafang's head. But beside him, there was a young girl dressed in a non-mainstream dress at some point, who had been playing with her cell phone with her head down. Arrogant. This man is just too crazy. The leopard head frowned tightly, and with a big wave of his hand, he took 50 or 60 of his brethren and walked in. The hall was already crowded with people watching. Seeing that the other party came in force, with dozens of people, some of the timid ones rushed to leave, and the more courageous, they scattered around to the side leaning back, afraid of a fight to hurt the innocent. The leopard head's face was grim. How many years had it been? Who dared to move his people so wantonly in the boundaries of Ningjiang? Isn't that a slap in his face? And seeing himself at the moment, Fong Huitian still had no intention of letting go of his national face. What's this? It's like writing your own neck and ting on yourself and washing your own hair. Leopard head is incomparably angry. Today so many people are watching. If not properly dealt with, how can he still mix in the road in the future? The person who touches my leopard head in Ningjiang is unprecedented. Brother, who are you from? Panther Head forced down his anger. He wanted to know what the other party had to rely on that they dared to be too old for this. Fong Huitian looked at him expressionlessly, and then leaned back. The force on his foot suddenly increased, and the country face that stepped on him immediately let out a miserable scream. Master Panther, save me. Save me. The country face was in pain with tears streaming down his face, feeling like his head was going to explode. The leopard head was enraged. How dare he be so reckless in front of him, really looking for death. You won't be able to walk out of this entertainment into today no matter what. Is that so? Little bun, you dare to speak harshly in front of my mother. Are you screwed up? At this moment, only the young girl beside Fong Huitian, who had been playing with her cell phone with her head lowered, opened her mouth. The leopard's head froze. The voice seemed a bit familiar. At this moment, the young girl raised her head, and that face of dark heavy makeup was as gloomy as it could be, instantly causing the leopard head to stare in disbelief. Little Miss? Panther Head panicked, instantly getting goosebumps as his face suddenly changed. Yiling narrowed her eyes and put away her cell phone, so she walked over to the leopard head and lifted her hand and slapped it hard. The leopard's head was confused. All the people watching were also confused. This is Ningjiang's local emperor, Panther Head. Back then, with a pair of iron fists, he broke into the world in Ningjiang, and finally had the honor of becoming Tiger Ye's lackey. Such a ruthless man was slapped in the mouth by a 15 or 16-year-old girl? You say I can't walk out of here today? Try it. Fong Huitian spoke icily, and the leopard head was covered in cold sweat, looking at Yiling with incomparable fear. Who are they? How come they even invited Miss Little Bun? My dad just finished lecturing you 2 days ago, and you still don't have a ing face. Do you? Do you know who he is? He is the savior of my eldest 2 uncles as well as our whole family. He is my master. Offended him twice in a row. How many lives do you think you have enough to pay for it? What? This arrogant man was the savior of the 3 tiger masters? And the lady's master? The leopard's head instantly pissed himself in fear and directly fell limp to the ground, completely dumbfounded. Fong Huitian looked at Yiling doubtfully. Offended me twice? Master, do you remember Sun Liancheng? That guy's boss. He's Little Bun's horseman. It dawned on Fong Huitian that Lin Yaodong had mentioned a word to him before, and he didn't expect to meet so soon. So it seems that the 2 of us are really in the wrong place. Chapter 64. Fong Huitian looked at the leopard head icily. Frightened, he rushed to his knees and slapped himself hard. I'm sorry, miss. I really didn't know that this gentleman was your teacher, let alone that he was the savior of the 3 tiger masters. Otherwise it is to borrow my 10,000 guts. I do not dare to come to rush off. Miss, you spare my life. Sir, I am wrong. Please spare me. After saying that, He crawled to Fong Huitian and cowed out fiercely on the ground. Master, what do you think to do with him? Fong Huitian's face was icy cold. Although he and Panther Head were enemies, they were not directly related. And every time it was his men who caused trouble. And the leopard head is still Yi Fengtian's person. He is not good at fixing too hard. So he opened his mouth and said, for the sake of Mr. Yes face, I will spare you once today, but this person is flirting with my sister-in-law, so he has to give me a statement. At that the leopard head jerked his back straight. The national character face had caused him so much trouble that he almost pitched himself to death. So Vicious said, don't worry, I'll make sure he doesn't see the sun tomorrow. The leopard head gritted his teeth in hatred and beckoned for someone to carry the country face away. Master Panther, spare my life. Master Panther, I'm wrong. Spare my life, Master Panther. Country face cried and begged for mercy, while Panther Head didn't even look at him. What you do with it is your problem. I'm just asking for a statement. In the future mind your own men. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Yes, 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 thank you, Mr. Fong, for opening up. Fong Huitian got up. When he saw Su Wei and his party, they were all scared silly. At this moment, they looked at Fong Huitian with eyes full of fear. Tell them to keep their mouths shut, and at the same time, tell them that they're not allowed to approach Chang Yisin in the future. Panther Head will go and do it. Threaten Su Wei these birds. A word can scare them to piss their pants. Master, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Yi Ling laughed. Fong Huitian thought for a moment. Come to the pet hospital tomorrow to learn. Having called himself master for so long, Fong Huitian was embarrassed to not accept her. But this missy must be on a whim, and will withdraw when she gets tired of learning someday. Going to the pet hospital to learn what? Yi Ling wondered. Teaching you medicine. Aren't you going to study veterinary medicine with me? Upon hearing this, Yi Ling bared her teeth and laughed out, causing Fong Huitian to be confused. Who wants to study veterinary medicine? Do I look like someone who is studying medicine to you? I'm trying to learn kung fu from you. Holy! Fong Huitian was drunk, and when Yi Ling said that the Tibetan Mastiff ran out, she admired herself from the bottom of her heart. So it's not medical skill that you admire, it's kung fu. Ha! Yi Ling saw that Fong Huitian's face was difficult, and hurriedly sat on his arm. Master, you promised me not to go back on your promise. You have to teach me kung fu. Fong Huitian scratched his head. Tell me more, tell me more. Then it's settled. Remember to call me when you have time. Yi Ling left full of joy. At this time, Panther Head also came over, with a respectful and pleasing face. Mr. Fong, I'll take you home. The duo headed outside, and at that moment a long-haired beauty with a pretty face and a very elegant demeanor walked up to him. Brother Panther, you came here to support your sister. Why are you leaving? The beauty smiled, then looked at Fong Huitian. This is? Xiangya, don't ask what you shouldn't. The leopard's head had a serious face. In fact, before Chu Xiangya got off the bus, the manager had already told her all about what happened in the hall. She wondered how a young girl of 15 or 16 had managed to terrorize the leopard's head. And this man in front of him, Leopard Head, obviously came to take revenge on him. But now, he's giving him a job as his little brother? Since Brother Panther won't let me ask, Xiangya won't talk too much. By the way, Brother Panther, Boss Huang's celebrity reception is going to be held in 3 days. Are you still not going to join in the fun this year? I have spots here. If you're not interested, you can have this friend beside you take a look. Chapter 65. Where did you get the car? Chu Shengya smiled. She actually wanted to take this opportunity to get acquainted with Fong Huitian. The one who could make Panther Head treat him respectfully must be of great importance. At this time, the leopard head carefully looked at Fong Huitian. Mr. Fong, this is Miss Chu Shangya Chu, the contemporary head of the Chu family of the 8 great families. The head of the Chu family? That's too young, isn't it? Chu Shangya looked to be in her early 30s. Fong Huitian couldn't help but look at her one more time and asked, this celebrity wine club, what is it for? It's actually a gathering of Ningxiang's top streamers, with the aim of having everyone at the reception, finding suitable partners and realizing a win-win situation for all. The organizer is Boss Huang of Huang Jade House. Although his fame isn't that great, no one dares to disrespect him in Ningxiang with a word from him. Chu Shangya explained. Huang Yulo is a person with a background. Although he is usually very low profile, never show his head, but people's prestige in Ningxiang and even the province are very influential. If Mr. Fong is interested, he can go and take a look. Even if he can't help you with anything, it's still equivalent to taking a break. Fong Huitian had little interest in this kind of reception, but since it was a reception for top streamers, it might be helpful to Chang Yicheng. How many invitations do you have? I may have to bring a few more people with me. No problem, Mr. Fong. Feel free to come. Just call me when you arrive. As long as there are no more than 5 of you, I can take you straight in. No need for an invitation. Seeing Fong Huitian agree, Chu Xiangya excitedly pulled out a business card and handed it to him. Then Mr. Fong, we'll see you in 3 days for wine. Leave the Marimekko casino. Fong Huitian sat in the car and looked at the business card. So he asked, Leopard Head, is this Chu Xiangya really the head of the Chu family? Families like theirs have chaotic relationships, with relatives fighting each other in an open and unrelenting manner. Just like the Qing family, there is no stopping them at all. And Chu Xiangya as a woman even managed to come out on top. Her ability and endurance was by no means something that ordinary people could imagine. You can just call me Baozi, Mr. Fong. The leopard head nodded and said, and so it went on. Chu Xiangya is not a simple woman. She grew up without a mother, and her father had a son after he married the younger one. She suffered a lot at home, but was strong inside and endured the humiliation for so many years. Finally, when it comes to grabbing the position of the head of the family, he has defeated all his rivals. Fong Huitian had a feeling of empathy when he heard that, because in a sense, Chu Xiangya had the same thing as him. It's all about being the loathed one. Back home, Fong Huitian just entered the house and saw his father-in-law and mother-in-law, wife and sister-in-law all sitting in the living room waiting. Come here and tell us what's going on here. Cheng Guozhong had a serious face. Fong Huitian saw that car key of Bentley's on the coffee table and instantly understood. And at this time, Cheng Yisin looked at Fong Huitian and gave him a wink. Got it. The sister-in-law was trying to keep herself from mentioning the casino so that her family wouldn't follow and worry. Mom and Dad, I've told you all. Yi Fingtian's daughter is Huitian's disciple. What's wrong with borrowing him a car? Cheng Yicheng frowned and explained to her parents that she thought the car was lent to Fong Huitian by Yi Ling. Pan Hong snorted coldly. Borrowed it from him? This is a Bentley coupe. Over $2 million. Why would someone lend it to him? I think he just wants to climb up to someone else and then dump our family. Fong Huitian, are you still a human being? Yi Ling is still a child. Even if you want to climb high, you can't lay your hands on a child, right? Why are you so obscene? Bastard. Cheng Guozhong also angrily rebuked. You beastly thing, pretending to be good with our Shao Chang now, and then dumping my daughters when you've picked up Yi Fingtian's daughter? You're playing a good game. I won't let you get away with it. Divorce? Tomorrow you'll go with Haru to do the divorce paperwork. No negotiation. Chapter 66, Turning in Your Car. Fong Huitian felt his head spinning. It's just a car. How did it rise to the level of his and Haru's marital problems? Mom and Dad, it's not what you think. This car. You shut up. Cheng Guozhong interrupted. You still have the face to say that? There's such a nice car that you've been hiding from the family. What are your intentions? And Isan, how dare you help him hide it together? If your mom hadn't seen the car keys, are you not going to say anything either? The old couple simultaneously looked at Cheng Yisin again. She frowned and said nothing. It seems that she also tried to help Fong Huitian, only to be found out and fail. Why don't you guys believe it? Mom and Dad? Also, a child from a family like Yi Ling's. You guys think you can look at Huitian? She just wants to learn the art of healing. Why does she think things are so complicated when it comes to you guys? Cheng Yicheng was also angry. I don't care. Anyway, he has to give this car to the family. I'd like to see what he's up to. Besides, is he a veterinarian qualified to drive such a nice car? Who pays for his gas and maintenance? I think he's not only hiding this from us. He must have private money he hasn't handed over. Eat our family and drink our family. And in the end you raise a white-eyed wolf, playing mind games with whoever too? Father-in-law and mother-in-law talk more and more vigorously. Fong Huitian hurriedly stood out to round the scene. If he did not make a decision, I'm afraid that the two old people can be pulled to the sky. Mom and Dad, you can use the car. You have the keys. That's more like it. Only when he heard this did Cheng Guozhong slightly de-escalate. So he smiled and put the car keys into his pocket. Don't you play any tricks. I'm telling you, if you dare to do anything to wrong Haru, I won't spare you. Cheng Guozhong threatened Fong Huitian, so he went back to the house with Pan Hong. Cheng Yicheng sighed helplessly and twisted around to go back to the house as well. And at this time, Cheng Yisin pulled Fong Huitian aside and asked with a serious face, is this car really lent to you by Yi Ling? Fong Huitian nodded in order to avoid any complications. The casino side of things is also settled. So don't worry, I won't tell my family. Cheng Yisin glanced at him and didn't say anything as she twisted around to leave. Did you call the police? Cheng Yisin violently stuttered. In fact, seeing Fong Huitian safely back, he knew that the police must have gone in time and saved him. And although Fong Huitian didn't see the police, he heard Pantherhead say that he met them on his way here and then gave them a block. He thought that his sister-in-law must have called the police after she left. No, who cares? You're overthinking it, Cheng Yisin coldly said and left. Fong Huitian smiled helplessly. These two sisters are really the same. Both are knife mouths and tofu hearts. But it also proved that his sister-in-law was beginning to change her opinion of herself, albeit not by much, and that was much better than cracking up at the sight of him. Back in the bedroom, my father-in-law's laughter suddenly came from outside. followed by the sound of a door slamming. Chang Yicheng frowned. Must have gone out for a walk. Knowing her father, she couldn't sit still with a $2 million coupe cupped in her hands. Are you stupid too? Can't you see they just want your car? You borrowed it too. What if there's a scratch? How will you pay them back? Chang Yicheng looked at Feng Huitian with some huff. He laughed slightly. It's okay. It's not like Dad hasn't touched a car before. Nothing will go wrong. That's just a regular car. Where has he touched a coupe like that? Never even been in a sports car. Do you guarantee he can drive it? This sentence has put Feng Huitian on the spot. But the cars are all pretty much the same. So there shouldn't be any problems, right? Cheng Guozhong really doesn't know how to drive this kind of coupe. And the reason he has to come out so late is to get used to it first. It was hard to drive away. And I was pretty excited the whole way. But just in a corner place. Due to the speed of the car is too fast. Cheng Guozhong panicked under the hands and feet. Directly toward the side of the night running girl hit. Chapter 67, Too Unreasonable. The girl let out a mournful scream. Cheng Guozhong jerked the steering wheel, followed by a loud bang. The car didn't hit the girl, but it hit a large tree hard. The girl fainted on the spot with fear. Cheng Guozhong panicked, rushed out of the car to check the girl's condition. Still breathing, alive. She's alive. Cheng Guozhong panicked and pulled out his cell phone to call Feng Huitian. Huitian, come and save me. I've been in a car accident. What? Feng Huitian was all set to lie down when he received this call and stood up violently. What are you doing? Seeing Feng Huitian start to put on his clothes, Chang Yicheng asked. We have an emergency at the hospital and we need to rush over there now. Feng Huitian lied so that Chang Yicheng wouldn't worry. Emergency? Isn't there a doctor on duty? Why are you being called at this late hour? Chang Yicheng was a bit puzzled. Feng Huitian had been working at the pet hospital for 5 years, and there had never been a situation where he was called this late. I cured all the pets in Yifengtian's family, so it's a bit of an emergency right now, and the dean is looking for me by name. Feng Huitian smiled. There's no need to wait for me. Rest if you're sleepy. Chang Yicheng blushed. Who wants to wait for you? Hurry up and go, don't bother me. Drive my car. It's not good to take a taxi this late. Saying that, he threw the car keys to Feng Huitian and he hurriedly went out. Following the location given by his father-in-law, Feng Huitian soon found his way over. The front face of the coupe had been completely dented in, but fortunately Cheng Guozhong was fine, so Feng Huitian rushed forward to check the girl's condition. How's Kaiten? She's not seriously hurt, is she? It's obvious that she didn't hit her, but she can't wake up when she's stunned. What can we do? Cheng Guozhong was anxious and sweating. She's in excessive shock. Nothing serious. After Feng Huitian had taken the girl's pulse, he then took out a silver needle and stuck a few needles in the top of her head, as well as in her chest. She broke her head when she fell and had to be rushed to the hospital for treatment. Now, the three soon arrived at the People's Hospital, and the doctor recognized the girl straight away and rushed to call her parents. Don't pull out the silver needles from her body. You guys just help her with the head wound first. The doctor glanced at Feng Huitian and pushed the girl away directly without bothering him. Don't worry, Dad. I've seen her condition. It's an excessive shock that caused the coma. When I go back I'll prescribe her a couple of medicines. She'll wake up after taking them. Feng Huitian comforted his frightened father-in-law. At this time Cheng Guozhong raised his head and looked at him, his face showing a fierce, "What will you a veterinarian see? You also recklessly stick needles into people's bodies. What if you get into trouble? I'm telling you, if this girl doesn't wake up today, it's all your fault. It's your blind acupuncture that gave her a bad break. It has nothing to do with me." Feng Huitian was dumbfounded. Father-in-law is too unreasonable, isn't he? Who's he giving the girl acupuncture for? And now you're rushing to clear the air and blame it all on yourself? Feng Huitian was a bit angry. Cheng Guozhong went on to say, all because of you, you piece of, if you hadn't gotten a car, would I have gotten into this kind of trouble? Now, well, the car broke down, and the people couldn't wake up when they were scared, and it's all your fault. Also, you alone will pay for the car compensation. It has nothing to do with our family. Divorce? Yes, tomorrow you'll go and divorce Haru. Take the responsibility yourself. Don't drag our family down. Feng Huitian was speechless. Obviously you forced me to hand over my car, and then you had an accident with the car, and the responsibility is all mine? There's got to be a limit to being unreasonable, right? Sissy, what happened to my sissy? How is my daughter? At that moment, a middle-aged couple ran over in incomparable panic. Chapter 68, Do you have a license to practice medicine? Seeing the two of them, the doctor rushed forward. Mr. Shui, Mrs. Shui, Miss Shui is still in a coma. It was the two of them who brought her here. With that, he pointed to Feng Huitian as well as Cheng Guozhong on the side. The middle-aged couple looked over, and at that moment, two traffic policemen arrived. Hello, is this Mr. Feng? Yes, I am. There's just been a traffic accident at the corner of Thousand Hill Street, and we've inquired as to whether the car is in your name. A white Bentley Landau. And may we ask if you were driving it? Fong Huitian looked at his father-in-law, only to see that both his legs were shaking terribly. I was driving. Well, we explored the scene and found no blood, so if there are no casualties, we'll go ahead and tow your car. We'll come back to you if there's anything else we need your cooperation on in the follow-up. Tough on you two comrades. After the traffic police left, Cheng Guozhong then slowed down. Then a hand grabbed Fong Huitian's collar, viciously said, "Good Fong Huitian, the car is not you borrowed? How come it's in your name now? You have to make this matter clear to me today, or else I'm not finished with you." Fong Huitian furrowed his brows. At this time the middle-aged couple roared angrily, "So it's you who drove and scared my daughter. If my daughter doesn't wake up today, we won't be finished with you, too. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's all his fault. You just heard it." He admitted to the traffic police comrades that he drove the car. Cheng Guozhong hurriedly explained and took himself off the hook. Fong Huitian was very speechless, so he stepped forward and said, "Uncle and Auntie, don't worry, I've seen your daughter's symptoms. It belongs to shock. I've already carried out acupuncture for her, and after that, I'll prescribe 2 pairs of medicines, and it'll be fine after drinking them." "Acupuncture? You're a doctor?" the middle-aged man questioned. Sort of. My family used to be a family of Chinese medicine practitioners, so I know some medical skills. Since you're a doctor, show me your license to practice medicine." "License to practice medicine? Where does Fong Huitian have this? He only has a veterinary license, and he doesn't dare show it to people." Don't give him a hard time. Director Shui, where did he get a license to practice medicine? He's a veterinarian." That's when a laugh came. Only a middle-aged man in a Tang suit with an old man following beside him was seen. "Dr. Tang, you finally arrived." Seeing the visitor, the middle-aged man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Guozhong and Fong Huitian, on the other hand, were slightly stunned. They didn't recognize the man in the Tang suit, but the old man beside him. Wasn't it Chen Su, the seated doctor of Isho Tang, who had seen the old man before? "Dr. Tang, did you just say he's a veterinarian? What's going on?" The middle-aged man looked at Fong Huitian, his face pulling down. Chen Su laughed at this time. "Director Shui, they're from the Cheng family. A few days ago I treated the Cheng family's old man, and their family members all said that this kid is a veterinarian." At that, Director Shui's face darkened and he glared viciously at Cheng Guozhong and Fong Huitian. "How dare you guys fool me? How dare a veterinarian give my daughter acupuncture? The Cheng family, right? You guys wait for me. I'll make your family's medicine never sell." Cheng Guozhong was dumbfounded. "Commissioner Sit? Could this man be the head of the drug administration? Shui Tianming? Bureau Shui. This matter has nothing to do with our Cheng family. It's all because he caused trouble. My daughter is recently in the process of divorce procedures with him. His business has nothing to do with us." Cheng Guozhong was about to cry in fear. If it was really because of this matter that the Cheng family was in crisis, the old master would definitely beat him to death. So he hurriedly put all the blame on Fong Huitian and skimmed off the relationship between them. "So, you're that door-to-door son-in-law of the Cheng family? But since it's not divorced yet, it's your Cheng family's business. If my daughter is scared out of her wits by you guys, I will not only shut down your Cheng's drug company, but I will also make you go to jail and be held criminally liable." Chapter 69, Don't Move My Needle. Shui Tianming was furious. He only had this one precious daughter. If anything really happened to her, he would definitely fight with someone. Bureau Shui, save those words for later. I'm here today to make sure that your Qianjin is safe and sound. The man in the Tang suit laughed, and when he finished, he was about to go in. Fong Huitian called out to him at this time. "Dr. Tang, please don't pull out my needle." "What?" At those words everyone looked at Fong Huitian. "Your needle? Young man, are you teaching me things?" The man in the Tang suit looked at Fong Huitian with disdain. Chen Su stepped forward at this time. "Mr. Fong, I know that you have some friendship with Huo Li and Tiger Yi, but don't forget that you only treated his pet once. And do you know who this is in front of you? He is the founder of our Isho Tang." "Dr. Tang Isho Tang." Tang Isho puffed out his chest at this point, incomparably proud. Cheng Guozhong froze. This person was actually Tang Isho? He was a famous person in Ningzheng. There are only 2 major Chinese medicine practitioners in the whole of Ningzheng, and one of them is Yeshua Tang. Hearing this, Fong Huitian couldn't hold back and bared his teeth and laughed out. Everyone froze. "What are you laughing at?" "It's nothing. It's just that this name of Dr. Tang is the same as the name of the medical clinic. That's for sure." "Mr. Fong, you're just a veterinarian. Who are you to give us advice? Do you think you deserve it?" Chen Su sneered. Shui Tianming and the others also laughed out. Fong Huitian was a bit upset. What's wrong with veterinarians? The acupoints of animals are the same as human acupoints. There's not much difference. Besides, isn't this name of Dr. Tang's, in turn, veterinarian hall? It's no better than me. At those words, everyone's faces instantly changed, especially Tang Isho. He hated it when people pronounced his name backwards, because that's exactly what he did when he was apprenticed as a young man, starting out as a veterinarian. Back then, everyone just called him Vet Don, a name he took over 20 years to shake off. As a result, Fong Huitian even dares to mention it now? You, how dare you disrespect Dr. Tang? Do you believe that Isho Hall will also impose sanctions on your Cheng family? Chen Su angrily rebuked. Cheng Guozhong could not even cry. How could everything involve the Cheng family? With the prestige of Yeshua Tang, with just one word, it was guaranteed that all of Cheng's medicines would rot in his hands. Shut up, you punk. Can you die by saying one less word? Cheng Guozhong scolded fiercely, so he looked at Tang Isho and Shui Tianming with a smile on his face. Right now it's still important to save Miss Shui. Dr. Tang Shui Bureau, you two calm down. I'll scold him. Upon hearing this, Tang Isho shrugged his sleeves and went in to see the doctor with a smelly face. Don't ever remove my needles, or the scent will be tampered with and her life will be in danger. You shut the hell up, beast. Cheng Guozhong fiercely pushed Fong Huitian. Shui Tianming also angrily rebuked. If you dare to curse my daughter with any more nonsense, I will absolutely immediately take action against your Cheng family right away. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hear that? You're happy that you had to victimize our family? Keep your mouth shut. I'll whip you to death if you talk again. Cheng Guozhong really wanted to kill Fong Huitian. It's not easy for Haru to return to the company and resume her original position, so she definitely can't let this loser hold her back. We must get our daughter divorced tomorrow or he will get her killed sooner or later. Fong Huitian sighed helplessly and simply said nothing, and when Tang Isho came to the ward, he directly pulled out all the silver needles without even thinking about it. What kind of a brat is this? And he dares to tell me what to do? Tang Isho snorted coldly, so he took Shui Jiaxi's pulse and found that there was no major harm. Humph, is a pretend god big fool. Dog, this is obviously nothing, but also said what tampered with the breath. There is a danger to life? What a piece of. All he can do is show the animals what's wrong with them. Tang Isho sneered, but just then, Shui Jiaxi's body suddenly began to convulse, her eyes rolled white, and she foamed at the mouth. And surprisingly, her neck began to swell up, like she was holding a lot of breath. What's this? Chapter 70, what a thick skin. Tang Isho panicked, so he hastily pulled out his own silver needle and stabbed it at a few points that would stabilize his emotions and muscles. But it didn't work at all. It's even worse. It's over. It's over. If anything happens here, Shui Tianming will definitely get me killed. Tang Isho was sweating anxiously, so he rushed out and shouted, Fong Huitian, it's all because of your haphazard acupuncture. Now Miss Shui is suddenly critically ill. Are you satisfied? What? At the words Mrs. Shui directly fainted. Shui Tianming hugged his wife and yelled, if anything happens to my daughter, I'm not done with you. Shui Tianming roared at Cheng Guozhong and Fong Huitian, so he hurriedly asked Tang Isho, Dr. Tang, you must save my daughter, no matter what the cost. As long as I can save her, I'll do anything. Tang Isho furrowed his brows. I'm not sure. Fong Huitian didn't know what to do. Miss Shui suddenly became critically ill. I didn't have time to troubleshoot the cause of the illness. Dr. Tang, you're the most brilliant Chinese medicine practitioner in Isho Hall. If even you can't do anything about it, then won't my daughter? Shui Tianming cried sadly. Fong Huitian frowned and stepped forward at this time. Did you pull out my needle? Shui Tianming froze, while Tang Isho averted his gaze, then interrupted. It's obvious that it's your haphazard acupuncture, which caused Miss Shui's lesions, and you're still ready to throw dirt on me? Didn't I tell you not to touch my needles? Get up! Fong Huitian pushed Tang Isho away and rushed into the hospital room and pressed down on Shui Jiaxi, so he picked up his own silver needle and stuck it straight down at his throat. Breathe instantly. Then she hurriedly stabbed silver needles on several other points, and soon she regained her composure. Seeing this scene, Shui Tianming and Tang Isho are dumbfounded. This is even good? Bureau Shui. It seems that the needles I just administered played a role. It's a good thing that there was a scare. MS. Shui is safe, Tang Isho said, and Shui Tianming was relieved, and Fong Huitian rolled his eyes straight up. What did you do with the needle? How can you say that when you almost got someone killed? Bureau Shui. Although MS. Shui is out of danger, it will take a little time for her to wake up. I'll give you a prescription for just 3 doses, just 5 hours or more between each one. Fong Huitian said and wrote down the prescription. Shui Tianming took over. He couldn't say who was responsible for what just now, but he still favored Tang Isho more. Don't ever pull out the silver needle this time. Just wait until Miss Shui takes her medicine and pull it out. Shui Tianming looked towards Tang Isho as he spoke. There's no need for you to teach me how to do things. Do you still think that you really cured Miss Shui? If I hadn't just come in and administered the needles, Miss Shui would have been killed by you by now. Fong Huitian blankly glanced at him, so he looked at Shui Tianming. Bureau Shui, believe it or not, I'll leave it up to you. As for today's incident, I'm indeed very sorry, but if you want to pursue the responsibility, just look for me alone. It has nothing to do with the Cheng family. Shui Tianming narrowed his eyes. My daughter had better be safe and sound, otherwise you and the Cheng family are finished. This matter was put on hold beforehand today, and Shui Tianming let Fong Huitian and Chen Guozhong go. If Kathy Sit can wake up, all will be well. If there's another crisis, then the Cheng family will wait for the end. On the way back, Chen Guozhong was again unavoidable to give Fong Huitian a scolding, and also said that tomorrow, no matter what, he wants him to divorce Cheng Yicheng. Fong Huitian will take the blame for the trouble he caused today. The car has been scrapped, and after you're done with it, all the money will be given to Xiao Cheng as compensation for all the years you've spent on her. Dad, you shut up. This is non-negotiable. Chapter 71, I'll take you there. When he got home, Chen Guozhong went straight to his bedroom. Fong Huitian sat in the living room, feeling incredibly heartbroken. He loved his wife dearly, but his in-laws couldn't see past themselves and always forced him to divorce. Even if they knew that they were related to Yifeng Tian, they thought that they were climbing high above others. There was even a misunderstanding that he and Yi Ling were in an improper male-female relationship. What else could he say? The more he explained, the darker it got, and there was really nothing he could do about it, and so it sat until dawn. However, he realized that even though he had not intentionally performed the fusion, when he was in a calm state, the 5 arts of Feng healing would automatically operate within his body. It seems to be slowly fusing on its own. It's not fast, but it's not a small process over time. After the family got up, while eating breakfast, this Cheng Guozhong will be a divorce agreement slapped on the table. Dad, you're divorcing my mom? Cheng Yicheng and Cheng Yisin were dumbfounded. The two of them were so old and hadn't quarreled. Why did they suddenly want a divorce? What's this kid talking about? Your father and I are fine. This is for you, Pan Hong said and glared at Fong Huitian. Mom and Dad, why are you guys here again? How many times have I told you I'm not leaving? No, today you two must divorce. No discussion. Cheng Guozhong slapped the table hard. He looked at Fong Huitian with a cajoling look, so he told him about the car, but didn't mention the crash. You guys can't believe it, can you? That this asshole would hide it from us and say it was a borrowed car? That car is clearly his name. The entire family looked at Fong Huitian in shock as he lowered his head and didn't say a word. Dad, even if the car is in Kaiten's name, it's no surprise. Yiling's family is so rich, what's the point of giving him a car? A few $1 million is a huge amount of money in our eyes, but in other people's eyes, a month's pocket money is more than that, right? Cheng Yicheng defended. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong were both too angry to eat. Haru, why are you still turning your arm outward? Think about it, even if he's not poor, why would he give him his car? There's something fishy going on here. He's definitely having an affair with Yi Ling and is teaming up to bully you. Fong Huitian is a raggedy, trashy shoe, and you're talking about being a master? I'll be damned. Are you teaching other girls to go to bed? Pop. Cheng Yicheng fiercely slammed the dishes on the table and angrily said, Dad, you're just too much. How can you talk like that? Am I wrong? If Fong Huitian was honorable, could he get so close to others? Now it's really something. He's so powerful. Why don't he think about our family a little bit? You see what he's done for the family? Your second uncle called me this morning and said he got 2 invitations to Boss Juan's celebrity banquet the night after tomorrow. Your grandfather and he can go, deliberately showing off with me. If Fong Huitian has a clear conscience and is truly capable, then you let him bring our family there as well. Hearing this, Cheng Yicheng understood that the parents had played this calculator really well. They knew that Fong Huitian had some connections, and if they could bring their family to the dinner, they would have a light on their faces. And if Fong Huitian can't get an invitation, they'll use this opportunity to get them both divorced. 2 birds with 1 stone. No matter what Fong Huitian did, the ending would be favorable to the parents. Mom and Dad, aren't you guys deliberately making things difficult for him? Boss Huang's banquet, that's for anyone? The invitations that are sent out every year are for the top-ranking families in Ningjiang. How could Huitian possibly get them? Cheng Yicheng frowned. Cheng Guozhong glared and snapped, isn't he powerful? Then let him get it. Your second uncle can get it. Why can't he? You guys. Cheng Yicheng was about to say something when Fong Huitian stopped him. Boss Huang's banquet. I'll take you there. Chapter 72, No Divorce. Fong Huitian's words caused everyone to freeze. Cheng Yisin laughed coldly at this time. Really don't have a diamond drill, but still want to take the porcelain work. To go, you guys go. Don't be stopped outside the door at that time. I won't be disgraced with you guys. Sis, you don't have to go either. How nice to have that time for the 2 of us to go shopping. Just let him play with Mom and Dad. Cheng Yicheng poked her and told her to keep quiet. On the contrary, Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong looked at Fong Huitian with puzzled faces. Do you really have a way to take us there? Fong Huitian nodded, not bothering to explain to them. Well then, that's what you promised. We didn't force you. If you can really take us there, the two of us will never mention the divorce between you and Haru again. But if we can't get in, you'll have to divorce Haru. And you'll have to sign for me even if Haru doesn't agree. Good. Fong Huitian agreed very painfully. Chang Yicheng froze, so she pulled Fong Huitian to the side and questioned in a cold voice. You want to divorce me? Chang Yicheng's emotions were a bit agitated. Her body was shaking with anger, and her eyes were even a bit red. Fong Huitian took her hand and softly said, how could I possibly want a divorce? Xiao Chang, anyone can distrust me, but not you, because you are my wife, my most important and favorite person. Then how dare you agree to them? Do you know how hard it is to get an invitation from Boss Huang? Don't think you can get it just because you know Yi Fengtian. As long as Boss Huang doesn't want to give it, even Yi Fengtian can't do anything about it. Fong Huitian was stunned. Was this Boss Huang so powerful? How dare you not even give Yi Fengtian face? Does Chu Shangya's 5 places actually work? Don't worry Xiao Chang, I have a way. There is such a good wife as you at home. It is robbing me to grab a few invitations back. Death will not divorce you. Fong Huitian giggled. Chang Yicheng suddenly felt touched, so she hammered him on the chest. Don't give me the grease. Let's see what you'll do if you can't get an invitation by then. With that, he went back to eating, and Fong Huitian was a bit unsure now. So when he was at work, he called Chu Shangya. That quota you were talking about, does it really work? Mr. Fong, are you worried that you won't be able to get in by then? Chu Shangya smiled. It seemed that Fong Huitian was still quite interested in this dinner party. Fong Huitian felt a little embarrassed and spoke. The main reason is that I promised my family, so if I can't get in at that time, it's embarrassing. Don't worry about it. These 5 slots of mine are added by Boss Huang himself. Only the top 3 of the 8 great families have special treatment. So your worries, you can put them down. That's good. Hanging up the phone, Fong Huitian thought about whether he should ask Yi Fengtian to find out what this Boss Huang was about. But without waiting for him to call, Yi Fengtian called him first. Mr. Fong, I'm going to return to the provincial city today, so there's something I want to trouble you with. Yi Fengtian was a little embarrassed. Tell me what it is. I'll help if I can. Yi Fengtian, it's just that Xiaoling wants to transfer to Ningjiang. This girl's temperament you know, I'm afraid that no one is in charge of her. They can all make a mess. Old he will stay in Ningjiang to accompany her, but he can't control her. I see that this girl is quite afraid of you. So you see, can you discipline her for me? At this Fong Huitian laughed. Let me discipline her? You're not afraid that I'll clean her up? Mr. Fong, feel free to clean up. This girl needs to be disciplined a bit harder, but we're all out of options. Only you can cure her. That's why we've come to trouble you. Yi Fengtian was also very helpless. Okay, I'll help you manage her. My way. Then thank you, Mr. Fong. By the way, Mr. Yi, do you know this person, Boss Huang? At this Yi Fengtian froze. By Boss Huang, you mean Huang Yulo? Chapter 73, Robbing a Parking Space. Yi Fengtian's tone clearly recognized Boss Huang. Yes, that's him. Do you know him? Yi Fengtian suddenly became serious. Mr. Fong, do you have any problems with him? That's not true. It's just that he's having a dinner party the day after tomorrow and I'd like to go to it. Hearing this, Yi Fengtian's brows relaxed. That's good. I thought there were conflicts between you guys. I can't go to his dinner though, and I wasn't given an invitation. But this is a favor I can do. I'll say hello for you if you want to go. At those words Fong Huitian was puzzled. Didn't my wife say that Boss Huang doesn't even give face to Yi Fengtian? But now it seems that Yi Fengtian can obviously help. Is this Boss Huang very powerful? Yi Fengtian smiled. He doesn't have too much power himself, but with one word from him, all 5 of our tigers must be in place. What? Huang Yulo can command the 5 tigers? Fong Huitian was confused. This background was too awesome. No wonder whoever said that Boss Huang had a huge influence. To be able to command the 5 tigers, it's unbelievable. He wouldn't be the boss of your 5 tigers, would he? That's not true. But Mr. Fong, since you're going to his dinner party, you should feel free to go. Right, didn't Big Brother give you a ring? You can wear it. It's kind of a pass. Holy, the ambush is buried here. Zhao Cohen's worthless ring turned out to be a pass for this place. But it was quite good. Going to the top stream dinner with this pass would allow him to meet a lot of big names. Maybe even help the wife. The day of the dinner, when Fong Huitian returned home, his father-in-law and mother-in-law had already changed into an exquisite outfit. Chang Guozhong turned over the suit he wore 5 years ago and looked quite spry. The mother-in-law is also dressed as rich as possible. They thought that this dress can never be worn again. I did not expect to see the light of day today. Mom, Dad, and Isin are ready, so you should hurry and change your clothes too. Chang Yicheng's outfit today made Fong Huitian stare. The white evening gown, with its silk-faced skirt lightly wrapped around her slender body, its graceful lines, and her clearly visible collarbones. A head of long hair draped behind her, the whole person seemed like a butterfly dancing with the wind, and like a clear and transparent ice and snow elf. Fong Huitian looked stunned, and smiled helplessly after reacting. I won't change it. There's nothing to change. His clothes are old. It's the same whether he replaces them or not. Chang Yicheng's face changed slightly. In all these years, Fong Huitian really hadn't bought any new clothes. Whatever. Did you get the invitation? If we can't get in, it's not a matter of shame anymore. Chang Yicheng looked at Fong Huitian seriously. He smiled and said, don't worry, I've got it all arranged. Chang Yicheng looked at him half-heartedly and went out without saying anything. Everyone was ready, so they set off for Biyun Mountain Resort. The location of the dinner party was set up in the suburbs. Bian Villa was the property of Huang Yulu, where the celebrity gala was held every year. When I got to the parking lot, I just saw luxury cars all over the place. Multi-million-dollar supercars all look cheap here, because tens of millions of cars alone take up a full third of the parking lot. So many nice cars. Those who came today are really top big shots. I heard that not only the upper class of Ningxiang, but even several neighboring cities, there are quite a few big bosses who came over to attend. Chen Guozhong was incredibly excited. Fong Huitian turned around several times and could finally find a spot in an inconspicuous corner, so he reversed the car and prepared to stop. But just then, an Aston Martin suddenly grabbed the lead and parked right in. Fong Huitian slammed on the brakes and almost hit someone else. What's wrong with this guy? We obviously saw it first. Chang Yisan was instantly angry at the sight. So open the door and get out. A young man came down from the other side, wearing a big red tuxedo with a lot of gravitas. Sir, we saw this parking space first. You took our space. Chapter 74, No Invitation. The tuxedo man looked at Chang Yisan. She's cute and adorable in her pink tuxedo today, especially since the face was beautiful. Tuxedo was instantly interested. The parking space is whoever takes it first, but if this young lady agrees to be my dance partner, I'll let you have the parking space. Chang Yisan frowned. At this time, Fong Huitian and the others walked over. Forget it, Asen. I parked on the other side. Tuxedo looked at Fong Huitian, only to see that he was actually accompanied by a big beautiful woman. This kid has been blessed with two beautiful women. The tuxedo felt unhappy in his heart and looked at Fong Huitian with a sneer. Just the small broken car you drove here. Mercedes entry level, right? All down to $200,000. The cheapest cars here start at $1 million. Like my Martin Virage. $4,600,000, and you're going to steal a parking space from me? Parking on one side I think is a waste of resources. It's better to park in the grove a kilometer away, lest you accidentally bump into another car and dump your house you can't afford to pay for it. At those words, Cheng Guozhong and the others' faces changed slightly, very embarrassed. Fong Huitian was a bit dissatisfied. The reception did not stipulate what car must be driven to. I just ride a bicycle. Can go in to participate on the line. Yo, your breath is not small. Then I'll go in and wait for you, and when you're at the venue, don't let me lose sight of you. Tuxedo sneered, and so walked towards the venue with a smug look on his face. Cheng Guozhong then looked at Fong Huitian with a black face. I'm telling you, the face of our whole family is now in your hands. If you can't take us in, you'll have a good time. Fong Huitian didn't say anything, so he led them towards the venue. Just as they reached the door, two burly bodyguards stopped them. Invitation, please. Already at the entrance to the venue, Cheng Guozhong's family was overwhelmed with excitement. So one by one, they looked at Fong Huitian with anticipation. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and take the invitation out to the others. Fong Huitian looked at the bodyguard. I don't have an invitation. What? You didn't? Before Fong Huitian could finish his words, Cheng Guozhong directly interrupted with a stern voice. The two bodyguards looked at him icily. Then I'm sorry. Without an invitation, entry is forbidden. Yo, I don't know who was just out there. Didn't they say you could come in on a bike? How do you finish your sentence and give yourself a slap in the face? At this moment, the tuxedo man walked over with a glass of red wine, looking at Fong Huitian with a sneer on his face. Cheng Guozhong's family's faces were ugly, especially Chang Yicheng, who was incredibly disappointed with Fong Huitian. Why did you bring everyone if you didn't have an invitation? Originally, he honestly admitted that he couldn't get it together, and maybe he could be forgiven if he talked to his parents. But now that he's been humiliated in front of the venue, let's see what he's going to do. Ladies, if you two agree to be my dance partners, I can take you in, or you've come for nothing. Tuxedo looked at the Chang sisters with a slight smile. Cheng Guozhong hurriedly stepped forward. Young man, then can you bring us in as well? They are my daughters. Tuxedo pretended to think. It's a bit of a large crowd, but that's okay. I can ask for 2 more spots, and all of you will come in with me, but only if the 2 of them will be my dance partners today. No problem. Chang Guozhong excitedly agreed in one breath. Chang Yicheng and Chang Yisin frowned. Dad, what are you blindly agreeing to? I don't want it. No manners. What's wrong with saying yes? The young man can take us in. Can this loser Fong Huitian? Laozi almost lost his life with him. What are you too afraid of being a dance partner for someone for the sake of my face? It's just a dance. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Chang Guozhong chortled. He didn't think there was anything wrong with dancing. And besides, Tuxedo was classy and rich, so he must be from a big family. If he could look at his own daughter, then if she became his son-in-law in the future, spitting on her would be better than this waste of a man. Fong Huitian. Chapter 75, Mr. Fong, please come in. The tuxedo man looked at Fong Huitian with great complacency. Look at the groundlings he's wearing. He's qualified to come to this kind of occasion? Besides, why should two such beautiful women be his companions? Does he deserve it? Listening to his father-in-law and Tuxedo's words, Fong Huitian got a little angry. Pushing your wife out in front of you is excessive. So, he was ready to take out Zhao Kuan's ring, but before he could pull it out, a sweet voice came over. Mr. Fong, you're here. Why didn't you call me? I'll come out early to greet you. Everyone froze. Even Tuxedo's face paled as he saw the visitor and hastily leaned to the side. When the two bodyguards saw Chu Shangya walking towards them, they lowered their heads and respectfully said, Miss Chu. Chu Shangya ignored them and walked directly to Fong Huitian and extended her hand. Mr. Fong is really sorry. I thought of waiting for you to come at the entrance, but I was just delayed talking to a few acquaintances. I hope you'll forgive me. What? Tuxedo's face suddenly changed as he looked at Fong Huitian in disbelief. What's this kid's story? How dare he make Chu Shangya apologize to him, and to come out to greet them personally? That's okay. I'll introduce you. They're my family. Fong Huitian introduced Chu Shangya to his father-in-law's family, and Chang Guozhong was incomparably excited to shake hands with her. This is the Chu family, head of the 8 big families, ranked second. I'm lucky to have met you, let alone shake in your hand. I really didn't expect you to be married. Mr. Fong, your wife is so beautiful. Chu Shangya smiled and looked at Cheng Yicheng. She nodded a little coyly. Thank you. Then let's go in. Mr. Fong. Good. Chu Shangya walked in front and looked at the two bodyguards and said in a cold voice, Mr. Fong's family was invited by me. Boss Huang gave me 5 places. You know that, right? Understood, Miss Chu. Please, Mr. Fong, please. The two bodyguards were incredibly respectful. Cheng Guozhong puffed out his chest and raised his head, strutting in, not to mention how proud he was. Can Cheng Guohua have this treatment? Not to mention him. I'm afraid that even the old man does not have, but also with his own front to flaunt it. Is a pity that he did not see the scene, or else it must be to give him angry spit blood. And Tuxedo frowned tightly, looking at Fong Huitian and Chu Shangya's back, so he made a call. Have you arrived, young Wu? I just saw Miss Chu, walking close to a man. What kind of person dares to be so bold? Don't you know that Chu Shangya is the woman I, Wu Shueguang, have my eye on? Really looking for death? You keep an eye on the person. I'll be right there. It's Wu Shao. Hanging up the phone, Tuxedo revealed a sneer. Wu Shueguang was the number 1 ranked Wu family of the 8 families, and Fong Huitian, this little punk, dared to approach his favorite woman. It seems he won't live through tonight, and the Chang sisters by his side, aren't they his own? Entering the large open-air venue, this kind of top-stream reception, Cheng Guozhong's family is still the first time to come, was shocked by the scene of the luxurious layout of the speech. Mr. Fong, you can go around as you please. I have a few old friends over there. Go over and take care of them. Good. After Chu Shangya left, Chang Yicheng immediately stepped forward and looked at Fong Huitian with a serious face. Explain it to me clearly. How do you know the Chu family? Fong Huitian froze and hurriedly explained. I don't have any relationship with her. Counting today, I've only met her for the second time. Who asked you that? I'm asking how you know her. Chu Shangya, that's the Chu family's family head. One of the people I admire the most. Chang Yicheng looked a little excited. So she was Chu Shangya's little fangirl. Fong Huitian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Chang Yicheng had misunderstood again, so he smiled and said, this is a long story. I know her, but also thanks to Yisin. Chapter 76, I brought it in. Chang Yisin froze at the moment, then frowned. What does it have to do with me? Because that's where I am at Miriam. Chang Yisin hurriedly interrupted. Indeed, because of me, but I don't want to explain. Anyway, recognize on the line. No matter how he knows. Chang Yisin glared fiercely at Fong Huitian. Didn't she say she wouldn't mention the casino? However, she wasn't interested in knowing about Fong Huitian and didn't ask much. See, this is the real reception. The one that only the top stream level people can attend. I really never thought that one day, I, Chang Guozhong, would be able to stand here. Chang Guozhong was inwardly overwhelmed. Pan Hong laughed. Look at you. Now you're mentally balanced? More than balanced? I should have shown the dick when those 2 bodyguards just bowed to me at the door. Does he have this treatment? Still bragging in front of me, didn't he follow the old man to get in? Cheng Guozhong had a condescending look on his face, and as soon as he spoke, Cheng Guohua suddenly appeared in front of him and was stunned. You, what brings you here? Cheng Guohua was confused. He saw Cheng Guozhong's family, and even Fong Huitian, this loser, was here? Humph. If you can come, why can't we? Don't think you're the only one who can get an invitation. We know Miss Chu Shangya. Cheng Guozhong puffed out his chest and squinted his eyes with immense pride. Cheng Guohua sneered. No Miss Chu? Just based on you guys? I guess you guys are following whoever's ass and sneaking in, right? Come and see. Everyone, there are 5 people sneaking in here. Be careful with your bags. Don't get them stolen. Cheng Guohua suddenly shouted, and many people looked over. What do you mean? How come we can't come in? Do we still need to sneak in? Cheng Guozhong's face was filled with black lines. Cheng Guohua said smugly, it's not sneaking in, so take out the invitation and show it to everyone. That's right, get the invitations out. The dinner is organized by Boss Huang. Anyone without an invitation is forbidden to enter. If you're sneaking in, get out while you can, or call security to break your legs. Cheng Guozhong panicked. They didn't even have an invitation. How could they get it? Everyone see this is mine. Now I demand to see theirs. Cheng Guohua held up his own invitation. The people around us responded with a huff. Cheng Guozhong was forced to sweat profusely. He really could not take it out. And these are all big shots on the scene. He cannot afford to offend any of them. If they really want to break his legs, where can he argue? Kaiten, you hurry up and explain to them. Cheng Guozhong anxiously called out for help towards Fong Huitian. He walked slowly, looked at Cheng Guohua and spoke. I was the one who brought everyone in. Yes, he brought us in. We just followed him without an invitation. Cheng Guozhong once again threw the trouble on himself. Fong Huitian were completely speechless to his father-in-law. Chu Xianya brought us in herself. What are you afraid of? Came in with you? Fong Huitian, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? What is the occasion here? Look at what you're wearing. A rag picker is cleaner than you are, and you're qualified to come in? But I can't blame you. Veterinarians wear the same thing, but are just animals in human skin. There was a cacophony of voices around them, all jeering, and that's when Tuxedo came along with a man in a suit. A veterinarian? Today's occasion is filled with the top people in the business world, and who let in a creature like a veterinarian? The man in the suit was filled with a majestic aura. The people around him were silenced when they saw him and made way for him. This is the son of the Wu family, ranked number 1 of the 8 families. Wu Shuaguang. Chapter 77. Tell him to get lost. Cheng Guozhong's family was incredibly nervous. Wu Shuaguang was able to make the people around him shut up with a single appearance, and his influence was visible. You're a vet? How did you get in here? Do you know what kind of occasion this is? Get the hell out of here. Wu Shuaguang scolded sternly, his face full of majesty. The tuxedo man beside him sneered at this time. Wu Xiao told you to roll. Why don't you hurry up and shrink into a ball on the ground and roll out? Mr. Fong was invited by me. Who dares to whisk him away? Chu Xianya walked over with an icy face, and Tuxedo was so scared that he hurriedly took a step back and hid behind Wu Shuaguang. And Cheng Guohua froze. Fong Huitian, they still really know Chu Xianya? Xianya, today's reception is filled with dignitaries, and this boy is a veterinarian. He's not qualified to attend. Wu Shuaguang said in a cold voice. Chu Xianya was a bit displeased. Since Boss Huang gave me the quota, I can bring whoever I want. Do you have a wider control than Boss Huang? To meddle with the rights that Boss Huang gave me? What's so good about this kid? Xianya, why are you helping him so much? He's just a veterinarian. Do you think it's appropriate to have him around on an occasion like this? When word gets out later, everyone will think that the threshold of this reception is so low that anyone can attend. Who will be affected then? Isn't it still us and Boss Huang? Wu Shuaguang was in a hurry, and the surrounding people also spoke up at this time. That's right, this kind of person absolutely cannot stay. They must be driven out. Having this guy around brings us down as a whole. He must be allowed to leave. Otherwise, what's the point of this reception if any cat or dog can attend in the future? The crowd chanted in unison, and Chu Shanya's face was very ugly. Shanya, I'm doing this for your own good. If the reputation of the reception is damaged, when Boss Huang blames you, you'll be in deep. Wu Shuaguang's words carried a threatening meaning, but Chu Shanya raised her head and said with great determination, if anything happens, I'll be responsible for the consequences myself. There's no need for you to care. Also, Mr. Fong is the VIP I invited. You guys just humiliated him. Now apologize to him immediately. What? Apologize to Fong Huitian? There was a burst of ridicule around them, and Wu Shuaguang was infuriated. Koya, I really don't understand. What's so special about him? Why are you helping him so much, and asking me to apologize to him? What is he? He's not even qualified to lick my shoes, Wu Shuaguang said, so he spat thickly on the ground. Now I'm going to give him a chance to eat this spit and get the hell out of here, and I'll leave him alone. Otherwise, with my methods, you should know what will happen to him. At those words, Chu Shangya's face suddenly changed, and the people around them were showing disgusted expressions. This was too disgusting, wasn't it? Fong Huitian, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat. Do you want to drag the family to suffer with you? Cheng Guohua stepped forward at this time. He had to take this opportunity to perform well in front of Wu Shueguang. Cheng Guozhong furrowed his brows and spoke. Huitian, you go. For the sake of our whole family, suffer a little aggression. Dad, how could you? You let Huitian go eat, Chang Yicheng said with a wave of nausea and regurgitation, hastily covering her mouth and almost vomiting, while Fong Huitian was expressionless. He had just taken a step forward when Chu Shangya grabbed his arm. Mr. Fong, I'm the one who called you here today. I'll handle any problems, even if Chu Shangya, put my life on the line. I won't let anyone embarrass you. Chu Shangya's attitude was incomparably firm. Fong Huitian looked at her and his favorability towards her rose quite a bit, and just then, a vicissitude of a voice drifted over leisurely. What's the point of fighting for your life at my reception? At those words, everyone present looked backward, only to see a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit walking with a smile. When the crowd saw him, they all gave way in panic. Chapter 78, Topaz House. Topaz House, one of the most mysterious and deepest backgrounds in Ningjiang. Even the 8 great families would have to grovel and be respectful when they saw him. Master Huang. At this moment, people from the 8 great clans came forward. The other bigwigs could only greet each other from behind, looking extremely respectful. Chu Shangya, just now you said something about putting up a fight. What's going on? Huang Yulo looks amiable, but at the words Wu Shuaguang was incomparably flustered, and his face instantly turned pale, so he secretly cast a look of help to Chu Shangya. Chu Shangya also didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she spoke up. Nothing, Master Huang, it was just a joke. At those words, Wu Shuaguang was sort of relieved, but just then Fong Huitian stood out, pointing at Wu Shuaguang and said, he told me to get lost, and even told me to eat the spit he spat out. MS. Chu is helping me solve the problem. Crap. Everyone was shocked. Wu Shuaguang was even more nearly scared out of his wits. Cheng Guozhong hurriedly yanked him back and scolded in a low voice. Are you looking for death? What are you risking your head for at this time? Huang Yulo looked at Fong Huitian and noticed the ring he was wearing, his eyes instantly widening a bit. Then he hurried toward him. Cheng Guozhong was terrified at the sight and felt his heart jumping out of his throat as he hurriedly moved away from Fong Huitian. Little brother, you. Huang Yulo just wanted to ask about the ring, only to see Fong Huitian giving him a wink. Huang Yulo would understand, so he turned around, and his amiable face was gone, instead replaced with an incomparably cold face. Wu Shuaguang, get your ass over here. Huang Yulo's speech was slow, but it was as cold as a death warrant, so that people did not dare to refuse. At the words Wu Shuaguang trembled. Huang Yulo told him to roll. He did not dare not to roll, so grit your teeth and roll over in front of everyone. It's really too humiliating. Not only do they have no face, but they also bring shame to the family. Huang. Master Huang. Wu Shuaguang was both fearful and disgraced, at this moment kneeling on the ground with his head lowered, wishing to find a crack in the ground to drill into. You spit on my property. Spit how you want and eat how you want back. Huang Yulo's tone was icy cold. Wu Shuaguang was terrified and almost cried out. Master Huang, I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Never dare again. You spare me for once. Huang Yulo, never speak twice. If you want to hear it, just go down there and listen. Huang Yulu was full of gas. Wu Shuaguang felt like the sky was falling. Everyone looked at him incredulously. He wasn't really going to eat his phlegm back, was he? That's disgusting too. Holy no? He crawled through. He bent down. He stuck out his tongue. Everyone present stared with wide eyes, incomparably shocked. The head of the 8 families, Wu Shuaguang, the son of the Wu family, had really taken back his phlegm? Everyone was incomparably shocked to look at Huang Yulo. Spitting on his territory was not allowed, even if it was the 8 great families. What was it? Get your ass over here and kowtow to this gentleman and apologize until he's satisfied. Also, I want to see blood today. Wu Shuaguang was about to piss himself. The other party's meaning is very clear. He must at least knock his head and bleed. Otherwise Huang Yulo will do it himself. He's going to operate, not to kill himself but to unload himself some parts. Wu Shuaguang didn't dare not to do as he was told, so he kowtowed fiercely to Fong Huitian, apologizing as he did so. At the same time the heart hates to death. This son of a, sooner or later one day I have to get him killed, in order to avenge today's humiliation. Everyone looked dumbfounded, incredulously looking at Fong Huitian. Who was this big brother? Not only did Chu Shangya defend him to the death, but even Huang Yulo was helping him out at this moment? Chapter 79, he's just a weed puller. Wu Shuiguan kowtowed hundreds of them, and his head had long been broken and bleeding, and at this moment he was even more about to faint. Chang Yicheng secretly poked Fang Huitian, signaling that he was almost done. The other party was the head of the 8 great families, so it was better for them not to provoke too hard. So Fang Huitian spoke to Huang Yulo. This gentleman has spared you. Behave yourself in the future. If you dare to do it again, it's time for the Wu family to come to the end of the road. Huang Yulo's body was filled with an aura of solemnity. Wu Shuiguan was carried away, as well as Tuxedo, and was also driven out by Huang Yulo, and it was announced that from now on, Beyond Mountain Villa would never receive the Wu family. Once the vignette was over, the reception began normally. Huang Yulo looked at Fang Huitian at this time and smiled faintly. Can little brother take a step to talk? Fang Huitian nodded and twisted around to say to Chu Shangya, Ms. Chu, my family still needs to ask you to take care of them. No problem, Mr. Fang, just leave it to me. Chu Shangya could be too willing. She had thought that Fang Huitian was already powerful because he was the boss of Leopard Head, but I didn't expect that at this moment. Even such a big shot as Huang Yulo was interested in him, so it seems that he didn't look away this time. Chu Shangya took Cheng Guozhong's family and introduced them to some big bosses. It didn't take long for Cheng Guozhong to pinch quite a few business cards in his hand. Cheng Guowo looked red in the eyes, and at this moment, Chang Lu, the old man Cham Lu, also wanted to go forward to greet, but before he could walk over, he heard a voice from the side. Zhang Zhiliang, I've heard that this Fang Huitian seems to have some friendship with Master Yi Hu. Isn't your big brother Master Yi Hu's bodyguard? Quickly tell us, do you have any inside information? Is Boss Huang helping Fang Huitian today related to Master Yi Hu? The rich youngsters from several other families surrounded Zhang Zhiliang and asked. He thought for a moment. It might have something to do with the ring that Mr. Fang is wearing. That ring was given to him by Master Zhao Hu. What? Master Tiger Zhao? At those words, the surrounding people were all stunned. Fang Huitian not only knew Master Yi Hu, but also Master Zhao Hu? At this moment, Cheng's family members all gathered around. Cheng Guozhong looked at his father and second brother with a very proud face. At that time, there was a large area of weeds in the garden of Master Zhao Hu's house. Mr. Fang, weeds? Holy, so Fang Huitian went to pull weeds for people? A rich kid exclaimed. Zhang Zhiliang hadn't even finished his words yet. Grass. I thought Fang Huitian was so awesome, but after all that, he just went to pull weeds for others? Big shots are just different. Looking for someone to pull a lawn can give you this treatment. TSK, 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 the world has really changed. A few of the rich kids let out a sigh, full of mockery. Zhang Zhiliang are confused. You do not listen to people to finish the sentence. So you understand? Seeing this group of rich kids scoffing and leaving one by one, Zhang Zhiliang was too lazy to explain. On the contrary, at this moment, Cheng Guozhong's face was ugly and a bit hungover. Big brother, weren't you quite proud of yourself just now? How come now that you know your son-in-law is pulling weeds for others, you can't see them anymore? What an honorable deed this is. Pulling weeds for Master Zhao Hu. Is that something anyone can qualify for? I see that Boss Huang called him away. It's not that he went to pull weeds too, right? This place is big enough for him to pull it. Usually I don't really see that Fang Huitian has this skill. He's really good at it. Then we don't need to find someone to use the machine in the future. Just let Fang Huitian do it. It's better than the machine. Cheng Guowo was as sarcastic as he could be. With a sneering, disdainful smile on his face, Cheng Lu blackened his face and glared fiercely at Cheng Guozhong. Dad, you've disgraced the Cheng family. Take good care of your son-in-law and go pulling weeds for others? Where can I put my old face? Cheng Lu was so angry that he twisted away, while Cheng Guozhong gritted his teeth in hatred. Fang Huitian, this beast, let's see how I'll clean him up when I get back. Chapter 80, Throwing Away the Prescription. Fang Huitian followed Huang Yulo to the quiet garden at the back body of the manor. The reception was out front and it was very quiet, even with crickets chirping. Huitian, this ring of yours is from Zhao Kun, right? Huang Yulo poured tea for Fang Huitian and asked with a smile. He nodded. Huang Yulo continued. The Longan 5 tigers can be today, all because of 2 people. One is their current boss, Night Weishan, while the other is me, Huang Yulu. At those words Fang Huitian froze. Li Weishan? I didn't realize that in Longan province, there was really an existence above the 5 tigers. Mr. Huang, what is the relationship between you and the 5 tigers? Huang Yulo smiled. I'm sort of their benefactor. Right, and also a brother. When they were in distress and very despondent, it was me who tried my best to help them through the crisis. Then they fought the world with night vibranium, and I didn't follow. And this ring was handmade by me. Giving it to Zhao Kun is sort of a remembrance, or a token. But seeing it worn on your hand today is enough to see that your status in Zhao Kuan's heart is not generally high. Fong Huitian understood. No wonder Yi Fengtian said that Huang Yulo's sentence that all 5 of their tigers must be in place. It turned out that Huang Yulo, surprisingly, was the common benefactor of the 5 of them. Huitian, since you and them know each other, you're also my Huang Yulu's friends. In the future, what need to help? Just open your mouth. In this acre of Ningxiang, I Huang Yulo speak, or a little strength. Huang Yulo was full of vigor. Even if it was just a normal exchange, it was awe-inspiring. Then thank you, Mr. Huang. It was close to midnight when they left Biyun Mountain Villa. On the road, Cheng Guozhang grabbed the matter of pulling grass and kept complaining about Fong Huitian, making him laugh and cry. Everyone had misunderstood now, and Fong Huitian was too lazy to explain. Even if he did, no one would believe him. So why waste his words and time? Mom and Dad, you see that we also went in today. So what about me and Xiao Cheng? Fong Huitian asked carefully. Cheng Guozhang's face changed. Later? What do you mean by later? You and my mom have agreed before that if we take you in today back to heaven, no one can mention our divorce again in the future. Do you want to go back on your word? Cheng Yicheng questioned. Pan Hong spoke up at this time. What backtracking? Your father and I were just talking off the top of our heads at the time. That's just it. How can you keep an off-the-cuff remark to yourself? Listening to her parents, Cheng Yicheng was about to explode with anger. How can they be so unreasonable? Mom and Dad, you've gone too far. I'll vouch for my sister. You weren't just saying that. We took it all seriously. Cheng Yisan suddenly spoke up. Fong Huitian froze. His sister-in-law was helping herself? Cheng Guozhang also did not expect his daughter to turn her elbow outward, and said sternly, Yisan, where are you from? How dare you speak for this punk? Who helped him? I'm hurting my sister. Fong Huitian is worthless and a loser. But he did take us in today. What's wrong with speculation? If he hadn't gotten in, you wouldn't have been able to get into such a high-class reception in your life, let alone make a name for yourself in front of your second uncle. You, Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong were so angry that they couldn't speak, and finally simply turned their heads to the side. And although Fong Huitian was grateful for his sister-in-law's help, just how did these words sound a bit awkward? Early the next morning, Fong Huitian went out and prepared to go to work, but just then, he suddenly received a call from Shui Tianming. Mr. Fong, come to the hospital to save my daughter. She's going to die. Shui Tianming's voice huffed a little. Fong Huitian furrowed his brows. What's going on? By following the requirements I gave you, Ms. Shui should have gotten better a long time ago. How could she still be critically ill? I threw your prescription. Gave it away. Chapter 81, admitting you can't do it? Throw it away? Fong Huitian almost exploded with anger. Human life is a matter of great importance. I had repeatedly told myself at that time. Why didn't I listen? Come to the hospital. Shui Tianming and his wife hugged and cried together, while Tang Yisho, who was on the side, had a dark face. Mr. Fong, you're finally here. Take a look at my daughter. Please, you must save her. Mr. and Mrs. Shui Tianming directly knelt down to him. After Fong Huitian left that day, Shui Tianming still chose to believe Tang Yisho. Originally, Tang Yisho had removed Fong Huitian's needles and used his own way of healing, and it was true that Shui Jiazi hadn't experienced any other conditions. But just this morning, Kathy Shui suddenly became ill, exactly as she was that day. Tang Yisho tried his best to cure him, but there was no effect at all. In a panic, he was at his wit's end, so he thought of Fong Huitian. As long as he got this person here, then the blame could be shifted to him. Mr. Fong, you must save my daughter. Dr. Tang said you must have a solution. As long as you cure my daughter, what happened before will be written off, and I'll give you another $100,000 for the consultation fee. Mr. and Mrs. Shui Tianming were anxious, and when Fong Huitian looked at Tang Yisho, he only saw his face change slightly. What an old fox. You've made a mess of yourself and you're out of ideas, so you want to blame yourself for it? Isn't Dr. Tang here? How can a veterinarian like me be qualified to treat people? Fong Huitian laughed to himself, purposely saying the word people very heavily. Shui Tianming was filled with regret. Fong Huitian, Director Shui is looking up to you because he's looking up to you. What are you still pushing for? Tang Yisho scolded sternly. He is also anxious. If Shui Jiaxi has a good or bad, he will also have to suffer. But as long as Fong Huitian made a move, even if he failed, that was his responsibility and had nothing to do with himself. Dr. Tang swore before that with him around, he would guarantee that Miss Shui would be safe and sound. And last time, didn't his acupuncture work? Then what's the point of bringing me in? I'm just a veterinarian. Fong Huitian looked at Tang Yisho with a sneer, only to see his face turn green and he was too angry to speak. Dr. Fong, we were wrong. You're a big man. We really can't delay any longer. Someone will get killed. You can't see death. Mr. and Mrs. Shui Tianming cried and knelt down. Fang Huitian helped them up and looked at Tang Yisho and asked, Dr. Tang isn't going in to take another look? Is he admitting that his medical skills are no good? Tang Yisho was so angry that his beard almost blew up to the sky, but he was really too clueless to take that. Don't flirt, Dr. Feng. If Dr. Tang had a solution, we wouldn't have bothered you to make the trip. Shui Tianming was in a hurry. When Fang Huitian saw that Tang Yisho didn't say anything, he didn't say anything else and directly walked into the hospital room, and everyone followed them in. At the moment, Shui Jiaxi's state was getting worse and her neck was 2 full circles thicker than usual. His face was white, his lips purple, and he was already in critical condition. At this time, Fang Huitian took out his own silver needles and applied needles to her renning point, Shui 2 point, and Qi point respectively. Immediately after that, he stretched out his fingers and pressed hard on the lack of basin point, the cloud gate point, and the Qidu and Zhongfu points respectively. At that moment, Shui Jiaxi gasped out a sharp breath, her face gradually flushed, and her neck gradually returned to its original shape. Everyone was dumbfounded. Fang Huitian's movements were flowing, incomparably swift, not even 10 seconds were used, and this was cured? Dr. Feng. Sissy, it's better now? Shui Tianming said with wide-eyed shock. Even Tang Yisho was confused. These points are all for coughing and wheezing. He had tried to apply needles before, but it didn't work. Ms. Shui often runs for exercise, so her lung capacity is larger than the average person's. The severe asphyxiation occurred due to excessive shock, which caused her breathing to become obstructed and unobstructed. Now that I've helped her smooth out this breath and take the Chinese medicine, she's bound to wake up within a day. Chapter 82 Senior Member of the Medical Association. Fang Huitian rewrote another prescription and handed it to Shui Tianming. Still follow my previous instructions. I've written the way to boil the medicine and the dosage, so you can get it now. Thank you, Mr. Feng. Thank you, Mr. Feng. Mr. and Mrs. Shui Tianming were so excited that they burst into tears and had to stuff a card to Fang Huitian, but he refused. It was his father-in-law who had caused the trouble in the first place, so he had no shame in collecting the money. Leave the hospital. At this time, Tang Yisho jogged all the way out after him. Mr. Feng, please stay. Fang Huitian glanced at him and gave a blank look. What do you want again? Still trying to tell me that this time again, the effect of your needle application was delayed? Tang Yisho smiled awkwardly. No, I came over specifically to make amends to you. Please bear with Mr. Feng for the many offenses he committed earlier, and don't take it to heart. Saying so, he bowed to Fang Huitian. Seeing that he was very sincere and had a guilty look on his face, Fang Huitian didn't want to bother with him. Mr. Feng, at the risk of being presumptuous, who is your teacher? Fang Huitian thought for a moment. No, master. Our family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine. No wonder. I've seen you applying needles in a flowing manner, so you should have been exposed to it since you were a child. But why did you choose to become a veterinarian? With your medical skills, you'll have a place wherever you go. If you are interested, in the name of the medical representative of Ninjiang, I cordially invite you to join the Longan Province Medical Association. With that, Tang Yisho pulled out a badge and handed it to Fang Huitian. He was now truly convinced by Fang Huitian. Although he was still playing with his mind in the hospital, he saw Fang Huitian's crisp and clean maneuvers and exquisite medical skills, and was completely bowled over by the other party. Fang Huitian looked at it. The badge was made of pure gold with a golden flower printed on it. Why does this flower only have 3 petals? Tang Yisho smiled and said, Don't mind me, Mr. Feng, I only have 4 pieces. This badge is a symbol of the senior members of the Longan Provincial Medical Association. The one with 5 petals is the president. A 4-petal one like mine is a representative of each city's medical association, and to the best of my ability, I can only give you a 3-petal badge. Fang Huitian nodded. Although he wasn't interested in the medical association, he still accepted the badge. Mr. Feng, since you are willing to join the Provincial Medical Association, could you have time to make a trip with me to the provincial capital tomorrow to attend a rare disease summit? Rare diseases summit? Is there even such a meeting? Seeing Fang Huitian's puzzled face, Tang Yisho opened his mouth and explained. This summit is organized by the Thunder Group. They have found 3 very rare cases. If they can cure the 3 of them, they will be awarded $10 million as a reward. There are not a few Chinese and Western doctors attending this summit at the same time, and even a lot of foreign provinces, and even some experts from abroad will come. You can check it out if you're interested and meet some more medical luminaries. At those words Fang Huitian's eyes lit up. $10 million bonus? Are you serious? Tang Yisho froze. Shouldn't the first reaction of other people hearing this news be to be interested in a medical celebrity? But what Fang Huitian cares about is money. I'll go with you tomorrow. Fang Huitian heart happy. 10 million ah. If he let him win it back, When the time comes to slap in front of his in-laws, let's see if they will still say that he is a waste in the future. Evening. Fong Huitian felt a little cold as he lay under the covers and couldn't help but shiver. Chang Yicheng glanced at him, wanting to speak. In fact, during this period of time, Chang Yicheng had unconsciously accepted him in her heart, but she was just too embarrassed to get close to him. Haru, I won't be back tomorrow night. Chang Yicheng's body shook violently. Why are you going? To stay at Tang Zidi's? Chapter 83 Summit on Rare Diseases. Chang Yicheng's words were somewhat jealous. Fong Huitian smiled and said, Xiao Di is no longer in the hotel. She is now working as a manager in a hotel and has taken Xiner over as well. At that, Chang Yicheng narrowed her eyes. Hotel manager? Then you're staying at the hotel where she is? No, where were you thinking? I'm going to the province tomorrow. There's a rare disease summit I want to visit and meet more medical luminaries. Chang Yicheng only relaxed after hearing this, but still pretended to be cold. You're a pet doctor. What kind of rare disease summit are you attending? You don't want to go to work again, do you? I've noticed that ever since you recovered and got to know those Yifengtian people you've started to float. You need to keep your feet on the ground, don't you? You're always thinking about the wrong things. Don't you think you've been scolded enough at home? Chang Yicheng's tone was full of reproach, but was actually concerned. Fong Huitian smiled as he sat up and looked at her. I did not want to go to work properly. I just wanted to get to know more bigwigs in the medical field. This kind of opportunity is once in a lifetime. Just getting to know those people will definitely help you in the future. At those words Chang Yicheng's face changed slightly. So this fool was doing it for himself. The Chang family is a pharmaceutical company, and if they become acquainted with the bigwigs in the medical field, they may be able to give the Chang family a big deal with a word from them. You're on your own. I'm going to bed. Chang Yicheng turned off the light and lay down after saying that, but a smile couldn't help but spread on her face. Early the next morning, Fong Huitian had just opened his eyes when he saw Chang Yicheng packing up his things on the side. Haru, what are you doing? Chang Yicheng was suddenly stunned and blushed. She didn't expect Fong Huitian to wake up so early, so she hurriedly put the backpack in her hand aside. The provincial city has cooled down in the past 2 days. I packed a blanket for you. Don't come back with the cold and infect us again. Fong Huitian felt warm and happy in his heart. Thank you, Haru. Chang Yicheng froze and left quickly without saying anything. After breakfast, Tang Yisho himself drove to pick him up. Mr. Fong, since you just joined the medical association, there are many people who don't know you. Once you get to the summit, you'll stay close to me and I'll introduce you to the other senior members. Fong Huitian nodded. So the two of them set off towards the provincial capital. It was noon when we reached the provincial capital. The duo first went to the hotel prepared by the association, ate and then started to rest. The summit takes place at 6 p.m. When Fong Huitian and Tang Yisho arrived, the entire venue was already crowded. People here have different accents and even many foreigners are talking to their acquaintances. The summit, it seems, had a real impact. There is a sign-in table at the entrance. Tang Yisho handed Fong Huitian a sign-in card, only to see that there were quite a lot of things to write on it. Name, age, phone number and also occupation. Fong Huitian took the pen and quickly wrote it down, so he entered the venue along with Tang Yisho. Yo, isn't this our veterinarian Tang Hall master? Came quite early. At that moment, a very unfriendly laugh came from behind. Tang Yisho instantly furrowed his brows. This disgusting voice. No need to look back to know who it was. I really didn't expect a veterinarian, Hall Master Tang, to be able to attend a summit on human diseases as well. What's even more unexpected is that even if you came to disgrace yourself, you even brought a little disciple. Big vet with little vet. Are you treating this place like a zoo? The middle-aged man who approached was dressed in a Tang suit, with a pigtail on the back of his head, and was not very tall, but his stomach was quite large. Wearing a pair of small round sunglasses, he was playing with a pair of walnuts, walking around, rather like a second-rate antiquarian in a movie or TV show. Tang Yisho looked impatient when he saw him. Why are you here too, Zhang Shui? I didn't invite you. Chapter 84, The Little Doctor? He's just a little veterinarian. I'm also a senior member of the medical association. Do I need you to invite me? Zhang Shui snorted coldly. But I'm really surprised that you brought a veterinarian to today's rare disease summit. TSK. The Isho Hall seems to be finished. There is not even a decent person under the hand. Take the veterinarian too indiscriminately? Zhang Shui laughed and walked away when he finished. Tang Yisho blackened his face, his lungs about to explode with anger. But questions arose after he slowed down. How does Zhang Shui know that Mr. Fong is a veterinarian? How did you fill out the sign-in card just now? Profession? Veterinarian. Fong Huitian spread his hands. Tang Yisho directly covered his face. Mr. Fong, actually you can just fill in doctor. How can you write veterinarian on such an occasion? Fong Huitian was a bit embarrassed, then asked, what is this Zhang Shui? He's the owner of Lark Pavilion, and has been competing with me for the representative of Ningjiang's medical association, so he's been making things difficult for me at every turn. I didn't expect him to come today and involve you. I'm really sorry. Tang Yishou looked guilty. Fong Huitian, on the other hand, nodded. It turned out that this little fatty was the owner of Lark Pavilion. So wasn't that the second most famous Chinese medicine practitioner in Ningjiang, on a par with Yishitang? Tang Yishou took Fong back to heaven and introduced him to a number of medical celebrities. Most of them were from within Longan province, and some came from outside. Mr. Fong, this is the top member of our Longan Province Medical Association, President Chao Haiqiang Chao. Tang Yishou smiled at the introduction. The other party was a svelte middle-aged man who looked at Fong Huitian and didn't have much of a reaction. Fong Huitian narrowed his eyes. He knew that the Provincial Medical Association was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so condescending. Tang Yishou saw Chao Haiqiang being indifferent, so he stepped forward and laughed. President Chao, Mr. Fong is a young miracle doctor. Don't look at him as young, but his Chinese medicine skills are very high. Oh, little divine doctor? Chao Haiqiang looked at Fong Huitian with a cold snort. Tang Yishou, as an old Chinese medicine practitioner, aren't you aware of how demanding it is to learn Chinese medicine? At our age we can have the achievements we have today, and we don't dare to say that our medical skills are superior. He's only so young. I'm afraid that he doesn't even know all the medicinal herbs, right? Chao Haiqiang sneered, his tone full of mockery. The most important thing in Chinese medicine is time, and the older you get the more experience you have. My teacher is 86 years old, and he grew up trying every single medicine himself until he finally came up with a treatment of his own. But despite that, my teacher doesn't dare to claim that he's a divine doctor. And you're calling him a little divine doctor? Tang Yishou, you're crazy, aren't you? At those words Tang Yishou's face changed, a little hung over. President Chao, Mr. Fong's medical skills are really brilliant. I've seen it with my own eyes. Superior my ass. He's a veterinarian. Did you see him treat a dog or a donkey? At that moment, Zhang Shui walked over with a smug look on his face. Tang Yishou, why did you bring him here if you were too embarrassed to introduce his true identity? Big vet with little vet. One dares to invite the other. You two really think this is a pet exchange? At those words Tang Yishou's face darkened, and Chao Haiqiang narrowed his eyes. Little vet? President Chao, let me reintroduce you. Zhang Shui sneered and stepped forward, so he pulled out his cell phone. This kid's name is Fong Huitian. He's a veterinarian. Look, I took a picture of his sign-in card. He wrote it himself, how can it be fake? After Chao Haiqiang read it, he was instantly furious. Tang Yishou, you have too much guts to bring a veterinarian to the summit. And you dare to lie to me that he's a miracle doctor? I take it you've just been sitting in the delegate's seat long enough to start seeing things? Chao Haiqiang roared, and immediately drew a lot of attention. Tang Yishou was in a cold sweat as he hurriedly explained. It's not true that Mr. Fong is a veterinarian, but that doesn't negate the fact that he's a highly skilled healer. How dare you argue? Believe it or not, I'll have someone throw you out right now? Chapter 85, Dragon and Overlord. Night vibrations. Chao Haiqiang was all pissed off. The people around him also blamed Tang Yishou. This is a summit on human disease. Aren't you cursing by bringing a veterinarian? Look, President Xiao, this kid is still wearing the badge of a senior member of our Provincial Medical Association. Tang Yishou, you're so lawless that you gave 3 pieces of flowers to a veterinarian? Seeing the 3-piece flower badge on Fong Huitian's chest, Zhang Shui's eyes widened with anger. He only has 3 flowers. What makes this little vet the same level as him? Tang Yishou, I think you really don't want to do it. From now on, you're removed from the Provincial Medical Association. Hand over your badge to me, and your status as a medical representative in Ningjiang. I'll have to reconsider that as well. Chao Haiqiang chortled coldly. At those words Tang Yishou was confused. Instead, Zhang Shui's eyes lit up. If Tang Yishou is taken down, he'll be the medical representative of Ningjiang. At this time, Fong Huitian, who had not spoken, furrowed his brows, so he pulled off the badge on his chest. I thought the Provincial Medical Association was highly respected, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. No respect at all. This summit, don't attend it. Fong Huitian got angry and left the badge behind and twisted away. You're still arrogant. Get the hell out of here, you. Veterinarians still dare to participate in the Human Medical Summit. So damn bad luck. Zhang Shui spat at his back. Mr. Fong, stay back. Tang Yishou hurriedly chased after him, his face very ugly. I'm sorry, Mr. Fong. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Tang Yishou was very helpless and seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. Fong Huitian looked at him with some guilt. I'm the one who should be sorry. Don't worry, I'll help you get this member back. Tang Yishou was embarrassed by Chao Haiqiang for his own sake, so he was ready to seek Yifeng Tian's help. Just then, a sudden commotion came from outside. With that, Chao Haiqiang and the rest of the group ran out. It's Mr. Night coming. Everyone come out to greet him. Everyone's out. Fong Huitian and Tang Yisho were also prepared to take a look. Who is this Mr. Knight? How could he cause such a big stir? Fong Huitian was filled with doubt. Tang Yisho, Mr. Knight is the chairman of the Thunder Group, Knight Weijin. It's also the sole overlord of our Longan province, an existence above the 5 tigers of Longan. He's the one who organized this rare disease summit. Tang Yisho was emotional as he introduced himself, while Fong Huitian's eyes were wide open. He had heard from Huang Yulu that Li Weijin was the boss of the 5 tigers, and he really didn't expect this summit to be organized by him. I had thought that I would be able to put on a good show in front of Mr. Knight this time around, but now that the membership badge has been withdrawn, it's no longer eligible to enter the venue. Tang Yisho sighed, and at this time, Knight Weijin got off the car. A dozen or so personal bodyguards suddenly darted to cluster over. He looked to be in his 40s, and his whole body was very spirited, tall and stout, with a grim face that no longer showed his dominance at all times. Worthy of being the No.1 overlord of Longan province, just the aura alone already made everyone feel oppressed. Xiao Haiqiang and a large group of medical celebrities were all standing on both sides greeting people with smiles on their faces. Fong Huitian and Tang Yisho stood at the gate and also leaned to the side, but just as Li Weijin passed them, he suddenly stopped, so somewhat surprised. He looked at Fong Huitian and narrowed his eyes slightly. Tang Yisho panicked when he saw him looking over, and hurriedly greeted, Li. Hello, Mr. Li. I'm the owner of Ningjiang Yisho Tang. Tang Yisho. Tang Yisho was incredibly nervous, while Li Weijin ignored him. He suddenly smiled faintly at Fong Huitian who was beside him. Little brother, what's your name? Chapter 86, Who's kicking me out? Stand up for yourself. The surrounding area was incredibly quiet at the moment. All stunned, Li Weijin actually smiled and asked this little veterinarian, what was his name? Even the medical bigwigs from all over the world don't get this treatment. Fong Huitian was also stunned, and then he gave his name. Li Weijin smiled and laughed. It's really old brother Fong. I've heard of your great name for a long time, and today I can finally see a real person. At the words of the surrounding people completely dumbfounded, Xiao Haiqiang and Zhang Shui, moreover, felt a thunderbolt explode in their heads. What the hell? Li Wei shocked him. How could he know Fong Huitian? But looking at Fong Huitian's surprised expression, he still didn't know Li Weijin? Is this little vet so famous? Fong Huitian noticed at this time that he was wearing Zhao Kuan's ring on his hand. Li Weijin should have recognized it. Mr. Li is joking. Where am I a celebrity? Just a small veterinarian. Don't be modest, old brother Fong. Your deeds are the ones I've heard the most recently, and I've long been thinking of meeting with old brother Fong. It just so happens that you're here today, so come in with me. I also want to see elder brother Fong's medical skills with my own eyes. Li Weijin issued a sincere invitation. Zhao Kuan and Yi Fengtian and Lin Yaodong often mentioned this person in their own ears, so Li Weijin was really interested in Fong Huitian, and his invitation was a supreme honor for all. Don't mention how envious and jealous the people around you are. But at this time, Fong Huitian shook his head. Forget it, Mr. Knight. This is the summit of humanity. I'm not qualified to participate as a veterinarian. I was all but kicked out just now, so I don't have the face to go back in. Fong Huitian said and then looked at Xiao Haiqiang. At this moment, his body was violently stunned, and he suddenly changed his face, and the surrounding people are full of shock. This kid actually declined Mr. Knight's invitation? Old brother Fong, you go in with me. I guarantee that no one will dare to say anything about you. Who drove the people away just now? Stand out yourself, don't let me investigate or the nature will change. Li Weijin, incomparably majestic, turned around and swept the crowd. Frightened, these medical professionals lowered their heads and none of them dared to say anything. They hadn't taunted Fong Huitian much just now, and if Li Weijin blamed them, they would be dead. Xiao Haiqiang and Zhang Shui were trembling in fear. How could they have known that Li Weijin even knew Fong Huitian? Who the hell is it? Seeing that no one took the initiative, Knight Weijin once again shouted angrily. Zhang Shui and Xiao Haiqiang were so scared that their legs went limp and they directly knelt on the ground. Mr. Knight. Right. Sorry, it's our dog's eyes. We didn't know who Mr. Fong was and thought he was a veterinarian. So Li Weijin looked at the two of them angrily, and directly called the men around him to give the two of them a big mouth. The surrounding people look heartbreaking. That is the president of the Provincial Medical Association. There is a Ningjiang second only to the medical representative of the figure A. Knight Weisengamot actually beat them both up for a veterinarian? Get lost, both of you. You two are not qualified to participate in this summit. Li Weijin angrily rebuked. Then he looked at Fong Huitian and smiled. Elder brother Fong, can you follow me in now? Li Weijin had given Fong Huitian enough face and helped him out, so he couldn't refuse anymore. So he took Tang Yisho and accompanied Li Weijin into the venue. And Xiao Haiqiang and Zhang Shui were slapped so hard that they were both swollen into pig heads at the moment. The duo glared viciously at Fong Huitian's back. hating him to death in their hearts. Because of this asshole, the two of them not only took a beating, but also lost face in front of so many prestigious celebrities. Zhang Shui, isn't Fong Huitian from Ningzhong? Look into it for me and find out what kind of relationship Mr. Li has with him. If it doesn't matter much, go back and do whatever you can. I'm going to this asshole up, Xiao Haiqiang said with incomparable eeriness. Chapter 87, One look and you'll know. Entering the venue, the summit started soon after. Fong Huitian sat in the front row along with Li Weijun, and Tang Yishou naturally dipped into the light and was very pleased. I didn't expect elder brother Fong to be able to visit today, so I'm sure he's also very interested in rare diseases, right? Li Weijun asked with a smile. That's not true. I'm mostly running for the $10 million prize. At those words, Li Weijun froze, while Tang Yishou hurriedly tugged on Fong Huitian's clothes, frowning and whispering, Mr. Fong, you're too blunt. What's wrong with that? There's no shame in doing it for money. Fong Huitian had an indifferent face. Li Weijun laughed out. Very good. Old brother Fong is straightforward enough. I like it. But in that case, elder brother Fong also has a good idea about today's rare disease? Li Weijun suddenly looked at Fong Huitian with some seriousness. He said thoughtfully, this would have to be done by seeing the patient first, and without seeing it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to jump to conclusions. The Rare Disease Summit featured 3 patients with special cases. The first to come up was a young girl of 18 or 19. She was pale and her person looked very anxious. This little girl had previously had strong palpitations, and the matter excreted in diarrhea was clear and contained undigested food. The person is anxious, accompanied by severe insomnia. She was seen by many Western and Chinese doctors, but never got any better. Li Weijun introduced Fong Huitian, and at this point, there are already a lot of doctors jumping on the bandwagon. Finally, a famous old Chinese medicine practitioner from his province and a foreign expert in Western medicine took the stage. What does elder brother Fong think of this patient? Li Weijun looked at Fong Huitian with interest. He laughed. Mr. Knight, I'm afraid the main event of today's summit is the last patient, right? Li Weijun froze, then laughed out loud. That's right, but the little girl also has a peculiar condition that can't be cured in any way. This has been going on for the better part of a year, and she said she had a nightmare one night that a ghost was haunting her and trying to take her body. Since then she's had the symptoms she has now, and her parents have looked to higher-ups, but nothing has worked. A lot of people even think that the girl is mentally ill. Fong Huitian shook his head. Li cold dampness. The disease is only in the showing. Where is the mental illness? At those words, Tang Yishou was stunned, and Li Weijun looked at him in disbelief at the same time. You don't even have to go up and check her pulse to know what's wrong with her? Fong Huitian smiled. Chinese medicine is very powerful in looking and hearing. I'll write you a prescription. Follow my requirements. In less than a month, I guarantee to let this girl get rid of the disease. When he finished speaking, he asked for a pen and paper to write down the prescription, and at this moment, the old Chinese doctor on the stage finished his examination and gave a conclusion that turned out to be exactly the same as what Fong Huitian had said. Even the remedies given by the duo are not at all different. Li Weijun was a bit surprised. No wonder Big Tiger and 3 Tigers valued Fong Huitian so much. He really was capable. The old Chinese doctor on the stage has a high reputation. Even Xiao Haiqiang's teacher has to respectfully call him a senior when he sees him. But it took him a few minutes on stage before he dared to conclude what was wrong with the young girl. And Fong Huitian was able to directly confirm the diagnosis just by observing? Li Weijun was getting more and more interested in Fong Huitian at the moment. At this point, the second patient took the stage. Still a lot of people scrambling to get to the display. However, since the other party had cancer before, it is the follow-up treatment of Western medicine does not work, deterioration occurs, so it will come to this summit, looking for well-known Chinese medicine treatment. The scholars of Western medicine were unable to go on stage, so they could only be treated by the respected old Chinese medicine practitioner who had just continued to treat him. And the medical celebrities under the stage also took up paper and pen to make guesses and diagnoses. Western medicine doesn't talk about heat and cold, and it doesn't matter if it's hot or cold. They just know that they've opened up and gone to kill the cancer cells, and they don't care about any other reactions. In fact, the average cancer that has been opened up and spread can still be healed. But if you do chemotherapy, it's a different story. It's almost a death sentence, and there's nothing Chinese medicine can do about it. Chapter 88, Strange Symptoms. Fong Huitian looked at the patient on the stage and opened his mouth slightly. Then what you're saying, elder brother Fong, is that this patient is incurable? Li Weijun looked at him in doubt. It can be cured, except it may take longer and the healing process is more painful. Sure enough, the old Chinese doctor on the stage ended up giving the same answer. Tang Yishou and Li Weijun were incredibly shocked. Fong Huitian was too godlike, right? How can you know the cause of a disease by looking at it when you've obviously done nothing? Great! With elder brother Fong at today's summit, I suddenly feel a sense of confidence in my heart. The next third patient is the real purpose of my summit today. His symptoms are really hard to explain scientifically. Elder brother Fong, do your best to help me today no matter what, and do your best to cure this patient, because he is my son. What? Knight Weisengamat's son? Fong Huitian was incomparably shocked, and Tangishou was even more surprised, with his jaw dragging to the ground. No wonder Thunder Group didn't have anything to do with medicine at all. Yet Li Weijian still wanted to organize a medical summit. Turns out his son has a rare disease. Li Weijian's face was serious. A few days ago, my son was traveling abroad, and after he came back, his body had problems. At first it was just finger dexterity, but slowly the whole arm became immobile and a small, hard thorn grew in the skin. I've searched for many doctors, but none of them can understand what kind of disease this is. So this summit is organized to attract more doctors with high medical skills to come and save my son. Fong Huitian narrowed his eyes. The whole arm couldn't move and it had thorns? What's wrong with this? It's so rare that I'd have to see it with my own eyes before I dare to draw any conclusions. At the words, Li Weijian was emotional and nodded his head fiercely. Soon the third patient, Li Weijian's son, Li Chang, lay on a bed and was carried up. Everyone stood up curiously and looked up. This patient, he doesn't seem to have much energy. Is he sleeping? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the face. Is it a paralyzing type of disease? It's not cerebral palsy, is it? A large group of doctors were discussing it in the back. The old Chinese doctor who had made a big splash today was naturally in the spotlight at the moment. He has no equal in this summit. Coupled with the fact that his reputation was far and wide, people wouldn't risk competing with him, nor did they have the qualifications to compete with the old-timer. Since no one is on stage, then the old man will be obliged to continue the clinic. The old herbalist smiled and stroked his beard, then stepped forward to check on Ricochet. What's wrong with you, young man? Riching rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, and the old Chinese doctor was dumbfounded at the sight, only to see that Riching's arms were densely covered with small, sharp white thorns, and that his skin did not have a trace of blood color and looked pale. Is that a human arm? Even with dozens of years of experience in practicing medicine, the old Chinese doctor was a bit confused at the moment. The entire room was incredibly quiet, and they all saw the old Chinese doctor's face change. Elder He, what is this patient's illness? Is it really a difficult case? Why do we look at his face and think there's nothing wrong with it? Someone from the stage shouted. He Jingza furrowed his brows. From the look of his face, Riching really didn't have any problems, but the arm really stumped him, never having seen such a rare condition. At that point he pulled out a pocket knife and gently cut off a couple of small spikes while Calendar City didn't react at all. Can't you feel the pain? Ricochet shook his head. Hijingza then reached out and pressed Riching's arm, once again showing a shocked expression. His arm seemed to have only one layer of skin left, and it was hard and full of bones, without any muscle tissue at all. Chapter 89, Calcification of Bones. Li Weijian was very nervous. His hands were pinched with sweat. Fong, old brother. It seems that He Lao is also being difficult. Do you see any clues? Fong Huitian narrowed his eyes. He had a guess in his heart, but he didn't dare to be sure yet. I'll check it out. When he finished speaking, he stood up and went on stage, and there was an outburst of anger from the stage. Hey, what are you doing? Can't you see that Elder He is practicing medicine? Even we don't dare to come forward to disturb. What are you brats doing to make a scene? If you want to learn, watch from below. No one is allowed on stage. A group of older, famous doctors chortled. They didn't see Fong Huitian get up from the front row, so they only treated him as a fledgling young doctor. Hey y'all, keep your voices down. Don't say anything. This kid was brought in by Mr. Knight. What? Mr. Knight brought it in? How come I didn't realize? There were too many people around at the door. I was on the edge so I saw it, and it was indeed Mr. Knight who brought him in. Someone mentioned Knight Vibranium in a low voice, and the group of doctors immediately shut their mouths. At this time, Li Weijian also stood up and looked angrily at the rear. All be quiet. The whole room fell silent. Fong Huitian went up to the stage and came next to the bed. He Jingza glanced at him, so he spoke. I know you were brought in by Mr. Knight, but you still can't disturb me if you want to study. Just stand to the side and watch. He Jingza's attitude was still amiable, and Fong Huitian spoke respectfully. Elder He, can I take a look at his condition? At the words He Jingza froze, then laughed out. Okay, take a look. After saying that, he moved to one side. This young man is quite polite and willing to learn. Maybe he can be something in the future. Fong Huitian didn't think that much and went up to look at Riching's arm, so he pressed on it as well. Calcification. What? He Jingza frowned slightly, not hearing Fong Huitian's words. Elder He, the cause of his illness is skeletal calcification, which means that the bones have become diseased, causing the blood and flesh to be severely affected as well. And these spikes, which are supposed to have been forced out of the body by the calcification of the bones, are made of the same substance as our fingernails. This It's going towards complete calcification. Fang Huitian muttered the last sentence in a small voice, frowning slightly. What? At this He Jingzi laughed, and his eyes towards Fang Huitian became very disdainful. What a pie in the sky. Young man, if you don't know, you have to learn with an open mind. Why talk nonsense just to show off? I've heard of bone calcification, but calcifying flesh and blood homogeneously is the first time I've heard of it. He Jingzi grunted coldly. Just now, he thought that Fang Huitian was a child who knew how to be polite, but his words were simply a bunch of nonsense. Don't know how to pretend to know. Young people are impatient and too conceited. It is difficult to achieve great things in the future. He is full of nonsense when he comes up, which is really a disgrace to Chinese medicine practitioners. Elder He, I'm not making this up. His condition is indeed calcification. It must be healed soon, or the calcification will continue to develop and intensify, and in less than a week the whole person will be completely bony. You shut up. He Jingzi was furious and scolded loudly. How old are you, and you dare to show off in front of the old man? Have you recognized all the herbs? Have you studied the internal canon? Did you find the acupuncture points correctly? You learn a little bit in a textbook and you start copying things? The young man really doesn't know the sky. I think you're just a charlatan. With He Jingzi's questioning, accusations were also heard again from the stage. How dare you show off even in front of Elder He? What qualifications do you have? Elder He is an old Chinese medicine practitioner who has some influence in the country. You, a junior, are worthy of showing off in front of Elder He? Could it be that he allows tens of years of medical skills are still inferior to a brat like you? Listening to the questioning of the major medical celebrities, even Li Weijin was a little shaken at this moment. However, he was still more partial to He Jingzi. After all, He Lao was famous and highly skilled in medicine, and was recognized as a divine doctor. As for Fang Huitian, he is still too young and inexperienced. Li Weijin wouldn't dare to joke with his son's life. Chapter 90, Mistrust. Fang Huitian didn't say anything in the face of questioning from all sides, so he looked at Li Weijin. He was the one who wanted his help, so it was still up to him. At this moment, Li Weijin shouted, Older brother Fang, come down first. Fang Huitian froze. It seemed that Li Weijin had already made his choice. In that case he had nothing to say but to walk off the stage. Mr. Knight, this disease of Mr. Knight's, in my opinion, should be the result of a lack of qi and blood in his body, leading to a genetic mutation. Maybe it has something to do with where he goes on excursions, something that causes severe allergies in him, and that's why he has these symptoms. When I go back and prescribe him a few medicines, along with medicated baths and acupuncture, I guarantee that within half a month, he will recover as before, He Jingzi said confidently. Hearing this, Li Weijin was filled with excitement and hurriedly got up to bow and make a bow. Then I'll trouble Elder He. The summit is over. The $10 million prize was awarded to He Jingzi. However, he didn't collect the money immediately, but had to wait until he had completely cured Richung. Then it wouldn't be too late to collect it. Everyone admired He Jingzi's character. Fang Huitian and Tangisho were ready to leave. Li Weijin came over with a smile at this time. Elder brother Fang, your medical skills are an eye-opener for me today. Let's do it this way. I'll count those 2 patients as cured by you as well. I can't let you come here for nothing. There's $5 million in this card. Take it. Fang Huitian shook his head and excused himself. Li Weijin was also looking at the face of the 5 tigers, which was why he was taking special care of himself. But he didn't cure the patient, and the money is absolutely unavailable. Mr. Knight, the cause of Richung's illness is really caused by calcification, and the acupuncture and medicinal baths that Elder He said won't work. Fang Huitian had a serious face. Li Weijin took good care of him, so he didn't want Li Chang to be misdiagnosed, and it would be really troublesome if he was cured. Elder brother Fang, Elder He is very prestigious in the country, so I don't think anything will go wrong with his diagnosis. Li Weijin's tone was relaxed, but the way he looked at Fang Huitian at this moment changed a little. Originally, he had heard the 5 tigers say how good Fang Huitian was, but now, he felt that it wasn't as excellent as he had been told. For the sake of a $10 million consultation fee, he was now even suspected of slandering He Jingzi. From this, it is not difficult to see that Fang Huitian's character is questionable. Fang Huitian could also see the change in Li Weijin's attitude towards himself, so he did not say anything more. Before leaving, he dropped a sentence. Mr. Knight, if something uncontrollable happens to He Lao in the course of treatment, soak Lixing's hand in vinegar. Keep that in mind. Fang Huitian twisted away when he finished speaking, and as Li Weijin looked at his back, he shook his head inside. Still young, no one in sight. How dare he not even respect the old seniors? Is Elder He, a figure at the top of the medical world like that, still no match for him? It seems that in the future, we'll have to have 5 tigers and the others stay away from Fang Huitian. After leaving the summit, Fang Huitian and Tangisho ate some snacks on the street. so they wandered around. The night of the provincial capital is brightly lit everywhere. It's almost midnight. The street is still very lively. Fong Huitian thought about buying something. Although the $10 million bonus was lost this time, he couldn't come here for nothing. He had to buy some small gifts for his family, especially his wife, which had to be carefully selected. Mr. Fong is looking to buy a gift for his wife, right? Take your pick. Today's spending is on me. Tang Yisho laughed brightly. Fong Huitian looked at the price of jewelry inside the counter. The cheapest are tens of thousands of yuan. He cannot afford to buy now. Cannot call the hotel site to ask for it? It's too embarrassing. What about the gift? It's mainly about the intention. Using your money wouldn't be a gift from me. After Fong Huitian finished speaking, he ran outside and came to a small store selling handmade materials. He chose a cheap piece of aluminum wire. So he sat down in the store and prepared to make his own gift for his wife. And just then, Zhao Kuan suddenly called him, and his tone was very anxious. Where are you, Mr. Fong? I'll go pick you up immediately. Lixing he needs your help. Chapter 91, My Life is Yours. Blue Sea and Blue Sky. This is the most upscale park in the province, bar none. Also Night Vibranium's own estate in the best location. It is said that the selling price of this land alone is nearly $10 billion. Fong Huitian came here along with Zhao Kuan. Along the way, he also heard Zhao Kuan tell the ins and outs. After the summit ended, Li Weijin took He Jingzi directly home to treat Richeng. Originally it was all going very well, but just as Richeng drank his medicine, he suddenly wailed in incomparable pain. According to Calendar City's description, there seemed to be an endless number of ants crawling around in his arm, and every now and then he took a bite. The excruciating pain, and the unbearable itching, made him want to cut off his arm. He Jingzi panicked at that time. He tried everything he could think of, but nothing worked. Li Weijin ordered the men to tie up Richeng, preventing him from tearing his arm himself. Elder He, what's going on here? Li Weijin frowned. Ricochet now looked not only not better, but worse, and everyone in the room felt incredibly depressed. Maybe it's because it hits the nail right on the head? Chinese medicine is bitter, and the same applies to treating a disease. The treatment process can be very painful. He Jingzi was sweating profusely and his heart was weak. Then do something about it. Keeping him in pain like this will kill him in pain before he gets sick. Li Weijin bellowed. He Jingzi shivered in fear. He really had no choice. Otherwise he wouldn't be watching at this moment. Someone, bring the anesthesiologist here. Li Weijin ordered with an angry voice. But before anyone could move, a stern voice suddenly came. No anesthesia or it will get worse. Fong Huitian and Zhao Kuan hurriedly walked in. Yi Fengtian and Lin Yaodong were instantly surprised to see him. You're here, Mr. Fong. The two have come forward to say hello. Fong Huitian didn't have time to catch up with them and nodded, so he hurriedly arrived in front of Li Weijin. Seriously, Mr. Knight, why didn't you follow the instructions I gave you? Li Weijin froze. Fong Huitian said at the time that he would soak Richeng's arm with vinegar if anything happened during the treatment, but he didn't trust Fong Huitian and even hated him a little, so it was then that his words were thrown out the window. Why are you here again? Young man, what are you babbling about? Mr. Knight invited me to heal Duke Knight. Don't make trouble. He Jingzi angrily rebuked. Fong Huitian looked at him with a furrowed brow. Elder He, you don't even know what kind of disease Lixing is suffering from before you dare to give him medicine indiscriminately? The way Ricochet is now, half of his body should already be showing signs of calcification, right? At those words, He Jingzi froze, while Li Weijin and the rest of the group were filled with confusion. He Jingzi was sweating anxiously, and the whole room only knew that Richeng's condition had worsened, but it wasn't clear that the calcification had begun to spread. But how did Fong Huitian know? Elder He, is that so? Li Weijin glared at He Jingzi with incomparable majesty. He was shaking with nervousness, his head lowered in mute silence, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. If anything happens to my son, I'm definitely not done with you, Li Weijin roared, then looked at Fong Huitian. Elder brother Fong, please save my son. I was wrong to look away before. It was my fault for not trusting you. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Li Weijin bowed to Fong Huitian, then continued, as long as you can save my son, you are the great benefactor of my Li family, and from now on, my Li Weijin's life is yours. At those words, everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. The sole overlord of Longan province was saying that he would give his life to Fong Huitian? Mr. Knight is too kind. Now prepare the vinegar at once. The stronger the acidity the better. Chapter 92, Amazing. Li Weijin hurriedly ordered someone to do it. Fong Huitian went up to check on Li Chang, only to see that half of his body had begun to whiten, but fortunately it hadn't completely calcified and his body was still soft, so he jabbed a couple of stitches in his chest and took out a pocket knife and made a cut in his other arm. Only the blood that dripped out was actually a transparent, viscous liquid. Everyone was stunned. Is this blood? Looks more like a stream of thick. Elder He, I need your help. Fong Huitian raised his head. He Jingza reacted by rushing forward. How can I help you? Press these points on his back and don't let go. Fong Huitian helped reaching up, so He Jingza followed his request to press the acupuncture points. At that moment, 2 bodyguards returned carrying a large vat of vinegar essence. The sour flavor was so strong that people couldn't help but sneeze. Fong Huitian cupped a handful of vinegar and splashed it directly on Riching's face. So again, his calcified arm was placed in a vat of vinegar to soak. In a few moments of work, only to see the knife wound in one of the arms of the leader of the calendar city, unexpectedly fell out of the dents and countless small insects. Seeing this, everyone just felt chills down their spine and goosebumps all over their body. What is this? How come there are so many bugs in Calendar City's body? Not to mention Li Weijin and the others. Even He Jingze, who had dozens of years of experience in practicing medicine, was greatly shocked in his heart at this moment. What kind of sickness is that? It was clear that the poisonous insects had invaded and built their nests and laid eggs in his body. Fong Huitian didn't stop. He wrapped these worms carefully, so he dropped a few drops of vinegar on them. Instantly, these worms were suddenly incomparably active, and soon produced a mass of black, sticky liquid that made people feel nauseous when they looked at it. Fong Huitian smeared the black liquid on Li Xiong's wound, and after a moment, Li Xiong finally stopped struggling and closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. He Lao, put him down. He Jingza was full of shock as he put lying Li Xiong. At this moment, he touched the calcified one arm. Surprisingly, he felt the temperature, and it also began to soften. Amazing, He Jingza exclaimed. The eyes that looked at Fong Huitian at this moment changed. Old brother Fong, what's the situation in Little City now? Li Weijin asked nervously. Fong Huitian nodded. It's no longer life-threatening, but his bones are severely calcified. I'll prescribe a few medicines for you. Take them on time, and he'll definitely recover within 100 days. At those words, Knight Vibranium could breathe a sigh of relief. The tension in the entire room also dissipated. Mr. Knight, we've long said that Mr. Fong is a miracle doctor. That's right, both my big brother and I were cured by Mr. Fong. If it wasn't for the fact that you had to hold the summit this time, we would have invited Mr. Fong over a long time ago. Zhao Koan and the others spoke up. Li Weijin had a guilty look on his face, so he knelt directly in front of Fong Huitian. Elder brother Fong, it's me who has eyes but no eyes. I've offended you much. Please forgive me. What is Mr. Knight doing? Get up. Fong Huitian helped up Knight Weijin. His eyes reddened with gratitude. If it wasn't for old brother Fong today, I'm afraid that my son would have already lost his life. I, Li Weijin, am as good as my word. From now on my life is yours. If there is anything you need, just ask. I will never blink an eye. Li Weijin was incomparably sincere, and his gaze was even more determined. So he turned to look at Zhao Koan and the others and said sternly, from now on, elder brother Fong can completely make any decision on my behalf, and all 5 of you, from now on, will be under his command. Knight Vibranium is very dominant. Yes, Mr. Knight. The 5 tigers shook their voices. At that moment, He Jingza came to Fong Huitian's side and gave him a big salute. Little friend Fong, it's old me who was blind. I didn't expect you to have such superior medical skills at such a young age. I'm flattered. Chapter 93, Compulsion. He Jingza's etiquette, that was the respect of a junior to an elder. Fong Huitian hurriedly helped him up. Elder He, I can't afford to accept such a big gift. It will break my life. A great healer is a senior. There's no such thing as age. I've been practicing medicine for dozens of years and I'm not as good as you, so you can afford to accept such a big gift. He Jingza seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant, but his eyes were filled with sincerity and no hypocrisy. But little friend Fong, how did Mr. Knight have his body invaded by the poisonous insects? It looks as if it even laid eggs in his body, otherwise it wouldn't have calcified so swiftly. Li Weijin and the 5 tigers also gathered around. Fong Huitian picked up the bugs and spoke. This isn't a disease, nor is it being invaded by poisonous bugs. It's being bewitched. What? Compulsions? Everyone was stunned in disbelief. He Jingza's eyes widened as he trembled. Compulsion? Nowadays there are even people who can use it? Compulsion has never been lost. The compulsion that Dukli was hit by this time is called stiff human bone. It is a very rare compulsion. I think the person who placed the compulsion is not small. Mr. Knight, have you offended anyone special in recent times? It was particularly difficult to cultivate a compulsion for stiff human bones, and a compounder would never use it lightly. Therefore, Fong Huitian guessed that the other party was targeting Li Weijin, and that this time when they went after Li Chang, it was merely a warning. Li Weijin frowned. It must be my nemesis. I can't imagine that he's so despicable as to find someone to use such means against me. Li Weijin gritted his teeth in hatred, grabbing the parasites and about to stomp them all to death. Fortunately, Fong Huitian was quick to stop him. Mr. Li must not kill the parasites. Every parasite master has a mother in his hand. If the parasites die, the parasite master will be able to find out at the first opportunity. Then, elder brother Fong, what should I do next? Li Weijian's lungs exploded with anger. Fong Huitian, when the parasites place the parasites, they take the eggs of the parasites and secretly put them into food or water. As long as you guys usually pay attention to these sources, there won't be any problems. I'll prescribe you a few more medicines, specially equipped for the parasites. You'll be able to produce antibodies after taking them for a month, and they'll last for about half a year. Li Weijian nodded and thanked Fong Huitian once again. Little friend Fong, I can't believe that not only are you a highly skilled healer, but you also know about compulsion. I'm really impressed. He Jing's respect for Fong Huitian deepened a few more points. He scratched his head in embarrassment, all a bit embarrassed. Mr. Knight, I hope that today's events won't be publicized. The honor is still He Lao's, but please keep my business a secret. At his words He Jing's froze. Fong Huitian is helping him stabilize his reputation by saying this. So many medical celebrities were present at today's summit, and if word got out that he hadn't cured Riching's illness, his reputation would definitely be damaged. At this moment, Fong Huitian was grateful. Junior friend Fong, if you need help with anything in the future, just come and find the old immortal. Elder he is polite. After He Jing's left, Fong Huitian was also leaving. Li Weijian and the 5 tigers personally came out to see him off. Elder brother Fong, it's such a waste to be a veterinarian with your superior medical skills. I'll build you a Chinese medicine center in the best part of the provincial city. You don't have to prepare anything, just people come. Li Weijian sincerely invited Fong Huitian to come to the provincial capital. Instead, he smiled and shook his head. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, old brother Fong. I will definitely prepare the medical center for you. One day when you figure it out, come over anytime. By the time we got back to the hotel, it was 2 in the morning. Fong Huitian glanced at his cell phone. There was a text message from his wife. Only 3 words were written, I'm sleeping. Suddenly it felt warm inside that his wife was becoming more and more gentle with him and had begun to accept it. The following morning, Fong Huitian and Tang Yisho continued to stroll around the place, and with a $10 million bonus, he dared to spend big. I bought a bunch of stuff and went home, and just as I opened the door, I heard my in-laws' bright laughter coming from the house. Chapter 94, What I brought back is all garbage. Fong Huitian entered the house, only to see a young strange man sitting on the sofa. With an expensive suit and a short, lean haircut, he looked clean and neat and very classy. Seeing him come in with a large bag, Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong immediately pulled their faces down. Why are you standing here? Hurry up and cook. Can't you see there's a guest in the house? Fong Huitian put down his things. Mom and Dad, I bought you some gifts. Throw this pile of crap of yours away. Cheng Guozhong scolded in a cold voice. What good can you buy back? A piece of junk is a piece of junk. What else can you do but bring junk home? After that, he even kicked it away with a very disgusting kick. Gifts were scattered all over the place. Fong Huitian frowned, feeling aggrieved. These gifts are all carefully selected by him, and there are supplements and luxury goods. Even if you don't like it, there is no need to treat it like this, right? Don't be angry. Uncle Chang, with so many gifts, how can they be trash? The strange man smiled roundly, but his expression was full of disdain. This pile of crap is garbage. Look at all this. Tonic, cosmetic, as poor as he is, he didn't necessarily find it somewhere. Would your uncle and I dare to use it? If this was made in a small 30-cent workshop, he's going to get us both killed. Fong Huitian, what are you thinking? Just because we forced you to divorce Xiao Cheng, you want to kill us? Pan Hong let out an angry cry. He hastily explained. Mom and Dad, this is all from the regular mall. I have the invoice here. Don't fool around there. There are so many counterfeits these days. You can get a whole bunch of invoices for just a few dollars. Do you have the money to buy the real thing in your poor state? Look at what Han Bin gave us. That's what's called a gift. This pile of crap you have can only be called garbage. It's not even if you haven't brought anything nice to the house in years, but the first time you buy it, you get back a big pile of junk. Are you deliberately trying to disgust us? Cheng Guozhong slapped the table hard. Fong Huitian then realized that there were 2 exquisite gift boxes on the coffee table. One contained a watch, the other contained a fine pearl necklace. Uncle and Auntie, this gift of mine is nothing, adding up to less than $200,000. I still hope that the 2 old men won't mind it. Han Bin smiled proudly. The eyes that looked at Fong Huitian were filled with sarcasm. What are you talking about, child? Of course we like it. How could we dislike it? In the future, if you have nothing to do, come and sit at home often. Aren't all your schools on vacation? Then have a good time in Ningxiang. Let Eason accompany you around. We have a lot of attractions in Ningxiang that young people like to hit. The 2 old men faced Han Bin in a kind and amicable manner, completely cloudy with the other Caton. What are you waiting for? Do you want to starve us to death? Why don't you go make dinner? No good loser. Can't do anything, but also brought home a bunch of rags. Quickly pack up and throw away. Don't put it in front of us to get in the way. Pan Hong said and kicked hard again. Fong Huitian furrowed his brows, twisted around and went to the kitchen to work. From their conversation, Fong Huitian learns that Han Bin is Chang Yisen's college alumnus. The 3 girls I met that day picking up my sister-in-law from home. They seem to have mentioned a Han Shao at the time. It can't be this guy, can it? Auntie and uncle, I won't stay for dinner. Since Yisen isn't here, I'll come back next time. Han Bin got up to leave. Mr. and Mrs. Chang Guozhong hurriedly stayed. It's already mealtime. Why are you leaving? Stay and eat before you go. Yes, it's not easy to come here. Why don't we go out to eat? There's a restaurant downstairs that tastes especially good. Mr. and Mrs. Chung Guozhong are genuinely trying to stay. Han Bin is from the provinces and has a prominent family. 10 Changs are not as good as one Han. If Han Bin could rub off on Chang Yisen, then their family would soar in the future. Chapter 95, a fake that's as good as the real thing. Uncle and Auntie, I appreciate your kindness. It's better to wait until the next time Yisen is at home for me to come back. Han Bin smiled and excused himself. The second old man sighed. Alright then, when the next time Yisen is at home, we'll call you. After Han Bin left, this child looks good to me. If he can marry our Yisen, who in the Chang family will dare to give us a hard time in the future? When the time comes, the oldest 2 families, they'll have to do things depending on our moods, and they'll still dare to be as high and mighty as they are now? The older 2 looked smug, but when he saw Fong Huitian, who was busy in the kitchen, he once again revealed an expression of disgust. I don't know what kind of sins I created in my previous life, but I actually stumbled upon such a loser. Otherwise Xiao Qing would have been destined to marry into a rich family. When this matter of Yisen and Han Bin settles down, they must be allowed to help find a good family. Xiao Qing absolutely cannot be held back by this loser, even if it's a second marriage. With our Xiao Qing's excellent qualifications, finding a worse one would be better than this loser. The second old man twisted back in immense disgust. Passing by the scattered gifts, Chang Guozhong kicked again without good humor. This pile of crap, does it add up to $200? What a disgrace in front of Han Bin. Pan Hong picked up the gift from Han Bin with a smug look on her face. Just as she was about to put it back in the house, she saw a delicate little box lying on the floor. Old Chang, look at this pretty box. The prettier it is, the less it's worth. And this loser just gets the whole fancy thing. Chang Guozhong didn't even look at it. Pan Hong picked up the box and opened it, only to see a very fine bracelet lying inside. It was dumbfounded. I don't know much about these, but the bracelet looks smooth and delicate and beautifully made, just like the real thing. Lao Chang, look at this good workmanship. A fake bracelet are so beautiful? Chang Guozhong glanced at it disdainfully, suddenly brightening up when he saw it. He hurriedly brought it over for a closer look. It's really pretty, but it's definitely fake. Chang Guozhong flipped out the price tag. Surprisingly sold for 200,000. The price of a bracelet is the sum of Han Bin's gifts. Fong Huitian can't afford to buy it even if he sells his blood and kidneys, so he must be fooling us with a fake label. Chang Guozhong snorted in exasperation. But the workmanship is really good. Good enough to fake the real thing. Keep the bracelet, and see if there are any more like it, and throw all the rest away. The second old man was busy. A watch was soon found. Chang Guozhong compared the piece Han Bin gave him, and it was even more atmospheric than his. Why do I feel like this fake one looks better than the real one? Are fakes so well done now? The older 2 were beyond shocked. You usually wear this fake piece, and then wear the real one on special occasions. Otherwise, how embarrassing to be recognized. That's right. Look at this watch. It's even priced at over $800,000. How dare Fong Huitian say he bought it from a regular mall? $800,000. Selling him wouldn't be worth a tenth of that. Chang Guozhong angrily said, disliking Fong Huitian all over the place with his mouth. But he still beautifully put away his watch. The rest of the stuff the second oldest didn't go through any more carefully, seeing that most of it was cosmetics and supplements, so they threw it all away. After Fong Huitian finished cooking and came out, he saw that everything had disappeared and was anxious. Mom and Dad, where are the gifts I brought back? We threw it away. What's the point of keeping a bunch of useless garbage at home? You think our house is a garbage dump? Throw it away? Fong Huitian was on fire. The gifts he brought back today were all genuine, and together he had spent over $1 million. The in-laws just threw it away? Mom and Dad, those things are real. How can you throw them away? Chang Guozhong slapped the case, full of anger, and loudly rebuked, really a fart. You fooled us even if, and now you dare to sophistry? And who are you talking to with such a strong attitude? You've grown up, haven't you? Dare to yell at us? Chapter 96, Your Life Matters. Facing his in-laws' rebuke, Fong Huitian was too lazy to talk to them, rushing downstairs to rummage through the trash. He didn't care about anything else, but the necklace he bought for his wife was still in there. That necklace was a limited edition. He had picked it out for a long time before he found the only one he liked and was giving it to Haru as a gift. But when I got downstairs, there was no sign of the gift in the trash can except for all kinds of garbage, so it must have been picked up. Fong Huitian was very depressed and went upstairs, while at this moment Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong had already sat down to eat. Go wash the dishes and eat afterward. Can't you see the sink when you're cooking? There are tons of unwashed dishes in there. Are you blind? The second old man cursed as he ate, and Fong Huitian was in a rage, forcibly suppressing his anger. If it weren't for his wife, he wouldn't be able to stay in this house for a minute. Evening. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong sat in the living room, preparing for a family meeting. Mom and Dad, my sister and I are tired after a long day. What are you two tossing around? Chang Yisun looked at her parents with a tired face. She got a job as a tutor, counting it as a vacation internship and earning some extra money to subsidize her family. Cheng Guozhong looked serious. What do you mean we tossed? The purpose of my meeting today is to finalize the lifelong matter for you. What? The sisters were filled with shock at the words. Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? Yisun is still in school. How old are you to be thinking about your life? Chang Yicheng frowned. Chang Yisun also looked dissatisfied. If you two are idle at home, go out and find a job, okay? My sister is working hard to support our family, but you guys are too busy to worry about it. Find something to do. How does this child talk? Aren't we doing this for your own good? That alumnus of yours called Han Bin came to the house and bought us gifts. This kid is good. We agree that you two should date. Cheng Guozhong was full of smiles, and Chang Yisun stood up violently, her face full of shock. Han Bin is not only good looking and from a distinguished family, but he also bought us a gift worth $200,000. Unlike this loser, who went on a trip to the province for fun and came back to bring us a bunch of garbage. Pan Hong looked at Fong Huitian and her face instantly changed. Fong Huitian, on the other hand, had an innocent look on his face, saying, how did talking get onto me again? I have no relationship with Han Bin at all. Tomorrow you'll return the stuff, and don't let him come to the house in the future. You two are really idle. What kind of lovebirds are you messing with? Chang Yisun angrily dropped a sentence, twisted around and went back to the bedroom, then ruthlessly closed the door. How does he talk to your mom and dad? Wouldn't it be just right for you to spend 2 years with Han Bin now and get married as soon as you graduate from college? You're still not happy about it. It's our family's good fortune that Han Bin can look at you. No picking and choosing. If you find a loser to marry like your sister, I'll kick your ass. The older two shouted angrily. Cheng Yicheng was so angry that she went straight to her room, sitting on the bed, a sharp rise and fall of her chest. Don't be angry, Haru. Mom and Dad mean well. Fong Huitian gently patted her shoulder. Good intentions? Look at how harshly they speak. What do they take Yisun and I for? Chang Yicheng was furious and cried. Fong Huitian heartily embraced her into his arms. It froze. It was surprising how warm it felt to be held by him at the moment. It's even a little hard to pull away. Mom and Dad said you brought a present today. Why didn't I see it? Chang Yicheng felt her cheeks burning and gently pushed Fong Huitian away to digress. They said all I bought was junk and threw it all away. It's a shame that the first gift I ever bought you was gone before I could even show it to you. Fong Huitian lost his way, and Chang Yicheng looked at him fiercely, and a sudden wave of emotion actually rose within her. You brought me a present too? What is it? It's a necklace. Right. Fong Huitian suddenly remembered that he still had a gift for his wife. Haru, this is for you. It's not worth much, but I made it with my own hands. Chapter 97, Who Dares to Drink Medicine Made by a Veterinarian? Fong Huitian said excitedly. So out came the aluminum wire ring I made up last night. Costs only $3. It was shabby, but it was his intention. Chang Yicheng froze as she looked at the ring. Fong Huitian saw that she didn't move for a long time and thought that she was angry. Hurriedly, he spoke. I'm sorry, Haru. I'd better throw it away. I'll buy you the real one next time. It was about to be thrown in the trash after that. How dare you throw it? Chang Yicheng suddenly tugged at him. Who said I don't like it? Put it on for sis. Her voice was gentle, so she smiled and held out her hand. Fong Huitian froze. It was the first time in 5 years that his wife had smiled so genuinely at him. Okay, Haru-san. Fong Huitian was incredibly excited as he slipped the ring onto his wife's ring finger. It was obvious that Chang Yicheng liked it, and a smile still spread across her face. With the recent change in weather, is it still cold for you to sleep on the floor? Chang Yicheng stammered a question, touching the ring very shyly. It's not cold. I've long since adapted. Fong Huitian patted his chest with great pride. He inherited the 5 arts of Fong healing, fearless of the cold and heat, and even more so in front of his wife. He could not say that he could not do it, and Chang Yicheng's face changed slightly, suddenly huffing and puffing as she burrowed into the quilt. Then you can keep sleeping on the floor. Stupid thing. It's so obvious. Is Fong Huitian a big idiot who can't hear it? He was puzzled. What's wrong with Haru? What's wrong with her? Women are just fickle and flip-flop faster than a book. Sighing, he lay down on the floor. And that's when a careful review of his wife's words made this a sudden reaction. So then he slapped himself hard. Haru, is it too late for me to say the ground is cold? Get out! With the change of season in the fall, colds and typhoid have been prevalent lately. Fang Huitian got some Chinese medicine from Tangisho and boiled it at home, filling the room with the smell of medicine. Are you cooking this early in the morning? The whole house stinks. Cheng Guozhong covered his nose and came out cursing. Dad, I bought some Chinese medicine. Colds are popular these days. We need to prevent them too. Prevention my ass. Even if we catch a cold, won't we go to the hospital? Won't you go to the herbalist center for medicine? Hurry up and get rid of this crap of yours. It's making the room smell like medicine and it's stinking. Cheng Guozhong cursed and went up and poured out all the medicine that Fang Huitian had boiled. Dad, why are you like this? Kaiten kindly boiled medicine for us and got up at 4 in the morning to prepare it. And you come up here and dump it without saying a word? Cheng Yicheng rushed out with a huff. Cheng Guozhong glared and rebuked. What kind of medicine would he boil as a veterinarian? Do we dare drink it? Whose fault is it if we drink it to death? Your dad's right. We wouldn't dare drink medicine made by a vet. Who knows if he's intentionally trying to gross us out or if he's trying to poison us? Pan Hong came out too. Cheng Yicheng was dissatisfied. Hui Tian was originally from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He knows about medicine. And the job at the pet hospital is just a random job. Can you guys stop holding on to it all the time? He's still a family of Chinese medicine practitioners? Have you ever seen a Chinese medicine practitioner like him? Even if it's not good enough, it's not good enough to be mixed up as a veterinarian, is it? We wouldn't dare drink the medicine he boils anyway. And take all the herbal medicine you brought home too. Don't make a mess of the house. Cheng Yicheng was angry. Pulling Fang Huitian, he went back to the house. Leave them alone. And if they do catch a cold, let them take themselves to the hospital. It's my day off. Go shopping with me. I don't want to be at home listening to their endless chatter. Cheng Yicheng was truly angry. Seeing his wife defend herself so well, Fang Huitian felt especially happy in his heart. But Pantherhead said he was going to treat him to dinner today, so it looked like he'd have to push it. The duo left the house without even eating breakfast. In order to avoid her parents from disturbing her, Cheng Yicheng directly turned off her phone. After strolling around for a while, Cheng Yicheng felt a bit hungry, so get ready to find a place to eat. But just then, a familiar figure walked into a French restaurant. The two of them froze. Yisin, Chapter 98, The Family Cook. Cheng Yisin went to tutoring today. Why did she show up at Commercial Street? The two followed curiously. Inside the restaurant, Han Bin and a man and a woman were already waiting. Seeing Cheng Yisin walking towards him, Han Bin got up in a very gentlemanly manner. Yisin, it's been a long time. I missed you. Han Bin smiled. A man and a woman on the opposite side of the room also rushed to coax. You? Young Han would even say such meaty words. Yisin, it seems that Han Xiao is really in love with you, and it's been a long time since the two of us have seen each other, and he doesn't even miss me. The two laughed. Cheng Yisin frowned. The boy across the street was called Su Jin, while the girl dressed in an alluring and flirtatious outfit was called Gu Shui. All of them are her college alumni and are very close to Han Bin. Han Bin, please don't say such things in the future. I agreed to come and see you today to tell you that we are impossible. Don't ever come to me or my house again, and I'll pay you back as soon as I can for the gift I gave my parents. Cheng Yisin was about to leave after saying that. Han Bin hurriedly stopped her. Yisin, I came to Ningjiang this time just to find you. You see, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Sit down and get together. We've only been on vacation for 10 days. Why has it been so long? Cheng Yisin frowned. Su Jin stood up. Look, we've come to Ningjiang. You have to do your part as a landlord, right? Yes, Yisin. We came all the way here to play with you and you just dismissed us with a few words? Hurry up and sit down. Today's meal isn't Han Xiao's treat either. It's my boyfriend's treat. He's a big shot in your Ningjiang. I'll introduce you guys to him when he comes later. Gu Shui also spoke up. With a haughty face, Cheng Yisin was a bit puzzled. Gu Shui's boyfriend was a big shot in Ningjiang? When did she find a boyfriend in Ningjiang? Haru, this man is Han Bin. I saw him at home the other day. Fang Huitian, who was standing not far away, looked at this scene and opened his mouth. Cheng Yicheng furrowed her brows. Yisin told me about this person. She dislikes it and is even more reluctant to sit down now. No, I have to take her away. Cheng Yicheng said and walked straight over. Yisin, why aren't you in class? Seeing Cheng Yicheng come over, Cheng Yisin stood up in surprise. Sis, why are you here? Sister? At those words, Han Bin and the others looked at Cheng Yicheng. That's a real beauty. I didn't realize that Cheng Yisin's family wasn't good, but she had such a beautiful sister. Hello sis, my name is Han Bin. I'm Yisin's classmate. Han Bin stood up at this time and extended his hand, looking extremely gentlemanly and polite. Cheng Yicheng just nodded. Hello, Yisin has something else to do. so I won't be accompanying you all to the party today. Saying that, he pulled Chang Yisun up and was about to leave. And that's when Gu Shui was not happy. Stop. She stood up and walked around to the sisters, looking a little sharp. Sister Yisun, we came all the way to Ningzhong to look for Yisun to play with, and you say you'll take it away? It's too much to take us seriously to dismiss us with a few words, isn't it? Han Bin and Su Jin didn't say anything. This was what they had planned from the beginning. If Chang Yisun didn't play with them, let Gu Shui come out and help set them up. Yisun is tutoring someone, so you can't take the money and then stand them up, right? Chang Yicheng was also not willing to show weakness. Her voice was a bit icy. At those words Gu Shui froze, then burst out laughing with a face full of incredulity. Tutoring? I thought there was something big going on. Yisun, tell us if there's trouble at home. What's the point of going to be a tutor? Mr. Han can casually come up with $1 million or $800,000, so you can spend it however you want. So why bother looking for a job? My boyfriend is also a big shot in Ningzhong. If you need anything, just say it. I'll definitely help you. Su Jin also smiled and said, Yisun, you don't have to do anything in these 2 days. Accompany us to have a good time in Ningzhong. How about we give you $100,000 a day for labor? The duo talks a good game, but the tone was full of sarcasm. Han Bin, Yisun's family is really in a difficult situation. I've heard that the whole family relies on her sister to support them alone, and she's also trying to share the burden for her sister. Oh, but I heard that Yisun's sister isn't married? Her brother-in-law doesn't have a job? Su Jin froze. Han Bin smiled. I've met her brother-in-law. How can I put it? Anyway, uncle and aunt is a mouthful of waste called. At home is a cooking, commonly known as the family cook. Chapter 99. I'll beat you even if your father is the king of heaven. Su Jin and Gu Shui pretended to be surprised at their words. A home cook? Isn't that a loser? I didn't expect Yisun's brother-in-law to be a soft eater. It's too unproductive. Now do something that doesn't make money. You have to chew on women? Not far away. Fang Weitian was about to explode with anger when he heard this. I don't know you guys very well. How can you bring this on me? Are you guys talking politely like that? Chang Yicheng furrowed her brows. Han Bin hurriedly stepped forward and said, I'm sorry sis, it's my fault for speaking out of turn. Apologize on your lips, but your face is smug. And at that moment, Fang Weitian walked over with a dark face. Haru Yisun, let's go. Han Bin and the others froze and looked at him. Gu, if it isn't my brother-in-law, you're here too? Brother-in-law? This is Yisun's brother-in-law? Su Jin and Gu Shui looked Fang Weitian up and down. This plain dress was too shabby, right? TSK, 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 Yisun is this really your brother-in-law? What does your sister think when she can even marry a man like that? Not that I'm talking about you. How good is young Han's condition? Isn't it too much better than your punk brother-in-law? Don't ever pick another one, or you'll end up finding one like that, and then your life's happiness will be ruined. Su Jin and Gu Shui scoffed, their expressions very beaten. Chang Yisun glared viciously at Fang Weitian. What was this punk doing popping up? Wasn't this just another way for people to pinch her for a laugh? That's enough of you. It's not your turn to tell us what to do in our house. Chang Yicheng gave an angry rebuke. Gu Shui sneered. Are we wrong? Young Han is the son of a big family, and his family has billions of dollars in assets, hundreds of thousands of dollars in pocket money every month, and 24 luxury cars to his name. And your husband? Just a home cook, not even qualified to lift Han Xiao's shoes. Han Bin was held up as a god, and he immediately showed his condescension. Su Jin was also full of sneers and disdain. Sister, you're blocking Yisun's happiness like this. You're not afraid that if she marries into a rich family in the future, it'll make it impossible for you to raise your head in the family, are you? That's not a good idea. If Yisun is well, can she not think of you? Maybe I'll help you find a better one then. Even if you're in a second marriage, Han Xiao can help you find a rich family. It's better than this cooker anyways. Everyone laughed out loud after that. The Cheng sisters had black lines on their faces. Fang Weitian also couldn't help but clench his fists. Keep your mouths shut, all of you. The grim voice came. Han Bin and the others immediately furrowed their brows and looked at Fang Weitian. What did you say? Tell us to shut up? Who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Han Bin's face was full of ice, and his eyes were incomparably sharp. You're a rag picker. Even your in-laws say you're trash. I can't believe how funny your parents were to produce a joke like you. I guess people like you were put in cages to eat rotten eggs and rotten leaves in ancient times. Damn. Also dared to pretend in front of us. You think you recognize Langshan as your master? Han Bin scolded loudly. Su Jin and Gu Shui, on the other hand, looked smug, and at that moment, Fang Weitian violently raised his head and blasted Han Bin away with a single punch. Boo! Han Bin slammed heavily on the ground. His teeth fell out, and his mouth was full of blood. Su Jin and Gu Shui looked dumbfounded. The Chang sisters also froze. Fang Weitian, this waste. How dare he hit Han Bin with his hands? You're looking for death. aren't you? Sujin picked up a bottle of red wine and smashed it over. Without saying a word, Fong Huitian casually grabbed a chair and more swiftly struck first. The chair smashed to pieces. Hyojin curled up on the ground holding his head and crying in pain, his face covered in blood. All the people around were dumbfounded. The patrons of the restaurant saw the scene and felt their hearts skip a beat. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Hanbin stood up and cursed angrily. Who do I care who you are? Your father is the king of heaven. I'll beat you even today. Fong Huitian's aura was incomparably huge. Chang Yicheng was dumbfounded. Even Chang Yisin felt that this waste was full of manliness at the moment. And you? Fong Huitian twisted his head to look at Gu Shui, raised his hand and slapped him hard. Give it a straight jerk over. Chapter 100, Scooby-Doo. Gu Shui cried out in pain, half of her face instantly swollen. How dare you hit me? Damn dog, you're dead today. Gu Shui said and made a call. Brother Panther, I let someone beat me up at the restaurant. Come quickly. Han Bin and Sujin stood up, their faces full of grimness. Waste, you're dead. Gu Shui's boyfriend is your underground overlord of Ningjiang. Even if the king of heaven comes today, you won't be able to escape. At those words, the Cheng family sisters' bodies were violently stunned, and their faces turned white with fear. What do we do? Chang Yisin was trembling with fear and was about to cry. Chang Yicheng held her tightly, so he looked at Fong Huitian. He was only seen to have a bland face, with no fear at all. Haru, take Yisin to the car and wait for me. What about you? Fong Huitian's heart warmed and turned his head and smiled faintly. It's fine, I can fix it. Chang Yicheng also didn't know where Fong Huitian got his confidence, but she couldn't let her sister get hurt, so he dragged Chang Yisin away. Yisin, in a moment you'll sit in the car and wait for us. What do you mean? Sis, you want to go back again? Didn't you hear just now? Gu Shui's boyfriend is Ningjiang's underground overlord and will be here soon. Chang Yisin looked at her sister with a face of disbelief. Chang Yicheng firmly said, I know, so it's all the more reason why I can't let Huitian face it alone. I want to accompany him. At this moment Chang Yicheng's heart was incomparably resolute. Any difficulty she would accompany Fong Huitian. Inside the restaurant, Fong Huitian moved a chair and sat in the doorway. You're pretty damn arrogant. My boyfriend is coming and you're not even running? You've got guts. I hope you'll be as bullheaded as you are now when he arrives later. Gu Shui said viciously. Just then, a sudden commotion came from outside. A tall, lanky man walked in with an imposing presence. He was followed by no less than 100 men. Who dared to hit my woman? The man came in and bellowed. Gu Shui saw him rushed forward, full of aggrieved crying. Brother Bao is this son of a hit me. You see to my face is swollen. Indeed, Gu Shui's delicate and tender face was currently red and swollen. The man was beyond angry. He'd just been with Gu Shui for 3 days, and he'd let someone beat him to a pulp before he got tired of playing. How else are we going to sleep with her tonight? Waking up in the middle of the night and seeing it can scare you half to death. So he turned around and glared viciously at Fong Huitian. But when he took a look at Please, he was dumbfounded. Fong Huitian, you dead. Then arrogant, aren't you quite capable? I can't see that you punks can still fight. Try your hand again. Ha! Han Bin and Sujin also had a bottom at this time, full of cold smiles to go forward to rebuke. However, he did not expect that at this moment, Brother Panther suddenly surprised everyone by kneeling directly in front of Fong Huitian. Everyone was stunned. The fluttering sound made everyone's hair stand on end instantly. Gu Shui was confused. Han Bin and Sujin were dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. Leopard, Panther, did you slip on your feet? Gu Shui stared with wide eyes and swallowed hard. It was so quiet around them that you could hear a pin drop. And at this time, Fong Huitian crossed his legs and looked at the other party with an indifferent face. This meal they're having today, it's on you? The leopard head was scared into a cold sweat and shook his head. Fong, Boss Fong, it's not like that. It's because you said you were shopping with your sister-in-law and pushed my meal, so that's why I casually promised her. It wasn't intentional. What? Ningjiang's only underground overlord unexpectedly called this waste. Boss? And he pushed Leopard's head's dinner party? Moment. Han Bin and the others' clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Creepy. Chapter 101, Get Out of Ningjiang. Fong Huitian looked at Leopard Head indifferently. Is she your girlfriend? Looking at Fong Huitian pointing at Gu Shui, the Leopard Head revealed an expression that was worse than tears. No, Boss Fong. I'm just playing with her. We've only known each other for 3 days. At those words Gu Shui's face changed. She's been slept with by Leopard Head in different ways, 16 times in 3 days. And now he's saying it's just for fun? What the are you waiting for? Can't you see my boss is here? All kneel down. Leopard Head bellowed. Nearly 100 people behind him knelt on the ground, and the scene was shocking. Everyone was speculating what Fong Huitian's identity was. He even made the underground overlord of Ningjiang, Panther Head, kneel down to him. The group of girls looked at him and felt that the man was carrying light all over him. the eyes were full of love and adoration. Especially in this case, it's a special plus to look like he's more attractive. Bowsy, this is the third time, right? Fong Huitian spoke faintly. There was a flurry of astonishment around them. How dare Fong Huitian call Leopard Head a bun? This is too bold. And at this moment, the leopard's head was even more shaken by the tiger's body, and cold sweat instantly flowed down. Yes, Boss Fong, I was wrong. I deserve to die. The leopard head hated and feared, and at the moment, he slapped himself repeatedly. The last time he was at the casino he was lucky to get his life back, but this time it was him who directly approached Shongshan Huitian, the nature of which was already very bad. So tell me, what about this time? The leopard head felt despair and said in a trembling voice, I am at Boss Fong's disposal. He felt like he was going to die this time. Public place, and I don't want to make a big deal out of it. You deal with these three people appropriately, and I hope that in the future in Ningjiang, I won't be allowed to see them again. Fong Huitian stood up when he finished speaking, and as if the leopard head had been granted amnesty, he immediately looked at Han Bin's trio with vicious fury. What the are you waiting for? Hit me ing dead. A command. All the kneeling ponies got up and charged. Dozens of people surrounded the trio with explosive hammers, and a miserable scream was horrifying. Get the hell out of Ningjiang immediately, and if you dare to step foot in Ningjiang again, I'll chop you all up. Bah! Leopard Head said viciously. One by one, the ponies under his command followed suit and spat at them. Bad luck. It's been a bad day. How had Han Bin and the others ever suffered such humiliation? Gu Shui, in particular, hated it in her heart. The leopard's head pulls the hook mercilessly and raises his pants. Originally, it was already bad enough for them to be beaten up by Fong Huitian, but I didn't realize that I was doing someone else a favor by bringing in help. They couldn't figure out how. Wasn't Fong Huitian a home cook? Isn't he a loser? How come you're the boss of Panther Head all of a sudden? I'm not done with him on this one. Chang Yisan, you wait for school to start. Han Bin gritted his teeth. The three were so humiliated in Ningjiang that they naturally didn't dare to go home, so he didn't even dare to go to the hospital and left Ningjiang to the next city in ashes. Fong Huitian left the restaurant and just within a few steps, he encountered Chang Yicheng who hurriedly ran over. He froze and didn't wait to say anything before Chang Yicheng rushed straight over and hugged him tightly. You're fine. Fong Huitian completely froze, his mind going blank for a moment. It was the first time she had ever offered to hug herself. Chang Yicheng was also in too much of a hurry just now. When she reacted, she hurriedly and shyly pushed him away. Things, all settled? Fong Huitian was happy in his heart and nodded with a smile. Aha! Are you especially worried about me, Haru? Look at how red your eyes are. And you even ran back on purpose. Aren't you afraid of running into danger with me? You're overthinking it. You're looking for Yiling's help again this time, aren't you? Chang Yicheng sidetracked the topic. Now at this sweet moment, Fong Huitian was too lazy to explain. Come on, are you crying because you're worried about me? You're not finished, are you? Are you leaving? Go. Fong Huitian smiled and took Chang Yicheng's hand, and this time, she didn't draw back. Chapter 102, Where did you get the money? Highland Neighborhood. At this moment there was a sharp knock at the door. Pan Hong went over to open the door, only to see Cheng Guohua and Zhang Mei standing outside with upset faces. Where's Cheng Yicheng? Why is her phone off all the time? With whom are you playing missing? Cheng Guohua walked in with a dark face. Cheng Guozhong was reading the newspaper, and when he saw his second brother and sister-in-law with a fiery temper, he instantly looked disgruntled as well. Haru is off today and went out shopping. Cheng Guohua yelled. Is she still in the mood for shopping? There are so many things in her hands waiting for her to handle. Even if she is resting, who allowed her to turn off her cell phone? Are you still being reasonable? Why do you have to worry about how to arrange the rest time? Do you want more overtime pay or more bonuses? Pan Hong is angry. Chang Yicheng is also the vice president of the company anyhow. However, the monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan, all let Cheng Guohua deducted for various reasons. They haven't said anything yet, and now they have the nerve to come over and raise hell? Anyway, find Cheng Yicheng as soon as possible. Jiaqing is still waiting for the information in her hand to carry out the work. If delayed, you can afford to take the blame? Cheng Yicheng was reinstated to her official position with great difficulty. Does she want to be fired again? Cheng Guohua shouted angrily. The older two were indeed intimidated, and Zhang Mei saw the jewelry they were wearing at that moment, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Where did you guys come from? Cheng Guozhan looked at his watch and then at the bracelet Pan Hong was wearing. I'm home today, so I'm wearing a fake that Fong Huitian bought back. What do you care? You're going to stick your nose in what we wear, so you're allowed to wear gold and silver and we're not? Cheng Guozhan pretended to stiffen his chest, but still, sheepishly, he stretched his sleeve to keep his watch out of the way. After all, it's a fake, and the dick would laugh at him if he recognized it. Zhang Mei sneered. Fine big brother and sister-in-law. I'm not qualified to care what you guys wear, but you have to make it clear today. Where did these things come from? Cheng Guohuo also saw it. His big brother's watch and his sister-in-law's bracelet. That's all authentic. A watch is over $800,000. And that bracelet isn't cheap either. It's estimated to be $200,000. Are you being too lenient? Lao Er's daughter-in-law? Do you want to be in charge of where we get our stuff? Do you think we are your employees? Pan Hong was disgruntled. Things of unknown origin. Can you afford these? Where did you get the money for the watch and the bracelet together that would have bought your Thai house? Cheng Guohuo chortled. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong froze. It's a fake brought back by that punk Fong Huitian. How can it be so valuable? Humph. It must be Chang Yicheng who secretly misappropriated the company's money. We'll go back and check the accounts properly. If she really used her position to embezzle, firing her would be a lightweight. Seriously, let her go straight to jail. Cheng Guohuo said and left with Zheng Mei. Pan Hong anxiously stomped her feet and hurriedly called Chang Yicheng, but it was still off. Geez, what can we do about this? Cheng Guozhong frowned at this time and chided. What are you panicking about? What that punk brought back are fakes. Even if there is a responsibility, it's still Fong Huitian's. Besides, don't we know our own daughter? How could she possibly do something illegal to steal the company's money? Pan Hong was in a hurry just now, and now she reacted that it was true. But what if Lao Er deliberately makes false accusations? Now that the company is all under his sole say, when the time comes to produce false evidence in front of the old man, we simply can't fight him. Cheng Guozhong sneered. What are you afraid of? If in the end the old man really believes Cheng Guohuo, then we'll just hand this over. Words Pan Hong suddenly realized. Right, they bracelet watch are fake. Cheng Guohuo, even if the false accusation is not likely to succeed. I really didn't think that the oldest two could look away. It's obviously all fake, but they have to say it's true. I think he's deliberately making false accusations. Chapter 103, The Wolf's Ambition. After Cheng Guohuo and Zhang Mei left, they went straight to the group to check the accounts. It's just a formality. They knew that Cheng Yicheng couldn't have embezzled, so they found the finance place and prepared to make false accounts to frame Cheng Yicheng. And at this moment, Fong Huitian and the others were eating at a small restaurant. At that time, Cheng Yicheng returned to find Fong Huitian. Cheng Yicheng reported to the police, also chased out. Seeing that Fong Huitian was safe and sound, she thought that the police had been dispatched to solve the problem so quickly, so she didn't ask too many questions. After dinner, Fong Huitian then sent Cheng Yicheng to her tutor while he and Cheng Yicheng went straight home. Just walked in the door. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong then went up in a hurry. Xiao Cheng, quickly go to the company. Your second uncle is checking your accounts. You need to be prepared that he may want to falsely accuse you of embezzling money from the company. Just entering the house came a heavy blow. Cheng Yicheng was confused. What are you talking about? Mom and Dad? How could I possibly embezzle? Cheng Yicheng frowned. Cheng Guozhong sighed, then glared viciously at Fong Huitian. Isn't it all because of this loser? These two broken things he brought back for us were deemed authentic by your second uncle. The bracelet and watch add up to over $1 million. Where did our family get the money? Doesn't that just give your second uncle a reason to make a false accusation? Fong Huitian looked innocent. It really is all true. And at that time you threw out all the other gifts and kept your favorite. And then there's a misunderstanding and I'm blamed for it? What does this have to do with Kaiten? A fake is a fake. And I'm not afraid to check. Cheng Yicheng has two sleeves and is indeed not afraid. Haru, of course we believe you're innocent. But what if your second uncle falsely accuses you? The company is in his hands now, so it's easy to make false accounts. At those words, Cheng Yicheng did feel a little uneasy. Given the character of Uncle Tu's family, they did do it. I'm going to the office. Cheng Yicheng left the house in a hurry. Fong Huitian also followed him out. Why are you going alone? You piece of? You want to cause trouble again? Get back here. I have to teach you a lesson today. If it wasn't for this crap of yours, would we have been caught and framed? If anything happens to Haru, I'll give you hell. Fong Huitian had already run away. The old couple cursed and closed the door. Cheng Guohuo went straight to the old man after the fake. Dad, look. Cheng Yicheng embezzled money from the family. $1 million. She bought a watch and a bracelet just to cover her tracks. But they didn't think I could see everything, and I recognized the plot. So what do you think we should do now? Chen Lu was furious at hearing this and slapped the table hard. The boss's family is too much. Originally I was thinking of finding a chance to bring him back, but I didn't expect him to do such a thing. Pissed off. This family of wolves must be severely punished. Cheng Guohuo laughed coldly in his heart, so he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Dad, I think we should just let Cheng Yicheng hand over the project. I'll let Jiaqing take over the cooperation with Rongfeng. He's the only one in our Cheng family. What's Cheng Yicheng? She just relies on having some good looks to seduce Pan Yuelin. Otherwise why would they give her the project? Dad, if we don't stop it, in the future, Cheng Yicheng and Pan Yuelin will team up and annex our Cheng family. Cheng Guohuo deliberately magnified the impact of the incident indefinitely. Cheng Lu, on the other hand, was even more furious upon hearing this and directly stood up. What did you say? Chang Yicheng and Pan Yuelin hooked up? There's absolutely no mistaking it. I was there that time with Rongfeng, but they wouldn't let me into the office. There must be some unseemly collusion. Think about it. Can Chang Yicheng live a happy life when she marries that loser Fong Huitian? There is a good man appeared, regardless of whether the other party has a family age. She must seize the opportunity to think about their own back road. Chapter 104, I must be given an explanation. The one thing Chang Lu can't tolerate is relationship chaos. I didn't expect Chang Yicheng to cheat on her husband within marriage, disgracing the Chang family once again. Pissed me off. Chang Yicheng not only embezzled money from the family, but even more so, she also did this kind of scandalous thing. Is the family trying to rebel? Chang Lu was so angry that he almost lifted the table, but immediately after that, there was a worry, the cooperation with Rongfeng. Pan Yuelin contract clearly requires that the person in charge must be Chang Yicheng, otherwise it does not count. There's no way we can remove her. Chang Lu frowned. Cheng Guohua took out a contract at this time and said with a smile, Dad, I've prepared everything. Look. Chang Lu took the contract and immediately brightened up. Voluntary assignment letter? That's right. Cheng Guohua had a smug look on his face. As long as we get Chang Yicheng to voluntarily withdraw and hand over the project to Jiaqing, then even if the person in charge changes, Pan Yuelin won't be able to say anything, since it was Chang Yicheng who transferred it voluntarily, not us who removed her. The additional clauses of the contract are likewise off the table. Good. That's a good idea. Chang Lu clapped his hands. Then this matter you proceed to do it. With Rongfeng's project we put in quite a lot of money. Rongfeng's funds are even more helpful. That's why this matter can't be sloppy. Otherwise once the capital chain is broken, the Cheng family won't have any way back. Cheng Guohua patted his chest and assured, Don't worry Dad. I know what's in my heart. After saying that, he went to look for Chang Yicheng, to the company. Chang Yicheng was more anxious to go up first, and after Fong Huitian parked his car and went to the car, he pushed open the door and was directly dumbfounded. A room full of cleaning ladies and 2 security guards sitting there drinking tea. He jerked his head up to look at the door sign. Janitorial lounge? Fong Huitian was confused. Wife's office. How come it's been converted into a janitorial lounge? Yo, if it isn't our auntie, what are you doing here? Oh, you don't know yet, do you? The vice president's office is now our lounge. So you've come to the wrong place if you want to find Vice President Chang. A couple of older women sat there, laughing as they got high. If they weren't wearing cleaning clothes, they would have thought they were family members of leaders. Fong Huitian frowned. Then where does Xiao Qing work? Of course it's our former lounge. Otherwise the company would have so many places. Everyone is irreplaceable. Who has room to spare for Vice President Chang? That's right. Everyone in the company is vital. Where is Vice President Chang's office not an office? Wouldn't it be nice to have the title of VP anyway? Right everyone? A roomful of people laughed. The words were full of sarcasm, not treating Chang Yicheng as a leader at all. Fong Huitian narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. He's pissed. I didn't realize that my wife was so ostracized in the company that even housekeeping started bullying her. How aggravated must Haru be every day? Fong Huitian held back his anger and went to the former cleaning lounge to find Chang Yicheng. Small, dimly lit room, not even a window. People can't stand to be in such a closed environment for a long time. Not to mention work, even their bodies can't stand it. Haru, you sit down and rest for a while. I'll finish looking for the information and go to the finance to check the accounts to see if Uncle Tu has falsified the accounts or not. Chang Yicheng was busy. Fong Huitian stepped forward and pulled her down. What are you doing? Chang Yicheng froze. Fong Huitian directly put down the information in her hand, so he pulled her outside. Today I'm going to make everyone give a statement. Why should my wife's office be converted into a cleaning room? Fong Huitian had an icy face and was truly enraged. If he hadn't followed him here today, he would have been completely unaware that his wife was so aggrieved and bullied. Chang Yicheng hurriedly pulled him back. Stop it. It's Uncle Tu's decision. In the company he's the president. I'm just a famous but not real vice president. I can only obey the arrangement. Chapter 105, Making a Scene in the Group. Obedience? Is this how Chang Guohua arranged for a group vice president? Fong Huitian looked at Chang Yicheng, only to see that her expression was both helpless and aggrieved. The arm can't be twisted. What else can she do but compromise? Xiao Qing, I said that I won't let you be aggrieved by the white eyes. Today they have to give me a statement no matter what. Fong Huitian's aura immediately came up. Chang Yicheng looked a little stunned, and surprisingly, she couldn't help but be led out by him. You, now pack up immediately and return to the original lounge. And Haru's stuff. Move it all back here. Fong Huitian came to the cleaning room and ordered in a cold voice. The cleaning ladies looked at him one by one, and then they went back to chattering and getting high. Pressing him, Fong Huitian held back his anger. I'm talking to you guys properly. Obey orders. He was a reasonable man and would not easily get angry with this group of lapdogs. and the Amazons furrowed their brows one by one at this point. All of them not happy. Obey orders? Who the hell are you to order us around? Brain dead from eating soft food? Do you want me to call 120 to come get you? What's the point of calling 120? Should have just called the psychiatric hospital. This kid's crazy, right? Veterinarians are veterinarians. They spend all day with the animals, and now they can't even speak human language? Still trying to shine and find presence in the crowd. Do you deserve it? The Amazons are on fire. They don't even put Chang Yicheng in their eyes. What does Fong Huitian count as? At the moment a large group of employees outside were crowding around. Chang Yicheng's face was very ugly, tugging at Fong Huitian to let him forget about it. I'm not in a position to order you around, but Vice President Chang is going back to work in this office right now. Is there a problem with going back to what was originally her office? Fong Huitian had an icy face. At this time the two security Moncler outlet store guards stood up and began to pretend in front of the Amazons. I say, are you kid not finished? Vice President Chang hasn't even said anything. What are you farting about here? This matter was arranged by Mr. Chang. Even if Vice President Chang is dissatisfied, then go and talk to Mr. Chang. What's the point of bothering with us here? Get the hell out of here. You hear me? As long as Mr. Chang hasn't given the word, this office is our lounge, and we won't let the King of Heaven come. What can you do to us? The security guard was very strong. At the moment even took out his walkie-talkie and started shaking people down. Chang Yicheng was also incomparably angry in her heart, and was even more aggrieved. She pulled Fong Huitian with red eyes and shook her head. Forget it, let's go back. No way. Fong Huitian looked at the group icily. Since reasoning doesn't make sense, we'll have to enforce it forcefully. Then he stepped forward and overturned the table, grabbed a chair, and slammed it hard against the housekeeping locker. There was a loud bang. The lockers were all dented. Everyone was taken aback. The cleaning ladies were even more angry and red-eyed. How dare you play the asshole? All my stuff is in the locker. You pay for us. Little bastard, have you eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall? Dare to make trouble in our place. I'll kill you. The security guard drew his rubber baton and charged. Like a rabid dog. Fong Huitian has qualities. He honors the old and loves the young. But the other party was unwilling to be a human being himself, so he would not be merciful to the beast. Two bangs. Fong Huitian sidestepped the attack and snuck in a trip. The two security Moncler outlet store security guards fell straight to the ground. Hit. The face is full of blood. The nose is broken. OMG hit. Vice President Chang's husband hit someone. Come and see. Is there any law left? Is there any justice left? The Amazons were up in arms and crying. Soon a group of security guards came running. One of the fallen Moncler jackets outlet is the captain's father. Saw the situation immediately angry. With the people on all crazy rush up. Chapter 106, Wild Dogs. Fong Huitian would leave room for maneuver when it came to his elders. But when faced with this group of young, hot-blooded security guards, he would show no mercy. At this point, he pushed Chang Yicheng away and went up to the security guards and ed them all over with 3 punches and 2 kicks. One by one, they curled up on the ground and wailed in pain, unable to stand up. All the people around were dumbfounded. The Amazons were even more confused. When did this punk, Fong Huitian, become so powerful? With his bare hands, one man took down this group of young, strong security guards? Chang Yicheng was also incomparably surprised. Fong Huitian knows Kung Fu, and by the looks of it, it's pretty good at what it does. I'm going to say this for the last time. All of you go back to the original lounge and bring back all of my wife's stuff. Immediately, Fong Huitian was overbearing. Everyone was shocked, and at that moment, the finance director, Ma Hai, came over. He was in his mid-40s, fit, and had worked as a sparring instructor. Due to a good relationship with Chung Wohua, this is how he entered the group through the back door. I can't see that you still have some skills, but in front of me, this is just fancy boxing. Ma Hai looked at Fong Huitian with great disdain. Seeing him appear, the Amazons were instantly energized. Superintendent Ma, we must ruthlessly fix Fong Huitian today. He's too arrogant. How dare you beat up someone in the group, without regard for the law? He deserves to be killed. A few employees followed suit. If Director Ma makes a move, Fong Huitian will be crippled if not dead. Fong Huitian, I advise you to hurry up and kneel down and lick the superintendent of horses, or I'll whack you and break all your bones. Several employees joked. Chang Yicheng was also tense and grabbed Fong Huitian's arm in a death grip and whispered, although you know some kung fu, don't offend Ma Hai. He has won 5 sparring championships and is very good. You can't beat him. Fong Huitian gently patted his wife's hand. So what if you're the champion of sparring? Today he is in a fit of anger. The King of Heaven to provoke will also fight as usual. Fong Huitian, I'll give you a chance. Drill through my crotch and say you're a wild dog. Learn to bark and crawl out of the group and I'll let you off the hook. Ma Hai looked at Fong Huitian with a cold smile. Everyone around us laughed. Wild dog, ha 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 ha. Get on your knees and crawl. I want to see what a wild dog looks like. No wonder there's a foul odor in the house today. So it's the wild dogs mixing in. How much has this eaten? Vice President Chang need you to speak. I'll buy you some maggots. That thing is not picky about food but also good to feed. A bubble of is enough to eat for a year. Is not much better than raising wild dogs? Most people were laughing at Chung Yicheng and humiliating Fong Huitian. A few of the older employees were a little hard to watch, but they didn't dare to stand up and stop them. And at that moment, Fong Huitian raised his head violently, and without saying anything, he directly rushed up and punched Ma Hai's side ribs. The punch looked soft, and Ma Hai stood still for a second with an incredulous look on his face. Are you teasing me? Tickling me? Fong Huitian was able to knock over so many security guards, and this is the strength of his fists? It's no exaggeration to say that the punch didn't even feel as big as a 3-year-old coming at him. Fong Huitian didn't say anything and threw another punch at the small of Ma Hai's back. Still soft, Ma Hai got angry. How dare you fool me? Before he finished speaking, he just raised his hand to punch Fong Huitian, but his body suddenly froze. Can't move in the slightest. Fong Huitian, you seek death. Then you can only take a beating. It's an honor for you to be taught a lesson by Superintendent Ma himself. In your next life remember to reincarnate in a good family and stop being a dog. People are still mocking. And at that moment, Ma Hai's body suddenly lurched, and his entire body fell straight down on its side. He fell to the ground with a plop. His eyes glazed over with laxity. Drool came out senselessly and was accompanied by small convulsions. Everyone was dumbfounded for a split second. It was incredibly quiet all around, as if the pause button had been pressed. Chapter 107, On What Grounds? Fong Huitian locked 2 of Ma Hai's acupoints. Except for old Chinese doctors like He Jingzi who were really competent, anyone with less than perfect medical skills would not be able to unravel it. Even if Tang Yisho came, he simply couldn't see what was wrong with Ma Hai. At this moment, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Fong Huitian. There was fear and doubt. The 2 punches he threw were obviously soft, but Ma Hai was imposing 1 second. But the next second he was directly paralyzed? Superintendent Ma, what's wrong with you? Superintendent Ma? Big moms are coming forward. No matter how much he shook Ma Hai, he didn't respond and couldn't even talk anymore. At that moment, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Murder! Vice President Chang's husband killed Superintendent Ma. Everyone called the police. The crowd boiled over, and as Fong Huitian icy coldly swept the circle, all of them were suddenly flooded with goosebumps, and their hands holding the phone froze. Who dares to call the police? You killed him? Chang Yicheng was so scared that her face was pale and her voice was trembling. Fong Huitian shook his head. He can't die, only that he will be in this state for the rest of his life. Then he faced everyone and bellowed, all of you, if you don't want to become the next Ma Hai, all of you will apologize to my wife. Words. All the employees and the cleaning lady fell to their knees. Vice President Chang, we were wrong. We'll move out and the office will be vacated for you right away. The Amazons are pissing themselves. Fong Huitian looked at the employees who had just spoken vehemently and said in a cold voice, pack up and get out immediately. Let me see you again. All of you will end up the same as Ma Hai. A few employees were so scared lest that they couldn't even pack up their things before they rushed off. At that moment, he happened to bump into a smug-looking Chung Guohua walking head-on. Seeing the employees run away, he froze. What are you doing? Don't you know it's office hours? Chang Guohua scolded angrily, and the employees ran away as if they were fleeing. He didn't even turn his head back. That. You're going to lose your life and you're still going to work? Oops, you guys. Chang Guohua's face reddened with anger. What a nerve. Usually, when he saw himself, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, nodding his head and bowing his head. But today they all have the guts to curse? Is this a collective revolt? He walked over to the office area in annoyance and saw all the employees on their knees. It's even more dumbfounded. You guys, what are you doing? What kind of behavior is this? Stand up all of you. The employees looked at Chung Guohua and shook their heads vigorously. Stand up? Fong Huitian didn't say anything. Did they dare? At this time, Chang Guohua also saw Fong Huitian and Chang Yicheng and walked towards them with an angry face. What have you done? How dare you humiliate your employees like that? It's illegal, don't you know? Fong Huitian looked at him slyly. Then I would like to ask Mr. Chang, isn't it illegal for an employer to use extremely harsh means to treat its employees? Haru is the vice president of the group, but she's not even as good as a janitor at the group. Haven't you violated the labor law by giving her the treatment she's getting? Fong Huitian's last sentence was roared out. Chung Yicheng looked at him, not realizing that the trash in the mouth of the people had such a hardened side. For some reason, in my heart at this moment, I feel like my man. Super handsome. Chang Guohua blackened his face in anger. Fine. You say I'm unfair to her, right? Then just walk away. Chang Yicheng, Chang's group can't afford you as a big lady. Sign this and you can leave your job now. With that, he slammed the voluntary book on Chang Yicheng. Uncle 2, you're asking me to sign a voluntary transfer of the project? On what basis? Chang Yicheng's voice was shaking with aggravation, and her eyes were red with anger. On what grounds? You guys have made such a mess of the group, and you have the nerve to ask me on what grounds? Not only did you embezzle the group's money, but you also had an affair with Rongfeng's Pan Yuelin, and the old chairman was almost pissed off at you. Your grandfather agreed to this, and instructed me to handle it, so hurry up and sign away. Chapter 108, I'll support you. Chang Guowo was furious, but his psyche was gloating. He was worried about the lack of reasons for dismissal, but he didn't expect Fang Huitian to help him instead by making such a mess. I'm not signing it, Uncle 2, you're saying this is all a lie, Chang Guowo said icily. The evidence is conclusive. I've checked your embezzled accounts, and now it's a fact that you're making a fuss about the group. So what else is there to argue about? At that all the employees were dumbfounded. Chang Yicheng is corrupt? In fact, we all know in our hearts that this is simply impossible. Chang Guowo must be behind this. I didn't take a single penny from the company except for the salary given to me. Chang Yicheng was about to cry in a hurry. Chang Guowo looked impatient. You have to come on. If you didn't covet the company's money, how do you explain your parents' bracelet watch? Over $1 million. Can your family afford it? Where did the money come from? And the fact that you're not getting along with Pan Yuelin, did he give you the money? If you admit it, then I have nothing to say. Chang Yicheng quickly explained. I have no relationship with Pandong except for cooperation. How can you throw dirty water on me? Second uncle, my parents' bracelets and watches are fakes. All fake, not even a few dollars. Now that Chang Yicheng was riding a tiger, Chang Guowo was really blocking all her paths. She hadn't embezzled, and it had even less to do with Pan Yuelin, but now her second uncle was forcing her to admit one thing. She didn't have a choice at all. Don't explain, Chang Yicheng. I've found evidence of your embezzlement. Do I have to publicize it for you to give up? Hurry up and sign the voluntary book before things get ugly. If you have nothing to do with Pan Yuelin, why would they give you the project? And they even added additional conditions for you? A slap in the face is not a slap in the face. Didn't you seduce someone so he did everything he could to help you? The face of the Chang family has been disgraced by you. I don't even care to talk about you. At those words Chang Yicheng was completely dumbfounded. This was her own second uncle. How could she say such unpleasant things? Do you have to make her lose her reputation before you'll stop? Forget it, Haru. Sign it. What's the point of wanting to do it? There's no point in talking too much. Let's not stay in such a pandemonium. Fang Huitian looked at his wife and said. What he said made sense, but leaving the company like this, Chang Yicheng was not willing. Don't forget, Uncle 2, the contract comes with strings attached. Chang Guowo saw that victory was in sight, so he smiled and said, you don't have to worry about that. As long as you voluntarily sign the transfer, that additional condition won't stand. Besides, the amount of money Rongfeng has thrown in is not a small amount. Do you think people will keep insisting on this condition for your sake? Chang Guowo sneered. Even if Chang Yicheng was a mistress kept by Pan Yuelin, she wouldn't give up $100 million project for her. The reason why he asked for additional conditions in the first place was probably just for show to Chang Yicheng, but in reality it was not useful. Chang Yicheng's eyes flushed red, so she picked up a pen and prepared to sign. At that moment, Fang Huitian suddenly grabbed her hand to stop it. So he looked at Chang Guowo. It's easy for Xiao Qing to sign, but after signing it, it won't be so simple to undo it. Chang Guowo snorted coldly. Where did you get so much nonsense? Why are you still threatening me at this point? Hurry up and sign. After signing you both get the hell out of here. Good. Don't you regret it? Fang Huitian let go of his hand. Chang Yicheng signed and the two of them left. Chang Guowo smiled with the transfer book, which called Chang Jiaqing to come to the company and immediately replaced him as the project leader. As long as this was done, the old man would pay more attention to Chang Jiaqing. Sitting in the car, Chang Yicheng was in a low mood inside. Don't be depressed, Haru. How can I not be depressed? How can we explain to mom and dad when we lose our jobs? How can we live in the future? Chang Yicheng's eyes were full of blood, and she was physically and mentally exhausted. Fang Huitian looked very distressed, so he held her hand tightly. I'll feed you later. Chapter 109, Collective Strike. Chang Yicheng was in a bit of a trance, looking at Fang Huitian. His eyes were firm and serious, completely unable to see that he was joking. What are you going to feed me with? How much money is a job at the vet hospital? Enough to feed a family? Xiner also needs money for her treatment, and it's not a small amount. Alas, what can we do? Chang Yicheng sighed with a sad face, although Fang Huitian's words made her feel warm inside. But still, let's face it, don't worry about the money. Take this card. There's a lot of money in it. Fang Huitian pulled out the bonus card for treating Calendar City. Chang Yicheng glanced at him, knowing that he was comforting himself, so he took in his thoughts and didn't break it down. His card, how much money can he have? Probably just enough to buy groceries. Without even thinking much about it, I casually put it in my bag and thought about what to do next. The other side. Cheng Guohua has replaced the project leader with Cheng Jiaqing. He headed to the project site with a smug look on his face, tooting his horn and barking orders. The employees were very upset and did not give him face. Where's Vice President Cheng? We demand that Vice President Cheng come over. What are you, Cheng Jiaqing? This project has always been the responsibility of Vice President Cheng. What are you doing out here to make trouble? Get the hell out of here. If you dare to fool around with us again, I'll beat you up, believe it or not. The employees all looked upset and stopped what they were doing. Cheng Jiaqing's eyes narrowed slightly, so he took out the paperwork to replace the person in charge. With a sneer, I'll take a good look at what's this. Everyone was dumbfounded. By what right did you replace VP Cheng? Brothers and sisters, we quit. Yes, we won't start without Vice President Cheng. What gives you the right to replace her at will? Vice President Cheng has been so good to us, caring for us and taking care of us, and now he says change? Everyone, don't let him get away. We must be given a statement today. All the employees swarmed. Cheng Jiaqing was instantly surrounded and panicked at the moment. You guys, what are you doing? This is the voluntary transfer signed by Cheng Yicheng. The old chairman has agreed to it, and Mr. Cheng is even more personally involved. Do you dare to have any objections? The employees were all furious. What's wrong with having objections? What gives you the right to replace Vice President Cheng? And you say it's voluntary. You must have forced me to do it. It seems like the Cheng family doesn't give a damn about us. With Vice President Cheng gone, we're done. Yes, the Cheng family is too bullying, and you father and son are no good. You're the ones who should get out. Everyone was so emotional that they had the urge to tear Cheng Jiaqing apart. He's freaking out, and at that moment, I don't know who threw out a water cup, directly hitting Cheng Jiaqing's head. The head was broken. Who the hell did this? Even I dare to beat up my old man. Do you guys not want to do it anymore? Cheng Jiaqing covered his head and roared. Not only did it not deter the group, but it enraged them. Vice President Cheng is gone. We're still your grandma's leg. Brothers and sisters, beat him up. A group of people swarmed up and directly surrounded Cheng Jiaqing on the ground, circle kicking. Even the 2 attendants he brought with him did not escape their fate. They all ended up running away in disgrace. Damn these white-eyed wolves. Their jobs are given to them by the Cheng family. Their wages are paid by the Cheng family. Now you're actually revolting against me and going on a collective strike for Cheng Yicheng? What favor did Cheng Yicheng give them? Cheng Jiaqing told Cheng Guohua about this. They felt that Cheng Yicheng must have embezzled money in the project. The project had been her responsibility, and Rong Feng and the Cheng family had invested funds one after another, and there had been more than $100 million. Cheng Yicheng, even if she is greedy for a few $1,000,000, the Cheng family will not be able to find out. This group of employees, they must have received benefits from Cheng Yicheng. I'll tell your grandfather about this matter right away. It seems that Cheng Yicheng is seeking her own death this time, so don't blame us for being ruthless. Chapter 110, Prosecuting Her. Cheng Guohua went to find Cheng Lu. The purpose is to prosecute Cheng Yicheng. Cheng Lu was furious. Cheng Guozhong, this beast, must I be forced to die with him? Rebel son, how did I give birth to such a beastly thing? Cheng Lu was about to blow a gasket. It was no small matter that his son and granddaughter had victimized the Cheng family in such a way. So Cheng Guohua was ordered to prosecute Cheng Yicheng immediately. Leave the family in peace. Feng Huitian and Cheng Yicheng returned home. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong hurriedly went up to inquire. How is it, Haru? Did your second uncle make false accounts to harm you? Cheng Yicheng had a tired face and shook her head, not wanting to speak. Come on, Haru. How's the situation? If he really set you up, your father and I will go to the old man and tell him off. Come on, Mom and Dad, you guys cut the crap. I'm so annoyed right now. Can you please stop adding to the confusion? Cheng Yicheng shouted with red eyes. How are we giving you a hard time? We're trying to help you. The watch and the bracelet are fake. We showed them to your grandfather, and this is the proof. Cheng Yicheng is now physically and mentally exhausted, and she can't listen to a word her parents say. Looking at the state she was in, the older two could tell. This must have been made difficult by Cheng Guohua. So he turned his gun to look at Feng Huitian and cursed angrily. Look at the good things you've caused. Now are you satisfied? Bringing back 2 rags can cause trouble. You're such a spoilsport. Won't you stop until you've ruined our family? Feng Huitian's face was innocent. How can this involve me again? Mom and Dad, why are you blaming Kaiten? Even if the one he brought back is a fake, don't you still like it and wear it? It's because of this that Uncle Tu found out and took advantage of the situation. How can you hold everything on Kaiten's head? Feng Huitian was particularly touched by his wife's defense of himself. Cheng Guozhong became angry at this time. How can you talk like that? Xiao Cheng? Who are we doing this for? Isn't it all for you? Who else can we blame if not this loser? If it wasn't for what he brought back, would it have developed into what it is now? The parents' words made Chang Yicheng very speechless. This is so unreasonable that it's completely impossible to communicate properly. At that moment, there was a sudden, violent knock on the door. Outside the door was none other than the ice-cold-faced Cheng Guohua. Guohua, hurry up and sit in the house. Cheng Guozhong hurriedly changed into a pleasing face when he sought his second brother. Now that their family's lifeblood was pinched in their hands, they didn't dare offend the second brother's family anymore. Cheng Guohua snorted coldly. What else is there to sit for? Where is Cheng Yicheng? Tell her to stay at home honestly and not to go anywhere. Soon someone will come to take her away for investigation. What? Take away the investigation? Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong were stunned and their faces were pale. How did things get so serious? Guohua, what is there to say properly? Why do you still want to take away for investigation? Xiao Qing is clean and honest. She's been working hard for so many years and hasn't done anything to harm the company. The old couple was in a cold sweat. Cheng Guohua said in a cold voice, Chang Yicheng, as the project leader, directly embezzled in the project funds. The number is estimated to be several millions. Now that the employees know she's gone on a collective strike, aren't they taking favors from her? Why else would they defend her like this? The company couldn't investigate the funding of the project, so she exploited the loophole and embezzled the money, and we must prosecute her. Words. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong almost sat on their asses. How dare you two harbor her? You seem to be in cahoots as well. Your family is waiting to go to jail. Cheng Guohua had a nose for what he said. Cheng Yicheng frowned and walked out at this time. Second uncle. Every single sum of money that came in for the project was recorded. On what basis can you say that I embezzled? Just because you're in charge of the program and you're the one who spends all the money. How do we know exactly what it's spent on? Besides, if you cut corners, can we still tear down the project base and inspect it? Chapter 111, you take the responsibility. Cheng Kuokua has changed the person in charge, so Chang Yicheng's previous record could be changed by Chang Jiaqing at any time. This time, Cheng Guozhong's family is considered to be completely finished. He had a smug look on his face. Chang Yicheng, on the other hand, was trembling with anger, and cried in aggravation. At that moment, Fong Huitian frowned and walked over. Second uncle, leave a thread of work. There's no need to be so heartless to our family, right? Cheng Guohua sneered. You guys are called eating your own. Since you did it, you have to bear all the consequences. Fong Huitian nodded his head. Good one to eat one's own words. Okay, I hope you remember what you said. After saying that, Fong Huitian pulled Cheng Yicheng into the house and closed the door. It's okay, Haru. We didn't do those things. We're not afraid to check. There's no need to feel aggrieved. Second uncle is deliberately screwing us over. This is a false accusation. Chang Yicheng also knew it was a false accusation, but she was being canned for no reason, and she was not willing to do so, and was even more stifled. It's just so disgusting. Fong Huitian, shut the hell up. If it wasn't for you, could you have caused so much trouble? It's not as simple as firing Haru anymore. It's charging her with taking her away for investigation and going to jail. They're so shady that they'll just make a few false evidences. Can we cope with that? By then the fake will be real. Cheng Guozhong roared Fong back to heaven. Then he suddenly had a flash of light and said seriously, you punk, you caused all the trouble. You go and carry this thunder. That's right. When the people come later, you go with them and say that you did everything and that it has nothing to do with Haru. Our family has been kind enough to you, and Haru has been so good to you. It's not too much to ask that you suffer a little for her sake, is it? The old couple looked at Fong Huitian one after another. He froze. Chang Yicheng was even more incredulous as she got up and looked at her parents. What are you talking about? Mom and Dad? What does this matter have to do with Huitian? Besides, I'm innocent. If I let Kaiten go and lie to them, wouldn't that just confirm that I'm corrupt? I'll never be able to wash the stain off of me again. So can you guys stop coming up with bad ideas? Pan Hong, how can you call this a bad idea? If you're taken away for investigation, that's really the end of it. Since Cheng Guohua dared to prosecute you, he must have made full preparations and would never rest until he got you in. Is our family arm twisting? But we can't lie anyway. I'm innocent and I'm not afraid of them checking up on me. Chang Yicheng said angrily. Watching their family of three bickering, Fong Huitian stepped forward at this time. Mom, Dad, Xiao Qing, you guys stop bickering. I'll settle this matter. The three of them froze at the same time and looked at him. You solve it? What can a punk like you solve? Unless you promise to go with them for Haru and take all the blame on yourself. That's right, that's the only way to do it now. You're on your own. If my daughter is taken, we'll kill you. The old couple spoke vehemently. Cheng Yicheng yanked him to the side and frowned. Be honest with me. I don't need you to go for me. I'm innocent. I'll never make false claims. When I'm taken away, you shouldn't stay at home either. Go find Tang Ziti and Xiner. Fong Huitian was a bit dazed. His wife was doing him a favor, fearing that if he was at home, his parents would surely toss him around endlessly, so it didn't care about anything else, and it was surprising that he could even say something like going to Tang Ziti. Haru is really concerned about him. Fong Huitian smiled at this time and said seriously, I won't let anyone take you away. I said I would protect you and never go back on my word. Xiao Cheng, I will help you get back what you suffered today several times over. At those words Cheng Yicheng froze. Despite how strong she was, she didn't control herself in front of Fong Huitian at this moment and instantly broke down in tears. A heart collapsed and disintegrated at this moment. This man, without realizing it, had become her dependence. Chapter 112, The Cheng Family's Breach of Contract. Cheng Yicheng understood that Fong Huitian was comforting himself. She was impressed. The heart has fully accepted this man. Because of this, she was even more unable to let Fong Huitian get involved in this incident. I'm afraid that you won't be able to let go of your beating at the company, so go out and hide for a while lately, or Uncle Tu will definitely take another shot at you. Ma Hai was all beaten into a vegetable by Fong Huitian, and the security guards, they're all injured too. Cheng Guowo would never let this matter end. Fong Huitian smiled faintly. This matter? Second uncle can only eat a dumb loss. Don't worry, he definitely wouldn't dare to make an issue out of this. Also, if you still want to stay at Cheng's group, then prepare to get ready to go back to work. It's about time. I guess Uncle Tu will be back soon to invite you. What? You're saying Uncle Tu came back to invite me? What kind of joke is that? Cheng Yicheng was filled with incredulity. Fong Huitian had no other ability, but he had a knack for comforting people, and admitted to himself that he was amused by him. No kidding, just wait, it won't take long. The other side. The sudden replacement of the head of the project has been stirred up by no one in particular. The person in charge of Rongfeng received the news, and his entire body was confused. It was then immediately reported to Pan Yuelin. The Cheng family is so bold. The contract clearly states additional conditions and they even dare to violate them? Pan Yuelin was furious. It all went right off the table in the meeting. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was overwhelmed with panic inside. It doesn't matter if he works with any business where the other party changes the person in charge. He doesn't care. But for this cooperation with the Cheng family, the person in charge had to be Cheng Yicheng. Otherwise, how can he explain to Fong Huitian? Immediately call Cheng Lu. I'd like to see what kind of bear heart and leopard guts they've eaten, daring to break the contract with me? Pan Yuelin angrily left the conference room, and a group of executives, as well as the general managers of the several cooperating companies, all gulped in fear. Mr. I heard that you came here this time to report on the replacement of the person in charge as well, right? One of the executives asked. The other party shook his head in fear. No more changes. No more changes. It's fine just like this. I'll leave if there's nothing else. I'm quite busy. Pan Yuelin is furious because of this. How dare he mention the replacement? He left as if he were running away. Back in the office, Pan Yuelin angrily called Cheng Lu. Io Pan Dong Ah. Why did you suddenly call my old man? Is there any new instructions on the project? Cheng Lu was full of currying favor and said all the nice things he could. Pan Yuelin snorted coldly. Instruct? Cheng Lu, can I still instruct your Cheng family now? The person in charge said to change it. What do you take my contract for? Scrap paper? At the words Cheng Lu figured out, so smilingly said, so it is because of this Pan Dong. In fact, the replacement of the person in charge is Cheng Yicheng voluntary. We cannot help Look, you've invested in $100 million. There's no need to be furious over this little thing, right? Small matter? The additional conditions clearly written on my contract, and you're telling me that this is trivial? Pan Yuelin roared angrily. I'm telling you Cheng Lu, all processes must be done in accordance with the contract. I don't care if Ms. Cheng voluntarily withdrew or not, but as long as the person in charge isn't her, we absolutely can't proceed with this project. Also, this is a breach of contract for Yu Cheng Group. Rongfeng will immediately file a lawsuit against Yu Cheng. You're waiting for a lawsuit. After saying that, Pan Yuelin hung up the phone fiercely. Cheng Lu panicked now. If Pan Yuelin filed a lawsuit against them, then according to the contract, they are required to pay 10 times the amount of liquidated damages. Rongfeng invested $100 million. The default is $1 billion by then, counting the cost of lost wages, as well as other messy things such as the money already invested. Their Cheng family cannot afford to lose even if they sell their family assets Cheng Lu's eyes were red with anxiety, and he hurriedly called Cheng Guowa, roaring, immediately take Jiaqing to find Cheng Yicheng, and invite her back to me. Chapter 113, he really got me. Cheng Guowa is drinking tea and doing pedicure at the clubhouse at this time. A mouthful of tea nearly choked him to death when he answered his father's call. What did you say, Dad? Invite Cheng Yicheng back? What's going on here? Just got her out of there not half a day's work, and soon the investigators were taking her away. Why did the old man suddenly change his mind at this time? Cut the crap. How do you do your job? Pan Yuelin just called me. He said we broke the contract and is going to sue us. Do you know how much money we'd lose if we were sued? Over $1 billion. What? At those words Chang Guohua panicked. This can't be. Chang Yicheng volunteered. It has nothing to do with us. It's clearly written on their contract that they're not allowed to change the person in charge, and they don't care at all whether or not Chang Yicheng volunteered. Didn't you give me a guarantee at the beginning? Now the matter is not accomplished, and we even got into a lawsuit. If you do not understand this matter, the Chang family will be finished. Why don't you hurry up and go get the man back? Chang Lu was furious. Chang Guohua still has no intention of doing pedicure. Hurriedly ran outside while calling Chang Jiaqing. Dad, what does this Pan Yuelen mean? He can even give up $100 million project for Chang Yicheng? Even if the two of them really had an affair, Pan Yuelen went too far, right? Chang Jiaqing was very puzzled. Chang Guohua also hated him to death. Excessive my ass. Where did Pan Yuelen do it for Chang Yicheng? It's obvious that he's been waiting for us to get into a trap for a long time. He gave the head of the project to Chang Yicheng. This pair of dogs just want to infiltrate the top level, hoping to control Chang's group one day. And the writer does not allow for substitutions, also to prevent things like today from happening, or else a lawsuit will be filed and we will be sued for breach of contract. Chang Jiaqing heard it now. Pan Yuelen is also too shady. This seems to be more profitable for them no matter what. Dad, so now our Chang group, isn't it already pinched in someone else's hands? Chang Guohua frowned. It hasn't been completely pinched at the lifeblood yet. We still have a chance. Get Chang Yicheng back today, and be sure to take extra precautions against her in the future. As soon as the project work is finished, hurry up and clear the air with her and tell her to get lost. Otherwise sooner or later, Chang's group will become a foreign name. Father and son converged and headed directly toward Chang Guozhang's house. Inside the house at the moment, the family was worried, and the elderly couple was even more fidgety. And that's when there was a knock on the door, and the second old man's soul was nearly lost in fear. It's over. This is the one that came to take Haru away. Fong Huitian, what are you waiting for? Why don't you open the door? You go straight with them. It's nothing for you to sacrifice a few years of life for Haru. The old couple still let Fong Huitian take the blame. Chang Yicheng glared at her parents and went to open the door along with Fong Huitian. But the door opened, she suddenly froze, because the people standing outside the door were unexpectedly second uncle and Chang Jiaqing. Chang Yicheng, come back to the company with us, reinstate your position, and the project leader will still be you. Chang Guohua's attitude was very bad, and Chang Jiaqing's face was full of black lines. At those words Chang Yicheng froze, looking incredulously at Fong Huitian. I can't believe this kid got it right. And Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong, who heard the sound, also rushed out, full of surprise. Guohua, are you serious? You're not going to hold Xiaoqing responsible? What's the point? If I were to pursue this matter, would I still come here to find her in person? Chang Guohua didn't have a good face to dislike angrily, but it made the old couple happy, as long as Haru doesn't get involved in a lawsuit. What are you waiting for? Haru, hurry up and go to the company with your second uncle. The second old man pushed Chang Yicheng. She then slowed down and let out an "oh." He just wanted to twist around and go back to the house to get his bag, but he was grabbed by Fong Huitian. Then he looked at Chang Guohua's father and son with a face of indifference. Second uncle, Xiaoqing is not a subordinate that you call at your beck and call. As I said, it's easy for Xiaoqing to sign, but it will be difficult for you if you want to get it back. Chapter 114, letting you go back in style. Fong Huitian's words caused everyone to freeze. Chang Guozhang was on fire. What are you talking about? You brute, get lost. Don't delay Xiaoqing's future. Dad, Haru can't just go back. They've made things difficult for Haru 3 times, and even if they let her go back this time, she'll probably get fired again in the future. Can't you see the tactics of second uncle and the others? At that Chang Guozhang didn't say anything. This punk has a point. My daughter can't always be bullied by them like this. What are you talking nonsense about? How could your second uncle be that kind of person? Seeing this, Pan Hong came out and chided, so she fiercely tugged Fong Huitian, full of ferocity, and whispered, "Shut your mouth. No one will take you for a mute." How rare an opportunity is it for them, father and son, to come in person to find Haru back? Can you not add to the chaos? Indeed, it was very surprising to everyone that Chang Guohua and Chang Jiaqing could personally come over to find Chang Yicheng. If this opportunity is missed, it will be difficult for Haru to return to the company. Let's put it this way, Guohua, you write us a guarantee that you will never fire Xiaoqing again in the future, and that you won't make things difficult for her, and we'll let Xiaoqing go back with you. Chang Guozhong used to be a character after all, so he was more shrewd. At the words Chang Guohua father and son were stunned, and then their faces showed a cold smile. Guarantee? I'm really giving you guys face. I'm telling you, she can go back if she likes, and since you don't want her to go back, that's the end of the matter. In the future, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't give you this chance. Cheng Guowo roared angrily and left with Cheng Jiaqing after saying that. Now Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong were dumbfounded. They just made a random request. They didn't want to screw it up. Look at you. You had to do it. Now it's all gone. Xiao Cheng can't go back. Are you satisfied? Pan Hong cried and hammered Cheng Guozhong twice. He also looked remorseful, so he raised his head and looked at Fong Huitian, saying viciously, "It's all because you had to start a ruckus. You go out and beg them on your knees. If Xiao Cheng can't return today, you won't be able to enter this house in the future either." After saying that he was going to push Fong Huitian out, Cheng Yicheng was blocking the doorway. "Mom and Dad, you guys stop. I don't want to go back myself. You know well about second uncle and his people. Even if I'm reinstated today, it's not likely that I'll be taken down again tomorrow. I've had enough of this aggravation." Hearing Cheng Yicheng's cries, the two old men lowered their heads and didn't speak. Although they wanted Cheng Yicheng to have a good future, they wanted their daughter to live a happy life even more. Sinning, the two old men went back to the house with a cry of grief. All on fire. Fong Huitian comforted his wife. "Xiao Cheng, I know you want to go back. After all, you have put too much effort into the company for so many years and don't want to give up. But don't worry, I said I could get you back to work and I will. And you'll do it in style." Fong Huitian had a firm face. Cheng Guowo and Cheng Jiaqing got into the car directly after leaving and did not leave the neighborhood. "Dad, do we really not care? Grandpa is furious. If Cheng Yicheng doesn't go back, the compensation for Pan Yuelin's breach of contract will bankrupt us." Cheng Guowo frowned as he looked out. "How can you not care? I just scared them to come over and beg us." Cheng Jiaqing nodded in sudden realization. "But Dad, they didn't have anyone to chase them out. What are we going to do? This matter needs to be resolved urgently, or it will be too late when Rongfeng sues us. I waited for a while and didn't see anyone come out after me." Cheng Guowo was also a bit flustered. "Go, get them again." The door to the room opened, and Cheng Yicheng once again froze. "Why are you guys back again? Uncle too?" Cheng Jiaqing snorted coldly. "Sister Cheng, after all, we are both immediate family members. My father is trying to give you another chance. Come with us. Now go back to the office and get you reinstated officially." Chapter 115 Requests. Cheng Yicheng was confused, looking at Fong Huitian with a face full of shock. This kid had a good idea, but he actually got it right again? At this time, Fong Huitian stepped forward and said expressionlessly, "Second uncle, you guys go. We don't want this opportunity." It was about to close the door after that. Cheng Guowo was really flustered now and hurriedly blocked. "What do you mean, Fong Huitian? You are a waste yourself, and you still want to delay Xiao Qing's future? I'm telling you, if Haru doesn't have this job, your family will have to drink the northwest wind from now on." Fong Huitian sneered. "It's none of your business if we just drink the southeast wind. Goodbye." Don't brother-in-law. Listen to me." Cheng Jiaqing was also scared and rushed forward to block the door with his body. "We were wrong before. Let's admit it, okay? Just tell us straight. What do you want us to do to get Sister Haru back?" Fong Huitian didn't even think about it. "Let the old man come over. My request can only be said to him." "What? Have the old man come over to invite Cheng Yicheng?" Cheng Guowo's father and son were both confused. At this moment when Fong Huitian closed the door, Cheng Yicheng immediately stared at him with a serious face. "Tell me, what have you been up to again? How do you know they're definitely coming back to invite me?" Fong Huitian smiled and said, "I didn't do anything. That is, Rongfeng's contract is written on the additional terms that is not your voluntary transfer can be transferred. Pan Yuelin is definitely going to follow the contract, so I ruled that second uncle and the others will definitely come to you. It's just as well that we're taking this opportunity to make demands with them. Otherwise, if you don't go back, Rongfeng will deal with it according to Cheng's group breaking the contract, which is going to cost a lot of money in compensation. Would the old man dare not come and invite you?" Cheng Yicheng thought about this, so without saying anything she went to sit in the living room. She was going to see if Grandpa was coming or not. Cheng Guowo father and son now have no choice but to call Chen Lu. After explaining why, Cheng Lu became furious. "What a Fong Huitian, to ask me to invite Cheng Yicheng? What do they think they are?" Anger to anger. After calming down, Cheng Lu really had no choice but to personally go forward to find Cheng Yicheng. The Cheng family's elders were all here, and Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong hurried out to greet them. They couldn't figure out how even the old man himself came over. Is Haru that important now? Only to see Cheng Lu with a black line on his face, very dissatisfied, sitting there glaring hard at their family. "Say, what are your demands?" Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong immediately fawned and smiled as they stepped forward. "Dad, we don't have any other requests. We just hope that in the future, you will take care of Xiao Cheng, and don't let her be bullied and aggrieved." Hearing this, Cheng Lu coldly rebuked. "Because of this small matter, you guys asked me to come here personally? Do you think that my old bones are not enough to be tossed around? Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong immediately turned pale in fear and hurriedly shook their heads in denial. Cheng Guohua and Cheng Jiaqing sneered from the sidelines. I told you to bring in the old man. Now you're done. All of them are idiots who are asking for trouble. And at this time, Fong Huitian took a step forward and spoke. Grandpa, our request is another one. And that is to transfer all of second uncle's shares and authority in the group to Xiao Cheng on the line. Repeat, all of them. What? At those words everyone stared at him in disbelief. Cheng Yicheng was confused. Is Fong Huitian crazy? How dare he make such a pie-in-the-sky request? What did you say? Say that again? Chen Lu was incomparably shocked looking at Fong Huitian. He blandly said, transfer all of second uncle's shares and authority to Xiao Cheng. From now on, like my father, the group's affairs, big or small, can never be interfered with again, or you can restore my father to his former position. The house was quiet. Everyone is stunned. Fong Huitian is really bold. How dare he make such a request? Cheng Guozhong was incredulous. He didn't think that this waste could even help himself. However, he himself was indifferent. The main thing was that his daughter was good, and it really didn't matter whether he could be reinstated or not. Dad, you absolutely cannot agree to this. Yes, Grandpa, this is absolutely not okay. How can we let my dad step down? Even more so, we can't allow my eldest uncle to resume his original position. Otherwise our Cheng family will be laughed out of existence. Chapter 116, Boomerang. Cheng Guohua's father and son naturally did not agree to such a request. Getting him to abdicate is absolutely out of the question. And it wouldn't do to reinstate the older brother, who was a man of the people in the group in the first place. If he lets his big brother come back, then he'll never be able to turn his life around again. Cheng Lu frowned and hesitated. Finally, he spoke with difficulty. Guohua, go and do the formalities for the transfer. You abdicate, and from now on, you shall not intervene in the affairs of the group, big or small. What? Cheng Guohua felt his eyes darken and almost fainted directly. Grandpa, how can you fire my dad? You can't do that. Cheng Jiaqing was completely flustered and directly knelt down to the old man. Cheng Lu looked at him with a grimace on his face and roared. Otherwise, what else would you have me do? You say, what else can I do? Cheng Jiaqing sat down powerlessly. Yeah, what else could they do? If Cheng Yicheng insists on not going back, the Cheng family will really be finished. Compensating Rongfeng for breach of contract would bankrupt them. Cheng Guohua covered his heart and glared viciously at Fong Huitian. It's all because of this punk. He's the one who let himself lose everything. Since Grandpa agreed, Haru will be back in office tomorrow. Congratulations, Xiao Cheng. You've been promoted. Fong Huitian looked at Cheng Yicheng with a smile. From tomorrow onwards, she would be the general manager of Cheng's group, under one person and above 10,000 people. Cheng Guozhong's family felt like they were dreaming, and in this instant, Cheng Guohua's father and son were completely knocked into the abyss. Fong Huitian, you're really good. You've harmed our family. I'm not finished with you. Cheng Guohua gritted his teeth, itching to skin Fong Huitian. He, on the other hand, smiled bashfully. Second uncle, how is it that I have harmed you all? I'm just seeing the wind in the sails. Wasn't all this arranged by you? Also, that line you said earlier about eating your own, does it seem particularly appropriate now that you've applied it to yourself? Cheng Guohuo almost spat out blood at his words. The plan that you've been busy and worked so hard to come up with on your own, and ended up putting an end to himself. That's a consequence he never expected. After Cheng Lu and the others left, Cheng Guozhong's family hasn't slowed down until now. Cheng Yicheng, in particular, looked at Fong Huitian with a little more tenderness in her eyes. I can't see that you're still a bit of a top for a loser, but the old man is very upset that he offended your second uncle today. If anything goes wrong in the future, you know what to do, don't you? Cheng Guozhong looked at Fong Huitian and said in a cold voice. Cheng Yicheng frowned and stepped forward. Dad, if it wasn't for Huitian today, I would have already lost my job and been taken away. Why are you still so mean to him? She was very upset in her mind. Pan Hong snorted coldly at this time. What did he help? It was clearly Pan Dong who spoke according to the contract, which intimidated your grandfather. What do you call Fong Huitian making demands at this time? He's stealing credit and exploiting a loophole. We're lucky we didn't scold him for offending the old master. Your mom's right. If it weren't for Pan Dong's contract in place, would your grandfather have been able to come? After all, this matter has nothing to do with him at all. Cheng Yicheng was really too lazy to break it up with her parents. They're both completely unreasonable, and there's no point in talking about it more. Evening. After turning off the lights, Cheng Yicheng and Fong Huitian lay down one after another. Thank you. Fong Huitian froze, then laughed. You are my wife. It is my responsibility to fully support you. If I say I'll let you scenery back, I'll do it, and I won't go back on my word to you. Cheng Yicheng was very touched inwardly by what she heard. At this point she leaned toward the bed, so she reached out and placed her hand on the edge. Fong Huitian saw that this time he didn't hesitate and directly reached out his hand to grab it. Cheng Yicheng didn't hide, allowing him to hold his hand with his arm raised. Are you tired of lifting your arms? I'm not tired. As long as I can keep holding your hand, I can last as long as I can. Fong Huitian smiled. He also said something that he thought was a beautiful love story, and this time he said that he wouldn't miss the opportunity again. Oh, since you're not tired then you can keep lifting. Fong Huitian was dumbfounded. It feels like, missed something again. Haru, actually, a little tired. Hold on. She laughed. Chapter 117, Your Costume. After Chang Guoguo was removed from office, some of the group's senior and middle management were restructured. Chang Yiqing became the new general manager. Chang Jiaqing gave her a handjob and took over her original position as vice president. The project leader was still Chang Yicheng, and as soon as she came back, the staff started working immediately. Chang Guoguo's house. Jiang Mei looked at the news that the project was nearing completion and was filled with anger. Damn Chang Yicheng, snatching away the credit that belongs to us, and even more so, also snatching away everything from you. I'm not done with her on this one. Chang Guoguo was also on fire. What's the point of talking about this now? I've become a hobo, just like him. Chang Guozhong. He was suffocating at the thought. Having made a series of perfect plans on their own, who would have thought that they would end up losing their lives? It's all because of this dead Yakuza. Fong Huitian, if it wasn't for his blind pussyfooting around, would our family be reduced to such a state? That's right. It's all Fong Huitian's fault. Cheng Guohua could not wait to thwart him now. Uncle and auntie, don't be so angry. It's not worth it to be angry for that punk Fong Huitian. At this point, Lu Xiaoyun, who had already made an appointment with Cheng Guohua, walked in with a smile on his face. Cheng Guohua hurriedly got up to greet him. Xiaoyun, you finally came. On the phone you said you have a way to cure Fong Huitian. Do you have a plan? Lu Xiaoyun sat down. Uncle Chang, I have a plan now, but I still need your cooperation to make it work. As long as I can get Fong Huitian killed, I'll cooperate with anything. Seeing that Cheng Guohua was very pained, Lu Xiaoyun smiled. Good, then I'll get started on it, and I'll give you a notice when it's time to do what you need to do. Send Lu Xiaoyun away. Jiang Mei asked doubtfully, do you think Lu Xiaoyun is reliable? He messed up the old man's doctor's appointment before. Cheng Guohua narrowed his eyes. We don't have any other choice right now. Let Lu Xiaoyun give it a try. Even if his plan fails, we have nothing to lose. Jiang Mei did have a point when she thought about it. I hope he succeeds, and when the time comes to settle the score with Cheng Yicheng, settle it with them one by one. Cheng Yicheng was promoted. Fong Huitian was also promoted at the pet hospital. The dean had mentioned before that the chief of internal medicine, Cho, was retiring, and the position was reserved for him. In fact, we all know it by heart. The dean treated Fong Huitian so leniently, or because his relationship with Yi Fengtian was scandalous. Now even if Fong Huitian never came to work, no one dared to rush him at all. Afternoon. Fong Huitian had just finished visiting his sister from the resort hotel and was getting ready to go to work at the hospital, and that's when Yi Ling called him. Master, when are you going to teach me Kung Fu? I've stayed in Ningjiang to go to school in order to learn Kung Fu from you. You can't just leave me alone. It had indeed been a long time since I had seen Yi Ling. At that time, he promised Yi Fengtian to help him discipline him, but it turned out that he hadn't done it even once. It's a bit of a stretch. Tell you what, you wait at home. I'll be there in a minute. Fong Huitian looked at the time. Cheng Guozhong took Pan Hong to the reunion today. I don't think I'll be back for a while. Arrived at the Yi family villa. Yi Ling heard that he had arrived and ran out with incomparable excitement. Go up and give him a big hug. Master, you're finally here. I've missed you to death. The surrounding subordinates looked dumbfounded. So open. Is it still there, lady? Fong Huitian's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. Yi Ling was in her developmental stage, and those two tails of flesh on her chest were still very elastic. For a fledgling like him, the shock was a real one. You come down and stand honestly. Fong Huitian put on a smelly face and pretended to be serious. Yi Ling was very obedient and stood straight in front of him, her face full of excitement. Master, you finally thought it through. What are you teaching me today? She blinked her big, dripping eyes in unbridled anticipation. Fong Huitian looked at her and said seriously, if you want to be my disciple, change your little Thai sister outfit. Chapter 118, Learning Medicine from You. Yi Ling froze. She's always had a dark style. It's her exclusive label. Ah, master, don't you want to change? Carefully asked. Fong Huitian replied, also very dry, no, students should be like students. Your father gave you to me, and I'm responsible for you. This is the gift of worship I brought you today, and after you have memorized these backwards and forwards, I will formally accept you as my apprentice and teach you skills. Said. Fong Huitian took out a book and handed it to Yi Ling. She gaped. You didn't even study for school yourself, but now you're practicing martial arts? Is it a martial arts secret? She hurriedly flipped it open and was even more confused. Diagram and analysis of human acupuncture points? Yi Ling looked at Fong Huitian with wide eyes. Master, you're not joking with me, right? I do want to practice martial arts with you. Don't you know that medicine and martial arts are not separate? Fong Huitian said sternly. Besides, what are you doing practicing martial arts as a little girl? I'm going to teach you the art of medicine to heal the sick and save people. This is also for your own good, and to build up your Yi family's virtue. Yi Ling was about to cry in aggravation. Master, I don't want to study medicine. I want to practice martial arts. While pampering himself, he shook Fong Huitian's arm. The surrounding subordinates, including Lao He, all had goosebumps at this time. Fong Huitian is truly a man of God. It was unbelievable to be able to make Yi Ling, a mixed-up demon king, spill her guts. No, if you want to worship me, you must learn medicine from me. Fong Huitian was resolute. Yi Ling beamed with dissatisfaction. Learning medicine is of no use at all. How can it be as handsome and cool as practicing martial arts? At those words Fong Huitian's face changed and he let out a cold laugh. You say studying medicine is useless? Yeah, it's not like I want to heal people and save them. Learning that stuff is a waste of time for me. Fong Huitian looked at her with a smile. Good, then I'll let you see if learning medicine is useless or not. After the words were spoken, Fong Huitian suddenly shot out and pointed a finger under Yi Ling's right ribcage. At once, Yi Ling's face changed suddenly, and her legs stepped backward without listening to her. As a result, within 2 steps, the whole thing tipped to the right. Old He and the others rushed to hold her with one hand when they saw this, their faces full of panic. Miss, what happened to you? Mr. Fong, what's going on? Miss Shi. Yi Ling's face was pale at the moment, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. She couldn't say what was hard, but she just didn't feel good all over. Master, I'm wrong. I'm so sick right now. Save me. Fong Huitian smiled and stepped forward, a tap on her right shoulder and 2 on her left, so he slapped her waist with a hard outward palm. At once, Yi Ling's face flushed and her entire body became refreshed. Cozy. She was filled with incredulity and just felt like she was choking on a breath, but Fong Huitian's final push on the waist was simply exquisite and too comfortable. This is the importance of acupoints, and the so-called medicine and martial arts are not separated. And so it is. Tigress, even in a fight you have to use your head. If you meet an opponent stronger than you simply can't beat them with your current abilities. But if you are well versed in the location of all the acupuncture points, you can effortlessly defeat an opponent who is several times more powerful than you. Now, still think studying medicine is useless? Yellen was convinced. She had been practicing martial arts since she was a child, and it was no problem for one person to single-handedly fight 5 or 6 strong men. But just now, Fong Huitian had thwarted her with a single finger. It was just too amazing. Master, I'll learn medicine from you. Yi Ling was very excited and made up her mind on the spot. Such a powerful move was so much better than what she had gotten from her hard martial arts training. If you really want to learn, I will teach you everything. But the process is tougher than practicing martial arts. Are you sure you won't regret it? Chapter 119, Heart Patients. Fong Huitian's medical skills were obvious to all. That finger pointing just now was even more divine. Yi Ling had been completely convinced. Don't worry, Master. I'm willing to suffer anything and will never disgrace you. Yes. Yi Ling's firmness pleased Fong Huitian. Eat this book thoroughly first, mainly to understand the human body acupuncture points. Fong Huitian's setup today was just the basics. It was estimated that it would take a few more months for Yi Ling to master this. After arranging Yi Ling, Fong Huitian was ready to leave. And at that moment, Tang Yisho suddenly called him again. The tone was very anxious. Mr. Fong, I have a patient here with a sudden heart attack. Her situation is a bit complicated. Can you come over? A sudden heart attack? Fong Huitian frowned. It would take him a while to get there now, but a sudden problem in a patient can lead to death at any time. Mr. Fong, I've already applied needles to stabilize her, but it won't last long. At most I can buy you an hour. An hour is enough. Wait for me. Fong Huitian sighed in relief. Yi Ling heard his conversation and stepped forward. Master, I'll send you there, just in time to learn from you. He nodded. So Lao He drove his car and took him and Yi Ling to the Yishuatang main hall. Tang Yisho personally came out to greet him. Very anxious, Mr. Fong, the patient had a heart attack. Last year the Western doctor prescribed a heart surgery and took blood-thinning medicine, but it's no use. As usual, having an attack. I've already stabilized her with needles, but the situation is complicated and I don't dare to take the next step in treating her. That's why I've asked you to come over and take a look. Fong Huitian nodded without saying anything and directly followed Tang Yisho to the consultation room. There are 2 people in the house at the moment. Lying in the hospital bed was a woman next to a plainly dressed man in his early 30s. There was a compelling aura about this person. Fong Huitian couldn't help but look at him one more time. This person gave him an unusual feeling. A righteousness, but with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Dr. Tang, my sister-in-law's condition hasn't improved. You must find a way to save her. At this point the man cried. directly kneeling on the ground to kowtow to Tang Yisho. He hurriedly stepped forward to help the man up. Don't worry, I've already invited Divine Dr. Feng. With him here, your sister-in-law's situation can definitely be reversed. Really? That's great. Money is not a problem. I'm just going to smash pots and pans and sell blood and kidneys. The man wiped a tear from his eye, so he cocked his head toward the door. Dr. Tang, where is the Divine Dr. Feng you mentioned? Quickly ask him to come in and save my sister-in-law. The man looked puzzled and did not see anyone, and at that moment Yiling lifted her chest and stepped forward full of pride. Don't look for it, uncle. Isn't my master standing right here? Watching Yiling point at Feng Huitian, the man was outright dumbfounded. Don't joke with me, Dr. Tang, this little brother is Divine Dr. Feng? That's right, although Divine Dr. Feng is young, his medical attainments are exceptionally high, above me. You can rest assured with him. The man looked at Feng Huitian with a face full of disbelief. Although he didn't know anything about Chinese medicine, he knew that the older a Chinese medicine practitioner got, the more powerful he became. And Feng Huitian looked to be 25 or 26 years old at most. Can a kid like that do it? You're kidding, right? Shikoku. The woman suddenly calls out to the man. Rong Jigua hurriedly ran to her side. Sister-in-law, I'm here. Jigua, I'm not going to heal. You've done enough. I can't drag you down anymore. You're old enough to leave money for a daughter-in-law later. Don't waste it on me. The women were breathless and persuasive. Rong Jigua shed tears. What are you saying? Sister-in-law? Brother who lost his life for me. This life of mine has long been his. Don't worry, sister-in-law, even if I, Rong Jigua, am to die, I will definitely cure you. Chapter 120, $120. There seems to be a great deal of story in the words of Rong Jigua and the women. At this time, he stood up and looked at Feng Huitian, saying with red eyes, Divine Dr. Feng, if you can cure my sister-in-law, in the future, I, Rong Jigua, will work as an ox for you without asking for anything in return. This life of mine is all yours, and it's fine to spend my whole life working for you. Just make sure you heal her, please. Rong Jigua has a jaded air. After saying that, he knelt down again for Feng Huitian and kowtowed 3 times in a row fiercely. Feng Huitian hurriedly helped him up. This man seems very righteous and admirable. Brother Rong doesn't need to be like this. Let me see how my sister-in-law is doing first. After that, he went up to check it out. The woman was at this moment panting in a disordered manner, feeble and weary, with short and long breaths and a pale complexion. Mr. Feng, she has insomnia accompanied by chest pain, extreme pain on the inside of her left arm, and is very asthmatic, so tired that she can't breathe when she walks a few steps. Due to her previous open heart surgery in Western medicine, the situation is a bit complicated. I'm not sure of the medical treatment, and I don't dare to take the plunge. Tang Yisho asked himself that he really couldn't. He's become much more conscientious now after that injection by Kafisit. No means no. Don't dare joke with the patient's life. Obstructed blood vessels with concomitant cardiac pain clear back of angina. Feng Huitian pointed out the cause of the disease. With that, he pulled out a silver needle, and Yiling hurriedly went up to look at it. Only Feng Huitian applied the needle and struck. While the needle was under, the woman felt the angina immediately disappear and her complexion gradually return to normal. Even the mood was instantly cheerful. Everyone was watching from the sidelines, full of incredulity. It's wonderful. It's amazing. Rong Jigua was dumbfounded. The woman laughed out in shock and told him, Jigua, I feel a great relief in my chest. I seem to be completely well. Rong Jigua was incomparably grateful and kept thanking Feng Huitian, just wanting to kneel down but was held up by Lao He and Yiling. Don't kneel down, uncle. My master doesn't like that. Feng Huitian looked at Yiling with satisfaction. This little tigress is getting on a roll. Rong Jigua was grateful and called out the wonders of Chinese medicine. It's no surprise that acupuncture is immediately effective, as it has been for thousands of years. Hearing this, Tang Yisho was ashamed of himself. This is a technical ability that every Chinese medicine practitioner should have. He still hasn't learned it properly. On the contrary, Feng Huitian hit the nail on the head and made an immediate impact. With a sudden heart attack like a woman's, there's often just one chance. It has to be a 1-2 punch. Otherwise, for heart patients, they may lose their lives without even having a chance to react. So there is absolutely no room for error when it comes to treating this condition. Divine Dr. Feng, I don't have much money in my hand right now. How about I work for you? It's fine to work for you for the rest of your life. I won't forget your great kindness. Rong Jigua's life will be yours from now on. Rong Jigua had a firm gaze. The woman also walked out of the hospital bed at this time. Divine Dr. Feng, I can also work for you. I can cook and wash clothes. Listening to the two of them, Feng Huitian thought about it at this time and laughed. There's no need for you guys to say that. Everyone saw my treatment. It's a very simple operation. As the so-called healers say, this is supposed to be my duty. so it's fine for you to pay my normal consultation fee. The two froze. Rong Jigua asked. Then, Divine Dr. Fong, what is your normal consultation fee? Fong Huitian calculated that the gas money for driving over was almost 60. The car Lao he drove was very gas-guzzling. $120. We'll just report the gas for the round trip. What? 120. A block? Sure, it's not 10. 000? Rong Jigua and the women were all dumbfounded. They're on the western side of the medical profession, and it's at least $1,000 for a single purchase. And Fong Huitian cured his sister-in-law's illness, yet he only charged $120? Chapter 121, Fong Huitian's worry. Fong Huitian actually didn't want to collect the money, although the contact with Rong Jigua was only a few minutes. But I can feel that Rong Jigua is all righteous and very righteous. Such people value their feelings and their dignity, so charging him for his visits is also out of respect for him. Rong Jigua could see it too. At the moment, he lowered his head to do some thinking, and finally raised his head with a firm face and said, "Yes, Divine Dr. Fong, I'll pay you $120, but from now on this life of mine, Rong Jigua, is yours. Call me at any time if you have any orders, even if it's a mountain of daggers. I'll never excuse myself." Rong Jigua is a man of nature. He was ironclad, the kind of man who breaks his legs and stubs his bones toward the heavens. That's why these types of people are never ambiguous when it comes to what they say. Fong Huitian could only accept it with a smile, so he looked at Tang Yisho. "Old Tang, in a moment, you go and grab some medicine. Although this sister-in-law has recovered, her body is still very weak. You grab some medicine and take it back to her and get well." Tang Yisho nodded. "I'll get on with it, Divine Dr. Fong. Thank you so much indeed. I might have died if it wasn't for you." "Don't be polite, sister-in-law. I brought my disciple here today, and it's equivalent to using you to teach her a lesson." Yiling admired Fong Huitian even more at this moment. It's a sudden heart attack. It simply cannot be cured in a hospital without hundreds of thousands of dollars. And even if the surgery is done, the likelihood of failure is very high, and it's also prone to after effects. But such a difficult problem was cured by a single acupuncture in front of Fong Huitian. It doesn't even take 5 minutes. Master is just too good. Tang Yisho wrapped the medicine. Rong Jigua paid the money and left with the women. "Mr. Fong, last time Chow Haichuan removed us from the Provincial Medical Association, and now the badge has been returned to us." Tang Yisho smiled and handed Fong Huitian the badge with 3 petals. He looked at it and rejected it outright. "I am very disgusted with this person Chow Haichuan, when he is not the president. You can come back to me." After saying that, he took Yiling and Old He and left. Chow Haichuan is a snob. If he hadn't been concerned about Knight Wisengamot's relationship with himself, could he have sent the badge back? "Mr. Fong, after the last incident, Chow Haichuan talked to me, and he asked me to properly apologize to you. Even Zhang Shui of the Lark Pavilion has recently become honest and hasn't gone against me anymore. And it's all thanks to you." Tang Yisho chased out and smiled. "Old Tang, don't take this lightly. I always feel that this matter won't go away so easily. It's better to be more careful. Zhang Shui and Xiao Haichang are not good people." Tang Yisho smiled and nodded, but pressed on. At the Rare Disease Summit, everyone saw the relationship between Fong Huitian and Li Weizhen. Unless these two people didn't want to live, they would definitely not dare to pick on Fong Huitian and themselves again. Tang Yisho doesn't take it seriously, but Fong Huitian's worry was happening. Inside some hidden clubhouse, Lu Xiaoyun sat there leisurely sipping tea, and across from him was the big boss of Lark Pavilion, Zhang Shui. "Young Master Lu, the information you gave me before, are you guaranteed to be accurate?" "Boss Zhang, just put your mind at ease. I have a very close relationship with the Chang family. Could I still cheat you?" Fong Huitian is just lucky. Every time he mistakenly gets misunderstood, he's actually. Lu Xiaoyun sneered. Zhang Shui said, "I did hear that Chang Yicheng of the Chang family was the #1 beauty in Ningjiang and ended up marrying a loser. I didn't expect that after this punk recovered, he stepped on all the way and was associated with quite a few big shots. Young Master Lu, don't you dare harm me. If Fong Huitian is really close to those big shots, then our plan, it's likely that someone will get killed." Chapter 122, Make $10 million in a month. Zhang Shui had already privately investigated Fong Huitian on Xiao Haichang's orders. What was once a mute and crippled loser is now connected to many bigwigs. He dared not jump to conclusions. And just a few days ago, Lu Xiaoyun didn't know where he heard the rumor that he was investigating Fong Huitian. So he paid a visit and informed him of all that had happened to Fong Huitian. "Boss Zhang, don't worry about it. If Fong Huitian really knows those bigwigs, how dare I deal with him? If anything really goes wrong, my life, and the lives of my entire family, will be on the line. So don't worry, can I still joke about the survival of our entire Lu family?" Zhang Shui had a point when he thought about it, so the two of them hit it off and were ready for the next move. Then, "Young Master Lu, I'm going to start moving next. Alright boss Zhang, once you've made the preliminary preparations, I'll be able to launch the big move from my side. At that time, not only are we going to mess up Fang Huitian, but at the same time you'll be able to bring down your nemesis, Yisha Tang, killing two birds with one stone. Wish us success. The two men were in cahoots, with a sinister smile on their faces. As the sky darkened, Fang Huitian also went home. Just as he entered the door, he saw his father-in-law and mother-in-law sitting on the sofa with angry faces. Chang Yicheng and Chang Yisin sat on the opposite side of the table, revealing a look of helplessness. What's the situation? Didn't the two old men go to the reunion? Why the look of displeasure? Fang Huitian, get your ass over here. I'm sorry, it's a class reunion that didn't go well. If you have a fire, throw it on yourself. Fang Huitian walked over with a slight frown. Chen Guozhong immediately glared at him angrily, as if he wanted to eat someone. You tell us what's going on here? Fang Huitian saw the watch and bracelet on the coffee table and instantly understood. It seems the two oldest finally know the truth. At this point, he laughed. Mom and Dad, this was supposed to be my gift to you too. Gifts? Where'd you son of a get the money? When I went to the reunion today, a guy in the jewelry business saw right away that the watch and bracelet were real. Cheng Guozhong slapped the table hard. Pan Hong took out 2 certificates at this point. We still don't believe it, and purposely went to do the appraisal. All authentic. Tell me, where did you get all this money? The older two were beyond angry. Fang Huitian was confused. He thought the second old man would be happy to know that his gift was not a fake. Mom and Dad, don't be mad at this money. Don't you explain. Cheng Guozhong didn't give him a chance to speak. Fine Fang Huitian, just how many other things are you hiding from us? You don't say anything when you have money. You sneak in and buy 2 gifts and you want to get rid of us? Where the hell did this money come from? Did you embezzle the company's money in Xiaoqing's name? No wonder your second uncle must be checking on Xiaoqing's accounts. So it's all you're doing. The older two were furious. He couldn't wait to strip Fang Huitian and see what kind of thing was inside his skin. Mom and Dad, I didn't. How could I possibly victimize Haru? I earned all this money from treating people. It has nothing to do with the company. Earned it by treating people? You asshole. Fang Huitian's explanation. The two old men simply couldn't listen to it. You're a veterinarian and you're still treating people? Who the hell believes that? If you're really good at this, make me $10 million in a month and bring it back. I'll believe you if you can do it. If you can't, divorce Xiaoqing immediately. No discussion. Cheng Guozhong mentioned the divorce again. Chang Yicheng frowned and said, Mom and Dad, can you guys stop messing around? To make $10 million a month, what do you want Huitian to earn? So are you. Can't you tell the truth at this point? Chang Yicheng glared at Fang Huitian with some huff. He froze. Haru, you don't believe me either? Trust is mutual. How am I supposed to trust you when you're not even honest with us? What's all this talk about giving people money for medical care? It's obvious you sold the Bentley. Why don't you tell the truth? Chapter 123, Divorce if you can't pay your debts. Chang Yicheng was indeed angry. Fang Huitian even lied to himself. It was too much. I've seen that Bentley once, and not again in all this time. And you're cheating on my sister? Chang Yisin also spoke up at this time. They didn't know that the Bentley was wrecked by Cheng Guozhong. That's why they thought they sold the car. Fang Huitian looked at his old husband. Cheng Guozhong's face was a bit ugly and he glared at him viciously, as if he would get him killed if he tried to tell the truth. It was me who sold the car. Fang Huitian sighed helplessly. Cheng Yicheng violently stood up to angrily look at him. Fang Huitian, how could you do this? You borrowed the car. You can't sell it even to please Mom and Dad? She was going to be furious. I really didn't think you could do something like this. You're pissed off at me. Cheng Yicheng was about to cry, took out the bank card from her bag and slammed it hard on the coffee table. This is what's left over from the sale of the car, right? I said, why are you so confident? Saying that there is a lot of money in the card and saying that you support me, but it turns out to be ill-gotten gains. You spent over $1 million. How are we going to pay off this debt? Chang Yicheng yelled a very tired heart. The other side, Kaiten, was even more immensely disappointed. She was about to break down and turned right around and went back to her room. See what you've caused? How's that for a change? Don't come home to sleep tonight? Get out and lie in the street. Chang Yisin couldn't see her sister suffer. After yelling at Fang Huitian, he went to accompany Chang Yicheng. He was very helpless. And at this time, Cheng Guozhong hurriedly put the bank card away. The two daughters don't know the truth, but their old couple can know very well that the card doesn't really have that much money in it. Pan Hong knew that Cheng Guozhong had wrecked his car, so the two of them thought that Fang Huitian had disposed of the scrap car in exchange for the money. Fang Huitian, you borrowed the car, so you have to pay for compensating people yourself. You can't touch this card, since you turned it in to Haru. It's the family's money. You'll figure out how to pay the debt on your own. No dragging Haru around. Also, I'll only give you a month. If you don't pay your external debt, you must divorce Xiao Chang and not drag our family down. Chang Guizhong cursed angrily, so in Pan Hong put away the watch bracelet and went back to the house as well. Old Chang, do you think there's still money in this card? The things Fong Huitian bought back before were all genuine. We can throw them all away. Pan Hong was beyond heartbroken at the thought. That's a lot of value for that big pile of goodies at the time. But just because of the ignorance with Chang Guizhong, it was all thrown away. Now ruined, gutted. Chang Guizhong sighed and was also distressed. Throw it all away, why are you still mentioning this? But I've looked into it. The Bentley Luau belongs to the luxury cars. Even if the front face is all smashed up, that's still worth a lot of money. Fong Huitian spent more than $1 million on buying gifts. This card, according to my conservative estimation, has no more than 100,000 at most in it now. $100,000 is quite a lot of money, so let's hurry up and acquire something tomorrow, lest afterward Xiaoqing knows about it and forces us to hand it over to that punk to pay off our debt. Pan Hong nodded. This money should never be given to Fong Huitian. As long as he couldn't return the car money to Yi Ling, that would be the end of Xiaoqing's marriage with him. They're killing two birds with one stone. Fong Huitian was also incredibly tired at the moment and was ready to leave his home to stay in a hotel. And at that moment Chang Yisan walked out with a face full of anger. My sister is calling you back to the house. At those words Fong Huitian froze and hurriedly ran into the bedroom. Chang Yicheng sat on the edge of the bed and wiped her tears, truly furious. Xiao Chang, you must believe me, this matter I don't know how to explain it to you. Fong Huitian was very difficult. If he told Chang Yicheng the truth, he couldn't avoid another family melee. By then my father-in-law would hate himself, and it would be even more impossible to get a foothold in the family. Chapter 124, he won't forget, will he? Chang Yicheng looked at Fong Huitian. Although he blamed him for deceiving himself, he couldn't really leave him alone. I'll figure out the external debt. I'm the general manager now, and there's a dividend at the end of the year. It doesn't look like New Year's Eve in a few months, so paying off the debt then shouldn't be a problem. But remember this for me, no more of this. I hate people who go against their principles. Chang Yicheng knew that Fong Huitian didn't have bad intentions. He also did all this to please his parents and make them accept him. Fong Huitian was incomparably touched inwardly. Don't worry Haru, it won't happen again. The next few days, Chang Yicheng will find some of the furniture and appliances in the house replaced with new ones whenever she comes home from work. She was a bit taken aback and asked her parents where they got the money for the trade-in. The old couple naturally wouldn't say that they used the card, but put it off as a mystery. Mom and Dad, our family is now carrying an external debt of over $2 million, so don't spend money recklessly. Chang Yicheng felt a hint of uneasiness. The parents make such a big deal out of it that something new comes into the house every day. But where did the family get the money? I don't like what you're saying. Daughter, what do you mean we're carrying a foreign debt? The car was sold by Fong Huitian. What does it have to do with us? Your mom is right. The foreign debts are Fong Huitian's business alone. If he can't pay these foreign debts within a month, you guys will get a divorce. Don't drag us down because of this loser. It's so hard to hear your parents. Chang Yicheng frowned. Mom and Dad, you guys. Haru, just don't say these useless things. Isn't today the day of the completion of the Herong Foam project? Your grandfather is preparing to hold a celebration party and has already informed our family. Look, your mom and I bought us each a tuxedo, and that's what we're going to wear tonight. The older two smiled and pulled out a gift box containing a very fine white gown. Chang Yicheng was dumbfounded and hastily looked at the price tag. This evening dress was actually priced at $12,000. Mom and Dad, are you crazy? Over $10,000 for a dress? She stared at her parents with wide, incredulous eyes. Xiaoqing, you are now the general manager of the company, attending important occasions. The previous evening dress would not be appropriate. Most importantly, today we are not only celebrating the perfect completion of your project, but also your birthday. At those words Chang Yicheng froze. She'd been so busy lately that she'd forgotten her own birthday. Your mom and I have always remembered. And this tuxedo is our birthday present to you. Don't tell Isan. Her tuxedo is only $6,000. If she finds out she'll say we're biased again. The older two whispered. Chang Yicheng was very touched. Parents were quite cute sometimes. Grandpa did invite our family to tonight's celebration. So let's pack up as soon as possible and we'll go there early. Everyone is packed and ready to go. And since Fong Huitian hadn't come home yet, Chang Yicheng was ready to give him a call. Haru, why are you calling that punk? Do you still want to bring him with you to humiliate us? That's right. He doesn't even remember your birthday today, or else he wouldn't have made a move at this late hour. Heartless thing. You're usually just too nice to him, letting you get spoiled rotten. The second old man had a belly full of fire at the mention of Fong Huitian. Chang Yicheng didn't say anything and still called Fong Huitian. Where are you? Grandpa is hosting a celebration banquet today and invited all of our family over. Haru, I have some urgent business to take care of right now, so I might have to go over later. Upon hearing this, A touch of imperceptible loss flashed across Chang Yicheng's face. This guy didn't really forget his birthday, did he? He remembers his birthday every year, and although he has never given a gift, he always writes himself a blessing on a piece of paper and makes a card or something like that. He's recovered this year, so he doesn't take his birthday seriously? Chapter 125, Celebration Banquet. Chang Yicheng wanted to ask directly, but in the end, she held back. Wan asked, do you know what day it is? I know. You told me yesterday that the project is completed today. Don't worry, Haru. I'll go over and find you when I'm done here. Chang Yicheng hung up the phone and her mood instantly became unattractive. This beast, he really forgot his birthday. He's always coming home late these days and I don't know what he's up to. What's with all the seasonal colds and flu and pets? Haru, I told you so. This loser sure doesn't remember your birthday. You're still helping him. Why do you want to keep such a man? Let's just get a divorce and get rid of him. Mom and Dad, today is my sister's birthday. What are you talking about? Chang Yisun glared at her parents. The second old man also felt out of place and just shut up. The family arrived at the Hoxton International Hotel, and there were already a number of luxury cars parked outside. Today's guests are all dignitaries. Part of it is the partners. The other part of the group came to congratulate us on the news. Wanted to get involved with Pan Yuelin through the Chang family line. Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong stepped out of the car with spring in their step. In the past few years when they left the family, how could they have the chance to come to such a high-class place? Hoxton International Hotel. This is a 5-star hotel that can be ranked in Ningxiang, where the 8 great families used to reside. A family of 4 went in. The opulent ballroom was packed with people. Chang Jiaqing saw them coming and smiled as he stepped forward. Yo, Sister Chang, you guys are here? Why don't you see that punk brother-in-law of mine? He's not out digging for, is he? Chang Jiaqing came up to pull the hate. Chang Guozhong's family instantly turned pale. Chang Jiaqing, why are you everywhere? Get up and get out of the way. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Chang Yisun frowned and cursed. Chang Jiaqing sneered. Yisun, I'm your brother. Watch what you say or don't blame me for kicking all of you out. It won't be pretty when the time comes. Kick us out? It was Grandpa who asked us to come here today. So who are you to kick us out? Besides, my sister is the main character in today's celebration. You're not even a supporting actor, and you dare to threaten us? Chang Yisun is full of disdain for Chang Jiaqing. Humph. You guys are the main characters? To tell you the truth, Grandpa called you here just to make a show for Rongfeng. But neither Pan Yuelin nor Rongfeng's men are here today. Do you still think you're important? Chang Jiaqing had a sneer on his face. And that's when Chang Guowo and Zhang Mei came over. Big brother, your family is dressed formally enough today. You must have been preparing for a long time for the banquet, right? That's a glorious outfit. It's just a shame there's no room for you here today. It would be fine if I did let you in, but I might have to ask you to sit at that table. Zhang Mei pointed to a table not far away. Cheng Guozhong glanced at it and instantly became furious. How dare you ask us to sit at the table of the odd job employees? No, 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 big brother, you're mistaken. How could we possibly let you sit there? We're asking you to sit at the table behind them, the one with the clutter. It's hard for the staff to do odd jobs, so wouldn't you be stealing their spot by letting you sit over there? Cheng Guohua added a sentence that almost made Cheng Guozhong spit out blood. You mean we're not as good as the odd job employees? Cheng Guozhong blackened his face, his lungs about to explode. Cheng Guohua laughed. What else do you think? Big brother, you've been away from home for 5 years. Have you done anything for the family in those 5 years? All day at home gnawing on your daughter. I'm ashamed for you too. And still have the nerve to come to the banquet. I wouldn't have the face to show up if I were you. Who are you to come to this celebration? Do you have merit? It's not bad enough to give you a place, and the food is still too rancid for you. So what qualifications do you have to be picky? Cheng Guohua's sentence choked his elder brother and sister-in-law speechless. You, aren't you just like us now? Have the nerve to talk about us? Cheng Guohua sneered. Don't compare me to you guys. Although I'm not the general manager of the Cheng family, I'm now the chairman of Guohua Pharmaceutical Company. Chapter 126, Magical Abilities. What the hell? Guohua Pharmaceutical Company? Cheng Guozhong's family was confused. Cheng Guohua had his own company? Big brother, now do you know the difference between you and me? I've been sacked, but I'm not idle, let alone chewing on my kids. From this point of view you are 100,000 miles away from me, drinking your own daughter's blood and gnawing on your children's bones. You are worthy of being parents? Cheng Guohua's face was full of disdain and his tone was full of mockery. Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong lowered their heads. They were indeed ashamed of Chang Yicheng. We don't care that Chang Yicheng took Guohua's position because we're more able to help the Cheng family now that we have our own company. And what about you guys? What can you bring to the family? Why don't you lick your faces and come here for food and drink? Why don't you get a plastic bag for each of you and pack some more before you leave? Zhang Mei sneered. Mocking Cheng Guozhong's family are all beggars. Pan Hong frowned. Her second aunt. Even if we don't get the credit, Xiao Qing is the one who gets the credit, right? If it wasn't for Haru, would the project with Rongfeng have been negotiated? Cheng Guozhong also slowed down and hurriedly said, "That's right, my daughter is the protagonist today. You guys are not qualified to stop. Get out of the way, or I'll go to the old man and tell him off." Zhang Mei sneered, "Then go ahead and sue. Anyway, the project is finished now. You think you can still scare us with Rongfeng? Besides, the last time you guys forced the old man to dismiss Guohua, he's been holding his fire for a long time. See you now, and see if his old man will give you a good look." Cheng Guozhong was dumbfounded. Last time, the old man left with anger, probably hated the family a long time ago. If I were to say that you guys should blame that punk Fang Huitian, if it weren't for him you guys wouldn't have been disliked by the old master. As long as he's around, the old man will never forgive you. Cheng Guohua's family was full of complacency. On the contrary, Cheng Guozhong's family's faces were more ugly than one another. By the way Haru, if I remember correctly today is your birthday, right? Good, that's a bummer. No one cares about your birthday at all, it's such an important celebration today. What's wrong with that punk brother-in-law of mine? It's okay if he doesn't show up for the celebration, but he even forgot about your birthday? Couldn't have gotten bitten while giving the dog a visit and gotten rabies and forgotten about it, haha. Cheng Jiaqing's family laughed with joy, and at that moment, a teasing voice came over. It's amazing, after dealing with animals so much, I can now understand dogs. Everyone froze and put away their smiles, so he looked at Fang Huitian who came up behind him. Cheng Jiaqing frowned. What do you mean? Who are you scolding? Fang Huitian ignored him and smiled as he came to Cheng Yicheng's side and softly said, I'm sorry Xiao Cheng, I came late to prepare a birthday surprise for you and delayed a bit. You won't blame me, right? Cheng Yicheng froze. You, remember my birthday? Of course I remembered my wife's birthday. I didn't tell you on the phone because I wanted to surprise you. Cheng Yicheng couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Luckily the kid didn't forget. Count on his conscience. Otherwise, I'm sure I'll come home and kick his ass. Fang Huitian, I'm talking to you. Mute well, start deaf again? I'm asking, who did you just curse? Cheng Jiaqing wrinkled his face. Fang Huitian toured around and scratched the back of his head in confusion. Haru, I recently got a magical ability to understand dogs, but what about the dogs that you only hear and don't see? Hearing this, Cheng Yisan didn't hold back and let out a puff of laughter. Cheng Guohua's family was filled with black lines. Cheng Jiaqing was even more furious and red in the face. Fang Huitian, how dare you call me a dog? Are you tired of living? Cheng Jiaqing was furious and stepped forward to punch Fang Huitian. He icily turned back a sharp look, directly intimidating Cheng Jiaqing. The hand paused even as it lifted in midair. You're going to hit me? Chapter 127, Inside and Out. Fang Huitian's tone was incomparably cold. Cheng Jiaqing gulped and put his hand back. He had been beaten up by Fang Huitian once before. Although no one saw how he struck, he fell particularly hard himself. At this point, he didn't dare to make a move against Fang Huitian. Xiao Cheng, we're not welcome here. Let me take you to the Yipin Zun mansion. I've prepared a surprise for you over there. Although Hoxton International is a super 5-star hotel, in terms of fame and qualifications, Yipin Zuanfu is the boss of Ningxiang. Hearing this, Cheng Jiaqing said disdainfully, Yipin Zuanfu? It's not that I look down on you. The door of Yipin Zuanfu is open, and you can't even dribble out if you put a bone inside the door. That kind of place even the 8 great families have to reserve their places a week in advance if they want to go. What kind of a thing are you? Still preparing for a surprise? Do you want to learn how to crawl like a dog in front of someone's house so they can reward you with a few bones? Cheng Guohua and the others laughed. Fang Huitian lazily ignored them, looked at his wife and asked, Xiao Cheng, coming with me? She nodded without hesitation. Cheng Guozhong and the others naturally couldn't stay here any longer, and then they followed. Yipin Zuanfu. With this waste, he's not even qualified to grab garbage from a stray dog, and he's still preparing a surprise? I'm afraid they went and waited for all the shock, right? Cheng Guohua sneered. Cheng Jiaqing said, Dad, I'll follow and take a look. I want to know what Fang Huitian can get up to. Good. You remembered to record the video. I want to see their whole family make a fool of themselves, and when the time comes, I'll put it in front of the old man, knowing that they've disgraced the Cheng family. Let's see how they'll still be able to gain a foothold in the Cheng family. By then, we'll have another reason to fire Cheng Yicheng. Cheng Guohua's father and son laughed badly, so Cheng Jiaqing hurriedly trailed out. Get in the car. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong's faces were very ugly. They're dressed to the nines today and have been preparing for so long. As a result, I didn't even get in the door of the celebration, which was a real bummer. It's all your fault, you punk. If you hadn't offended the old man before, would we have been unable to even enter the door? Today this face has been made to beat up. I have never been so pouty. Cheng Guozhong started spreading fire on Fang Huitian again. He looked innocent. Dad, I didn't want to offend Grandpa. I was just helping Haru get justice. You'll find. But you're still speculating and using Rongfeng's name to threaten the old man? You've offended people, so why should we be at fault? Fong Huitian, I don't care what you use. If you can't get this face back for me today, you'll divorce Xiao Cheng tomorrow. Chang Yicheng furrowed her brows and looked at her father. Dad, why are you here again? Didn't we agree not to talk about this? Huitian doesn't help me, you guys say he's a loser. And when he does help me, you guys say he offends people? What else do you want him to do? Fong Huitian is not a person outside the country. It is indeed suffocating enough. How about I can't see him? Today, if it's not your birthday, I must drag him to the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau and wait. Once people go to work, immediately let him divorce you. I don't want to see him for a second. I'm going to buy firecrackers tomorrow. I have to celebrate when you guys get divorced. Pan Hong followed suit with an angry voice. Chang Yicheng was so angry that she couldn't speak, and she was aggravated to death. Haru, don't be mad. It's your birthday today. Be happy. Let's go to the Forbidden Honor House now, and I'll help you celebrate your birthday properly. Everyone froze at the sound of that. You really prepared a surprise for me in the Forbidden Honor House? Right. Fong Huitian's reply surprised them. Originally, he thought that Fong Huitian was snubbing Cheng Guowa's family to help them save face. I didn't realize he actually got a position in the Forbidden Residence. Fong Huitian, if you lie to us, do you know how serious the consequences will be? Believe it or not, you'll never be allowed in the house again? Chang Guozhong seriously questioned. Fong Huitian smiled. Dad, today, I'm helping Xiao Qing celebrate her birthday and at the same time help you save face. Today, I'll take you to the Wind and Cloud Hall. Chapter 128, Happy Birthday. Forbidden Residence. At the moment the outside of the gate was empty, not a single car in sight. In the past, there were people waiting in line everywhere, but today there wasn't even a shadow of them either. What's the situation? The Forbidden Zuanfu is yellow? Chang Guozhong got out of the car all confused, but the house is brightly lit, not like it's closed down. Fong Huitian led the group inside, only to see that the entire hall was filled with small paper stickers of birthday wishes, estimated to be no less than 10,000. Each blessed paper sticker is a blessing from a different stranger. That's a lot of blessings from 10,000 strangers. Chang Yicheng's entire family was dumbfounded. Holy crap, how did you do that? Chang Yisin exclaimed in shock, looking at her wasteful brother-in-law with disbelief. At that moment, more than 30 well-dressed waiters came out from the back, standing on both sides of the crossing in unison. They made a gesture of invitation. Ms. Chang, all the staff of Yipin Zuanfu wishes you a happy birthday. Please dine upstairs. The scene was truly shocking. Cheng Guozhong's family felt like emperors at the moment, not to mention how exhilarated they were. Fong Huitian pulled Chang Yicheng upstairs. Each floor had a different program schedule, and by the 5th floor, the whole family had been dumbfounded. Storm Cloud Hall. On both sides of the hall leading to the Fengyun Hall, a security guard in a suit stood every meter. It was as majestic as the palace guards. Chang Yicheng and the others were stunned, looking at Fong Huitian in disbelief. I'm not dreaming, am I? Today here is really to celebrate my birthday? The entire Forbidden Residence was filled with celebrations for her birthday, and she felt especially surreal. I'm chartering the Yipin Zuanfu today. No one will disturb us. Haru, we haven't given you a single birthday in the 5 years we've been married, so I'll make it all up to you today. After the words were spoken, Fong Huitian called for someone to push open the door of the Wind and Cloud Hall. I saw that the inside was gilded, and fluorescent light shook everywhere. The surrounding area is covered with flowers and small wigwams with running water. Rolling mist floated on the ground, and the entire Wind and Cloud Hall was like an earthly paradise. The family came in, and at that moment the birthday song was played. 4 burly security guards came pushing a giant cake. The family looked stunned. This cake is in the shape of a castle and looks like it has to be 2 meters high. The surrounding area was covered with colored lights that twinkled and flashed like fireworks in front of a castle. Is this moving Disney over? Chang Yisin was envious. Every girl has a princess dream. Chang Yicheng's eyes reddened with emotion when she saw this. How much is this going to cost? Why are you spending money recklessly? Though reproachful, the tone was gentle. Fong Huitian laughed. You are worthy of all the beauty in the world. At this time, Tang Zidi, who was dressed in professional clothes, walked over, her face full of smiles. Happy birthday, Haru. Are you happy with today's arrangements? Chang Yicheng froze. Seeing the general manager's name tag hanging on Tang Zidi's chest, he instantly understood. No wonder Fong Huitian was able to pack the Yipin Zuanfu. So Tang Zidi had become the manager here. Very pleased. Thank you, Dixie. Chang Yicheng laughed sincerely, and she and Tang Zidi were considered to have cleared the air. Shao Di. Start. Fong Huitian said at this time. Chang Yicheng froze. Starting what? Tang Zidi smiled mysteriously, so he called for preparations. At that moment, lights went up all around. A round platform rose from the ground, and Fong Huitian pulled Chang Yicheng up to it. A round opening opened up in the roof of the Wind and Cloud Hall at this time, and the two of them kept rising out of the roof. Seeing this, Chang Guozhong was stunned and incomparably shocked. This is the light show at Forbidden Residence? Pan Hong and Chang Yisin also had their eyes wide open. Light show? Dad, don't scare us. It said that the light show at Forbidden Residence was only lit up once when it opened. Chapter 129, The Light Show That Shook the City. Chang Guozhong didn't want to believe it either. He had heard that lighting up the light show at Forbidden Residence would cost $500,000 per minute. $500,000 every minute. It's beyond shocking to hear. It's only been lit up once ever, and that was on opening day. Fong Huitian and Chang Yicheng ascended to the roof. At this moment, the surrounding lights were dazzling, and the entire restaurant was lit up. This was followed by colorful lights that flashed up in an unbelievably cool way. This light show seemed to illuminate half of Ningxiang. The people outside saw have surrounded over. One by one took out their cell phones and hurried to take pictures and record videos. Even some of the network anchors have run down there for live broadcasts. Look babies, this is Ningxiang's most famous restaurant, Pin Zuanfu. I'm live streaming the light show right now right outside the door. And rumor has it that lighting up a light show costs $500,000 per minute. I really don't know which big shot has come to light up such a shocking light show. It was very lively and crowded outside, and the whole restaurant was surrounded. The road was also full of pedestrians, causing serious traffic congestion. The traffic police were sweating profusely as they tried their best to evacuate the crowd, but they were simply too busy. It's so beautiful. If it wasn't for the mission, I'd have to bring my wife and kids so they could see the shocking scene too. Hurry up and evacuate the crowd. We won't be able to get off work today if they keep surrounding us here. Chang Jiaqing was sitting in the car and was also stunned to see this scene, so he hurriedly turned around and went back to inform Chang Guohua. At this time Chang Guohua accompanied Cheng Lu to toast with the guests. Chang Jiaqing suddenly ran in a panic. What's the point of panicking? Chang Lu gave an angry rebuke. Chang Jiaqing said anxiously, Grandpa, Fong Huitian and the others went to the Pin Zun mansion and lit up the light show. What? At the words everyone was first stunned, and then they burst into laughter. Young Master Chang is drunk, isn't he? You're saying that Fong Huitian lit up the light show at Forbidden Residence? Ningxiang's 8 great families aren't even qualified to order. So what is Fong Huitian? If he can light up the light show, I'll eat whichever bulb he lights up. The guests laughed. Chang Jiaqing hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and held it out to everyone. It's already on the news. How can I lie to you? Everyone was dumbfounded to see the news. I can't believe someone actually lit up a light show? $500,000 a minute. Even if you're rich, that's not the way to spend it. Chang Lu was also confused when he saw this. With a serious face, are you sure it was Fong Huitian and the others who lit it up? There's absolutely no mistaking it, Grandpa. I saw them go in with my own eyes. The Pin Zun mansion is packed with them today. Chang Jiaqing was in a hurry. The people around us still don't believe it. That's the Forbidden Residence. There's never been a charter. Let's go check it out. Chang Lu led a large group of people towards the Pin Zun mansion. On the roof of the building at the moment, Chang Yicheng had been moved to tears as she looked at the light show that had blossomed completely for herself. Kaiten, thank you. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Fong Huitian on the cheek. Fong Huitian froze, then revealed a happy smile. The long-arranged birthday party was worth it in exchange for a kiss from my wife. The round table descends. Cheng Guozhong's family couldn't be more excited at the moment. The light show of Pin Zuanfu. Ah, who in the whole Longan province has ever lit it up? What kind of bull house in international? Is it comparable to this light show? The old man still can't see us and whisks us away. And now we're being treated in a way that he couldn't even beg for in his life. Let's see who dares to underestimate us in the future. Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong were overjoyed. This light show alone was enough for the two of them to blow their entire lives back to heaven. How did you do it? How did you manage to get into the wind and cloud hall and light up the light show? Chang Guozhong immediately changed his face and asked Fong Huitian with a pleasing face. Chang Yicheng, the general manager of Pin Zuanfu, is Huitian's hairdresser. You've just met. Chapter 130, why don't you invite me in? Chang Guozhong thought of Tang Zidi, so the face gradually changed again. It turned out that this punk was relying on the relationship of his hairdresser, and he thought that Fong Huitian had really made a lot of money. Humph, don't think that if you make us happy today, the debt owed will be settled. If you can't pay your debt in a month, you'll still have to get a divorce. Chang Yicheng frowned and stared at her father. Dad, you've changed your face too quickly, haven't you? Huitian has taken you all into the wind and cloud hall and lit up the light show, and you still don't know enough? What does any of this have to do with him? Also, why should people help him light up the light show? His hairdresser is a general manager. Can he make the call? Lighting up a light show costs $500,000 per minute. How dare a hairdresser's status help him like that? I think they are not clear with each other either. Xiao Qing, you listen to Dad. Leave here today and we'll clear our relationship with him. Otherwise the big boss of Pin Zuanfu would have to implicate our family if he knew they were working together to privately light up the light show. Chang Guozhong said in a cold voice. Pan Hong followed suit. Your father is right. $500,000 a minute. This has been lit up for half an hour, right? How much does that cost? Once the Yipin Zuanfu pursues the matter, can we afford to compensate? Chang Yicheng was all but laughed at by her parents. What nonsense are you guys talking about? This is the birthday feast that Kaiten prepared for me, so if you guys don't want to, go home now. Chang Yicheng made it clear. The old couple still wanted to retort, but Chung Yisin pulled them back at this point. Okay, Mom and Dad, can we talk about this tomorrow? It's my sister's birthday today. Don't spoil the fun. Although the second old man was not happy in his heart, he did not say anything more on his lips. Just as Fang Huitian was about to let Cheng Yicheng cut the cake, Tang Zivi hurried over. Back to the sky. Xiao Cheng, the Cheng family's old man is here, right outside the door. At those words Cheng Guozhong's family froze. Check it out. Cheng Guozhong heard his old man coming and hurriedly brought the family downstairs. At the moment at the gate, a large group of powerful security guards stopped the crowd. Cheng Lu and Cheng Guohua had a hard time squeezing their way in. What are you doing in the way? Get out of my way. My son and his family are inside today, so why don't you invite me in? Cheng Lu straightened his collar, very serious. The security guard glanced at him. Today our restaurant has been chartered, and idle people are forbidden to enter. Are you old and blind and deaf? How many times do I have to warn you? You. Cheng Lu's old face reddened with anger, reaching out and pointing at the others. Unable to speak, Cheng Guohua pulled him back and whispered, Dad, this is the forbidden residence. We can't be tough. Cheng Lu also knew that he couldn't afford to mess with it, but after all, he was a handful of years old and still the chairman of the Cheng family, and he was actually being heckled by a hairy little security guard. How can he lose face? At that moment, Cheng Guozhong's family came downstairs, seeing his father and his second brother's family standing at the door. For some reason, Cheng Guozhong suddenly felt inexplicably good in his heart. Hey good dad, you guys are here? The celebration is over? Cheng Guozhong was full of complacency. After all these years, I can finally raise my eyebrows in front of the family. Cheng Lu narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, What do you mean, Guozhong? We're all here. Why don't you invite us in? After that, he was about to step in. As a result, they were stopped directly by the security guards. Cheng Lu glared fiercely at the security guard, his face showing dissatisfaction. Cheng Guozhong smiled and stepped forward. This is my father. Why are you stopping him? Quickly let my dad in. Cheng Guozhong was incomparably godlike, as if he was giving orders. And the security guard didn't give a about him, he just punched him in the face. You, I told you to let my father in. Don't you understand? He was in a hurry, his face hanging. The security guard glanced at Fang Huitian and saw him nod. Then he lowered his hand. Dad, come on inside. Cheng Guozhong greeted Cheng Lu and went inside. At this time, Cheng Guohua's family was about to come forward as well. Cheng Guozhong spoke up. Don't let any idle people in. Don't disturb our pleasure. Chapter 131, What a piece of wood. What? Loafers? This sentence can make Cheng Guohua's family angry. Big brother, we're family. We can't just let dad in and leave us out to dry. Can we? Cheng Guohua was in a hurry. This was the forbidden Zuanfu, and he wanted to enter the Wind and Cloud Hall to sit down. Just getting into that ballroom, a symbol of power and status, was enough to get him out and blow his load for quite a while. Uncle, we're also here to celebrate Sister Qing's birthday, so just let us in. Yes, big brother. Look at how many people we have come. How lively it is to celebrate Xiao Qing's birthday together. Cheng Jiaqing and Zhang Mei also had pleasing faces. Cheng Lu said at this time, Oh Guozhong, let them come in, so they can see the world as well. Cheng Guozhong sneered, since you've opened your mouth, Dad, I'll just do as I'm told. Only if they come in, you'll have to sit at a table with them, and won't be able to go up to the Windjammer room. At those words Cheng Lu froze. He knew that the oldest two were not on good terms. At this time he turned around and frowned. Whoa, why you guys just don't come in? Hurry back to the hotel. The celebration banquet is not over yet. You entertain the guests for me. After saying that, he went upstairs with Cheng Guozhong and the others. Cheng Guohua's family was dumbfounded. And they were just left behind? Damn it, such a good opportunity, but we weren't invited in. Cheng Guozhong, if you're unkind then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Cheng Guohua was incomparably angry and twisted around, leading the people away. Birthday feast over. Everyone was very happy today. Cheng Lu did not expect that he would be able to enter the Wind and Cloud Hall in his lifetime, and he was so excited that he was about to shed tears. Back home, Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong were also happy today and went back to the house without giving Fang Huitian much trouble. Cheng Yicheng was full of joy, and hadn't come out of the wonderful fantasy-like scene until now. Your day. Go to bed. Cheng Yicheng burrowed into the quilt and said with incomparable shyness. And Fang Huitian, who just wanted to lie into the ground, froze, and this time he couldn't say anything to miss a good opportunity. Without saying a word he just lifted the covers and went in. Cover yourself. I said for you to go to bed. I didn't say for you to share my blanket. Chang Yicheng blushed with shame and kicked Fong Huitian to the ground. He had a helpless look on his face, but it's a good start to be able to sleep in the same bed. So clip the covers to bed and turn off the light. Today, thank you. Chang Yicheng was very touched today. The first time she had such a meaningful birthday since she grew up. Looking at the entire Ningxiang, I'm afraid there are few more shocking than her birthday today. Fong Huitian reached out and wrapped his arms around her. I'm willing to do anything for you. I've said that in this life. As long as you don't leave, I will never give up. Chang Yicheng's eyes reddened again as he was moved, so he closed his eyes. But after waiting for a long time, Fong Huitian did not make his next move. Instead, there was the sound of snoring. Chang Yicheng frowned. This idiot, people are ready to give him that what? You instead of the initiative and this asshole just slept right through it? What a piece of wood. Chang Yicheng exasperatedly slapped him, only to see him pursing his lips and sleeping quite soundly. Seeing this, Chang Yicheng didn't hold back her laughter, so he gave him a light kiss on the cheek and went to sleep as well. Only she didn't realize that the corners of Fong Huitian's mouth were slightly rising at the moment. The next few days, Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong collected a bunch of job advertisements. Ever since they were undermined by Chang Guohua last time, the two of them had been furious. At the same time, they did feel sorry for their daughter, so they decided to do something to help her share the burden. Did the sun come out of the west today? What are you two tossing around again? Looking for a job? Chang Yisin just got up. The whole thing was a shock to see parents researching various hires. We can't always hold back your sister. We have to help her out. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and that punk Fong Huitian? Chang Yisin laughed. I think it was second uncle's words that day that gave you guys a boost, right? People have their own companies now, and they're still the chairman of the board. Mom and Dad, I advise you not to take it seriously, let alone gamble with him, or you'll have to wipe your asses with my sister if you get into any more trouble. Chapter 132, Let you be the general manager. Chang Yisin is just blunt in her speech. Chang Guozhong's face changed. How do you talk to this child? Your father I used to be the general manager. What was he Chang Guohua at that time? He was just giving me a hand job. Humph. If I rise again, I promise to be 100 times better than him. That's right, I trust your dad. So get on with what you're doing and don't keep discouraging us here. The old couple is pretty much like each other. Chang Yisin shrugged. Alright, then I'll leave you two to start your own business. And I hope that I'll still be a rich second generation 20 years after I was born. You guys try to cheer up. Chang Yisin washed up and then went to give lessons. And the more Mr. and Mrs. Chang Guozhong look at these recruitments, the more disturbing they become. All these jobs are working for someone else. There's no way out. In order to gain respect and impress the old man and the oldest two of them, we still have to have our own business. Chang Guozhong frowned. He was indeed irritated by Chang Guohua. Both were fired from their companies, but Ching left the family to start a new company. On the contrary, I have really deserted my business over the years. That's easy to say. How are we going to have the startup capital to do our own business? In the beginning, you were kicked out by the old man forfeiting everything, while Chang Guohua was only fired, and the family had plenty of money for him to toss around. We lost at the starting line. Pan Hong sighed. Chang Guozhong was also at a loss, and just then, Lu Xiaoyun came. Xiaoyun, come inside and sit down. Chang Guozhong greeted with a smile on his face. Lu Xiaoyun sat down and smiled. It's been a long time since I came to see my aunt and uncle. I stopped by today. How are your two old men doing these days? Well, it's all good at home. Why do you bring a gift if you're just coming? The old couple looked at the expensive tonic that Lu Xiaoyun had brought, and were overjoyed. Look at other people's Xiaoyun. Every time he comes, he never comes empty-handed. He breaks the bank. Unlike that loser in our family who either packs rags into the house or gets us in trouble. The second old man had nothing good to say when he mentioned Fong Huitian. Lu Xiaoyun smiled. Uncle and auntie, why are there so many job advertisements at home? Is it for Fong Huitian to find a job? The pet hospital quit? The second old man frowned. Chang Guozhong sighed. It's your aunt and I who are preparing to look for a job. After 5 years of idleness at home, we also want to help Haru and share a little for the family. At this, Lu Xiaoyun froze. Your two elders are looking for work? Why didn't you tell me? Auntie and uncle, let's put it this way. I'll make the arrangements for your two old jobs. I've recently started a new company and I'm just short of trusted help. Uncle, you used to be a top manager in the Chang family. Your ability is unrivaled. If you and auntie come, how about a general manager position for each of you? What? General manager? Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong both froze. Then he laughed cheerfully. Aga Xiaoyun, na too, thank you. How can you let us thank you? Don't worry. We'll do our best to help you manage it and definitely make you a lot of money. The second old man couldn't have been more excited. Lu Xiaoyun smiled and said, there's no need for you two to say thank you, but there's something I have to tell you in advance. This company and Guohua Pharmaceuticals are connected. At those words the two old men furrowed their brows. Xiaoyun, don't you know that our family has a problem with Cheng Guohua? Lu Xiaoyun, I have some friendship with Zhang Shui, the big boss of Lark Pavilion, and I also helped Uncle to set up Guohua Pharmaceutical Company. Uncle and Auntie, everyone is a businessman. We have to focus on profit. There are no permanent enemies. The second old man was torn. The last thing they want to do is deal with the second family. Xiaoyun, Xiao Cheng is now the general manager of Cheng's group. Do you think we can clear our relationship with Cheng Guohua? If I can help you take down the Cheng group business, that's way better than Cheng Guohua, right? How much interest can he have in a startup company? Chapter 133, The Two Elders Are Trapped. Cheng Guozhong naturally did not want to face Cheng Guohua. If he and Pan Hong went to work at Lu Xiaoyun's, Cheng Guohua would have laughed at him for being unproductive and always relying on others. So simply don't meet up with him. In the meantime, cut ties with him so he can't make any money. It will be time to watch the family cry. Lu Xiaoyun furrowed his brows at this point and pretended to be contemplative. Uncle, this is not good, right? After all, I helped out when second uncle set up the company. It would seem ungenerous of me to fall on my sword at this time. Xiaoyun, on nothing unkind. Aren't you also helping him because of Xiao Qing? Am I right? Since it's for Haru, you should listen to us. As long as you break off your relationship with Cheng Guohua, the two of us will work hard to help set you up. And when the time comes to get Fong Huitian to divorce Xiao Cheng, won't you have a chance? The old couple really did everything for their own selfish desires. Lu Xiaoyun pretended to look embarrassed. Uncle and Auntie, second uncle's pharmaceutical company, also provides raw materials for Lark Pavilion. And our company's business is to buy and process medicines at Lark Pavilion. And finally we package them before selling them. If this suddenly cuts off Uncle Tu's business, we'll have a big loss too. Cheng Guozhong hurriedly said. That's why I said I'd help you take the business of the Cheng group. Cheng's group, Cheng Guohua, he can't compete? I guess he gets all his raw materials from Cheng's group. 2. Lu Xiaoyun pretended to hesitate. How about this? Let others do the rest of the company's business, and you two will be in charge of raw materials from now on? I've found a large courtyard where you two will be based from now on. Pan Hong frowned. Find a yard? Then they'll be the guardians of the house. What kind of general manager is that? Just when he was about to say something, Cheng Guozhong spoke up first. Good. Xiaoyun, it's very reasonable for you to arrange it like this. So when do you think we'll start working? Any time, but Uncle and Auntie, you two have to solve the problem of raw materials before you can do so. Otherwise I can't break it on second uncle's side. Okay, then it's a deal. Let's get this thing in place as soon as possible. After Lu Xiaoyun left, Pan Hong had a look of displeasure on his face. What are you blindly agreeing to, old Cheng? He asked us to look after the house and you're willing to do it? Cheng Guozhong laughed and shook his head. You just have long hair and short knowledge. You simply didn't get Lu Xiaoyun's meaning. You think he's helping us two old things? Actually, he's helping Haru. Pan Hong was all confused. What do you mean? Lu Xiaoyun put us in charge of raw materials. So isn't buying from Cheng's group just increasing business for Xiao Qing? Although there's only one yard. Can you imagine the benefits? How much do we want to buy? At the end of the day, when we both have a track record, won't Haru's business be higher? You old don't know anything. Cheng Guozhong looked like he had seen it all. Pan Hong reacted then. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? As long as we make a strong purchase, then won't Xiao Cheng be more valued in the company? All these credits will be all hers in the end. The old couple was very happy. After Lu Xiaoyun left, he then called Zhang Shui. Boss Zhang, I've started the operation on my side. Have you arranged everything on your side? Don't worry, young Master Lu. Everything is ready. All we need is the east wind. Hang up. Lu Xiaoyun had an eerie cold smile on his face. All of this was his plan. Fong Huitian, wait to receive my big move. This time, I'll make it completely impossible for you to turn around. After, Lu Xiaoyun sent someone to deliver the contract to Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong, along with a bank card. Uncle and Auntie, there are $2 million in the card, which is provided by Lu Xiao for you two to buy your own clothes. There's another card downstairs for you two as well, so it'll be easier to go out in the future. Chapter 134, The Proud Father-in-Law. The old couple couldn't stop smiling. They're rich now, too. Go back and thank Xiaoyun for us, and tell him that we definitely won't let him down. The second old man signed the contract without even looking at it, went downstairs and looked at the car. Mercedes S600, that's $1 million boss car. Cheng Guozhong touched the steering wheel, and his heart blossomed with joy. Come on, let's go see the office. Cheng Guozhong happily drove to the compound that Lu Xiaoyun had said. The yard was indeed not small, covering an area estimated to be 500 square feet. Entering the door was first a courtyard, then the large main hall, almost 200 square feet. Behind the main hall there was the courtyard, surrounded by several living quarters. It's a nice place. It's got the air of a great ancient family. Cheng Guozhong met up with the leader of this side. He stood with his chest out and his arms folded, with a full face. It's quite a bit of a big leader. Mr. Chang, I'm the person in charge here. Bai Haitao. Just call me Xiao Bai. Bai Haitao is in his 40s. When he came up, he started kissing ass, and his eyes narrowed to slits when he smiled. Well, do a good job and I'll bring you guys a lot of money later. Try to make each of you a small car within a year. On hearing this, the staff got excited and energized. Bai Haitao was more than happy. Then we can count on you. Chang, please take care of us in the future. Chang Guozhong felt very flattered by Bai Haitao's horse's ass. He and Pan Hong stayed for a while and then left to go to the mall to purchase a few outfits. Now become a big old boss. The old couple of this love of vanity character naturally have to change a few sets of clothes in line with the status. Evening. Chang Yichang went home from work, and when she parked her car, she saw that her parking space was occupied by a Mercedes-Benz. I was just about to call to have the car moved, but when I looked at the number, it was my father's. Dad, what's with that car downstairs? Chang Yichang entered the room and started questioning. Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong are sitting in the living room drinking tea, wearing a new outfit. Haru, it's just taking up your parking space. What's the rush? That's right. Your dad could buy 5 or 6 of yours with this car. You'll rent another one tomorrow. The old couple was on a roll and didn't care about Chang Yichang's words at all. Mom and Dad, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm asking, where did you get the car? That's $1 million luxury car. What are the parents fooling around with again? Haru, it's just a car. What's all the fuss about? You wait. Within a year, Dad will let you guys live in a big villa directly. Chang Guozhong was incomparably smug. Chang Yichang frowned. The more she saw her parents like this, the more uneasy she felt. Did you guys take the card from the car sale? Mom and Dad, you can't do this. That's the money to pay the debt back to heaven. How can you use it indiscriminately? Chang Yichang's eyes were red with anger. Chang Guozhong instantly changed his face and slapped the table fiercely and said angrily, "Don't mention that punk. We raised you so well. Why do you always turn your elbows out? Dad, how is Kaiten an outsider? He's my husband." Chang Yichang roared back. Pan Hong stood up angrily. "Soon he won't be, so you guys get the divorce done as soon as possible. Your father and I have examined it for you. Lu Xiaoyun is a good person, and people don't mind that you're in a second marriage, so you'll marry Xiaoyun immediately after the divorce." Chang Yichang was dumbfounded. Who are you to arrange my life? I'm not getting a divorce, even if you guys beat me to death. I won't divorce Hui Tian. On what grounds? By virtue of the fact that we gave birth to you and raised you and are your parents. This is non-negotiable. You must listen to us. What's so good about Fong Hui Tian? What exactly did he put in your head that you're so protective of him? You're just a random stinking beggar. It's better than this punk. Chapter 135. I can't sign this contract. Chang Guozhong was furious. Hearing her father's words, Chang Yichang cried in aggravation. How can a father say such a thing? Old Chang, overdoing it. Don't forget we have important things to do. Pan Hong whispered. Chang Guozhong said, come on, almost forgetting about the main event. Forget about it. We'll talk about the divorce later. Right now I have something important to inform you. Tomorrow you prepare 100 tons of raw materials out of the company, and I'll call for a haul. At those words, Chang Yichang's eyes widened in shock and her jaw was about to drop to the ground. 100 tons of raw materials? Dad, what are you doing? Crazy, right? Do you have any idea how much 100 tons of raw material is? The price of raw materials has skyrocketed this year, 58 times more than in previous years, and sourcing is quite difficult. Some of the raw materials are even monopolized, and the company has already increased its budget by more than $2 million this year for the purchase cost of just 3 of them. Why are you following along? You want me to get fired? Chang Yichang was going to be furious. Parents really don't stop all day. What are you talking about? We're doing you a favor and you're saying we're adding to the problem? I think you've just been assimilated by that loser Fong Hui Tian, and are so heavily influenced by him that you must divorce. And about the raw materials, you have to do it for us tomorrow. We're company men now. At that, Chang Yichang froze. Company? Where did you get a company? Of course Lu Xiaoyun opened it for us. Do we still expect that punk Fong Hui Tian? Chang Yichang was furious and laughed. She now kind of understood where Mom and Dad got their car and clothes. Mom and Dad, I'm begging you. Can you stop fooling around? Look at what you're saying. Is it wrong for us to share for you? Chang Guohua can start a company. Why can't we? Back when I was still in the company, your second uncle was the one who gave me a hand job. Never mind, I'm too lazy to tell you that much. Anyway, tomorrow you'll get it done and I'll be there with the contract. The old couple didn't give Chang Yichang a chance to refuse and went straight back to the house. She was so angry and shaking that she didn't eat her dinner. Day 2. Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong arrived at Chang's group full of joy. The contract was slapped onto Chang Yichang's desk and his legs were crossed. Full of complacency, he said, "Daughter, hurry up and sign, then we'll go to the plant to pick up the goods." Chang Yichang didn't expect her parents to actually come to look for her, and immediately furrowed her brows. Mom and Dad, Don't be irritated by Uncle Two. I've investigated. Uncle Two's company is actually an empty shell. It doesn't even have an office area. And the source of the raw materials he provided. I'm investigating it now. If it went out from Cheng's group, it's likely to cause huge losses to us. Can you understand that? Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong are now full of money and just want to get things done. Where's the thought in that? We don't care what happens to Cheng Guohua. It's our business now. Haru, if we buy the raw materials from you, you only need to add an extra 5 cents per gram to the cost. Then we're making a profit too. That's right. It's a win-win situation. Your track record is there. And your dad and I are grabbing big bucks. Where can we find such a good thing? The older two were beyond excited. They can easily make a few million by moving their lips. Can Cheng Guohua? And as long as they make money, who will dare to look down on them in the future? Especially in front of their daughters. They can hold their chests out and behave themselves. And who dares to say that they gnaw on their daughters? Chang Yicheng frowned. Mom and Dad, this matter I don't think it's reliable. This contract, I can't sign it. At that the old couple was in a hurry. What do you mean, Haru? You won't even take care of your own parents' business? It's not that I don't take care of it. It's that this thing sounds like bull asterisk 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 asterisk. There's tens of millions of dollars at stake, so you guys need to stop. Chapter 136, if you're going to trap me, it's going to be me. Cheng Guozhong couldn't even think about that much right now. He has eyes only for the benefits in front of him. Boo! At this point slapped the table hard and stood up. Angrily, he said, you are simply not believing that your parents can do business, are you? Don't forget, the seat you're sitting in now used to be mine. Really hardened wings, when the general manager even your parents do not put in the eyes. I think you are by Fong Weitian to give the soul soup. The brain is also short-circuited? Pan Hong also said angrily, forget it if you don't give it to us. There are plenty of people to supply us with goods. Old Cheng, let's go. Let's not break up with this white-eyed wolf. The old couple left in a rage. Cheng Yicheng sighed helplessly. Her heart was tired. Just hope her parents don't get her in trouble. Manager Tong, my parents may go to the plant to pick up the goods in my name. No matter what they say, don't give them the goods. Cheng Yicheng greeted the manager of the plant in advance. Otherwise, once the raw materials flow out, the group can't afford any accidents. Sure enough, Cheng Guozhong's two families left the group and went to the plant. The result was stopped by the person in charge. Manager Tong, don't give me a hard time. You too. I don't dare to disobey the order given by Mr. Cheng himself. Manager Tong was all smiles. Cheng Guozhong's face turned red with anger. I'll give you a 5 cent per gram concession. Are you clear on what 100 tons is? You guys don't want such a big profit. Are you crazy? Manager Tong looked helpless. I'm really sorry, Mr. Cheng. Even if the profit is big, the people at the top have to make the decision. How would I dare to release goods to you privately without word from Mr. Cheng? Wouldn't that make me lose my job? The old couple was furious, and no matter what they said Manager Tong would not budge. Ended up getting pissed off. Noon. Fong Huitian had just eaten, when he received a call from Chu Shangya. Mr. Fong, long time no see. Tonight there is an auction in our casino. I wonder if you are interested in coming to have a good time. An auction? Forget it, I'm not interested in those. Fong Huitian smiled and refused. Auctions are nothing more than antiques and paintings. He wasn't interested in them in the slightest. Mr. Fong, this auction is organized by myself, and the auctions are for projects that I can't take care of at hand, as well as some land use rights. Isn't your lover a business owner? Perhaps something can be done to help? At those words Fong Huitian was a bit puzzled. There are still auctions for items and access rights? He's the one who's alone. Well, then, I'll come over and check it out later. Okay, I'll send someone to pick you up then. Hanging up the phone, Fong Huitian called Cheng Yicheng again, telling her that she might go back later tonight. Alright, before you come back early and get scolded again. Mom and Dad recently opened a company with Lu Xiaoyun Partnership. A penny did not use them to invest, but instead Lu Xiaoyun gave them a car to send money. Although I don't know what Lu Xiaoyun's purpose is for the time being, I think there's definitely something going on here. Cheng Yicheng frowned. In fact, she herself didn't realize that she had gradually opened her heart and was willing to share anything with Fong Huitian. Don't worry too much. Dad used to be a big leader. He won't be easily fooled. Besides, Lu Xiaoyun won't pit him. If he does, it'll be me, won't it? Fong Huitian laughed to himself. Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong, who left the plant, are now sitting at home full of anger. Xiaoqing is really unlike me. She doesn't even do business when she has one and doesn't give us face. She really pisses me off. I think it's Fong Huitian to her abduction of the mind are not normal. Have to arrange for their divorce as soon as possible. If this continues, our daughter will be finished. Divorce is a certainty, but right now our immediate priority is to get the raw materials. Lu Xiaoyun called me, and he's broken off contact with Cheng Guohua. We're in for a big loss if we don't get things done again. Chapter 137, They Bowed Down? Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong were on fire with anxiety. And then there was a knock on the door. And when he opened the door, it was Chang Jiaqing, eldest uncle and auntie. You're at home. Chang Jiaqing had a pleasing smile on his face. What are you doing here, Mr. and Mrs. Chang Guozhong pulled their faces down at once. Chang Jiaqing laughed. I heard Manager Tong say that you two want to purchase 100 tons of raw materials? At that the second old man looked at him suspiciously. What are you asking for? We bought it because we were also looking for Haru. What does it have to do with you? The second old man scrunched up a face. 100 tons of business. And of course they're saving it for their daughters. How could you give it to this Chang Jiaqing kid? Uncle, auntie, how are you going to buy it when Sister Chang won't even give you an order? This is 100 tons of raw materials. You two are really big spenders. Chang Jiaqing smiled. Chang Guozhong looked at him indifferently. What exactly are you trying to say? Uncle, I know that you two have recently partnered up with Lu Xiaoyun, and because of this, my father has lost his business. But I'm not here to raise hell. I'm here to help you too. Help us? Pan Hong sneered. Cheng Guowo would be damned if he could help them. A weasel paying homage to a chicken definitely has no good intentions. Auntie and uncle, I know you don't believe me, but this time we're really convinced. Chang Jiaqing looked embarrassed. Lu Xiaoyun cut off my father's business, and now there are 30 tons of raw materials smashed in his hands that he can't get out. If over time these materials become damp or otherwise affected, it's a bloody loss. So uncle, auntie, if you two can accept these 30 tons of raw materials, I'll help you take Cheng's group's 100 tons of business, and at the same time the performance will all be counted on my sister Ching's head. How's that? The second old man froze at the words, and would be skeptical. If Cheng Guowo really smashed so many raw materials in his hand, it is indeed enough for him to drink a pot. So it's not impossible to bow down to them at this moment. You can really handle 100 tons of raw materials? Not fooling us here, are you? Don't get to the point where when we collect your dad's goods, you'll renege on your debt and stop doing our job for us. Chang Jiaqing hurriedly said. Don't worry about this, uncle. We can sign the contract first, said then took out an agreement. There is also Chang Yicheng's stamped official seal on it. Look, your two elders. This is something I secretly stamped on while Sister Cheng wasn't paying attention. As long as your two elders sign on it, you can go and pick up the goods directly. Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong brightened up and were thrilled with the agreement. That's how you put out your dad's raw materials, isn't it? Stealing the general manager's official seal. You're breaking the law. Cheng Guozhong let out a fake angry chortle. Chang Jiaqing scared a shiver. Hastily explain, my father's raw materials only a small part of the group. Each time a ton or 2 tons of goods I can make the decision. Really did not use Sister Cheng official seal. Watching Chang Jiaqing was scary and sweaty. Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong then believed it. Alright, tomorrow we'll take the list and pick it up. And if we can get it out, we'll take your dad's 30 tons. Thank you uncle and ma'am, I'll be off then. Chang Jiaqing left with a fawning smile on his face. A sneer crossed his face when he turned around. So he called Cheng Guowo. Dad, things are done. They'll pick up the goods tomorrow. Good. Have you arranged for Manager Tong's side? Don't worry Dad. I'll personally gatekeep this time. Manager Tong won't report it to Cheng Yicheng. Well then, the real show is about to begin. Cheng Guowo sneered. Evening. When Fang Huixian got off work, the person Xu Shangya sent to pick him up had been waiting for a long time, and there were 5 or 6 cigarette butts thrown on the ground. Sorry to keep you waiting. Fang Huitian smiled and stepped forward, but when they saw the driver's face, the two of them froze. Fang, Divine Dr. Fang? It is you? Why are you working here? The driver who picked him up turned out to be Rong Jigua. Chapter 138 Auction. Fang Huitian was also very surprised. I didn't realize it was such a coincidence. Big brother Rong can just call me Huitian. Calling me Divine Doctor is particularly uncomfortable for me. Rong Jigua smiled. Good, but Huitian, why are you working in a pet hospital? Aren't you a Chinese medicine practitioner? Last time, my sister-in-law's illness was all due to Fang Huitian. Even the hall master of the Isho Hall respected him. I had thought that Fang Huitian was the owner of some more powerful medical center, but I didn't realize that he was actually working at a pet hospital. I do have a Chinese medicine heritage, but vet medicine is what I do. Rong Jigua was filled with disbelief. Someone with such great medical skills chose to be a veterinarian? Brother Rong, you work under Chu Shangya? He scratched his head awkwardly and said, No, I'm moonlighting as a security guard for their venue today, and the leader arranged for me to come over and pick you up on a temporary basis. Fang Huitian nodded. So the two of them got in the car and chatted all the way to the casino. I have to continue my watch on Kaiten, so I won't be accompanying you. Fang Huitian called out to him. Brother Rong, why don't I tell Chu Shangya that from now on, you can stay and work for her. Part-time isn't a permanent solution. I'll have Chu Shangya arrange a suitable position for you. Rong Jigwa was grateful, but still refused with a smile. He had a pride in him and was unwilling to owe anyone anything. Because of what happened to his sister-in-law, he already owed Fong Huitian his life, so don't want to bother him again. Fong Huitian went into the casino, and Chu Shangya personally came out to receive him. Today Chu Shangya wore a cheongsam encrusted with gold diamonds, with dazzling champagne-colored decorations. Just by walking over, he had attracted the attention of a large number of men. I can't help but wonder what's on earth. It's worth 10 years less of life if anyone marries her. Mr. Fong, the auction will start soon. Let's go in. Fong Huitian nodded his head and entered the venue along with Chu Shangya. The large venue was packed with people at the moment. There were security guards all around keeping order, and Rong Jigwa was among them. Most of the people here today are from small and medium-sized clans. After all, the auction item wasn't very big, so Chu Shangya didn't invite anyone from the other 8 great families. Mr. Fong, you didn't bring your wife? I thought you guys would be coming together, so I didn't send an invitation to the Cheng family. Fong Huitian, I'll take a look first, if there's a suitable one. Chu Shangya smiled and nodded. That's good. The items being auctioned today are not very big, so I probably can't really help much. But, Mr. Fong, part of the land use rights auction today, there are a few good plots that are not bad. With that, a woman in a red cheongsam came over and respectfully handed over a book of information. Look, Mr. Fong, these are all good pieces of land, but they're just a bit smaller. But if your ladyship wants to expand the storehouse to store herbs, I think these are good. Fong Huitian took the information and looked at it and froze. There are still houses here? It looks ancient. All old mansions. It would be a shame to tear down such a nice old yard to store herbs. Chu Shangya laughed. These are all imitations. In the past we wanted to create a quadrangle park, but it turned out that because of something going on in the family, we built a few of them so we stopped. Mr. Fong, if you're interested, pick one of these courtyards and I'll send it to you. Fong Huitian smiled and shook his head. Let's talk about it later. Let's look at today's project first. Yes. Chu Shangya gave her subordinate a wink, so she went to prepare to start the auction. Yoo-hoo, if it isn't our wheat-pulling square vet, you've come to join in the fun on this kind of occasion too. Ha, but there's no grass on the scene today, so your skills won't come in handy. That's when an uninvited guest showed up. Fong Huitian looked over, and immediately Chu Shangya also changed her face. Wu Shueguang, what are you doing here? Chapter 139, The Little Veterinarian Who Pulled the Grass. The person who came was none other than the son of the Wu family, the first of the 8 families, Wu Shueguang. Chu Shangya stood up at this time and looked at him with an icy face. Koya, even this weed-pulling vet can come, why can't I? Wu Shueguang sneered. Fong Huitian blankly glanced at him and didn't say anything. This guy, he suffered a loss at Topaz House last time, and he still hasn't remembered? Wu Shueguang, I didn't invite you, please get out. Chu Shangya was imposing. Wu Shueguang, however, didn't care. Hyang Aya, since I'm here, how can I just say I'm leaving? After saying that, he sat on the side of Fong Huitian with a proud face. His eyes were even more full of disdain when he looked at Fong Huitian. This roguish look made Chu Shangya angry. What the hell are you doing here? The things I'm auctioning off today won't even make it into your Wu family's eyes. Wu Shueguang smiled. How can that be? As long as it's auctioned by you, I like it. Fong Huitian glanced at him with a look of disgust. Meaty. It all made him sick. Xiangya, I can follow anything you want to auction off. Except you should understand what I have in mind. Why don't you see when it's time and sell yourself too? I'll make sure you're the first to have you. It doesn't matter how much. When the time comes for our 2 families to unite, you'll not only be married to love, but you'll also be able to make our family even bigger. 2 birds with 1 stone. What a beautiful thing. Wu Shueguang laughed out loud. Chu Shangya frowned. Wu Shueguang, don't you talk nonsense. Dare to be frivolous with me again. Believe it or not, I'll ask someone to blow you out? She's pissed. Wu Shueguang skimmed his lips. Fine, I won't say anything. After the words were spoken, he then glanced at Fong Huitian and snorted coldly. Little veterinarian of pulling weeds, what are you doing here? The people who are here today aren't from the powerful nobles, but they're all the best of the small families. Do you think you're qualified to come in? Since the last time he made a fool of himself at Huang Yulo, Wu Shueguang has always held a grudge against Fong Huitian. It was only later that he realized that he had given Master Zhao Huo ring as a result of pulling grass for him once. Huang Yulo helped Fong Huitian that day, also mistakenly believing that he had Master Zhao Hu's connections. In fact, this kid has no backing at all. Flaunting everywhere, under the banner of Zhao Hu Master Fox Fake Tiger. Fong Huitian lazily ignored him and didn't say anything at this time. Wu Shueguang continued. I heard that you're not well liked at home either. Or you're a soft eater? I'm telling you, this place is not your softcore camp, much less a stray dog colony. If you're sensible, get the hell out of here and stay away from Chu Shangya in the future. He suddenly looked fierce. Threats. The red fruit threatens. Feng Huitian narrowed his eyes. I was invited by Chu Shangya. I'll leave if you tell me to? At those words Wu Shuiguang violently changed his face, but he suppressed his anger and sneered. Even if you stay, what's the point? Can you afford to shoot the program? The items that the Chu family is bidding on today are all small, but they all start at $10 million. Just by being a veterinarian, you can't afford to shoot for the rest of your dry life. I don't know where you got the face to come to such an occasion. Wu Shuiguang had a disdainful look on his face. At this time, Chu Shangya heard it and spoke. If Mr. Feng has a project he's interested in, my Chu family won't charge a penny and will give it to him directly. Xiangya Yu. Wu Shuiguang was speechless with anger. His face was red with anger. Well, in that case, we'll see. Since the auction for the Chu family's project has begun, it's the highest bidder who wins. If I bid, you just have to outbid me if you want to give him away. And you must come up with real money. Wu Shuiguang is right. Now that it's on the auction block, it has to comply with the law. The Chu family wanted to give Feng Huitian for nothing, and unless no one really wanted this project, Chu Shangya would have to spend money to bid on it as well. It would have been fine if he had grabbed it with the others. All of them would have given Chu Shangya a face. But if Wu Shuiguang fights with her, be prepared to spend a lot of money. Chapter 140 Bidding for the live streaming platform. Chu Shangya's face suddenly changed. Feng Huitian, on the other hand, smiled without saying anything. He had just read the information, and one of the items that did come to him was of interest. Ms. Chu, I see from the information that all the items auctioned today are actually just financing, right? Chu Shangya nodded. Yes, due to the Chu family's investment company's recent major overhaul, the previously negotiated investment will have to be put on hold. Then after the financing, who is the controlling owner of the project? Feng Huitian continued to ask. Of course it's the project sponsor. We just invest in a portion of the share. We don't have absolute control over the project. I see. That means no matter who shoots away any items today, they still can't hold any control in the end. It's still the promoter's word, right? Chu Shangya nodded, but it was very puzzling. Why did Feng Huitian ask this? Humph, still really looking professional? What's the point of pretending here? Do you have money to shoot the project? Even if Xiangya helps you, I'll fight you to the end, and you'll get nothing today. Wu Shuiguang sneered, and he did. As soon as the auction started, he took all the items as long as no one was bidding on them. At this moment, he looked at Feng Huitian with incomparable complacency, his eyes full of mockery and ridicule. At this time, a platform project called Sakura Bean Live started auction. The initiator was a young man, dressed plainly and wearing a pair of glasses. It looked honest, but there was a longing in those eyes. He describes this live streaming platform he started, but after talking for half a day, no one even raised a card to bid. Ms. Chu, what is the starting price for this item? Feng Huitian suddenly asked. Chu Shangya replied. This person's name is Ding Qingyu. He is a self-employed promoter. Although he has a bit of technology, but the company is too small. There are only a dozen or so people. I heard that he can't even pay his employees' salaries, so they don't have a high price for this project. We set it at 2 million. Feng Huitian nodded. Chu Shangya thought he was interested and smiled. Mr. Feng, you are interested in this project? But I don't recommend that you pick him, because we were working with him at the time. In fact, it was also because he was down to earth and not afraid of hard work, and because of his character, so I wanted to help him out. But to be honest, this company of his has no prospects, and we pressed on with no hope at all, and investing $2 million is just a consolation for him. Chu Shangya couldn't even look at Ding Qingyu's live platform. At this time, Wu Shuiguang sneered. Shangya, can't you tell? How is he interested? It's obviously because the price of this project is low that he dares to speak up. Chu Shangya frowned. Wu Shuiguang, you'd better keep your mouth shut. I'm doing this for your own good. Wu Shuiguang didn't know anything, but she knew very well. Leopard Head, the first big brother of Ningjiang Road. That's Feng Huitian's little brother. They'll be $2 million short? It's the 200 million said to take can easily be taken. Forget it, Ms. Chu, you call the price for me. I'll bid $5 million. Feng Huitian spoke blandly. At those words both Wu Shuiguang and Chu Shangya froze for a moment. Mr. Feng, do you really want to shoot this project? I suggest you think carefully. This project really won't work, though it's only a measly 5 million. But Chu Shangya didn't want Feng Huitian to suffer in his own territory. Don't dare let him lose even a penny. It's okay, shoot. Feng Huitian really didn't have any money in his hands right now. I don't know where he got that from. Miss Chu Shangya bid $5 million a time. Ding Qingyu on the stage stared with wide eyes, incomparably excited. He thought that getting 2 million was more than enough, but he didn't expect to be offered 5 million by the Chu family's eldest lady. With so much money, it was enough for him to recruit more skilled people, and one day he would be able to make Sakura Bean Live bigger and stronger. 5 million 2 times. $10 million. That's when Wu Shuiguang raised his hand. Chapter 141, I have my purpose. The whole room was in an uproar. Who is this person? Dare to compete with Miss Chu? Are you blind? This is the eldest son of the 8 great families Wu family. Wu Shuiguang. Damn. What kind of project did the Wu family come up here to rob? The 8 families really eat meat and don't even leave us any bone crumbs? Where is the key? This program worth $10 million? It's just a live streaming platform that doesn't even make the cut. It is said that the number of monthly activity of Sakura Bean live less than 3 million. This kind of project is really someone to invest? The entire crowd was beyond shocked. Wu Shuiguan looked at Feng Huitian with great complacency. He's not interested in the project. He just wants to hit Feng Huitian. Dare to follow? Don't act like a big-tailed wolf if you don't have money. You have the nerve to let Shanya advance you money to bid on the auction? You really don't have a pussy face. Wu Shuiguang sneered. Without saying a word, Feng Huitian directly asked Chu Shanya to continue calling for the auction. $50 million. What? $50 million? This time, not to mention Wu Shuiguang. Even Chu Shanya was dumbfounded. Mr. Feng, this project really isn't worth it. I can help you pay for the bidding, but in the end you'll still lose money when you get your hands on it. So I suggest you stop losing money in time. You don't have to pay for it. I've got it covered. Keep shooting. Feng Huitian's face was calm and confident. Chu Shanya had to keep calling for him. However, at this moment inwardly also began to doubt. Feng Huitian looks mature and stable. How also like Wu Shuiguang? So like to be more serious? She thought Feng Huitian was calling out to Wu Shuiguang. Young or not, the bidding price for Sakura Bean Live's project has gone up to $50 million. The bosses of the various clans in the room reddened with anger. Any of the projects they shoot for are better than this, but they only contributed $50 to $60 million and took it. And what makes this crappy live streaming platform call for such a high price? 100 million. Wu Shuiguang's face also changed. I really didn't think that Feng Huitian would be so bold as to actually dare to grab it from himself, but he doubled it to 100 million at once. That's not a small amount anymore. Even if Chu Shanya wanted to give it away for nothing, this $100 million was too huge. This time, let's see what Feng Huitian still has to fight with himself. The whole room was quiet at this point. You can hear a pin drop. The items that Chu Shanya took out today were at most $50 or $60 million. And that was all from the various families sacrificing some of their interests in exchange. And Wu Shuiguang actually funded $100 million to shoot a crappy live streaming platform that has no future at all? Is he crazy? He's funding the highest in the house tonight. And he's naturally in the spotlight at the moment. All eyes on the world. Well, do you dare to keep following? Wu Shuiguang was incomparably pleased with himself and laughed at Feng Huitian. He spread his hands, so he got up and left. Ha ha ha, trash is trash. Playing the big tail wolf in front of me. Do you have that qualification? Chu Shanya frowned and glared at Wu Shuiguang, but her heart was finally relieved. So he also got up and went out with Feng Huitian. Mr. Feng, don't be angry. This project didn't arrive. I'll help you find a better one. If you like the business of live broadcasting, I can fund it. How about the two of us work together to create a platform? Chu Shanya chased after Feng Huitian and apologized with a smile while proposing cooperation. Wu Shuiguang auctioned off Sakura Bean Live for 100 million. Then I'll also contribute 100 million, and we'll build a live broadcast platform ourselves. Feng Huitian watched Chu Shanya take out her sincerity, so he smiled and said, no need. I'm not interested in live broadcasting. Ha! Hearing this, Chu Shanya did not understand. If you are not interested, why do you keep bidding? It can't be to compete with Wu Shuiguang, right? Not really, I have my purposes. Feng Huitian smiled. At that moment, an excited voice came from behind. Great! $100 million. I can't believe we can finance $100 million and still be the absolute controlling owner. This time we made a big profit, wife. Go back and I'll recruit. With this 100 million, within a year I promise to make the platform bigger and stronger. Chapter 142, An Old Acquaintance. Ding Qingyu was incredibly excited, walking out the door while on the phone. And at that moment, he raised his head to see Feng Huitian and Chu Shanya standing in front of him, and his eyes widened. The old wife for now. Ding Qingyu hung up the phone. Incredibly shocked, he walked towards Feng Huitian. Back to, Kaiten, is it really you? Ding Qingyu was stunned. Chu Shanya was even more confused. They know each other? Long time no see. Jade. Feng Huitian smiled. Ding Qingyu's eyes instantly turned red, and he went up and hugged Feng Huitian fiercely, directly crying out, brother, you're still alive. When I heard about your family's accident at the time, I thought you were gone too. Ding Qingyu was Feng Huitian's elementary school classmate. When his father was sick and his life was on the line, it was also Feng Huitian's father who saved him. Only when he was in junior high school, Ding Qingyu's family moved to another city, and counting, The two of them hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. Chu Shangya now also understood. No wonder Fong Huitian had made a strong effort to raise the price on this project. So it was to help an old acquaintance. Wu Shueguang is a blood loss. He thought that he had outsmarted Fong Huitian. But in the end, he was put on the spot by someone else. Fong Huitian himself did not spend a penny. On the contrary, to help old acquaintances to collect 100 million financing, and still absolute control. Wu Shueguang in the end, in addition to being able to share some of the red, cannot get anything. Chu Shangya couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This Mr. Fong, he's quite naughty. Kaiten, you and I need to get together. Ding Chengyu was inwardly overwhelmed. Fong Huitian was not only a benefactor to him, but also a brother he had played with since childhood, just wanting to agree. At this time, Wu Shueguang also came out, just in time to see the scene, directly dumbfounded. You guys even know each other? Wu Shueguang was stunned, instantly turning red in the face after reacting. He had actually been played like a fool by Fong Huitian. It's $100 million. The clown was himself? Jade, you go ahead. I'll contact you some other time. Ding Qingyu seemed to understand as well. He had heard Wu Shueguang bidding with someone else when he was at the venue, but he hadn't expected that this person would be his good brother. At this moment the heart is once again grateful. Okay, then I'll go back and make the arrangements. And you remember to call me. Ding Qingyu left a business card and left. And at this moment, Wu Shueguang was about to explode with anger. He had gone to half the trouble of spending $100 million to suppress Fong Huitian's arrogance, and it turned out to be for his benefit? My bid is retracted. I don't want it, Wu Shueguang said angrily. Chu Shangya sneered. If you say you don't want it, you don't want it? This has a legal effect. Now that you've taken the shot, there's no room for backtracking. Wu Shueguang gritted his teeth and grimaced. This is fraud on his part. Why didn't he say in advance that it was his acquaintance? I wouldn't have paid a dime if I'd known. Wu Shueguang, your words are wrong. Fong Huitian stood out. What does it matter to you if he's an acquaintance of mine? Everything is in the normal flow of the auction. And I was the one who offered $5 million first, so you had to grab it from me. Seeing your endless stance, I could only stop in the end, and you should be thanking me for not grabbing it all the way, or else you wouldn't be able to fight for $200 million right now. At those words Wu Shueguang was about to vomit blood in anger. His eyes were red and he hated it in his heart. Fong Huitian, you're looking for death. Wu Shueguang roared. The four bodyguards behind him went up and directly surrounded Fong Huitian. Chu Shangya's face suddenly changed abruptly. What are you doing? Wu Shueguang, making trouble in my territory. Believe it or not, I'll throw you all out. You shut the up. Wu Shueguang roared at her, his face fierce. Chu Shangya, how good is Fong Huitian's job? Surprisingly served you well? I'm telling you, it's hard for me to swallow my breath until I get him killed today. If you dare to intervene, I'll even get you. Let's see if you, the Chu family, have the ability to fight with my Wu family or not. Chapter 143, Seeking Death. Wu Shueguang had gotten mad and lost his mind. Couldn't care less about anything. Especially Chu Shangya defending Fong Huitian at every turn made him even more enraged. Wu Shueguang, don't go too far. Chu Shangya had a dark face. Her fists clenched. Wu Shueguang was full of humiliation towards her. If it wasn't for the concern of the huge Wu family, she really wanted to ask someone to chop up Wu Shueguang and feed him to the dogs immediately. So what if I went overboard today? What the hell are you waiting for? Waste the son of a for me. Wu Shueguang ordered angrily. The four bodyguards were about to make their move. And just then, a figure swished over. Incredibly fast. The four bodyguards didn't even see the person's figure before they saw that he was already standing in front of Fong Huitian. Whoever disrespects my brother, I want him dead. Fong Huitian was also stunned. He was all set to fight the other party, but he didn't expect Rong Jigua to rush over it this time. But you could tell that Rong Jigua was quite agile, like they've been professionally trained. Who the hell are you? Are you looking for death? Waste them both for me. Wu Shueguang ordered again, but this time, before the bodyguards could move, Rong Jigua instead struck first, only to see him going crazy like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In just a few seconds, the four bodyguards had all gone flying backwards. One by one, they fell to the ground and wailed in agony. Can't even stand up. Wu Shueguang was dumbfounded, looking at Rong Jigua walking towards him. He was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground. You, what are you doing? Do you know who I am? I'm Wu Shueguang, the eldest son of the 8 great families, the Wu family. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, I want you to be unable to mix in Ningjiang in the future. At that Rong Jigua paused and frowned. The other party was not small. He really couldn't afford to provoke. Forget it, big brother Rong. There's no need to bother with this kind of person. Fong Huitian patted Rong Jigua's shoulder. So he said to Chu Shangya, Ms. Chu, then there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Chu Shangya nodded. feeling very sorry. I'm so sorry, Mr. Fong. I didn't expect this to happen. Wait, who told you to leave? Stop right there. At that moment, Wu Shuiguang stood up and started pretending again, seeing that he had raised the big mountain of the Wu family to intimidate the other party. Then naturally he couldn't let them leave easily. Wu Shuiguang, are you finished? Looking for death? Chu Shanya glared at him viciously. What a death wish. If Wu Shuiguang dares to bite Fong Huitian again, sooner or later the Wu family will be killed by him. The one who seeks death is Fong Huitian. They even dared to beat up my people. Don't they want to give me an explanation? Get your ass over here and kneel down. Drill through my crotch and yell grandpa 3 times, and I'll leave you alone today. Wu Shuiguang's expression at the moment was incomparably beaten. Fong Huitian felt bored, but he didn't want to cause trouble, so he simply ignored him. Seeing him ignoring him, Wu Shuiguang instantly got angry. You can't hear me, can you? Hurry up and get your ass over here and kneel down, or I'll call someone to grab your wife and gangbang her, believe it or not? Words. Fong Huitian violently stumbled. Only his expression was instantly icy cold. The aura of his body was even exuding a gloomy and cold aura, and even Rong Jigua felt as if the surroundings had suddenly cooled down. You seek death. Fong Huitian spoke out grimly. Spinning around, he turned violently and kicked directly. Wu Shuiguang's entire body ended up on the ground like a toad, unable to stand up, covering his stomach. He turned red, his breath was disorganized, and he couldn't speak. Chang Yicheng was Fong Huitian's soft underbelly. He didn't care about anything, but if anyone dared to involve his wife, he would not be spared. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an ancestral training, with this kick just now, Wu Shuiguang would already be a dead man. Chapter 144, Too busy to eat. Chu Shanya didn't expect Fong Huitian to strike at Wu Shuiguang. At this time, he hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Fong, please calm down. Fong Huitian knew that Chu Shanya was afraid of getting into trouble. This was her territory after all. So he walked over to Wu Shuiguang and grabbed him by the hair. This is the last time I will tolerate you. Cherish it. Next time, I'll break your family. Fong Huitian had an icy face. This time he was really angry. How dare you threaten his wife? Looking for death. After saying that, Fong Huitian left with Rong Jigua. Chu Shanya looked at Wu Shuiguang and the others icily and called for them to be sent to the hospital. However, before leaving, he still gave Wu Shuiguang a piece of advice. After all, the Wu family and the Chu family have cooperation. I advise you not to ask for trouble. Mr. Fong is not someone you can mess with. Wu Shuiguang gritted his teeth in hatred. Today, he was tricked by Fong Huitian. And even more so, he even hit him in the face in front of Chu Shanya. How could he bear this humiliation? Fong Huitian, you wait for me. If I don't get you killed, my surname won't be Wu. He completely ignored Chu Shanya's advice. Out of the casino, Chu Shanya called for someone to send Fong Huitian and Rong Jigua away. Brother Rong, look at you, good hands, agile and well-trained. Stayed in the war team, right? Fong Huitian was interested in Rong Jigua's identity. He smiled and nodded, but his expression showed sadness. I was attached to a secretive war team, and 2 years ago, our detachment carried out a special cross-border mission. The whole battle team, in the end, only I was lucky to survive. And my captain, too, lost his life trying to save me. Speaking of which, Rong Jigua looked sad. Since then he has retired from the military, and the sister-in-law, as he calls her, is the captain's wife. Fong Huitian had actually already seen that Rong Jigua looked like an ironclad war veteran, both externally and internally. My life is the captain's, so even if I die, I absolutely must save my sister-in-law. Kaiten, in a sense, you're my savior too. Brother Rong, you are fighting for your country and people. What I did is not worth mentioning at all. You are the ones who should be remembered and respected by all. Fong Huitian deeply admired Rong Jigua, and upon hearing this, Rong Jigua's eyes reddened. Being able to be recognized, even though he is retired, he still feels immense pride in his heart and has never regretted it. Send Fong Huitian home. Before leaving also did not forget to urge, Huitian, in the future there are any things, just ask. I may not be able to help, but to do a little strength work, personal protection and so on, I'm definitely a good hand. Rong Jigua smiled. Fong Huitian nodded. I'll look for you if I need you. Take care, Brother Rong. After sending Rong Jigua away, Fong Huitian also went upstairs. At the moment, there were only Chang Yicheng and Chang Yisan sisters at home, watching TV in the living room. Fong Huitian was a bit puzzled. In the past, at this time, shouldn't it be the in-laws sitting in the living room watching TV? Why are you so quiet today? Where are mom and dad? Who knows? The two of them have been so god-awful lately. They might have driven up to blow off steam somewhere at this time. Chang Yicheng gave a helpless cry. You still want them both at home, don't you? You haven't had enough? Asin. Chang Yicheng frowned and chided. and Chang Yisun beamed and said no more. There's food on the table. Warm yourself up. Fong Huitian nodded, and at that moment, Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong returned. The two old men were full of spring in their step, and Chang Guozhong even whistled. Yo, Mom and Dad are in a good mood. You didn't even come back for dinner. Where did you go to dabble in a big meal? Why don't you call us? Chang Yisun smiled. Pan Hong slapped her. You child, why do you speak in a conspiratorial manner? Your mom and I were there to talk business, so busy we didn't even eat. So what's the big deal about rubbing it in? Gee, if some white wolves don't give us business, we have to find our own way out, don't we? Isn't that right, daughter? Chang Guozhong smiled and sat down, glancing meaningfully at Chang Yicheng. Chapter 145, Chang Yicheng's unease. Pointing fingers? Chang Yicheng spoke up at this time. Mom and Dad, you guys are the yin and yang, aren't you? Your business is not reliable at all. I advise you to stop as soon as possible and stay away from Lu Xiaoyun. He has a bad heart. At those words the old couple's faces changed slightly. Pan Hong was dissatisfied. You stay out of our business. You don't even give us any business points with you. And you even say that we're causing you trouble. Do you have a daughter like you? That's right. We think of you in every way and also pull business for you. Do not appreciate it, even if it is not. And also said that we are not reliable? How dare you forget what your father used to do? Cheng Guozhong gets angry when he talks about this. So he looked at Fong Huitian and yelled. Are you holding up the corpse here? Didn't you hear us say we haven't eaten? Why don't you hurry up and cook? Fong Huitian had a helpless face. Alright, I'll go heat up the food. Warm up what hot meal, redo it for us. Now we're a credit to the family. And you're trying to fool us with leftovers? Cheng Guozhong's strength in this nonsense is also a masterpiece. Cheng Yicheng was all pissed off and laughed, but also the meritocracy. The two of them don't cause trouble for the family and then thank God. Okay, Mom and Dad, I'll fry up a couple of dishes for you. After saying that, Fong Huitian ran to the kitchen. He couldn't afford to deal with these two old men. Chang Yicheng didn't bother to say much to her parents, so she went to the kitchen to help Fong Huitian. My right eyelid has been jumping all the time lately. I have a bad feeling about it. Kaiten, do you think Mom and Dad and the others are going to get me in trouble again? Chang Yicheng asked with a frown as she helped pick the vegetables. You're the one who's been a little stressed lately and not sleeping well. Is it because you're not comfortable with me coming to bed? Fong Huitian smiled badly. Chang Yicheng's cheeks instantly turned red. Not a serious one. I'm talking business with you here. I'm also talking about the right thing. Xiao Chang. You see, when I into the nest to sleep, the day is cold. Two people a nest warm each other more hot. Chang Yicheng's face turned even redder as she huffed. Do it yourself, I'm not helping you yet. Tire yourself out, you idiot. After that, she dropped her dish and ran out shyly. Fong Huitian smiled. His wife was getting cuter and cuter in front of him. More and more of a little woman. For the next few days, Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong came back late every day, and getting happier by the day. The more she saw them like this, the more uneasy Chang Yicheng felt. As a result, they don't say anything even if you ask them, and they wear gold and silver every day, and they are in a state of complete profligacy. I really feel that they have been fooled by Lu Xiaoyun. Do you think I should ask Lu Xiaoyun about it? Chang Yicheng called Fong Huitian. She really felt ungrounded. Even if you ask, it's futile. Mom and Dad won't say anything. Do you think Lu Xiaoyun will say anything? Tell you what, don't worry about it. I'll get someone to help me look into it. Fong Huitian was somewhat related to the five tigers after all, so Chang Yicheng still trusted him. Hanging up the phone, Fong Huitian called Lin Yaodong and told him about this. Okay, Mr. Fong, by this time tomorrow at the latest, I promise to get back to you. After finishing this matter, Fong Huitian was ready to make a trip to the resort hotel, but before he could move, he hurriedly ran into his office with Yi Ling on his back. What's the situation with old Ho? Seeing Yi Ling unconscious, Fong Huitian was confused. Mr. Fong, take a look at Miss. She learned acupuncture at home on her own and stabbed herself unconscious. No matter what, she can't wake up. He was sweating in a hurry. Fong Huitian hurriedly placed Yi Ling on the sofa. This little tigress. I let her learn about human acupoints. Who let her needle herself on the acupoints? Why don't you guys stop her too? Fong Huitian got angry. Old, he cried with a sad face. We thought Miss had learned from you. Otherwise, why would she experiment with herself? I should have known. We should have stopped her. It's okay to experiment on us. How could she do it to herself? Chapter 146. She's a genius. Old, he was about to cry in a hurry. If something happened to Yi Ling, let alone not having the face to meet Yifeng Tian, even he couldn't get past himself. What nonsense! You can't experiment on anyone without having studied acupuncture. Do you know that stabbing the wrong point can kill you? Fong Huitian chortled. He was so scared that he sat on his butt. A death? Mr. Fong, you must save Miss. I won't live if anything happens to her. Old, he was crying. Fong Huitian ignored him. so he checked Yiling's pulse and found that her life was not in danger. Pulling out his own silver needle, 3 needles went down, and Yiling suddenly coughed violently. Awake! Mrs. Awake! Old he was shocked and stood up hastily, almost jumping up in excitement. Master! Yiling smiled faintly at Fong Huitian after she slowed down. Still no, I'm your master? I haven't even taught you to administer needles yet, and you dare to experiment on yourself? Looking for death? Fong Huitian scolded sternly. Yiling, on the other hand, was full of grievances. Master, I've finished learning that book, so I thought I'd give it a try on my own. I didn't think it would be dangerous. At those words Fong Huitian froze. What did you say? You learned all of that book I gave you? Yeah, backwards. Am I good? Yiling smiled innocently. It was Fong Huitian who was incomparably surprised. That book of human body acupoints and analysis, even for professional scholars, the fastest will take a year and a half to learn almost. And there's no guarantee that you'll eat it all. But Yiling said she recited it backwards? Even if you're memorizing, it's only been a few days? I'll quiz you on the main treatment of the Shinfeng point on the front of the 3rd page. Yiling said aloud. Supervisory cough, chest and rib swelling in pain, vomiting, and loss of appetite. What about the back of page 8, which illustrates the Kaiman point? Supervised back and rib pain, bowel sounds, and diarrhea. Where is the location of the diaphragm point? Fong Huitian continued to ask. The penultimate 6th intercostal space, 6 centimeters from the midline of the back, 1 point on each side of the left and right sides, and the acupuncture method is 1 to 2 centimeters diagonally down along the intercostal space, or moxibustion. The main treatment for chronic bleeding disorders and diaphragmatic spasms. Master, do you want me to talk more about the localized anatomy of the diaphragm point? Yiling's answer was catchy and flowing. It's as if the knowledge of this book is completely imprinted in the brain. Fong Huitian was incomparably shocked. This little tigress is a genius at studying medicine. You've been working day and night for the past few days to completely devour this book? No, Mr. Fong, miss, she attends normal classes every day, and only reads and learns a little when she gets home. And her breaks are also normal. It's just in time for today's weekend. I studied all day yesterday and got up this morning to finish the last part, so I zapped myself. Fong Huitian was incomparably surprised. Talent. Yiling is gifted. She's a genius in learning Chinese medicine. Ah, little tigress. Starting today, I will officially teach you the art of healing. If you want to learn acupuncture, the prerequisite is to feel it. Did you feel anything while the needle was going down? Fong Huitian was very excited. He didn't expect that a mistake would lead him to stumble upon such a wizard. It was too rare. He must cultivate Yiling into a generation of famous doctors. Yiling thought about it, so she spoke. When the first 2 needles were stuck down, it felt a little up. The hand that applied the needles could feel it. But then it's not clear. I fainted. Well, not. He. Laughed out loud like a little fool. Fong Huitian nodded. Feeling up is right. Acupuncture is about qi. If there is no feeling of rising, it means that you are sticking it in the wrong place. There is no concept of acupuncture points in the philosophy of Western medicine, including modern medicine, but in Chinese medicine, acupuncture points do exist, and must not be randomly administered, otherwise you do not care about a needle down. It is likely to take a person's life. No? The so-called dead center is exactly the same thing. Chapter 147, A New Type of Cold Medicine. Fong Huitian used his office as a schoolhouse, narrating some theories to Yiling. I wrote it myself in this book. It's simple and easy for you to read and understand. Go back and learn this thoroughly, so you won't be prone to making mistakes when applying the needles again. Fong Huitian handed Yiling a thick notebook. Yiling received it with joy. Master, you wrote this especially for me? Nonsense. All my knowledge is in my head. You have to do what I do, you know? Also, don't let studying medicine delay your regular schooling, or else you won't be able to understand a lot of Chinese medicine. I know, Master. Thank you, Master. Then I'll go back to study. Yiling bowed to Fong Huitian, so clutching his laptop, he ran merrily out the door. Mr. Fong, then I'll leave first as well. Lao, he said that he was also going to leave, but he suddenly stopped when he reached the door. Mr. Fong, I almost forgot. There's something I need to report to you. Fong Huitian froze. What is it? It's true. There's a new type of cold medicine on the market these days, but the reaction wasn't good. Many people vomited and had diarrhea when they ate this medicine, and it was said that people died from eating it. Fong Huitian was startled. Eating dead people? What's going on? Doesn't the Drug Administration care? Old, he shook his head. It's not good to manage. This cold medicine, pure counterfeiting, is to change the packaging of other pharmaceutical companies sold. Many pharmacies cannot distinguish. The pharmacy board has gotten involved, but it's hard to get to the source, and I only heard about it this morning. Fong Huitian furrowed his brows and clenched his fists in anger. These black-hearted businessmen are so heartless that they dare to sell fake medicines to fool the people. The reason I'm reporting to you is because there are rumors outside that this matter is related to the Cheng family. What? Feng Huatian's eyes widened. Impossible. Cheng's group has very strict control over medicines. Aren't they looking for death by doing this? I know that Ms. Cheng is now the general manager, and she alone has the final say in all matters of the group. But it is precisely because of this that she is more likely to be framed. Have to be on guard on Mr. Feng. Once this matter is related to the Cheng family, all the responsibility will be borne by Miss Cheng. He was also frowning. I've already asked people to start investigating. Mr. Feng, once there is any new situation, I will report back to you first. Feng Huitian nodded. He also felt a little uneasy after Lao He left. Could it be that Cheng Guo's father and son are up to no good again? Trying to persecute Chinese Cheng? Xiao Cheng. Has Cheng Jiaqing been up to any tricks lately? Feng Huitian called Chinese Cheng. No. Since second uncle left the company, Cheng Jiaqing has subsided much more. At those words Feng Huitian frowned. The more his opponent subsided, the more he felt something was wrong. Given the character of the Cheng family's father and son, it would be strange if they could stop. What's wrong? Did you hear some bad rumors? No, but you still need to pay more attention to Cheng Jiaqing, and be sure to keep an eye out when you come into contact with him. With what we know about their family, I don't think they may be truly honest. Chang Yicheng nodded. I'll pay more attention. Hang up the phone. Feng Huitian still felt that something was wrong, and just then, Tang Yishou suddenly called him. The tone was very anxious. It's not good, Mr. Feng. Our Isho hall has been seized. What? What's going on? Feng Huitian was also anxious. Lao He's side just said something about fake medicine, and as a result, Yishitang was sealed. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? The pharmacy board says we sell fake medicines, but we're a Chinese medicine center and we've never sold Western medicines. They won't listen to my explanations now, and they're going to take me away. You need to contact Chief Shui. You're the only one who can help me. Who told you to call? Turn it off for me. There was a cacophony of voices from across the street. Immediately afterward, Tang Yishou hung up the phone. Feng Huitian dialed back again, and it was already prompted to turn off the phone. Chapter 148 Tang Yishou's arrest. Things are a little rough. Feng Huitian always felt that this fake medicine incident was by no means as simple as it seemed. He hurriedly made a call to Shui Tianming to ask what was going on. Kate this time the matter is a bit serious. Otherwise I wouldn't have sealed the Isho hall. The fake cold medicine incident has attracted the attention of the provincial capital, eating people to death. With all the clues pointing straight to Ishu Tang, I can't help but take action. Shui Tianming actually didn't want to believe it. After all, Yishitang was the #1 TCM center in Ningjiang. Tang Yishou is even a medical representative and a senior member of the Provincial Medical Association. Who would believe that such a person would sell counterfeit medicines? Director Shui, there must be a problem here. Yishitang is a Chinese medicine center. How could they possibly sell Western medicines? Shui Tianming sighed. A counterfeiter has reported that they have already tested the ingredients of this batch of fake medicines, and the raw materials of several of them have been monopolized by Yishitang, which is enough to explain the problem. Someone else has investigated and said that a van stops in the backyard of Isho Hall every night for anywhere from 2 to 3 hours at a time. It's a dead zone for surveillance. And who's to say if they're sneaking herbs? Feng Huitian frowned and continued to ask. Then is it possible that the cold medicine was imported from a foreign province? Maybe it wasn't made in our Longan province? Shui Tianming shook his head. Impossible. This kind of medicine is only sold in Longan province, and our province is very strict on drug control. It's impossible for us to find a cold medicine that can cover the entire province that we can't find. So this batch of medicine, it must have been made in the province and sold in the province. It's over. Old Tang's person Feng Huitian still understood. Although he used to be a bit condescending, he had changed since the acupuncture thing with Shui Tianming's daughter. And he's not a bad guy to do something like that? Back to heaven. Right now we have a preliminary suspicion that Yishitang is suspected of selling raw materials for making counterfeit medicines, but we're not sure if they're directly involved in the production and sales. If Tang Yishou has collusion of interest with the production gang, then he is really finished. Feng Huitian thought for a moment. Bureau Shui. There is no direct evidence that can prove that the cold medicine went out from Yishitang. Yes, they're a Chinese medicine center after all. They won't be selling Western medicines, but that doesn't mean Tang Yishou is innocent. And is old Don taken away now? Shui Tianming, we asked him if the van was here to pick up the drugs. He stammered and refused to say, and has been brought back to the bureau for investigation. Hui Tian, you mustn't follow and get involved in this matter. Seeing as how Tang Yishou is stammering, he must have sold the raw materials. Otherwise how could the raw materials monopolized by Yishitang go out to be made into cold medicine, and in such large batches? Feng Huitian frowned and took a deep breath. After hanging up, he felt uneasy too. Lao, he said the cold medicine incident might have something to do with the Chang family, and now old Don's been taken in again. I'm afraid things really aren't that simple. Evening. When Fong Huitian returned home, his father-in-law and mother-in-law had not yet returned. Chang Yicheng and Chang Yisin were cooking in the kitchen. He walked over. Yisin, you go rest. I'll do it. Chang Yicheng gave him a blank look. What for? Trying to please your sister-in-law. Tired of me, aren't you? Fong Huitian smiled. I want to be alone with you for a while. Ha, that's so meaty. I'm going to puke. Chang Yisin pretended to shiver. Chang Yicheng pushed her out of the kitchen. Go go go. Watch your TV. I can't be happy, haha. After saying that, Chang Yisin went to the living room to watch TV. At this time, Fong Huitian had a serious face. Xiao Chang, recently a cold medicine has become popular on the market. Have you heard about it? She nodded. I heard about it. It's rumored to be fake and people have died from eating it. This group of people are really heartless. They will do anything to make money. It pisses me off. Chapter 149, Expulsion from the Family Home. Chang Yicheng was indignant. Then he looked at Fong Huitian suspiciously. Why are you asking this? You don't suspect that this medicine is made by our company, right? Fong Huitian busily said. How can that be? With you, the general manager, in charge, who would dare to mess around? Chang Yicheng gave him a blank look, but a smile appeared on her face. By the way, Xiao Chang, Mom and Dad and Lu Xiaoyun, what exactly are they doing? At those words Chang Yicheng froze and looked at Fong Huitian. What do you mean? You suspect that they made this batch of cold medicine? Mom and Dad are usually unreasonable, but are they that bad in your mind? Chang Yicheng pulled down her face, very dissatisfied. Fong Huitian was doubting Mom and Dad. This was too much. Xiao Chang, don't be angry. I'm afraid that the two of them will be tricked by Lu Xiaoyun. Pop. Chang Yicheng slammed her plate down hard. Even Chang Yisin, who was sitting in the living room, was startled. After all, you still suspect them, don't you? I know they usually scold you and put you through the ringer, but you can't insult their character. Fong Huitian, are my parents such bad-hearted, heartless people in your eyes? Chang Yicheng was really angry, completely fuming. Fong Huitian hurriedly explained. Xiao Cheng, listen to me. Of course I know that Mom and Dad don't have a bad heart, but they are easily exploited or deceived by Lu Xiaoyun. Enough, Fong Kaiten. Chang Yicheng yelled with red eyes. Do you think my parents are 3 years old? Lu Xiaoyun says he'll use them and cheat them? I didn't think you'd throw dirt on them. Even if you're upset with them, there's no need to be so insulting, is there? Chang Yicheng was disappointed with Fong Huitian. Usually, when his parents talk about him, he himself is extremely defensive and defends him at every turn. But now he is putting trumped-up charges on his parents and making them out to be bereaved. How can you not be angry? Chang Yisin, who heard the quarrel, also ran in and directly pushed Fong Huitian away fiercely. Good Fong Huitian, you punk have grown capable, haven't you? How dare you bully my sister? Chang Yicheng was crying, looking at her sister being aggrieved. Chang Yisin directly picked up the kitchen knife and aimed it at him. It was good that Chang Yicheng stopped it with one hand. Sis, let go of me. This punk dares to bully you. I can't spare him. Chang Yicheng hugged her sister to death and yelled towards Fong Huitian. Get lost. I don't want to see you. Chang Yicheng's words caused Fong Huitian to fall into an icy valley. What kept him enduring the humiliation and supporting him to stay in this family was all because of Chang Yicheng. But now, he and his wife can be considered to have eased their relationship, and this is the time to tell him to get lost? Haru, I told you to get lost, do you hear me? Get lost. Fong Huitian stared blankly at his wife and finally lowered his head, removed his apron and left. Get out and never come back. My parents were right. You should have divorced my sister. You don't even deserve my sister. What the hell are you? After closing the door, Chang Yisin's hissing insults could still be heard. Fong Huitian felt incomparably tired. Even at the moment, he himself is wondering if it's worth it for him. For the sake of his wife, he has to put up with everyone's humiliation and cynicism every day. It is not true that he loved his wife dearly, and he could even tolerate all the humiliations that everyone had inflicted on him. As long as Haru didn't leave him alone, he had no complaints. But at the moment, even his wife doesn't want him, just because he suspects his in-laws. Fong Huitian smiled helplessly and bitterly. If it really wasn't meant to be, he resigned himself to his fate, leaving the Chang family. Fong Huitian walked aimlessly down the street. At that moment, a lame old beggar came up to him. He was pudgy and ragged, a broken bowl in his left hand and a cane in his right. Sir, spare me $1. I haven't eaten all day. Chapter 150, The Old Beggar. Fong Huitian saw that the old man was indeed pitiful. Despite the fact that there were too many charlatans today, he could see from his experience in the 5 arts of square medicine that the old man did have a problem with his legs and feet, and by the look of his face, he does look malnourished. Even if they are crooks, it's too much work to be out at your age. So Fong Huitian pulled out his cell phone. Old man, is there a QR code? The old beggar froze. Sir, what is the QR code? Fong Huitian was equally stunned. Could this be a real beggar? All those crooks have QR codes now, and this old man doesn't even know what they are? Old man, I don't have much cash in my pocket. Only $35. Fong Huitian pulled out the cash in his pocket. Who carries cash when they go out these days? That's all it is. It's still the same amount of money an old lady gets for medicine for her pet's doctor's appointment. You are a kind man. Sir, I only need one piece. Just take it all, old man, and I'll take you to get something to eat. No need. The old beggar refused outright. Sir, your good deeds are rewarded, and sometimes the disaster at hand may not be a disaster, but a turnaround. It may seem like you're on a desperate path, but there are some things you can't escape. Any suffering, if you use it well, may turn into your armor and make you achieve. Fong Huitian froze, so he smiled. Thank you for comforting the old man. I know. It seems like beggars can't be beggars without some culture nowadays. I'm sure this old man has something to say like this to thank others every time he receives money, right? The old beggar walked away on his crutches. Fong Huitian turned around to leave as well. But just then, the old beggar's voice suddenly came from behind. Your parents' deaths weren't an accident, and your sister's failure to wake up was something else. Fong Huitian was violently stunned. One moment, he felt his scalp tingle, chills run down his spine, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Jerking around, he stared wide-eyed at his empty behind. That old beggar unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. Where are you? Who are you? What do these words mean? Fong Huitian roared like a madman, but the surrounding area was empty, and there was no sign of the old beggar at all. What do you mean? The deaths of your parents weren't an accident, and your sister can't wake up for other reasons? What kind of god was this old beggar and how did he know about their Fong family? Fong Huitian was trembling, his head full of question marks. That's when a delivery boy passed by and stopped beside him. Sir, an old beggar asked me to give you this. The delivery boy pulled out an envelope. Where is he? It's right over there. Just took a cab. Fong Huitian hurriedly chased after him, but where was the old beggar's figure? He frowned, so opened the envelope, only to see a piece of paper inside wrote, 5 years ago, the car accident has nothing to do with your lover. Is someone carefully arranged? The Fong family is a mysterious family. One day you will find the truth. After reading this, Fong Huitian's brain buzzed. The death of her parents had nothing to do with Haru, and their Fong family's origins are mysterious? What the hell is going on here? It was investigated back then, as well as pulling surveillance. The parents were clearly in a car accident to avoid their wives who were on the phone. Fong Huitian's mind was in a mess. He looked around for the old beggar, and did not find it until dawn. He wanted to know the truth of everything so badly. What was the secret of the Fong family? If the car accident really had nothing to do with his wife, how could he make up for all the years of Haru's torment and aggravation? And the sister's coma? The old beggar said there was another mystery. So how can I get my sister back to consciousness? He sat helplessly on the floor, his whole body in a trance. And meanwhile the Chang family. Chang Yicheng walked out of the bedroom with a pair of red panda eyes. She hadn't slept a wink and had cried even more half the night. In fact, she regretted it when she drove Fong Huitian away, thinking that she had spoken too heavily and must have hurt Fong Huitian. But the kid even turned off his cell phone, and no one answered at all when he called. At that moment there was a sound from the door of the room, only to see his parents come in from outside with a panicked look on their faces. She froze. Mom and Dad, did you guys stay out all night? Chapter 151, He's a Disaster. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong's faces were very ugly and as pale as they could be. Chang Yicheng saw the situation and hurriedly went forward to ask, Mom and Dad, what's wrong with you guys? Are you not feeling well? Pan Hong's eyes were covered in blood. She trembled as she looked at Chang Yicheng, not knowing what to say. She was about to stifle her tears. Cheng Guozhong hurriedly spoke. No, nothing, don't ask. He panicked, pulled Pan Hong up and headed back to the bedroom. Old Chang, what should we do? This matter can't really be related to us, right? Tang Yishou has been arrested. This Lu Xiaoyun wouldn't really be making fake medicines, would he? Pan Hong was in a hurry and cried. They've heard about the recent fake drug scandal. Eat a dead man's ass. And Tang Yishou was arrested by the Pharmaceutical Affairs Bureau. I heard it was because he was suspected of selling ingredients for making fake drugs. But that batch of raw materials, it was the two of them who procured it. When the time comes to investigate, won't they be arrested as well? What are you babbling about? Even if Lu Xiaoyun makes fake medicine, it has nothing to do with us. We are only responsible for purchasing raw materials and have no involvement in anything else. What are we being arrested for? Cheng Guozhong said so on his lips, but he had no bottom in his heart. They're the general manager, the person in charge of purchasing raw materials. Can you get away with it? No, we have to find Lu Xiaoyun immediately and ask him what's going on. If he's really involved in counterfeiting, isn't he putting us in harm's way? The old couple was furious to the core. so they called Lu Xiaoyun. Uncle Chang, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoyun appeared to have just woken up and his voice was still a bit hoarse. Chang Guozhong furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Lu Xiaoyun, did you make fake medicine? Aren't you doing us a disservice?" At this Lu Xiaoyun smiled. "Uncle, you mean the fake cold medicine that's popular outside, right? This is not a good thing to talk about over the phone, so come to my house." "Well, you must give us a statement today." Chang Guozhong hung up the phone fiercely, so they went out with Pan Hong. "What's wrong with mom and dad? What's the rush?" Chang Yisin had just come out of the bedroom when she saw her parents running out and asked in confusion. At this moment, Chang Yicheng was cooking breakfast in the kitchen. Her mind was thinking about Feng Weitian at the moment. She didn't hear her sister's words at all. "What are you fuming about, sis? I asked what happened to your mom and dad." Chang Yisin came to her sister's side and her voice increased to startle her. "No, it's okay, who knows? Ask them and they won't tell." Chang Yicheng felt physically and mentally exhausted, and none of the family let her save her heart. Now only her sister could make her feel better. "Sis, you're thinking about that loser again, aren't you? He dares to bully you now. Why do you still miss him? What kind of good man can't you find with your qualifications? He doesn't know enough to take advantage of this loser." "Damn thing." Chang Yisin was indignant. Chang Yicheng frowned and slapped her. "No nonsense. Hui Tian didn't bully me. He's your brother-in-law. Speak to him with some respect in the future. Look at your eyes, they're all swollen from crying, and you're saying he didn't bully you? Besides, how can he have a future? Will he have the face to come back if he leaves this time?" Chang Yicheng lowered her head. Feng Weitian was driven away by her. "This guy's not really not coming back, is he? His cell phone is off. Sis, don't think about the troublesome things. I'll take today off to spend time with you, and you also take a day off from work." Chang Yisin smiled. The other side. Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong have arrived at Lu Xiaoyun's house. At this moment, the second old man glared at him angrily. "Did you make the fake medicine or not? Aren't you harming us?" Lu Xiaoyun frowned slightly. "Uncle and auntie, this is something I still want to ask you. You purchased the ingredients from Yishu Tang. How did they get out into the world? I've asked Boss Zhang of Lark Pavilion. They didn't receive that batch of raw materials at all. Who the hell did you give it to?" Chapter 152. What? At those words, the two old men all stared with wide eyes. "No way. The person in charge on my side, Ma Haitao. He personally escorted the car to send it over. How could he not receive it?" Chang Guozhong was furious. A few of the medicines on the list issued by the Lark Pavilion had already been monopolized by Yishuatang. He knew that the two big Chinese medicine centers were in competition, so he wasted a lot of effort to go to Tangisho with a stiff upper lip. Previously, because of Shui Tianming's daughter, Feng Weitian and Tangisho had a very unpleasant falling out, so Chang Guozhong was ready to apologize to Tangisho on behalf of that waste of a son-in-law, in a lowly manner. But I didn't expect Tangisho to see it was him, but even very enthusiastic agreed to sell him the raw materials, and still the lowest price. The ingredients that he had managed to procure back with great difficulty were sent to the Lark Pavilion at the first opportunity every time. And they said they didn't get it? Don't be angry for a moment. Uncle Chang, you said it was Ma Haitao who escorted them every time? Oops, Ma Haitao has run away. He's a traitor. Lu Xiaoyun looked remorseful. At that Cheng Guozhong was dumbfounded. Ma Haitao ran away? That fake drug thing, really caused by this batch of raw materials? The old couple was instantly confused, and their legs went limp as they sat directly on the ground. Auntie and uncle blame me for this. I was careless in my hiring. Lu Xiaoyun rushed forward to help the old couple up. Cheng Guozhong was crying his face off, when he suddenly spoke. "Xiaoyun, this matter has nothing to do with us. You must help us." "Don't worry, Uncle Chang, I've already sent someone to look for Ma Haitao, but the hope is very slim. If he's gone abroad, it'll be hard to find him." Lu Xiaoyun pretended to sigh. Pan Hong grabbed him violently at that moment. "Xiaoyun, we are on the same boat. You must help us. If your uncle and I get caught, you won't get away with it." Cheng Guozhong also reacted. Right. Xiaoyun Company is yours. You have to be responsible for anything that happens. You help us and you help yourself." At that Lu Xiaoyun furrowed his brows. These two old men are really mad dogs. They bite everyone they see. At this time, his face was icy cold. "Uncle and aunt, what do you mean? You want to pull me down too so soon?" It had all come to a critical point. And Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong weren't afraid to tear their faces off. "Lu Xiaoyun, everything is run by you. Although we are the general manager, we don't have the authority to make fake medicines." "That's right. When the time comes we'll make it clear. No one will give us a hard time. You're the one who's in charge. And Ma Haitao is also your man." As he watched the two old men skimming the surface, Lu Xiaoyun sneered. "Uncle and auntie, originally I wanted to help you guys out, but since you guys have to ask me to take the thunder now, don't blame me for not remembering old times. See for yourselves what this is." With that, he took out a contract and handed it to Cheng Guozhong. Cheng Guozhong saw this contract, the very same contract he signed with Lu Xiaoyun to become the company's general manager in the first place. When they opened it, the two old men were dumbfounded. The company transfer? The second old man was directly confused. They just signed this contract without even looking at it in the first place. I didn't realize it wasn't a labor partnership at all, but a company transfer. Uncle and auntie, at that time, in order for you two to have your own business, so I hid it from you and directly gave the company to you. I invested in 100 million and your current office area. That old mansion I rented for 30 years at once. The rent is $15 million, but now this is how you repay me? Let me take the blame for the wrongs you've done? Count me out. In that case, you'll be on the hook for this money. It's clearly written in the contract. My investment is unconditionally given to this company, but if you don't work for 30 years, you'll be responsible for all your investment. Lu Xiaoyun looked stern. At those words, Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong were even more flustered. Let them take the money? $115 million. They simply can't afford to lose it even if they put their lives on the line. Xiaoyun, we were wrong. You can't leave us alone. We were in a hurry to say those words. We were wrong. You must help us. Otherwise, if anything happens to us, Haru will hate you for the rest of your life. Chapter 153, Lycanthropy. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong both cried anxiously. Lu Xiaoyun looked at them with cold eyes and finally let out a fake sigh. Uncle and auntie, if it weren't for Xiao Qing's sake, I really wouldn't bother with this matter. In that case, I do have a good way to help you. The second old man was overjoyed at the words. Really? How can you help us? Lu Xiaoyun smiled evilly. It's very simple. You guys take the contract to Feng Huitian and ask him to take over this mess, isn't it? As long as he signs the papers, then the fake medicine is none of your business and the responsibility is all his. And he alone is responsible for all this money I've invested in it. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong came to a realization. Yeah, why didn't we think of that? Don't worry, Xiaoyun. We'll find Feng Huitian to sign when we get back. When he takes over this mess, we'll make him divorce Haru right away. The older two were beyond excited to leave. Lu Xiaoyun sneered. So he called Zhang Shui. Boss Zhang, my side is done. Laughter came from Zhang Shui. Tang Yishou went in as well. So this makes our cooperation a complete success. By the way, young Master Lu, has that Ma Haitao been sent away? Don't worry about it. He was sent out of the territory last night and is probably sunbathing on some beach right now. It was all a ploy by Lu Xiaoyun and Zhang Shui. They used the opening of the company to gain Cheng Guozhong's trust and use him to get rid of Feng Huitian and Tang Yishou. Now that the East window has come to light, Feng Huitian and Tang Yishou are in dire straits. Of course, there's still a lot of credit to be given to Cheng Guohua and Cheng Jiaqing here. Without the two of them following the play, Cheng Guozhong did not start the business so quickly. Young Master Lu, this is a really good idea of yours. Making fake medicines and at the same time cleaning up Feng Huitian and Tang Yishou all at the same time. From here on out, I guess they'll both have to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Lu Xiaoyun said smugly. This is all considered cheap for them. By the way, Boss Zhang, has the matter of the fake medicine been dealt with cleanly? No trace can be left behind. After all, we ate a dead person. We need to be incredibly careful and not allow a single mistake. Don't worry, how could I be sloppy about something this big? It's all been taken care of, and it's guaranteed that no one will be able to find out about us. The two men were in a sorry state, and at the moment they burst out laughing. Cheng Yicheng and Cheng Yisin cleaned up and prepared to go out for a stroll to take a break, and that's when Feng Huitian hurriedly ran back. Cheng Yicheng's eyes reddened when she saw him. She thought the asshole had walked away and really didn't want her. You really have the face to come back, don't you? Get the hell out of here. Leave the key, and you're not allowed in our house again. Cheng Yisin roared angrily. Feng Huitian ignored it and walked to Cheng Yicheng with a face full of guilt, looking at her fondly. If what the old beggar said was true, then he owed his wife too much. It was thought that the family car accident was entirely because of her. How much has Haru suffered in these 5 years because of herself? How much aggression? There used to be some balance in the heart, but now that he knew the truth, Feng Huitian felt incredibly guilty inside. Haru, in this life, I will never leave you. Feng Huitian raised his head and looked at Cheng Yicheng with a firm face. At that moment, she didn't have a chance to hold it together and cried out directly. Feng Huitian, you don't fool my sister with your sweet words here. And don't leave my sister in this life. You want to drag my sister down for the rest of her life? Cheng Yisin went forward and was about to tickle him, but was stopped by Cheng Yicheng. She looked at Feng Huitian and was about to say something when she suddenly received a call from her grandfather. Hey, Grandpa, where are you? Why don't you come to work? Cheng Lu's angry roar came from the other end of the phone. At the moment, Cheng Jiaqing and Cheng Guohua were by his side, while in his hand, He was holding the list of goods that Chung Guozhong had taken raw materials from at the company. Chapter 154, Do you have to break up the family before you give up? Chang Lu was thunderstruck. Chang Yicheng immediately felt that something bad had happened. What's wrong with Grandpa? What happened? What did you say happened? Something big happened. At those words Chang Yicheng's heart thumped, suddenly feeling terrified. Chang Yicheng, how dare you? Who allowed you to sell the company's raw materials to Chung Guozhong? He's your father and you have the audacity to disregard the company's interests and influence? The fake cold medicine that's popular on the market right now. The Drug Administration has already investigated our Chang family. Your whole family is looking for death. And you want to drag the entire Chang group to your back? Chang Lu was furious. Chang Yicheng was all confused and quickly explained. Grandpa, I didn't. They did look for me, but I didn't agree. You are still sophistry? I have the list of raw materials sold in my hand right now, with your official seal on it, the hard facts. 100 tons of raw materials. Chang Guozhong have lifted 50 tons. Do you know the group caused most of the losses? If the Drug Administration treats us as a company that sells counterfeits as well, then our Chang family will be all finished. Chang Lu was on the verge of exploding with anger. Blood pressure rose and he almost passed out from anger. Chang Yicheng was dumbfounded. Mom and Dad, they were really involved in the sale of counterfeit goods and counterfeiting? It's illegal. How could they do something so unconscionable? Chang Yicheng was furious and cried. Chang Lu said viciously at this time, all the responsibility is all yours alone. I've already found a lawyer to sue you, as well as Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong. All the damages and repercussions. Your whole family will take the blame on your own. Don't bring Chang's group with you. With that, he hung up the phone hard. Chang Yicheng was confused and sat down on the sofa powerlessly, feeling like she was going to collapse. What's wrong, sis? What happened? Chang Yisin was also anxious. Fong Huitian went up and squatted down, holding Chang Yicheng's hand. Don't be afraid, Haru. No matter what happens, I'll face it with you. Chang Yicheng looked at him, her heart overwhelmed with guilt and self-blame. Fong Huitian suspects that her parents are being used, and she doesn't believe it yet, but now that it was a fact, she really couldn't accept it. At this time, Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong came back in a flurry. Chang Yicheng was on fire when she saw them. Mom and Dad, what have you done? Do you have to break up this family before you stop? Chang Yicheng cried out. The old couple's faces were very ugly. Chang Yisin was confused and hurriedly went forward to pull her sister and asked, What's going on, sis? What did Mom and Dad do? Chang Yicheng was so angry that she was about to explode, so she blurted out about the fake medicine. Mom and Dad, how could you do such a thing? Isn't it harmful? The old couple was also nervous and sweating profusely. Chang Guozhong hurriedly said, This matter really has nothing to do with us. We are also being punked. That Ma Haitao guy made fake medicine behind our backs. Even Lu Xiaoyun was kept in the dark. Chang Yicheng roared. I told you long ago not to associate with Lu Xiaoyun. You guys just don't listen. And taking raw materials from the company under my banner. I'm getting killed by you guys. Mom and Dad, how could you do this? How could you sneak away my official seal? At that, Pan Hong became anxious. What are you talking about? Xiao Chang? When did we steal your official seal? Who else could it be if you didn't steal it? Without my official seal and stamp, can you take the company's raw materials? Now that the Drug Administration's investigation into counterfeit medicines has reached the Chang Group, Grandpa is suing our entire family, and if we don't get it right, we'll all go to jail. Hearing this, the old couple understood. It was Chang Guohua and Chang Jiaqing who deliberately harmed them. The official seal was stolen and stamped by Chang Jiaqing, and they thought it would help Chang Yicheng accumulate benefits. But now, in retrospect, they were trapped. The old man and his family. Isn't this to screw them to death? Chapter 155, letting him take the blame again. Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong anxious, on fire on the mouth or full of blisters. Haru, things aren't that serious, are they? Fake medicines have killed people. Do you guys think it's serious? Chang Yicheng angrily yelled at her parents. It's okay if they both usually add to the chaos, but how are they going to pay for the deaths this time? That's a human life. Can they afford to pay? Xiao Chang, your father and I are really screwed in this matter. We really didn't participate in the counterfeiting. You believe us? We also want to help you share the burden. That's why we started the business with Lu Xiaoyun, and we did it to help you. Now that things are so serious, in my opinion, it's better to let Fong Huitian take the blame. That's right, sacrificing him alone can save our whole family. It's worth it anyways. Listen to your parents. At this moment, not only Chang Yicheng looked at them incredulously, even Chang Yisin felt that Mom and Dad had gone too far this time. What are you talking about? Mom and Dad? You guys caused your own trouble and you want Kaiten to take the fall for you? Chang Guozhong looked serious. What do you mean by taking the blame for us? This matter was originally because of him. That's right. If it weren't for this loser's incompetence, why would your father and I need to go out and toss around at our age? Isn't it just that we can't count on him? so we're looking for another way out? It's all because of this punk. This useless loser. He's the reason our family is in this state. Chang Yicheng was speechless. Parental hucksterism and irrationality have reached a completely supreme level. Mom and Dad, this matter has nothing to do with Fang Huitian. Even if you guys let him take the blame, he can't. Chang Yisan stepped forward to say a fair word. At that, Cheng Guozhong took the contract out. How come there's no way? As long as he signs this, then your mom and I are out of the picture on this. Everything is Fang Huitian's responsibility. It has nothing to do with us. Chang Yisan was dumbfounded. Parents have no boundaries. Why didn't I realize Mom and Dad were doing something so ridiculous? Pan Hong looked at Fang Huitian and spoke. What are you still waiting for? Quickly sign the words. You're going to carry the responsibility for us. Our family hasn't treated you badly for so many years. If you really love Haru, then you should carry it all by yourself. Or we'll end up with our whole family in there. And it won't pay off. Don't you think? Cheng Yicheng directly blocked in front of Fang Huitian and said loudly. I don't agree. You don't agree? Do you want me and your mom to go to jail? We raised you so well, and now that we're this old, could you bear to let us in? Chang Yicheng was about to collapse. Parents on one side, husband on the other. It made it impossible for her to choose at all. At the moment she even had the heart to die. She really didn't know what to do. Haru, the fake medicine thing is enough for our family. And the total cost of this company that Lu Xiaoyun invested in, as well as our office space, is up to $115 million. Even if the fake medicine thing clears us, what about this debt? We simply can't get it out. When her parents said this, they were undoubtedly adding to Chang Yicheng's worries, making her feel even more pressured. And at that moment, Chang's lawyer came over. Due to the huge impact and damage your family has caused to the Chang Group, a lawyer's letter is now being sent to you. Through our comprehensive assessment, your family will have to pay for all the damages, totaling $55 million. Please pay the money back as soon as possible, or we will take you to court with a lawsuit, and then it will be jail time. What? $50 million? Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong were both paralyzed with fear. We were already giving you a 5-cent concession for purchasing herbs. And why should we be asked to pay so much money in compensation when we have not defaulted on payment for each transaction? The lawyer sneered. If you have anything to say, you'd better save it for the judge. If you can't pay back the money within a month, just wait for the lawsuit. Chapter 156, Give me 3 days. The lawyer finished and left. The family feels like the sky is falling at the moment. Cheng Guozhong yanked on Fang Huitian and roared. You heard it all, right? If you don't sign, our whole family will be finished. So what if you go to jail for a few years alone? That would save the family. We won't let you divorce Haru anymore. Will we? Promise that Xiaoqing will wait for you to come out all the time. He talks a good game. In fact, it's no wonder Chang Yicheng remarried. Fang Huitian knew in his heart that as long as he went to jail in the front foot, Cheng Guozhong would have to let his wife divorce him in the back foot. Mom and Dad, how do you let Kaiten carry it? All the debts together make $170 million. Chang Yicheng roared in tears. Seeing his wife defending herself so well, Fang Huitian felt even more sorry for her. If placed before meeting the old beggar, perhaps it is really possible for him to never care about this family again. He'd had enough of his in-laws asking for more than they could handle for a long time. But right now, he couldn't leave Haru behind. Mom and Dad, what about the card you took away earlier? Fang Huitian asked. Although he spent over $1 million, the in-laws have bought a few things since then, but there should still be at least $8 million on that card. It's not much, but a little is a little. You mean that card for the car sale? Let me throw it away. Cheng Guozhong was filled with disinterest. At those words Fang Huitian's eyes widened. Threw it away? How much can you get for that piece of car of yours? Besides, you've spent over $1 million, and I'm guessing there's at most $100,000 left on that card. We spent about as much as we could on our purchases, so we just threw it away. Is it not enough to save it to buy the others and have people laugh at us? I'm pissed off just talking about it. With all that money you didn't turn it over to us, but you casually spent over $1 million on yourself. Do you still have this family in your eyes? Fang Huitian extremely restrained himself to suppress his anger. Either way, the in-laws have a point and they can always turn around and put the blame on someone else. Mom and Dad, there's at least $8 million in that card, and you guys just threw it away? Fang Huitian's heart was hateful and angry. At the words Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong froze for a moment. Then they were filled with impatience. $8 million? Are you kidding me? That car of yours was only a little over $2 million new. Forget it, cut the crap. Hurry up and sign this contract. You carry this matter. In the future we will definitely not mention about letting you divorce Xiaoqing. The immediate concern is this. Cheng Guozhong slapped the contract in front of Fang Huitian, just as if he deserved it. Fang Huitian really take their too old no trick. This is going to sign. No signing. Cheng Yicheng snatched the contract, so she was about to tear it up. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong yelled, Xiaoqing, what are you doing? If you're going to ruin the contract, then our family will really be finished. Feng Huitian also stopped her and softly said, "Leave it to me. We can't really let mom and dad carry these responsibilities. The two of them simply couldn't afford to carry it either." Chang Yicheng cried, "How are you going to handle it? What would I do if something happened to you? Do you want to leave me behind?" Hearing these words, Feng Huitian's heart melted. He smiled and gently stroked his wife's head. "I will never leave you behind in this life. Xiao Cheng, don't worry, I have a solution. Give me 3 days. I promise to solve everything." Chang Yicheng looked at him, not believing it at all in her heart. $170 million. Even if Feng Huitian knew Yi Fengtian, why would he take out so much money to help him? That's real money, not plutonium counterfeit. "Okay, I'll give you 3 days. Chang Yicheng handed the contract to Feng Huitian. She was already dead at heart. If anything really happened to Feng Huitian, she would do whatever it took to go and face it with him. "I don't care if I go to jail." Feng Huitian signed the contract and handed it to Cheng Guozhong. The old couple finally breathed a sigh of relief now, and their faces were filled with excited smiles. "Here are the car keys, and the keys to that old mansion in our office area. All yours now." Chapter 157, Come with me. Cheng Guozhong handed Feng Huitian the keys to the Mercedes. He didn't care about the $1 million limo anymore. The Mercedes and that old mansion were trouble for them now. "I'm coming with you." Chang Yicheng didn't even pack up her things and was directly about to leave with Feng Huitian. He froze. At this time, Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong hurriedly pulled her back. "Xiao Qing, you're crazy, aren't you? There are quite a few things going on with Feng Huitian right now. Aren't you asking for trouble by going with him?" Chang Yicheng shook off her parents fiercely and said loudly, "He's my husband. I'll accompany him even if he goes to his death. Don't need you to care." "You." Cheng Guozhong was so angry that he raised his hand and was about to slap her, but was stopped by Pan Hong. "Haru, didn't you give him 3 days? Then it's not too late to leave after 3 days. Yes sis, don't go." Chang Yisan also went up to persuade. Chang Yicheng couldn't listen. She didn't want to stay in this house anyway. She only wanted to accompany Feng Huitian to face the difficulties together. "Haru, wait for me at home if you believe me. I'll pick you up in 3 days. Feng Huitian was inwardly incredibly moved. What more can a man ask for when his wife has given up everything for him? Chang Yicheng reddened her eyes. "Will you really come to pick me up? If you don't come, I won't forgive you in this life." Feng Huitian smiled and embraced her into his arms. "I promise to come. Wait for me at home." After saying that, Feng Huitian twisted around and left the house. He went downstairs and found the Mercedes, so he drove all the way towards the old mansion. The gate to the yard was closed. Feng Huitian went in and it was a mess. Everyone left in such a hurry that herbs were scattered all over the place. He sighed and sat down on the steps, wondering where to get the $170 million. He thought about asking for help from Knight Weisengamot and the others, but the amount of money was so large that he was really embarrassed to open his mouth. At that moment, he pulled out his cell phone and prepared to call Tang Zidi to ask her how things were going at the hotel. Even though you can't get more than $100 million, a few tens of millions will do. But coincidentally, his cell phone had run out of battery and had been turned off a long time ago, and at the same time Lin Yaodong sighed. He has already found out what Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong are doing, and even more so, he has found out that the fake medicine incident is related to them. But at this time, he couldn't get through to Feng Huitian's phone, so he had to call Yi Ling and ask her to find someone. At this time, Feng Huitian looked at the dead cell phone and smiled helplessly and bitterly. It's true that when people are backed up, they can't even drink cold water. At that moment, a man suddenly walked in the door. Feng Huitian looked up, only to see Rong Jigua walking in with a face full of shock. "Kaiten, it's really you. I was just passing by outside and it looked like you. I didn't realize it was." Rong Jigua came over with an excited look on his face. It was quite a coincidence. Feng Huitian seemed to be everywhere. He could run into him anywhere. "Brother Rong, why are you here?" "I'm just passing by as I'm getting ready to go out to my stall." "You don't know what I do for a living, do you? Look, I'm selling marinated food." Feng Huitian looked towards the door, only to see a food truck parked at the entrance. "Kaiten, what's wrong with this place? Is it your yard? Who came to make trouble in your place?" Rong Jigua sat next to Feng Huitian and asked with a serious face. "Tell my brother who did it. I can't beat these beasts to death." Rong Jigua thought that this courtyard was full of mess. It was someone who came to make trouble to make it. Feng Huitian shook his head inside. "It's a long story. Kaiten, it looks like you have something on your mind. Tell me what's going on and I'll see if I can do you any favors." He still shook his head. What can Rong Jigua do to help with a $170 million debt? At that moment, there was a sudden sound of brakes outside the door. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man wearing a white suit and a duck-tongued hat walked in. He was followed by 4 black-clad bodyguards. These 4 people looked extraordinary and exuded a strong bloodthirsty aura. Rong Jigua's eyes were venomous, and he could tell at a glance that the other party was not coming from a good place. so he narrowed his eyes and subconsciously lowered his hand to block in front of Fong Huitian. You are Fong Huitian? Chapter 158, Who sent you? The white suit looked at Fong Huitian with a face of indifference, looking a little cocky and arrogant. Rong Jigua stood up without waiting for Fong Huitian to speak and said in a cold voice, Who are you? Ha! The white suit sneered. Who am I that you deserve to know? I'm asking him a question, so keep your mouth shut. None of your business. These words immediately made Rong Jigua furious. He was just about to get angry when Fong Huitian stood up and pulled him back. It's alright, big brother Rong. I'm Fong Huitian. What do you guys want to see me about? The white suit said coldly. Come with us. We're looking for you to treat someone. He's the one who's looking for a cure? Fong Huitian frowned slightly. There were only a few people who knew he could heal, but he didn't recognize the white suit. Who told you to come to me? Where do you get off talking so much crap? I told you to come with me. That's it. What the hell are you looking for? The white suit looked impatient, and this time even Fong Huitian was angry. It's okay for me to be a loser at home. You're giving me a hard time for no reason. What the hell? Fong Huitian's face grew cold. I'm a veterinarian. I don't treat people. You guys go away. At that, the white suit was furious. You shameless. Today is for you to break your legs. Crawl, you have to crawl to me. Give it to me. Break both his legs and bring him to me. A command. The two bodyguards rushed straight up. Rong Jigua snorted coldly when he saw this, looking for death. After the words were spoken, he was seen meeting them with an arrow step. The two bodyguards on the other side had powerful auras and were incomparably fast. However, Rong Jigua was better than them, and just as the two sides engaged in battle, Rong Jigua sent the two bodyguards flying. Boo! The duo slammed heavily on the ground. Unable to stand up for a while, the white suit's body was violently stunned at the sight of this, unable to believe the dazed expression that was revealed. Get me on him up! He panicked. The other two bodyguards behind him didn't dare to be careless, and flanked them from both sides to clamp down. Ended up getting punched off as well. All four bodyguards were taken down. The main thing is that these four people can be hired at great expense. Even if the champ had gone one-on-one with them, he wouldn't have lost so badly. But Rong Jigua solved the four of them by himself, and he didn't even use a minute of his time. I haven't heard that Fong Huitian still has this ruthless person by his side. The white suit was dumbfounded and filled with panic. Rong Jigua looked at him icily and rushed over with an arrow step. Ah. The white suit was grabbed by Rong Jigua as if he was carrying a chicken cub, and he was so scared that he screamed so much that he was about to pee in fear. Keep your mouth shut. I haven't punched you yet. Rong Jigua shouted and slapped his face, and the white suit instantly wilted, covering his face and shrinking his neck. He was thrown in front of Fong Huitian by Rong Jigua. Who sent you? How do you know I'm a doctor? Fong Huitian asked in a cold voice. The white suit trembled in fear and said in a trembling voice, We heard that Zhao Koan and Yi Fengtian, the old problems in their bodies were cured by you. That's why we found you. Fong Huitian frowned. You even know about this? Who exactly are you people? Yi Fengtian and Zhao Koan are the 5 tigers of Longan. Their affairs are extremely confidential. From what channel did this white suit learn about this matter? Of course we have our own methods. Fong Huitian, the people behind me are powerful beyond your imagination. There are some things that I advise you to better not ask too much about, or else it will bring you trouble. Oh my, how dare you threaten us? Believe it or not, I'll chop you up right here? Rong Jigua yelled. That roar really scared the piss out of the white suits. I really can't say you'll all know when you go with me. As long as you can cure the patient, the price is whatever you want. The white suits were so scared they cried, and hearing this Fong Huitian's eyes lit up. Price as I name it? Any amount? Anything? You go back and talk to our boss. We're really not that bad. Chapter 159, Private Estate. The white suits are freaking out. His mission on this trip was to bring Fong Huitian back to cure people. Originally, I wanted to put on a show and show off my status, but their investigation didn't find the existence of a ruthless person like Rong Jigua. Fong Huitian was secretly happy in his heart and didn't care what the other party was. Since the other party wasn't short of money, he could ask for a lion's share. I was worried that I didn't know how to get money to pay off my debt, but here's the opportunity. Okay, I'll go with you. Seeing Fong Huitian's promise, the white suit hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, Then let's not waste any more time. Hurry up and get going. Wait, you guys go carry my car in. Rong Jigua is going along for the ride. The white suits were emboldened by the sight of him and didn't want him to follow. Brother Rong is fine. You should go to work. Don't worry about me. No, these guys don't have good intentions one by one. I don't feel comfortable letting you go with them. How are you going to deal with it on your own if they flip out after they've done their dirty work? Rong Jigua is very righteous. 4 bodyguards carried his food truck into the yard. Fong Huitian locked the gate, so he left with the white suits and the others. They took trails all this way. Some of it looks like deliberate camera avoidance. Finally, It wasn't until they were out of Longan province that they drove onto the highway. You're in the provinces? Fong Huitian questioned. Yes, we're going to Haidong province. The white suit chuckled. It was already afternoon when they entered the Haidong province and arrived at the provincial capital, Bayan City. Mr. Fong, how about we go straight over to the doctor? Sooner we finish watching and sooner we're done. You guys can get back sooner too, can't you? The white suit said with a fawning smile. Fong Huitian nodded. He also wanted to take the money and leave as soon as possible. All the way to the outskirts of the city, somewhere halfway up the mountain, only to see a large plaque reading Ancient Plum Villa. The car was parked outside the Grand Dragon Gate. The group walked in. After a few turns, the group came to a private estate. It doesn't look like a large area, just a little over 100 acres. It's among the smallest on the estate. With a cautious look on his face, Rong Jigua cruised around to see where ambushes were easy to come by and where was suitable as an escape route. And Fong Huitian was also frowning. The other party couldn't have swindled him over, right? So-called not bad for nesting in such a small estate? Can they afford to pay the lion's share of the price? Two people's concerns. A big discrepancy. Soon the white suit led them inside a courtyard. An old man in his 70s sat in a rocking chair in the sun. There is a tea table in front of you, and there is a rockery as well as an artificial lake next to it. The courtyard seemed to be built pretty well, but despite this Fong Huitian was still disappointed. He was really afraid that he wouldn't make much money on this trip. Master Hong, the man is here. The white suit bowed and whispered. At this time, Hongxing slightly opened his eyes and squinted into a slit to look at Fong Huitian. Such a brat. Are you sure? Hongxing's voice was neutral and full of majesty. The white suit hurriedly said, Master Hong, the results of the investigation I've confirmed again and again that it's this kid who cured Yi Fengtian and Zhao Kuan's old problems. Hearing this, Hongxing came to be slightly interested, so he slowly sat up and looked at Fong Huitian. A pair of eyes was incomparably deep, and his aura carried a sense of oppression. Kid, I heard that you are a veterinarian? Hongxing asked leisurely. Fong Huitian, to be precise. It is a Chinese veterinarian. My family has been inheriting Chinese medicine for generations, and it was only when I came here that I switched professions. Seeing that Fong Huitian didn't fear himself at all. Rather, it made Hongxing look at him a bit differently. I don't care who you are as long as you can cure me. Chinese medicine emphasizes on looking and sniffing. Can you tell what's wrong with me now? Hongxing deliberately gave Fong Huitian a hard time. Traditional Chinese medicine is all about the older you are, the more skillful you are, and as he is so young, Hongxing naturally can't trust him. At this time, Fong Huitian smiled. I am proficient in the 8th syllabus of Chinese medicine syndrome identification method, and I can now tell you very responsibly, you've got lung cancer, and you're being cured by Western medicine. Chapter 160, Sitting on the Ground and Raising Prices. Hongxing was beyond surprised. When he heard Fong Huitian's words, his body shook violently. You knew I had lung cancer just by looking at it? Fong Huitian smiled and sat down. As long as one is well versed in the 8th syllabus method of TCM, one can tell at a glance if a patient has a fatal cancer. It's clear that Mr. Hong's lung cancer is accelerating your death because Western medicine has gone under the knife, and continuing this treatment will be an endless nightmare, until tossed. Hearing Fong Huitian's words, Hongxing's heart was greatly changed towards him. He's right. Hongxing is the reason why Western medicine not only didn't work, but made him in pain every day. That's when I started looking for TCM treatment. Boy, can I still be cured of this disease? Fong Huitian smiled. I can cure it with full certainty, but you have to pay me $50 million for the consultation. What? $50 million? At those words Rong Jigua were dumbfounded, looking at Fong Huitian in disbelief. That's too bold to ask for. The white suit also furrowed his brows. Fong Huitian, do you think the price of $50 million is appropriate? Tell you what, one bite, give you $10 million. It's already quite a lot. Indeed. Who dares to say that the consultation fee of $10 million is small? Rong Jigua gulped in a bit of disbelief. Fong Huitian looked at Hongxing and spoke. Old Mr. Hong, this is saving your life. 50 million isn't much, right? Hongxing narrowed his eyes. I'm not bad with money, but who knows if you can cure me? How about this? You heal me first, and when you're cured, I can give you $50 million. Fong Huitian shook his head. No, the money must come to me first, not a penny less, otherwise I won't be cured. At those words Hongxing's face changed. The white suit was even more arrogant. Gives you face, doesn't it? Hongxing raised his hand to stop it and looked at Fong Huitian icily. $30 million, I'll call you immediately. Fong Huitian still shook his head. $80 million. What? And he raised the price? Everyone was incomparably shocked looking at Fong Huitian. This kid is also too arrogant. He kind of doesn't know what he's doing. Kid, do you know what the consequences of sitting on the ground with me are? Hongxing was a little angry. Fong Huitian, on the other hand, was bland. 100 million now. One bite. If you are not willing, I will leave immediately. Everyone got goosebumps. Fong Huitian is simply insincere. Asking for $100 million? Who the hell do you think you are? In that case, see them off. Hong Xing had an icy face. The white suit hurriedly took Fong Huitian and Rong Jigua out. Rolling and rolling. $1 billion. Why don't you guys go rob the money? The white suits took them out of the estate and went back. Rong Jigua's nerves were tense. He felt that the other party would not let them go so easily. Fong Huitian, on the other hand, had a relaxed look on his face as he spoke. Don't be nervous, brother Rong. They won't make a move against us. Don't worry. Rong Jigua froze. How do you know? Because they have to save themselves for later. Fong Huitian could tell all of Hong Xing's symptoms with a single glance. This was not an ordinary ability. So even though Hong Xing was angry, he would never clean up Fong Huitian. Maybe they'll come back for him afterward. So the two of them found a B&B nearby to stay. According to Fong Huitian, if Hong Xing does not come to him tonight, they will both go back to Ningjian early tomorrow morning. Inside the private estate at the moment, Hong Xing exasperatedly drank a cup of tea and continued to lie on the rocking chair and sunbathe. The white suit then respectfully said, Master Hong, this Fong Huitian doesn't know what's good for him. Are we really just going to let it go? The men just came back to report that they've taken up residence at the B&B just down the hill. Or should I call someone now and wipe them out? He said and made a neck-wiping gesture. Hong Xing shook his head. Let's talk about it later. Didn't the Sichuan side also hire a famous doctor? When will they come over? Back to Master Hong. Our people went to the airport to greet them an hour ago, and they should be arriving soon at this time. Chapter 161, his name is Fong Huitian. The white suit looked at the time, and at that moment, a tall man approached. Master Hong, the people have arrived. Hong Xing opened his eyes, so he called for the famous doctor to be brought here. The visitor was an old man of 80 or 90 years of age, dressed in cloth and with a head full of green silk, still with a long white beard. He walked over with a smile on his face. You're finally here, old mister. Please sit down. Seeing the old man, Hong Xing also stood up at this time to greet him. This old man is a very prestigious old Chinese medicine practitioner in the whole country, and Hong Hing's illnesses are all referred to him. Mr. Hong, I see that you don't look well. You've been very unwell lately, haven't you? He Lao sat down and stroked his beard. Hong Xing laughed bitterly, just about tossed me to death. Lung cancer now still alive to sunshine or God's favor. He Lao pursed his lips and smiled. There's no harm in it, since I'm here. Even if it's lung cancer, there's still a way. Mr. Hong, I've heard that you've gone under the knife once to remove the tumor. This will make it more difficult for me to treat you. You have to be prepared for the fact that it may take half a year, or even a year, to recover. So long? Hong Xing frowned slightly. He Lao, it's not that long. If you don't have an operation, I promise to have you back within 6 months. But having had Western chemotherapy can destroy your bodily functions, and the disease spreads badly. And I'm struggling. It's lung cancer. How can it be that easy to cure someone straight away? Hong Xing nodded. In order to save his life, it didn't matter if he gave up a year of recuperation. So He Lao opened his own medicine box and first checked Hong Xing's pulse. Then he put on his medical gloves again and turned over his tongue to look at it, only to see his face gradually change. The confidence he had at the beginning became somewhat grim at the moment. Mr. Hong, why is your condition so serious? It's very sick. It hasn't been long since your people told me earlier that they found out about lung cancer. He Lao was a bit confused. According to what he had learned, Hong Hing was not so serious. But now look, this dam can live at most 2 months. At any time may hang up. Hong Xing was also scared by the talk, so he hurriedly spoke up. Elder I've had 3 resection surgeries. Could it be related to this? Hearing this, He Lao was so angry that he directly turned his back on his head. Why didn't you tell me about this situation earlier? If I knew you had gone under the knife 3 times, why would I have come all the way here? It's hard enough to heal when you make one move and don't take care of it. You even moved 3 times? Even I am powerless to do anything about it. He Lao shook his head vigorously. Hong Hing's current condition can't be cured at all. It's better to prepare for the aftermath and wait for death. That's too much of a pisser. What kind of a thing is that? Hong Xing panicked at the words and hurriedly pulled on He Lao's hand. He Lao, think of another way. No matter what herbs or other equipment you use, I'll get them all for you. Money isn't a problem either. As long as I can be cured, I'm willing to pay whatever it takes. Hong Xing trusted He Lao 100%. His prestige was there. If even he couldn't do anything about it, he would really have to wait for death. He Lao sighed at this point. There is indeed another way. I know someone who might have a solution. If he can't cure it either, then I'm afraid no one in the world today can. Upon hearing this, Hong Xing hurriedly stood up. Elder He, who do you say it is? I'll ask someone to invite him over. His name is Fong Huitian. and although he is a veterinarian, he has ancestral Chinese medical skills that are very good. Even I am simply not as good a healer as he is. What? Hongxing and the white suits had their eyes wide open. He Lao, said this person. Surprisingly, it's Fong Huitian? Elder he, you can't be mistaken, right? Isn't that Fong Huitian a very young lad? Hongxing asked in disbelief. He Jingza was a bit surprised at his words. You guys even know him? That would be great. Go and invite him here. Even though he is young, he is highly skilled in medicine, and their family's unique and secret medical skills take my breath away. Chapter 162, Inviting him back. Hongxing and the white suit were dumbfounded. I didn't realize that the person they found first was so admired even by He Jingza. This kid is too godlike, isn't he? They had never heard of any 20-something-year-old who had perfected Chinese medicine. What are you waiting for? Why don't you go and invite Mr. Fong here? Hongxing bellowed. The white suit was scared and shivered, so he was a bit worried. Master Hong, can we still invite him? At that Hongxing frowned. The people had just been driven away by him, and now that he was getting them back, Fong Huitian might not be willing to do so. He Jingza seemed to hear the hint and questioned. You guys didn't offend someone, did you? No, it's not an offense. It's just that there was some unpleasantness over the consultation fee. He said he has a 10-level certainty that he can cure me, but he needs me to pay $100 million in consultation fees. Hongxing explained. He Jingza felt anxious for him and slapped his thigh fiercely. I say Mr. Hong people have said that there are 10 layers of certainty to cure you. That is to save your life. $100 million is nothing? Are you short of that $100 million? If you really die, how can you spend it even if you have tens of billions? Not a penny you can take with you. Oops, you're so confused. Hongxing also regretted it now, so he begged, Elder He, can I trouble you for a moment to step in and invite him for me? I'll allow the $100 million he promised before. As long as he comes over, I'll call him the first time, and he'll receive the money and then give me a medical treatment. Alright. He Jingza thought about it, so he stood up. Alright, then I'll go and invite him for you, but I can't guarantee that I can invite him with this old face of mine. I'm the late bloomer by medical skills. He's the senior. At those words Hongxing sucked in his cold breath. To be able to make an old Chinese doctor of He Jingza's stature say these words, how awesome did Fong Huitian have to be? Inside the B&B, Rong went out to buy food, and Fong Huitian meditated on the bed, meditating infusing the 5 arts of Fong healing within his body. Recently, his power has increased a lot. If what the old beggar said was true, then he could only try to improve himself if he wanted to know all the truth. When he reaches a certain height, he may not be far from the truth. At that moment, Rong Jigua came back from grocery shopping. Kaiten, the little white suit is bringing someone, this time with an old man. Rong Jigua put down his meal and looked out the window. The white suit and He Jingza were already heading their way. Fong Huitian stopped fusing and opened his eyes to look over. What's he doing here? Fong Huitian got up and opened the door to go out. He Jingza saw him and trotted over with a smile on his face. Kaiten, it's really been a long time nah. Fong Huitian also smiled and said, why are you here, Elder He? Or are you with them? He Jingza glanced at the white suit behind him, so he spoke. I'm not going to lie. I'm the one that Hongxing hired to help cure the disease, but I had no choice, so I thought of you, and I didn't realize you were here. Hearing this, Fong Huitian understood and said with a slight smile, Elder He, then you're here to invite me on their behalf? No, I just heard that you were here and came over to see you on purpose. He Jingza was all smiles. The white suits were dumbfounded at the news. Why don't you do anything? You old man? You said you were coming over to invite people, and now you're denying it? What the hell? Then in that case, He Lao, hurry up and go inside. Let's have a drink between the two of us. Well, be gone. He Jingza smiled and then followed Fong Huitian into the house, leaving the white suit outside the door in a daze. That's it, Mr. Fong, wait. Seeing that Fong Huitian was about to close the door, the white suit hurriedly rushed up and hugged him, hanging onto the door like a monkey. Asterisk off. You ing told us to off before. What are you licking your chops for? Rong Jigua huffed and carried a chair over. Chapter 163, 10 Revolutions in Yang Needle. The white suit freaked out at the sight and let go. Wailing, he said, Mr. Fong, I'm wrong. You're a generous man, don't take it out on me. Master Hong said. He promised the $100 million you mentioned before. As long as you go back with me, he'll call you the money the first time. It's not too late to wait until after the bill before you see the doctor. Fong Huitian froze. I didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. He thought Hongxing would have to bargain with him anyhow. Looks like there's still money. I wanted less before. Okay, then you wait outside for a while and we'll go after we eat. Hey, don't Mr. Fong. Before the white suit finished speaking, Fong Huitian directly closed the door. Just wait at the door. We won't go with you if you're not in our sight. Rong opened the window and spoke. The white suits are bitter inside. It's supposed to be cool at night now in this season. And this B&B is at the bottom of a mountain. And a small breeze dried out his big snotty nose. But what about the house? Fong Huitian and the others ate meat and drank wine. But he could only dry freeze outside. Eventually the cold made him spin in place. Elder, he has eaten and drunk well, right? Then let's go up the mountain now? Okay. Only when you've had enough to eat and drink will you have the strength to work. The three of them laughed and walked out of the B&B. He Jingza was older after all, and was now a bit tipsy after 2 glasses of wine. The white suit could finally wait them out, so he didn't dare to delay for a moment and went directly to the ancient plum villa. In the lobby of the first floor of the manor, Hongxing had been waiting for a long time. Fong Huitian and the others came in, and he Jingza was even more confused at the moment after being blown all the way. So the white suit took him to rest while Fong Huitian and Rong Jigua sat down. Mr. Fong, it's quite difficult to bring you back again. Obviously, Hung Hing was already dissatisfied with Fong Huitian. If it wasn't for the fact that he could save himself, he would have flipped out. Without further ado, old Mr. Hong, call the money. 200 million. What? Hong Xing froze. Didn't you say one price? $100 million. In the afternoon? Fong Huitian smiled. You even said that was the price in the afternoon. Isn't it evening now? Then it's not as if it's doubled, is it? Hong Xing frowned. Although he wasn't poor in money, he felt very unhappy to be blackmailed by Fong Huitian like this. Rong Jigua also felt that Fong Huitian had gone a little too far. What a rant. Old Mr. Hong, tonight is the night of the full moon. The gravitational force is going to be greater than usual. You have felt it yourself, haven't you? Is the level of physical discomfort tonight more intense than usual? Hong Xing frowned. Fong Huitian was right. He felt pain all over his body tonight, especially his head, which hurt like it was going to explode. Curing the disease on the night of the full moon is also difficult for me, and if the application of the needles leads to deviation due to gravitational forces, the effectiveness of the treatment will be greatly reduced. I suppose you would like to recover soon and don't want to suffer from the disease for a long time? Fong Huitian spouted nonsense in a serious manner. He then thought he wanted 100 million blood loss, and now he wanted more. Anyway, Hung Hing has money, and his debt can be paid off at once, and he still has $30 million left over. Hong Xing believed it. Narrowing his eyes at this point, he spoke. Fine, 200 million then. When he said that, he called for the money to be called. I don't know what Hong Xing is in the end. Not more than 10 minutes. Fong Huitian received the incoming information. 200 million. Not a penny less. Okay, let's do it. Fong Huitian didn't even need to check Hong Xing's pulse. He directly asked him to take off his upper body clothes. So he struck with a heavy fist and decisively placed the needle. After all, it's advanced lung cancer plus severe spread. And by definition, there's nothing that can be done about the situation. Otherwise he Jingza could have cured him too. Fong Huitian utilized a set of needles recorded in the 5 arts of Fong medicine, called the 10 revolutions yin-yang needle. This stitch not only harmonizes yin and yang in the body, but also mobilizes the vital energy of all organs. Even human emotions can be controlled. Chapter 164, Turning the Other Cheek. Fong Huitian applied the needle while mobilizing the 5 arts of Fong healing operating within his body. A warm airflow poured into the silver needle along the finger and finally entered Hong Xing's body. Rong Jigua, a layman, at the moment looked bleeding. Even the white suits, who came back later, looked on. After about 20 minutes, the application of the needles was complete. Fong Huitian put away the silver needles and let Hong Xing get dressed. That's better? How come I don't feel better at all? On the contrary, it hurts more? Hong Xing asked with a frown. Fong Huitian, Chinese medicine treatment is supposed to be more painful, but it can get rid of the roots. You don't feel any pain with Western medicine. That's because of the anesthesia, but the after effects can be deadly. Hong Xing was half convinced. Old Mr. Hong, I'll write you another prescription. Take 3 courses of medicine and you'll be back to your old self. And if you don't get better after 21 days, you can come to me at any time. Fong Huitian wrote the prescription and handed it to Hong Xing. He took a look and frowned. What are the prices of all these herbs? Is there any kind that's particularly bad to buy? No, these herbs can be purchased at any Chinese medicine center. And for 3 courses of treatment, they won't cost more than $500. You guys don't want to be fooled. What? All these drugs together, no more than $500 for 3 treatments? Then you come up here and ask for $200 million and it's over in less than half an hour. That's easy money, isn't it? Hong Xing and the white suits were going to be furious. He also told them to beware of being deceived and not to be fooled. Hasn't he already fooled away $200 million now? Rong Jigua stifled his laughter. Caton, this kid is quite angry when he talks. Now that you've cured me, I'll make a full recovery if I take these medicines you wrote about again. Now then, about what happened between us. Hongxing suddenly turned icy cold and narrowed his eyes at Fang Huitian. He froze. What else is going on between us? Of course it's about the money, the white suit yelled. Fang Huitian, it's true that we, Master Hong, aren't poor in money, but how dare you threaten us? Looking for death na? Hongxing said icily. I'll give you $200 million, but whether or not you can take it away depends on your ability. What a flip-flop. As soon as his words fell, a group of black-clothed men rushed in around him. No less than 50. Every man had a weapon in his hand, and surrounded the whole hall from all sides without death. This is just an appetizer. We have hundreds more out there. Even if you can fight, I'll make sure that you won't be able to walk out of the gate of the ancient plum villa. The white suit looked at Rong Jigwa with incomparable dejection. He had long looked at this bastard with disdain. How dare he scare him and smack him in the mouth? The bastard had to be unloaded today. Rong Jigwa frowned and clenched his fists. Even if he was a good fighter, there was no way he could take on hundreds of people by himself. Kaiten, in a moment I'll tear out a gash, and you'll run for your life to get out. Don't look back. Don't mind me. I have a way to get out of this as long as you get out. Rong Jigwa whispered to Fang Kaiten. He was ready to fight. Big time. At this time, Fang Huitian smiled and gently patted him on the shoulder. Don't be nervous, brother Rong. We'll stand here today. Let's see who dares to move us a bit. When he finished speaking, he looked at Hongxing icily and let out a cold smile. Master Hong, you are not decent. I saved you and this is how you repay me? Hongxing also revealed a cold smile. Anyone who threatens me will not have a good ending. Yeah? Then look at your leg. Can you move it now? At that Hongxing sneered a bit and prepared to stand up, but at that moment, his face changed drastically and his eyes glared violently. Below his waistline, he was surprisingly frozen as if petrified at the moment, without any sensation. You, what have you done to me? Hongxing burst out, his entire body confused. Fang Huitian sneered. I knew from the beginning that you wouldn't give up, so I kept an eye out for you when I gave you the needle, and it really came in handy. Old man Hong, do you believe that right now? If I just move my finger, I can immediately make you die a violent death? Chapter 165, The Killing of a Life-Saving Person. Fang Huitian's eyes were incomparably sharp. Hongxing locked eyes with him and surprisingly felt a deep fear. All of you disperse. Get out of here. All of you. Hongxing exploded. He's scared. Now it's really scary. There are indeed many acupuncture points in Chinese medicine that can be utilized. In case Fang Huitian moved himself at this time, it would really be over. All the black-clothed men were exiting the hall at this moment. And at that moment, another fighter ran in a panic. It's no good, Master Hong. Our mountain villa is surrounded. What? At those words even Fang Huitian froze. Damn, who did this old man Hong Ing offend? Surprisingly, the entire lodge is surrounded. It won't affect you, will it? Who is so bold as to surround my territory? Hongxing stormed out. He was also too stifled today. Being fooled by Fang Huitian lost $200 million. And as a result, you're now surrounded? It's me. At that moment, a majestic voice came from outside the door. Only a tall and sturdy middle-aged man walked in. At the same time he was followed by 5 imposing men. Fang Huitian was violently stunned when he saw them, and Hongxing's jaw dropped when he saw them. With a startled cry, Night Vibranium? The people who came were none other than the 5 Tigers of Longan, and their boss, Night Weijin. He came in and quickly came to Fang Huitian's side. Grabbing his arms he looked up and down, incomparably nervous. Are you alright, old brother Fang? Did Hongxing hurt you? Fang Huitian was dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine that Li Weijin would come. I'm fine. This old man has been acupointed by me. If he dares to act recklessly, I can take his life at any time. At that, Li Weijin laughed out loud. Worthy of being elder brother Fang, his methods are just brilliant. After the words were spoken, Knight Weisengam arrived in front of Hongxing with a grim look on his face. The white suit was just about to step forward to speak, when a black shadow suddenly swept by. Ada! White suit takes a head kick. So fast. Rong Jigwa was shocked in his heart, only to see that beside Knight Weijin, there was already a young, yellow-haired man standing at this time. The man was handsome, tall, and wore a baggy tracksuit. Only when did he show up? Surprisingly, even Rong Jigwa didn't see it clearly, so it was indeed an expert. Old man Hong, don't come back well. Ah, you found someone to deal with my son and put him under the parasites. I haven't settled this matter with you yet, and now you even want to mess with my old brother Fang? You're too old to live, aren't you? With that, Li Weijin smacked Hongxing hard in the mouth. Teeth are slapped out. Hongxing couldn't move the lower half of his body. He was this old, but he was slapped by this kid. Night Vibranium, how can we lose face? Fang Huitian was a bit shocked and looked at Zhao Kuan and asked, what's the situation? The nemesis that Mr. Li mentioned before is Hung Hing? Zhao Kuan nodded. The time Riching was parasitized. It was this old bastard who found someone to do it. We've wanted to get him for a long time, but the old man is too good at hiding, and we can't find him when he hides. We wouldn't have found this place if we hadn't known you were taken today. It turned out that Lin Yaodong had told Yi Ling to find Fong Huitian to report the news, but he couldn't find anyone anywhere. In the end, it was found that Fong Huitian was actually taken away by Hung Hing's men. Li Weijin learned about this and panicked a batch. Fong Huitian was his savior. Nothing should happen to him. So regardless, he gathered all his men and horses and killed them directly from Longan. Knight Weijin, I admit that I've fallen into your hands today, so feel free to kill or die as you please. Hong Xing sighed and looked like a strong man. He did have bad luck. Who would have thought that finding someone to save his life would lead to his death? Fong Huitian himself didn't even know that he had faked his way through the invisible. Hong Xing, Knight Weijin, do things one size fits all? Today I'm only here to pick up my old brother Fong, although I want to kill you. It's by no means on this kind of occasion. You tell me, where is the person who put the compulsion on my son now? Chapter 166. Li Weijin is very principled in what he does. That's why the 5 tigers under him are honorable and follow him to the death. Hong Xing did not expect that Knight Weijin would spare his life, and at this time, he felt admiration for Knight Weijin's character. I don't know that guy. He initiated the contact. We've never even met. Hong Xing, do you think I will believe these words? Li Weijin looked at him icily. Hong Xing smiled helplessly. I'm like this. Is there a need to lie to you? I really don't know who he was when he reached out to me on the phone and said he had a way to deal with you. If you hadn't just said that, I wouldn't have known that he had even laid a hand on your son, and now I can't even get in touch with him. Hung Hing doesn't look like he's cheating. It's more like just flipping that number all the way around to prove yourself. Li Weijin furrowed his brows and didn't say anything, so he twisted around and walked towards Fong Huitian. Elder brother Fong, let's go. The group left the ancient plum villa. They rushed back to Longan overnight, and by the time they reached the provincial capital, it was already 2 in the morning. Elder brother Fong didn't have a small harvest this time. He cured old man Hong. The consultation fee is $200 million. Night Wizard's home. The two of them chatted as they walked. That yellow hair and Rong Jigua followed at a distance apart. Mr. Knight isn't blaming me for healing your nemesis, is he? Of course not. I, Li Weijin, am the most fair in my work. If Hung Hing dies of illness, I still feel uninterested. The two were talking and laughing. At that moment, Knight Vibranium looked behind him and called Yellow Hair over. Elder brother Fong, this kid is my personal bodyguard. His strength is nothing to write home about. To avoid things like today, he'll follow you from now on. Fong Huitian looked at Yellow Hair. He had realized when he was at the ancient plum villa that this person's kung fu was truly outstanding. Even Rong Jigua was not necessarily his opponent. Mr. Knight, this is not good. How can I use your bodyguard? Fong Huitian was busy refusing. Li Weijin laughed. What's wrong with that? You're my savior. It's the same for him to protect you as it is for me. What are you waiting for? Why don't you call someone? Knight Vibranium chortled. Yellow Hair immediately went forward with a playful smile and bowed to Fong Huitian. Hello big brother. My name is Xian Yuan Yochi. I'll be mixing with you from now on. Please teach me more. Wait. What the hell? Is that name a joke? Knight Weisengamot's old face reddened as he went up and kicked. So he explained with an embarrassed face. Don't be offended, old brother Fong. This kid is a bit annoying except for his mouth, but his strength is really nothing to speak of. He's my best bodyguard, and he's especially close to me. By the way, his original name is Xian Lu, his own blind nickname called Regulus Bull. Don't take offense. Fong Huitian looked at the playful Xian Lu. This guy looked quite handsome. Just the more he looked at him, the more he wanted to beat him up. Always felt that he was particularly arrogant. What a long, beaten up skin. Mr. Knight really doesn't need to. I'll look for Brother Rong if I have something to do. He used to be a member of the special operations team and his hands are not ordinary, said Rong Jigua as he walked over. Xian Lu glanced at him and said provocatively, have a fight. Straightforward enough. Rong Jigua didn't bother with him, while Li Weijin frowned and kicked him again. No manners. Look at you again anxious. I do not want to try his hands. Special forces out of the previous I beat down several it. Indeed, it owes a beating. Hearing Xian Lu's words, Rong Jigua really wanted to smack him hard. Fong Huitian could also see Rong Jigua's dissatisfaction and spoke. Brother Rong, if you're interested, just spar with him, please. The duo found a clearing and prepared for a big fight. Fong Huitian and Li Weijin just watched from the sidelines. In the next second, the two men moved. Chapter 167, Wait for my good news. Rong Jigua and Genryu were both fast. In terms of power, Rong Jigua is technically superior, but if it was about speed, Xian Lu was even swifter. Rong Jigua didn't make any unnecessary movements. Every attack or defense was very simple and sharp. On the contrary, Genryo had so many fancy moves that watching him fight was like watching someone dance. While beautiful, there are many moves that are not practical. Genryo is an orphan. He followed me since he was a child, and when he was 10 years old, he fell in love with street dance, so I sent him to a dance academy. I didn't realize that this kid then took the money and sneaked off to learn kung fu, and threatened to be the best bodyguard in the world. Li Weijin smiled and said, but he did suffer a lot to get his current skills. Don't look at his fancy moves, but they're all unique kung fu that he's drilled into himself. They may not look like they work, but there's a great deal of meaning in them. Fong Huitian looked at Xianlu in doubt. At that moment, he finally understood Night Vision's words. Interceptor mode. Li Weijin was flabbergasted. You can see it so quickly? Elder brother Fong, it seems that you're not small in all your skills. That's right. Xuanliu's kung fu incorporates many elements and is finally refined to be the most practical and offensive. This brother Rong of yours may not be his match. Fong Huitian's eyes were glowing at this moment. The two of them fought hard to share. At the moment all of them are in the fight for physical strength. He had seen Rong Jigua's skill. It was very powerful. He didn't expect Xianlu to be able to fight him like this, which was really out of his expectation. Mr. Knight, did you notice? One of them is good with their legs and one of them is good with their fists, and they probably don't even realize it themselves. Even though Fong Huitian spoke out the details, Li Weijin still couldn't understand it. At this time, he laughed. Isn't that just right? The southern fist and northern legs are all under your command now. You've collected two great generals, old brother Fong. Fong Huitian smiled back. He was indeed happy. With these two people following him, it would be so much easier to do anything in the future. At the very least the errands don't have to be done by him. Okay, stop. I already know what you guys are capable of. Fong Huitian shouted. But the fighting duo got more and more courageous. They hadn't encountered such a comparable opponent for a long time, and at this moment, they felt sympathetic and became more and more excited the more they fought. Ugh, how is this even a fight for feelings? Fong Huitian smiled helplessly and bitterly. Li Weijin said, then let the two of them exchange their feelings. The duo continued their walk. By the way, elder brother Fong, the fake cold medicine that's been making waves in the province lately, I heard that your family has been affected as well. Fong Huitian sighed. Now all the responsibility for this matter is mine. And the reason why I charged Hongxing $200 million for the clinic was also to pay off the debt. On hearing this, Li Weijin frowned. Fong, old brother, you have difficulties how not to call me? How much money is owed you, tell me? 1 or 200 million for me, that is not called money. Fong Huitian smiled and said, this is not yet to the point of exhaustion. If it is really desperate, I'm sure to find you help. Li Weijin nodded. This matter has already been investigated by Yao Dong, and we've already established the identity of the mastermind behind it. What? At those words Fong Huitian was violently stunned. Really? You guys found out who did it? Li Weijin smiled and said, of course we have to be on top of things regarding you, now that everything has been cleared up. All that's missing is a witness who fled overseas. Elder brother Fong, you go back tomorrow and wait for our good news. This matter, I will help you do it clearly. The next day, Fong Huitian returned to Ningzheng with Xianlu and Rong Jigua. They cleaned up the yard and it looks much smoother. Huitian, what exactly did you do to Hongxing? You didn't untie him when we were leaving, Rong asked, pushing his brat wagon. Fong Huitian looked at the marinade ingredients and said carelessly, it's fine, he won't die if I don't do it. It will automatically unravel after 2 hours. But big brother Rong, this marinade ingredient of yours always smells like it's not quite on point. I've got a way to make your marinara flavorful. Chapter 168. Fong Huitian found some herbs in the courtyard, so he packed them and gave them to Rong Jigua. Brother Rong, go home and use these herbs to make soup. The marinade will be even more flavorful, and eat these herbs boiled out of the marinade, can increase their own immunity, fever and cold and so on will not be easy to catch. Rong Jigua took it with joy. Fong Huitian's medical skills, he is convinced, as long as you do as he says, the use of drugs for marinade material will never go wrong. Hey, what are you doing? Lao Rong, are you leaving? At that moment Genryu, who was sweeping the floor with a big broom, came over. You have to come with me to protect Boss Fong. What's the point of you leaving? I haven't sparred with you enough. At those words Rong Jigua showed some embarrassment. He's got to live, but he doesn't know anything about medicine, so staying won't help much. Fong Huitian laughed. Brother Rong, Xuanzi is right. Why don't you stay? My courtyard is so big. You can sell the marinated food here, and you won't have to run around. And there's a couple of rooms in the back, so you can save all the money you'd spend on renting an apartment. I'll let you live there for free. Facing the generous invitation from Fong Huitian, Rong Jigua was grateful in his heart. Kaiten, I can't do you any favors by staying, so how dare I have the good sense to use yours for nothing? Xianlu said, you're protecting Boss Fong with me. Why can't you help? What if there's another dangerous situation afterward and I can't keep myself busy alone? Rong Jigwa considered for a moment and finally agreed. Okay, then I'll stay, and I'll go back in a while and return the rented house. My sister-in-law went back to her hometown with her kids, so I'll do whatever I want over here. That's right. Hey, let's continue sparring with some wine at night. I'll show you drunken boxing. Xianlu laughed and wrapped his arm around Rong Jigwa's shoulders. He looked disgusted. Who wants to see you monkey boxing? Gu. What else do you want to see if not fists? My brave bull? You're not a little girl. Who's going to show you? Listening to Xianlu's language art full of Oza beating, Fong Huitian was amused, but he was a little guilty of looking at the huge yard. Doing what? It's a good-sized yard, so it would be a bit of a waste to just sell lo mein and live in it. At that moment he suddenly remembered the words the old beggar had said. All suffering may be a turnaround, and a crisis can be its own armor if used well. Does that make this incident a turnaround? Originally, Fong Huitian did not want to open a medical center, but now it seems that this courtyard is only the most suitable for a medical center. God forbid. Fong Huitian already had plans in his heart, and just then, a group of uninvited guests arrived. Fong Huitian, you can finally appear. Yesterday did not find you people. Thought you hide debt run away. Lu Xiaoyun walked in with 4 bodyguards, his face full of arrogant complacency. Seeing his face, without Fong Huitian opening his mouth, Xian Lu, the owed son of A, directly went up with a broom. Where the did you come from, you little punk? A broomstick gave Lu Xiaoyun a slap on the ground. The 4 bodyguards were dumbfounded on the spot. That's too cranky. Lu Xiaoyun entered the door to say a word, and did not curse. You dare to touch Lu Xiao? Seek death. The bodyguards swarmed. These 4 guys are just a little bit bigger, and they don't have any skill at all when it comes to moving. Without blinking, Genria took the broom wheel and wheeled it all away. Unbeatable. How dare you come out and embarrass yourself like this? Genrio looked disgusted. At this time Lu Xiaoyun climbed up, and blood was coming out of his 2 nostrils. He was furious to the extreme, pointing at Fong Huitian and yelling, "What are you doing? Pay back the money. Pay back the money immediately. I was thinking of giving you a little more time, but now it's impossible. Pay me back immediately." Lu Xiaoyun was beaten up by others when he entered, bleeding from the nose. Shame on you. Chapter 169, You're in no position to speak. Genria heard him and was ready to beat him up again. It was stopped by Fong Huitian. Looking at Lu Xiaoyun, he said, "Originally, I really wanted to pay you back, but now that I see this face of yours makes me so upset that I suddenly don't want to give it to you. What to do?" "You." Lu Xiaoyun's eyes widened in anger. "We have a contract between us. How dare you not give it to me? Believe it or not, I'll sue you?" Fong Huitian smiled. "Go ahead then." "What? Is it that rigid?" Lu Xiaoyun was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Fong Huitian to not be afraid. "Fong Huitian, I invested in everything here, the company as well as this courtyard, and the medicinal herbs purchased. I invested a total of more than $100 million. If you don't pay back the money, do you still want Uncle and Auntie Chang to take the blame? They've assigned the contract to you. These are yours, and the responsibility is naturally yours. You still want to deny it?" Lu Xiaoyun was enraged. Originally, he wanted to send Fong Huitian to prison for the setup. As long as Fong Huitian went in, all of this would still be returned to him at that time. It's safe to say he won't lose any of the money he's invested in. But at this moment, Fong Huitian was playing rogue with him, making him very upset. "I don't want to deny it. Everything goes through the legal process. Go ahead and sue me." "You." Lu Xiaoyun was speechless with anger. "Where's this coming from? Isn't that a bummer? Just you wait. I promise you'll suffer." Lu Xiaoyun viciously led his men away. Genrio and Ei Jigua stepped forward at that moment. "Boss, why don't I do away with this grasshopper? It's too arrogant." Xianzi is right. I didn't expect this kid to be even more beat up than he is. At that Xianlu froze. "Old Rome, I'm still here. Why are you talking?" Fong Huitian laughed and shook his head. "Don't pay any attention to him. He's just a psychopath." The 3 of them laughed and walked back. And at that moment, there was a renewed agitation outside the door. Guess not over, is it? Xuanliu's violent temper flared up, and with a broom in hand, he was about to charge over again. Fong Huitian cut him off. At that moment, only Chang Lu walked in with Cheng Guohua and Chang Jiaqing, as well as Chang Guozhong's old couple. "Mom and Dad? Grandpa?" Fong Huitian froze and hurried forward to greet him. "Fong Huitian, you even have the heart to clean up the courtyard? What's the delay here if you don't hurry up and raise the money?" Chang Lu viciously glared at him and growled. "Brother-in-law, you're really too. You don't have any money in the first place, and you're hiring 2 people to help you clean up your hygiene. Hey, those 2 over there, you guys should hurry up and leave. He can't afford to pay your salary. Be careful, at the end of the month you won't have money to buy pants." Cheng Jiaqing smiled with a smug smile on his face. At those words Fong Huitian's face darkened. Rong Jigua and Xian Lu had even more fire and were just about to make a move when Fong Huitian stopped them. They're my family, don't do it. At this time Cheng Guohua spoke. Fong Huitian, when are you going to pay back the money? Because of your fake medicine thing? Cheng's group has suffered a lot. The previously agreed compensation for the honor fee of $55 million. Not a single penny can be missing. Oh. Fong Huitian raised his head and looked at him. Second uncle, does the money I compensated Cheng group have anything to do with you? A loafer. Anyone here is entitled to speak but you, right? You. Cheng Guohua's old face reddened and he was so angry that he couldn't speak as he pointed at Fong Huitian. Fong Huitian, getting more and more out of line. How do you talk to your second uncle? Cheng Lu gave an angry rebuke. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong frowned and came forward at this time. Asshole, let you hurry to get the money together. You are here to raise a big man? How leisurely. What a time for you to clean up this tie yard. Do you really want us both to go to jail? The old couple cursed uncertainly and seemed to make a habit of it. Fong Huitian was very speechless. It's none of your business if I don't get the money. Even if I don't get a penny, it's still my responsibility, isn't it? Chapter 170, Rong Jigua and Zhenryu were already furious when they heard this. It didn't matter if it was Lu Xiaoyun, who had just left, or this group of Fong Huitian's so-called family members in front of him. They were all making things difficult for Fong Huitian. If it wasn't for Fong Huitian putting out the word, the two of them would have guaranteed to beat the out of this group of people. Mom, Dad, and Grandpa, I've got the money together, but it's going to take a while for my card to move large amounts of money. You guys give me 2 days and I promise to get you the money. Fong Huitian was ready to go to the bank in a while. At that Cheng Jiaqing laughed. Face contemptuous, you just bragging, but also put together the money you are to sell yourself. More than 100 million you can put together? He doesn't believe it. Everyone doesn't believe it, because it's just not possible. I compensated Cheng Group only $55 million. More than $100 million has nothing to do with you, right? Fong Huitian looked at Cheng Jiaqing somewhat icily. He sneered. It's nothing to do with us, but $55 million and you'll be able to come up with it? Why am I so unconvinced? Fong Huitian, you can't be deliberately stalling here to get rid of us, right? And then you're going to run away. And in the end, we can't find anyone, and the money is settled? You wish. Cheng Guohua snorted coldly. At those words Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong were a bit anxious. Fong Huitian, are you still a human being? What will we do if you leave? What about Xiao Chang? Do you want our whole family to suffer for you and go to jail for you? Fong Huitian was infuriated and laughed. For me? Going to jail for me? And who am I doing this for now? Father-in-law and mother-in-law's unreasonable. Fong Huitian understands very well. And Rong Jigua and Xian Lu were about to explode with anger. How could they have the face to say that? Mom and Dad, didn't we agree to give me 3 days before? There's still over a day left, and I promised to pay it back first thing in the morning. You fart. Cheng Guozhong cursed angrily. You're the one who promised Haru 3 days. We didn't. Even more so now that I know you're going to run away. You're going to have to pay it back today. Right now, or we'll arrest you and send you straight to jail. Fong Huitian frowned. His father-in-law and mother-in-law were aggressive. He was both angry and aggrieved. Cheng Lu also looked serious at this time. Today you don't want to go anywhere. We'll watch you here. If you can't bring the money before nightfall, you'll be waiting for jail time. Fong Huitian sighed. Then I have to go to the bank in order to transfer money, right? The amount is too big to operate on a cell phone. No way. Cheng Lu balked. You can ask someone else to go in your place. You can't leave our site. Cheng Guohua, that's right. In case you leave this courtyard with one foot and run away with the next, where can we catch you? Fong Huitian was very speechless. So he handed his bank card to Rong Jigua. Brother Rong, the money for Hong Xing's treatment is all in there. Go to the bank for me and transfer $55 million to them. There's $200 million on this card. Fong Huitian trusted himself so much. Rong Jigua instead became even angrier. Kaiten, they're pressing on, not treating you like family at all. If you ask me, this money shouldn't even be given. What does any of this have to do with you? They are accusing you falsely. That's right, boss. I'll go up and show them some color. Let's see if they still dare to be reckless with you. Xian Lu also had an indignant look on his face. They all heard Fong Huitian discussing the fake medicine with Li Weijin yesterday. In particular, Fong Huitian's character was upright and kind, and it was simply impossible for him to do anything to manufacture counterfeit medicines. So this pair of South Fist and North Leg, at the moment, want to do away with the group of people in front of them. All have the heart. They're my wife's family no matter what, and I can't take things to the extreme for my wife's sake. If it wasn't for Chang Yicheng, Fong Huitian wouldn't even care about the group of people in front of him. Chapter 171, Debt collectors come to the door. Rong took the bank card. Despite his reluctance, He had to go for Feng Huetian's commission. This was just about to go, only to see another large group of people pouring through the door. The group was led by Lu Xiaoyun. The rest of the people were middle-aged men and women, and there were even old people with children. They were holding banners with words such as unconscionable, unscrupulous drug dealer and murder to pay for life written all over them. Feng Huitian? Who is Feng Huitian? Black-hearted drug dealer. You shall not die. Your medicine killed a man and you're still getting away with it. Is there any justice left? There are more and more people out there, mostly people who have taken fake drugs, and one of the women Lu Xiaoyan brought over was holding a little girl of 8 or 9 years old, crying at the moment, resentment written all over his face. He's Feng Huitian. He's the one who made the fake medicine in conjunction with Yishitang. Lu Xiaoyun pointed at Feng Huitian and roared angrily, but turned his head around with a cold smile on his face. In the past 2 days, it is already well known that Yishitang was sealed, and I don't know who leaked the news, pushing Feng Huitian into the limelight as well. In fact, I don't need to think about it to know that it must have been Lu Xiaoyun, this rabbit son of a, who did it. Look at his smug face. Feng Huitian's eyes narrowed slightly. The Lu family, this time, they were really looking for death by themselves. Feng Huitian, you devil. You returned my husband's life. He died because he took your fake cold medicine. How do you expect us, mother and daughter, to live? The women cried hoarse. Feng Huitian's heart was seized hard. The little girl was also in tears. She and her mom wore very plain clothes that looked old and worn out, and it was easy to tell that their family was average. No, poverty to be precise. She's only so young and she lost her father. Isn't this family all falling apart? Feng Huitian frowned tightly, hating the black-hearted merchants who really made fake medicines to the point where he wanted to kill them by 1,000 cuts. That's add up. Strawing people for profit is not worthy of a human being at all. Big sister, I'll get to the bottom of this. I really didn't make the fake medicine, and it has nothing to do with Yishitang. Don't worry, I will soon find out the truth and give everyone an explanation. Feng Huitian went forward to help the woman, only to be thrown away by a hard hand. And you're shirking your responsibility? Who else could it be if you didn't do this? We've all heard about it already. It's Yishitang that teamed up with you to make fake medicines, screwing over us ordinary people. That's right. I used to think that Yishitang was the #1 Chinese medicine center in Ningxiang, but I didn't expect that it would kill a human being. I poo-poo. None of you deserve to be a human being. Why don't you black-hearted merchants go to hell? It's a waste of air to be alive. Scums like you should go to the 18 layers of hell, to the frying pan. You shall not die. The crowd was boisterous. The crowd in the back cursed. What's more, they've already thrown out whatever they have spare in their hands to smash up the yard. For a while, rotten eggs and leaves were flying all over the place. Rong Jigua and Xianlu hurriedly dragged Feng Huitian back. Everyone, take it easy. You're not doing a bit of good by making so much noise. We're here today to solve the problem. Feng Huitian must get us money for compensation or he will not be spared. Lu Xiaoyan got a head start at this point. The crowd in the back agreed. That's right. Feng Huitian, you pay us back. We're all victims. Each of us should never be less than $100,000. And this big sister, their family is the biggest victim. The compensation for their family can't be less than $2 million. We want justice. Justice for us. Compensation for us. Everyone was making a fuss and the scene was about to get out of control. Lu Xiaoyun sneered. He's got this group of victims, but it's over 100 people. $100,000 each. That's over $10 million. Plus there are thousands of other victims who haven't shown up. Otherwise the matter would become even bigger and Feng Huitian wouldn't want to walk out of this courtyard alive. Lu Xiaoyan didn't want to get Feng Huitian killed because it wasn't enjoyable enough to just let him hang. He wanted Feng Huitian to go to prison and make him suffer in there. Finally take down Chang Yiqing and visit him in prison together. I wonder how he will feel then. Chapter 172, with her. There is the whole world. Lu Xiaoyun could already hide his smile at the thought of this. Now that Feng Huitian is unable to close the deal, let's see what else he can do. With a batch of debt collectors coming to his door on the left and right, Feng Huitian knitted his brows. He was wrongly accused. Inwardly, he was both aggrieved and helpless. 100 mouths to feed. No one will believe anything he says now, but he is also an innocent victim. Who can give him justice and clear his name? Boss, don't you have money in your card? Let's just pay them back. Why let them all make a scene here? If 200 million isn't enough, I'll ask Mr. Knight for the money and make sure it's enough to pay for it. Xian Lu said indignantly, and Feng Huitian shook his head. Rong Jigua spoke up. Xian Zi, it's not that we're not willing to pay compensation, but this money really can't be taken. Otherwise won't it be confirmed that Caton makes and sells counterfeits? It was then that Genryu reacted. He hadn't thought about it that much just now. If he really gave the money to these people, then Feng Huitian wouldn't be able to clear his name completely. He will then carry the blame and be reviled forever. So what do we do now? We can't fight them. We can't persuade them. We can't keep spending time with them like this, can we? Genryu was at a loss, and at that moment, a cry like a silver bell came out. Fong Huitian was wrongly accused. Don't scold him, guys. The voice was incomparably familiar, and Fong Huitian jerked his head up, only to see Chang Yicheng wind up arriving. Her eyes were swollen and red. The whole complexion looked very haggard as well. Not only had she not slept well in the last 2 days, she had been so mentally tortured that she was about to break down. Haru, what are you doing here? Chang Guozhong and Pan Hong were filled with shock and hurriedly pulled her aside. Mom and Dad, you know very well that this has nothing to do with Kaiten, so why don't you help him explain? Chang Yicheng cried and looked at her parents, not to mention how aggrieved she was. Haru, how do you want us to explain? Are we going to admit to ourselves that your mom and I were involved in this? We've been kept in the dark too, but explaining to this group of people how they can listen? Do you want us both to drown in their spittle, or beaten to death by them? You guys are afraid. Is Hui Tian not innocent? Why should he be held responsible for all of this? Chang Yicheng shook off her parents fiercely, so she ran to Fong Huitian. Haru, I'll face it with you, and I'll be with you when the sky falls. Chang Yicheng looked at him and laughed through her tears. At this moment, Fong Huitian's eyes flushed red. Just this one sentence. With her, Fong Huitian had the whole world. Everyone listen to me? The fake medicine incident has nothing to do with Fong Huitian. He was wrongly accused. Chang Yicheng explained in front of everyone. Everyone sniffed and looked puzzled. You say he's wrong just because he's wronged? Who are you? Do you have proof that he had nothing to do with it? But we've heard that a lot of evidence is pointing straight at Isho Tang, and this company of Fong Huitians is even secretly colluding with Tang Isho. Who else but them? Chang Yicheng froze. Fong Huitian only took over this company yesterday. Everyone knows about it so soon? I'm his wife, and although there's no proof yet, I hope you'll give us some time to investigate. We can't wrongly accuse a good person, let alone let a bad person off the hook. Pop. An egg smashed directly onto Chang Yicheng's head. Fong Huitian had just had his mind on his wife and completely missed the egg being thrown. At this moment, he rushed forward and put his arm around his wife, protecting her to the death. He raged to the sky. At this moment, the gaze was fierce and incomparable, and even had the flavor of bloodlust. Even Rong Jigua and Xianlu felt chills run down their spines when they saw his eyes. You're married. You must be speaking for him. Lycanthropy. You snakes and rats. I don't think you're any good either. Chapter 173, Inexplicable Killing Intent. People continue to curse. Chang Yicheng was filled with aggrieved and sad huffing. Fong Huitian wiped the eggshells and egg liquid off her head, his face full of icy terror. It's completely unsettling to look at. I'm sorry, Haru, for letting you suffer. Fong Huitian reddened his eyes. Chang Yicheng was his biggest scale. The fact that he dared to humiliate Chang Yicheng like this made him murderous. At this moment, he turned around, his aura full of oppression. Those present were startled, and in him, they actually felt an inexplicable fear. Kaiten, what are you doing? Chang Yicheng panicked and grabbed his arm. Whoever smashed you will have to pay the price. Fong Huitian's tone was icy cold. At the moment he was completely like a different person. Chang Yicheng didn't even seem to recognize him. No fooling around. You stay right here. With that, he stepped forward to stop Fong Huitian. However, for some reason, Fong Huitian felt that he was somewhat unable to suppress his killing intent. Looking at his favorite person in front of him, he was tempted not to rush, but there seemed to be an invisible force within him that was pushing him to make him kill. Could it be that the 5 arts of the founder doctor are at work? Doesn't the ancestors' motto say that we should hang on to the world and not kill the innocent? But where did all this killing intent now come from when it wasn't his intention? Fong Huitian was in a tangle. Just then, a noise came from outside. Who the hell is this again? What's the end of the day? Xianlu cursed as he thought it was another debt collector, but the man who came in was in uniform. Surprisingly, it's the head of the drug administration, Shui Tianming. The crowd gave way when they saw it was him. Seeing him coming, Chang Lu hurriedly got up and greeted him with a flattering smile on his face. Why are you here, Director Shui? It's also about the counterfeit medicine, isn't it? Don't worry, although Fong Huitian is our Chang family's door-to-door son-in-law, we definitely don't harbor him in the face of right and wrong. Chang Lu had a righteous stance. Shui Tianming glared at him and ignored him. Instead, he directly walked towards Fong Huitian. Kaiten, I just heard. How did you get involved with this? The company is owned by your in-laws. Lu Xiaoyun made the investment. What are you doing taking over this mess? Shui Tianming frowned and asked. At this moment, the killing intent in his body was extremely restrained by Fong Huitian and finally went down. So he spoke up. My parents are innocent too. They can't stand up to a lot of trouble at their age. So let me face it if there's trouble. Anyway, the fake drug incident has nothing to do with us, and I'll be fine until the water settles. Shui Tianming sighed. The Cheng family is only finding such a good son-in-law as you because their ancestors' graves are smoking. They're lucky to have 3 lifetimes. It's just a pity that they don't know how to cherish it. Hui Tian, if you can't stay in the Cheng family and want a divorce, I'll introduce my daughter to you. You have not seen her. She looks pretty and has a good figure, and she will not give you any trouble when she comes to our house. You can be the head of the house. Shui Tianming was indignant. He admired Fang Huitian so much that if he hadn't gotten married, he would have had to drag his own family as a son-in-law. At those words Cheng Yicheng was dumbfounded. Jushi, his wife is me, and she's still here. Can't you speak more tactfully? Fang Huitian's face changed drastically and hurriedly explained to Cheng Yicheng. Xiao Cheng, Director Shui's daughter was sick before and I treated her. Cheng Yicheng looked at him slyly without saying anything. On the contrary, Shui Tianming was stunned, cripplingly playing a bad game. He didn't expect the pretty girl in front of him to be Cheng Yicheng. Bureau Shui, is there something you're looking for me for this time? Fang Huitian hurriedly digressed. He didn't believe that Shui Tianming had come this time just to get himself divorced and then go and become his son-in-law. Something did come up. There's been a new development in the counterfeit drug investigation. Ma Haitao, a very important person responsible, absconded overseas with the stolen money. But we found out today that his account spent $500,000 just a short time ago. Chapter 174, nothing to do with Fang Huitian. What's the point of this clue when Ma Haitao spends $500,000? It's not like we caught the others. You call that a new development? Bureau Shui. He absconded with a huge sum of money, not to mention spending $500,000. It's not unusual for him to spend $5 million, right? Shui Tianming smiled faintly and spoke. How much money is spent is unimportant. What's important is that this account is spent right here in Ningjiang. What? Fang Huitian was shocked. Didn't Ma Haitao flee overseas? How could his account be spending money in Ningjiang? The problem is here. Ma Haitao was not Ningjiang people, no relatives at all in Ningjiang, then can use his account is still spending in Ningjiang, which shows that he is not the mastermind behind the scenes, and did not abscond with the money. Rather, it's his account, which is now being manipulated by the real man behind the curtain. This is wonderful news. Fang Huitian was pleasantly surprised. Then have you found out the specific place of consumption? Who consumed it? Shui Tianming, this is being investigated. There will be results soon. After that, Shui Tianming faced everyone and spoke. I'm Shui Tianming, the director of the Drug Administration, and I can now tell you all very responsibly that the fake cold medicine incident has nothing to do with Fang Huitian. The company is invested by Lu Xiaoyun of the Lu family. Cheng Guizhong and Pan Hong are the general managers, and Fang Huitian only took over this mess yesterday. At those words everyone had shocked faces and looked incredulously at Cheng Guizhong and Pan Hong. Surprisingly, it's someone from the Cheng family? They're in the same family as Fang Huitian. Maybe they're related to the Cheng group too. I've heard that young Master Lu is only responsible for the investment, but is not involved in the management. This matter has nothing to do with young Master Lu. Listening to everyone talking, the old couple turned pale with fear. Damn Fang Huitian, how dare he give us up? Son of a, if we go in there, he won't be able to live a solid life. So that Haru must divorce him. The old couple hated it with a passion. Chan Lu also panicked at this time, and hurriedly busied himself with clearing up the relationship. They have nothing to do with Cheng's group. Our Cheng's has also been affected, and we are now suing one of them. Seeing my father so determined, Cheng Guizhong's eyes were red. Lu Xiaoyun was looking at the good show with a smug look on his face. He picked himself clean and everyone would not suspect him. After all, he invested more than $100 million and now he is a victim. Director Shui, since you said it has nothing to do with Fang Huitian, was it Cheng Guizhong and Pan Hong who did it? Since they are the managing directors of the company, aren't they just trying to shirk their responsibilities by rushing to transfer it out now? What an outlaw! Even pitting your own son-in-law. So old, so unashamed. Everyone instantly pointed all their fingers at Cheng Guizhong and Pan Hong. The old couple's faces were pale, panicked and trembling. Their hands and feet were at a loss. It's still early days, so let's not jump to conclusions. Shui Tianming reiterated again. Lu Xiaoyun, on the other hand, stood out with a smile. Director Shui, regardless of whether or not this matter has anything to do with Fang Huitian, but since he's taken over the company now, he still has to pay for my money. That's right, as well as the impact on our Cheng group. It is right that he should compensate for it. We only look for the company, not the person. Cheng Guohuo also stepped forward to fall on his sword. Fang Huitian, you deserve to compensate me for the money I invested, totaling $115 million. Didn't you just ask me to sue you? Now what? So many people have testified for me. How else do you want to deny it? Lu Xiaoyun sneered. Cheng Jiaqing and our Cheng group's $55 million. You hurry up and get it for us. Sister Cheng abused her power and gave away 50 tons of herbs. How much did it affect us? You can't renege on this money. and there's no way you're going to be allowed to. Chapter 175, now you know to beg him? Fong Huitian looks like he can't hide from this debt. Cheng Yicheng tugged his arm tightly. So much money, where are they going to get it? And just then, Chu Shangya unexpectedly came. Lu Xiaoyun, you dare to make Mr. Fong pay you back? A chortle immediately scared Lu Xiaoyun. Everyone watched as this helmsman of the 8 great families Chu family slowly arrived, revealing expressions of astonishment. What's she doing here? And by the looks of it, it's still for Fong Huitian? MS. Chu, you, why are you here too? Lu Xiaoyun was a little nervous. Chu Shangya glared at him, so she walked directly towards Fong Huitian and said with a smile, Mr. Fong, are you still satisfied with this courtyard? This question was clueless. Fong Huitian was a bit confused and nodded woodenly. Quite good. As you like it, this yard is yours. What? At those words, everyone in the room was shocked. Fong Huitian was filled with doubt. What do you mean? She laughed. This courtyard is mine, and of those old mansions, or land use rights, that I showed you at the auction earlier, this courtyard is one of them. Fong Huitian suddenly realized that this was the case. I said at the time that I'd give you a set if you liked it, and now it's just right. This yard belongs to you. As he spoke, he also took out a copy of the land deed, giving it away unconditionally, not even needing Fong Huitian to sign it. It already belonged to him. Everyone was beyond shocked. Cheng family members and Lu Xiaoyun were dumbfounded. How could they have never imagined that there would be such a drama? Lu Xiaoyun, since you asked Mr. Fong to compensate you for your investment, then now I'm also asking you to compensate our Chu family's reputation fee. This courtyard was rented to you, and now that its reputation has been stigmatized, you need to compensate the Chu family with $150 million. What? At those words Lu Xiaoyun was almost directly scared to death. He also invested only $110 million and had a successful program where he was able to recoup all of it. But the Chu family even asked him to compensate $150 million. Isn't this killing him? If his father found out, he'd peel his skin off. MS. Chu, this matter has nothing to do with me. I just rented this place to start a company. I'm not involved in the management. It's them. My company is handed over to the two of them. Everything is operated by them. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Xiaoyun was on the verge of tears when the dog jumped over the wall and pointed directly at Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong. Their Lu family's assets totaled just over $1 billion. If it was really a one-time compensation of $150 million, Pops would probably be furious. At this moment, he couldn't care less. What Cheng Yicheng is the Cheng family again? Go to hell. All rushed to the sidelines in front of more than $1 billion. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong were betrayed and panicked. Rushing to Fong Huitian, he begged, Huitian, you quickly explained to MS. Chu, we are also victims. You must help us clarify. The old couple are wallflowers. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyun couldn't be relied on, they could only show off their skill of turning faces faster than books. Cheng Yicheng said angrily at this time, now you know that you begged Huitian. You need to clarify. But when Huitian was disbelieved by everyone and spat on for taking the blame, why didn't you say a word for him? Even one sentence, have you? Cheng Yicheng cried out, tears flowing out again. How much pressure did Fong Huitian endure in the face of so many people's accusations and abuses at that time? And how aggrieved is he? But who has said a word for him? No, the group did nothing but fall on their faces and mockingly watch the fun. The old couple reddened their old faces, sweating anxiously, but no matter what, we are also his father-in-law and mother-in-law. He can't leave us alone at this time. At those words Cheng Yicheng sneered, now you know he's your son-in-law? How come I didn't see you guys admit it when I asked him to take the thunder? Haven't you always wanted us to get divorced? What kind of son-in-law is he? Chapter 176, Bringing Good News. Haru Yu. The older two were furious and speechless. Pan Hong cried anxiously, then sat on the ground and pulled Fong Huitian's clothes. Huitian, you can't ignore mom and dad. The rest of our lives all depend on you. If you don't care about us, then we might as well run our heads into the ground and die for good. Said he was really pretending to stand up, ready to hit the wall. Fong Huitian hurriedly pulled the two old men. Mom and dad, how could I not care about you? MS. Chu, any problems with this matter? Talk to me? It has nothing to do with my parents. Fong Huitian directly took the blame, while Cheng Yicheng had a complicated expression. Mr. Fong, this matter has nothing to do with you, or your in-laws, Chu Xianya said and then looked at Lu Xiaoyun with cold eyes. Our lease contract is signed with you, and we will only look for you when something goes wrong. I've already informed the Lu family about this. Your father will send me the money soon, so you're on your own. At those words Lu Xiaoyun was completely dumbfounded. That's when the phone suddenly rang, and when he saw that it was his father's, it almost gave him the piss. Hey, Dad, you, asshole, why the did I give birth to a loser like you? $150 million, plus the $110 million you lost in business before. Are you trying to piss me off? Lu Xiaoyun's father stormed out. It was loud enough for the next person to hear. Dad, let me explain. Explain your mother's bashfulness. Get the hell out of here and go home right now. If I don't break your legs today, I won't be called Lu. With that, he hung up the phone hard. Lu Xiaoyun was crying in fear, and this was ready to escape. But before he could get through the crowd, a man suddenly appeared and raised his leg. It directly gave Lu Xiaoyun a kick and flew back into the courtyard. Hey holy, Lao Lin. Seeing that the person coming was Lin Yaodong, Xian Lu was instantly surprised. This yard is a real hoot today. Groups of people left and right are either here to collect a debt or get punched in the face. He'd never had such a great day in all his life. Mr. Feng, I bring you good news. Lin Yaodong carried a man in his hand and strutted over. Everyone sucked in their breath at the sight of him. One of the 5 tigers of Longan. The oldest 3. Lin Yaodong. That's a big name that has to be in the news a couple times a year. The rest of the 5 tigers they do not know. But this Lin Yaodong, they are too familiar. Seeing Lin Yaodong carrying someone over, Mr. and Mrs. Cheng Guozhong and Lu Xiaoyun immediately changed the expression on their faces. Ma Haitao. Holy, that's the kid. He's Ma Haitao. The old couple was overwhelmed with emotion. Lu Xiaoyun was completely confused. If Ma Haitao was brought back, wouldn't all this he did with Zhang Shui be exposed? Mr. Feng, Mr. Knight asked me to bring you this good news. With him here, everything will be revealed. Lin Yaodong smiled and then waved his hand, only to see a dozen media news reporters, carrying long guns and short cannons rushed in. Lu Xiaoyun, you still want to run? You've got a weak heart, haven't you? Ma Haitao, tell me all the truth one by one. Who did the fake medicine thing? Lin Yaodong roared. Ma Haitao was all straight up scared less. He looked unharmed now, but the inside of his clothes were all full of internal injuries. What a beating when they were found by Lin Yaodong's men. Not to be a bit blind, he was very glad he ate less and pooped clean. At this moment, he did not dare to hide anything at all, and said everything he knew, all in his head. What? This is all actually a ploy by Lu Xiaoyun and Zhang Shui? It's to bring down Feng Huitian and Isho Hall? Damn it, how can your hearts be so vicious? In order to achieve your own ends, do you treat other people's lives like child's play? Lu Xiaoyun, you damn well shall not die. Still pretending to be a good person here, pretending to be innocent. I'm going to you to death. Chapter 177, Clearing the Air. The crowd was excited. They all jumped up and surrounded Lu Xiaoyun with punches and kicks. After all, Shui Tianming is a leader, and went up to the front to carelessly persuade everyone not to be impulsive. But in reality he had no intention of pulling away at all. Lu Xiaoyun deserved what he got. He had to suffer the sins he created. To the media, as well as the general public and the people, tell us who are involved in counterfeiting and trafficking, Ma Haitao cried out. The main characters are only Lu Xiaoyun and Zhang Shui. The rest are all employees of Lark Pavilion. They just want to pass through Feng Guochong and Pan Hong to frame Feng Huitian and Tang Yisho. In fact, these things have nothing to do with them at all. At the words of Cheng Guozhong couple are angry explosion. A foot to Ma Haitao kick down. You put us in a bad way. Because of this matter almost let our family are ruined. You really deserve to die. Ah. The truth comes out. The big stone in Chang Yicheng's heart was finally put down, and at this moment it was incomparably relaxed. The gloom in front of his eyes dissipated. Feng Huitian wrapped his arms around his wife and laughed. I said before that I would go back to pick you up in 3 days, but now I'm going to backtrack. I'm going to pick you up today. Chang Yicheng beamed as tears flowed out again and she cried as she leaned against his shoulder. Having finally cleared Feng Huitian's name, she was mentally drained these days. See the big reversal of this scene. The Cheng family members were all dumbfounded, especially Chang Guowat and Chang Jiaqing, who had a nervous look on their faces, fearing that Lu Xiaoyun would give up their father and son as well. Mr. Feng, your business is finally over. What's the best way to handle these people? A flash of viciousness flashed in Lin Yaodong's eyes as he spoke. Feng Huitian understood what he meant. If it was left to him to deal with, then none of Lu Xiaoyun and the others would survive. Leave it to the judgment of the law. Feng Huitian indifferently said. The Lu family was completely ruined this time. As for Zhang Shui, he has to be finished as well. Mr. Feng, this matter is not only about Lu Xiaoyun and Zhang Shui. There's another person in here, and that's Chao Haiqiang, the president of the Provincial Medical Association. Lin Yaodong whispered. At those words Feng Huitian's face turned icy cold. This Chao Haiqiang is really a thief. Offended himself once, punished and still dare to come back to provoke? It is presumed that Zhang Shui was also instructed by him, and he is even more detestable than Zhang Shui. Since this man has not been exposed, there is no need to turn him over to the law. Lin Yaodong smiled and nodded. He understood what Feng Huitian meant. This was for him to solve it. By the way, Mr. Feng, although Cheng Guowat and Chang Jiaqing were not directly involved, Their father and son were the catalysts. If they hadn't accompanied the act, your father-in-law and mother-in-law wouldn't have been in a hurry to agree to Lu Xiaoyun for business, much less trust him so easily. So it's precisely because of this that Miss Chang has been implicated. Do you think the two of them need me to give them some exposure? Chang Guohua and Chang Jiaqing are really bad. Fang Huitian narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, no need. There's no point in giving them exposure. The two of them have to act on their own. So let them act as hard as they can and finally die before they can stop for good. Lin Yaodong nodded. It seemed that Fang Huitian had his own plans, so he did not say any more. And at that moment, the woman who had lost her husband came with her child, and with a flutter, she knelt down in front of Fang Huitian. Mr. Fang, I'm sorry, we were wrong about you. We were wrong. Mother and daughter were crying heartbreakingly. Fang Huitian hurriedly helped them up. Big sister, I understand your feelings, I don't blame you. At this time, the rest of the victims lowered their heads, full of apologies, and apologized to Fang Huitian. I'm sorry sister. That moment, it was me who hit you with an egg. A 12 or 13-year-old boy stood out and apologized to Cheng Yiqing. She smiled and touched the little boy's head. I forgive you, but you have to remember in the future, don't go with the flow and listen to the wind. In the absence of evidence, you can't wrongly accuse people, no? Chapter 178, kneel down and apologize to us. The little boy nodded fiercely. Things worked out well. Cheng Lu saw that so many people were helping Fang Huitian. He was not a fool and immediately understood. Fang Huitian is really tactful. So he rushed forward and went to get close to Cheng Guozhong's family. Guozhong. Ah, it was Dad who wronged you guys before, so don't take it personally. At that Cheng Guozhong snorted coldly and moved Cheng Yicheng's words out. The Cheng family has drawn a line with us. Let us pay compensation. And how come we don't see the wrong blame when we want to sue us? Cheng Lu's old face flushed. There was fire in his heart, but he still forced a smile on his face. Look Guozhong, why are you still talking to Dad in a gloomy way? Dad knows it's wrong, don't ever mind. I'll let Haru continue to return to the company as the general manager. Hearing this Cheng Guozhong sort of nodded. At this time, Shui Tianming came over. Master Chang, the loss of reputation you want has nothing to do with Fang Huitian's family. If you want compensation, go ask the Lu family for it. Lu Xiaoyun, who had fallen to the ground, was bruised and swollen, and had already been beaten so much that he couldn't stand up. Hearing these words at this moment, he was even more furious. For this, the Lu family compensated the Chu family $150 million, and he also paid $110 million. Plus now the fake drug thing has exposed him. Won't the thousands of victims have to seek compensation from him? The Lu family is really finished this time, and there is no possibility of turning around. Right, Grandpa? If you want money for compensation, look for Lu Xiaoyun. There's also one more thing. The outflow of drugs from Cheng's group has nothing to do with Xiao Cheng. It was Jiaqing who stole Haru's official stamp and stamped it for my parents. Maybe he thought that it would help my parents again? Fang Huitian spoke in a conspiratorial manner at this time. At those words Cheng Lu's face changed, twisted around and viciously slapped Cheng Jiaqing. How dare you, you beast, to privately misappropriate the general manager's official seal? Cheng Jiaqing looked aggrieved. Grandpa, I also did it to help my eldest uncle's family. Humph, help us? Then why didn't you explain when your grandfather said he was going to sue us? Why don't you say that you stole the official seal? Cheng Guozhong snorted coldly. He was angry at the mention of this. Cheng Guohua was just about to speak, when Fang Huitian jumped ahead of him. Grandpa, our family is unwilling to pursue this matter, but Xiao Qing has suffered so much. An apology is enough? Lin Yaodong and Chu Shangyao were present, as well as Shui Tianming, all of whom were Fang Huitian's backers. Cheng Lu face to the other back to the sky is dared to be angry, but also have to compensate for the smile. Hui Tian, then what do you think is a good way to deal with him? Jiaqing is the only child of the Cheng family after all. It wouldn't be good if he was kicked out of the family or expelled to allow an outsider to take the throne. How could I make the unreasonable request of kicking him out of the clan? Fang Huitian smiled. I just need him to kneel down and apologize to Xiao Qing. Simple, right? What? Let me kneel down and apologize? Grandpa, this is absolutely not okay. Cheng Jiaqing yelled with glaring eyes. Cheng Guohua also looked dissatisfied. Dad, Jiaqing is the heir of the Cheng family, the future helmsman of the Cheng family. You asked him to kneel down and apologize to Haru. Wouldn't it be a joke if it got out? There were news reporters all around, and they couldn't afford to lose face. Cheng Lu looked unsightly and hesitated. Fang Huitian looked at Cheng Guohua at this time and laughed. I almost forgot about you if you didn't speak. Second uncle, you also have to kneel down and apologize to my parents. You didn't put in much effort in this matter today, did you? If some things I exposed to you, do you know how serious the consequences are? Fang Huitian had a harmless smile on his face. Cheng Guohua's heart thumped and his brows tightened. This asshole, how dare he threaten him? Why don't you kneel down? Elder Chang, since they are insincere, then the aggression that Miss Chang and Mr. Fong have suffered, I can only come and take it up for them. Don't blame me if I don't control my tactics well enough to hurt innocent people when the time comes. Lin Yaodong had a cold face. Chang Lu was terrified. If Lin Yaodong made a move, 10 Cheng families would not be able to withstand a word from him, so he turned around and slapped Cheng Guohua, saying angrily, "Kneel down for me." Chapter 179, A Change of Heart. Cheng Guohua was a million times reluctant in his heart. However, in the face of his father as well as Lin Yaodong's threats, he didn't dare not to kneel. Big brother and sister-in-law, I was wrong. Cheng Guohua really knelt down. Cheng Jiaqing knelt down with him. Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong had smug smiles on their faces. Their old couple had finally raised their eyebrows in front of the Cheng family. This matter ended and everyone dispersed. Cheng Guohua father and son even left with a belly full of anger. Shui Tianming called for someone to pick up Lu Xiaoyun, and Fong Huitian called out to him before he left. Bureau Shui, please do something. Shui Tianming laughed. What else is there to be hemp or not with me? If there's something you want to say, just say it. I want to open a medical clinic, and then the business license and physician's license and all these formalities. I need you to do me a favor. Hearing this, Shui Tianming patted his chest and guaranteed, it's no big deal. This matter will be handed over to me within 3 days, all for you to do understand. Lin Yaodong and Chu Shanya came over at this time and said a few words to Fong Huitian and also left. Fong Huitian, come here. After everyone had left, it could be considered clean, but at this time Cheng Guozhong had a dark face. What's wrong with Dad? Fong Huitian walked over in confusion. Is the old man up to something again? What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, so I can't call you? Cheng Guozhong chortled. Pan Hong frowned and tugged on his sleeve. Can't you talk properly? If it wasn't for Huitian today, we'd both be finished. Cheng Yicheng also stepped forward and said, Dad, have you forgotten so quickly about the time you just begged? Kaiten helped you, so what do you want? Cheng Guozhong's face was ugly as he spoke. Where did he help me? It's obvious that the other Miss Chu is not pursuing the matter. What does it have to do with him? At that Cheng Yicheng gasped and laughed. Dad, you're too unreasonable, aren't you? You and Lu Xiaoyun did these things. Miss Chu does not pursue us not because look back to the face of the sky? Humph. What, look at his face? What face does he have? Besides, the fake medicine thing had nothing to do with us in the first place. How can the responsibility not be found on our heads? Cheng Guozhong is really enough. Cheng Yicheng was so angry that she was trembling. Why are you so heartless? Now you say the responsibility can't be found on your head. Then why did you still transfer a bunch of mess to Huitian at that time? Cheng Guozhong's old face turned red at the words and said angrily, Are you my daughter or not? Have you talked to your old man like this? Forget it, I don't care to break it to you guys. Just hand over the car. You won't need it anyway. Cheng Kwok Chung is hitting the Mercedes again. Fong Huitian smiled helplessly and bitterly, so he handed him the key. Dad, so do you still want this yard? Cheng Guozhong thought for a moment and finally spoke. You can keep the courtyard. There's no use in me wanting it. After saying that, he took Pan Hong and left. In fact, he was afraid to ask for it. After all, this was given to Fong Huitian by Chu Shanya. Did he dare to take it casually? Besides, after this incident of fake medicine he has a shadow and dares not do business again easily. Even if this yard was given to him it would really be useless. By the way, come home early at night and cook dinner. If you starve us, you'll be sorry. Cheng Guozhong walked to the gate and suddenly turned back to add a sentence. Fong Huitian froze. His father-in-law was telling him to go home? This is the first time the sun has come out of the west. Haru, is Dad being a knife to the heart? Why do I feel like he's changed his mind about me? Especially Mom, who was actually speaking for me just now. Fong Huitian was delighted in his heart. Cheng Yicheng gave him a blank look. You're the one who's stupid. They all don't talk to you properly, and you still turn towards them. After all, it's Mom and Dad. Just say something about me. I'm not losing any meat. Mostly, I'm all satisfied with you by my side. The fake drug case is over for good. All the major news outlets are picking up the story. The principals, Lu Xiaoyun and Zhang Shui, have been arrested. Got the news of Qiao Haiqiang completely panicked. Rushed home to pack up luggage with good money is ready to run. But without even going out the gate of the neighborhood, he was grabbed by a group of people and taken to a van to be pulled away. Chapter 180, Best Son-in-Law. Who are you guys? What are you arresting me for? I have money. I'll give you money. Will you let me go? Qiao Haiqiang cried anxiously. A scarred face sitting in the co-pilot screwed his head at this time and smiled with a grim smile. Let you go? Don't you know what you've done? Someone lost their life because of fake medicine, and that life has to be paid back, right? At those words Qiao Haiqiang was confused. Just wanna say anything else? Directly let the mouth to block. Hands and feet are tied up and blindfolded. If you have anything to say, you'd better go to the netherworld and talk to the king of hell. The much publicized fake drug story has caused a flood of abuse on the internet. The Liu family needed to compensate a huge amount of money, and with the huge impact of this time, their family was considered completely finished, and all the stores of Lark Court were closed. The owners went in, and their reputation was seriously damaged. It is simply no longer possible to stay in business. Mr. Fong, thanks to you this time, or else our Isho Hall would be finished. Tang Isho came out and was the first to call Fong Huitian, so excited that he cried, "Old Tang, don't say thank you. I'm going to open a medical center as well, so I'll have to ask you to take care of me more in the future." Fong Huitian smiled and said. At the word, Tang Isho was first stunned, and then hurriedly said, "Mr. Fong has a need to help you, just say. Herbal raw materials to provide, my side to ensure that you send the best. The source of goods is not a problem. Aren't you afraid that I'll open a medical center and steal business from you?" Fong Huitian teased a little. Tang Isho laughed. "What are you talking about? I still feel like I've dipped into your light. Besides, there are more than a dozen branches of Yishitang. You can't rob them all." Hearing this, Fong Huitian also smiled. "Okay, Lao Tang, then I can look for you for my medicinal material supply in the future." "Absolutely no problem. I'll take care of it." Because of Lin Yaodong's power behind the scenes, reports about Fong Huitian were flying around at the moment. The netizens have been extremely positive about him, all of them favorable. Son-in-law of the year. It's all about him. Where can I find such a good son-in-law? Give me a dozen. If my son-in-law can be half as filial as him, I'll be touched to death. Too touching, I cried watching. For the in-laws top so much pressure and aggression. Do his wife happy dead. Chang Yisun looked at the online comments, so she looked again at her sister and brother-in-law who were busy in the kitchen. For a time, there was a change in her heart towards Fong Huitian as well. The meal was prepared and the family sat down at the table. In a rare situation today, Cheng Guozhong and Pan Hong actually ate in a muffled manner without saying a word. Fong Huitian was still wondering. He was prepared to be scolded before dinner, but until the in-laws got off the table and went back to the house, they didn't scold him. Did mom and dad really accept me? Not a word of scolding for me since we've been home. After cleaning up the housework and returning to the bedroom, by this time Chang Yicheng had already finished her bath. It's not good enough not to scold you? After this incident, they should be a little nicer to you too. How much have you paid and suffered for them? Chang Yicheng's pajamas were very thin, and they were even a bit hidden at the moment, especially in front of her chest. She didn't wear anything inside. Fong Huitian could see 2 small bumps. Tell me, how pretty is Director Shue's daughter? How good is her body? Fong Huitian was looking at it in a daze, when he slowed down and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Looking at Chang Yicheng a bit jealous, he smiled and said, "What are you talking about, Xiao Cheng? I was just giving her acupuncture. I didn't even look closely." Chang Yicheng snorted coldly. "Then tell me which one of us is pretty. Who has a good figure?" "Of course it's you," Fong Huitian answered without even thinking. Chang Yicheng narrowed her eyes. "Didn't you say you didn't look closely?" How do you do that?" I wasn't looking closely. My wife is the most beautiful woman in Ningjiang. No one is as good looking as you." Chapter 181, Why don't you help me? Fong Huitian smiled and sat next to Chang Yicheng. "You're the one who's greasy." Chang Yicheng pretended to be angry, so she got under the covers. Fong Huitian also entered the comforter and reached out to gently embrace his wife. She didn't resist, didn't even move. Having traveled alone through the pall, it is with you that the light comes. Haru, you are that light in all my darkness that no one can replace. Don't get carried away in the future. I've had enough of you in my life. Fong Huitian felt that he was ashamed of Chang Yicheng. If her parents' deaths really had nothing to do with her, then what Haru had endured over the past 5 years would have been too much. Chang Yicheng had a happy expression on her face and said in a serious manner, "What are you going to do with that yard of yours? I told you never to sell it. It was given to you by MS. Chu for nothing. It's not good to sell it. Not for sale. I'm going to open my own medical center." "What?" At those words Chang Yicheng turned around and faced Fong Huitian directly. "Opening a medical center? Have you decided on that? Have that strength?" Chang Yicheng was a bit surprised. She knew that Fong Huitian was from a Chinese medicine family, but they've been married for 5 years, and they've never seen him know anything about medicine. Can they open a medical center? "I cured Bureau Shue's daughter. You still don't believe in my medical skills?" "I decided that instead of working for someone else at the vet hospital, I would start my own business. In fact, I used to be reluctant to treat people. The human heart is complicated and it would cause me a lot of trouble, but a healer's heart is kind, and since I have the ability to cure people, I should hang around to help the world. Don't you think so?" Chang Yicheng nodded. "I'm supporting you, but you don't want to puff up your face. Everything should be done according to your strength. You can't make a move if you're not sure. Okay?" Fong Huitian tightly embraced his wife and laughed. "Don't worry, this time I can really support you. When Grandpa and the others give you a hard time, you can go home and be a rich wife without worry." Chang Yicheng laughed and hammered him in the chest. You haven't even started healing and saving people yet, and you're bragging to me? Ha, right. Have you thought about the name of the medical center? There's a Isho Tang in Ningjiang. Why don't you call your medical center Back to Heaven? Chang Yicheng's eyes lit up, and Feng Huitian directly burst out laughing. Back to heaven? I'm still going to hell. That name is going to be given away as soon as I hear it. Are you kidding me, wife? Chang Yicheng reacted instantly blushing. She really didn't expect this. I'm going to call it Sunny Day Medical Center, with both of our names in it, and I'm going to think of it as our baby. At those words Chang Yicheng's cheeks flushed red. What child? Don't you talk nonsense. So after thinking about it, he spoke. Let's call it Back to Heaven Pavilion, the art of returning to heaven, and ferrying all the living beings. Feng Huitian nodded. The name was indeed good, and that's when he looked at his wife. Both faces so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats, especially Chang Yicheng's every breath, with a light fragrance, coupled with a soft piece of chest, made Feng Huitian directly react. No argument there. That's standing up? You shrink back. Chang Yicheng blushed red. Something big and hard pushed against the small of her back, and it didn't take much to figure out what it was. Feng Huitian had a difficult look on his face. This is not something I can say. He does hold his tongue, and men understand that. Haru, why don't you help me? Off. Chang Yicheng turned around, dying of shame, but there was a shaking of the shoulders and, on his face, a smirk. 3 days later, Shui Tianming came to the courtyard to find Feng Huitian. The things you asked me to do are all done. How is it? When are you going to open? Shui Tianming smiled and handed Feng Huitian a file bag. Inside, the business license and license to practice medicine have been completed. It's just for a few days. I don't know anyone, and I can open any time after I'm done with what I have in hand. Feng Huitian smiled. Chapter 182. The work party at the vet hospital went back to heaven and quit. But when he heard that he was going to open his own medical center, the dean said nothing to let him resign. Tell him the head of section position will be kept open for him, and it's okay if he doesn't show up for work. In short, you must hang around the hospital. Having Feng Huitian on the roster is a great benefit to the pet hospital, and paying him $10,000 or so a month is bull. Feng Huitian did not postpone. Anyway, the money for nothing, the dean is willing to give that he is also willing to accept. The next step was to make the plaque, as well as to find Tangisho to buy the raw materials. Go back to the Celestial Pavilion. Boss, this name not only matches the aura of the medical center, but it's also very domineering. Put the sign for the medical center on the front door. Genryu and Ei Jigua looked up with happy faces. Xian Zi, Big Brother Rong, from now on, you two will be helping me guard the medical center, and it's usually necessary to bother you both with running errands and stuff. Feng Huitian laughed. Don't worry, it's wrapped up in the two of us. I even bought books for this, specializing in identifying herbs. Boss, we'll both never hold you back. The two laughed, and at that moment, a car stopped at a store diagonally across the street from the medical center. A group of people were then seen starting to move herbs to the store. Feng Huitian glanced at him, and Rong Jegua spoke. Huitian, I've inquired. That family is also a medical center that runs a medical center. At that Xin Lu furrowed his brows. Also a medical center? Chinese medicine or Western medicine? Chinese medicine. Rong continued. The day after the fake medicine incident, that store was cashed down. I asked around when I went skulking around, and I was told that a man named Miao Zhuang is opening a Chinese medicine center. Genria narrowed his eyes, so he twisted back into the yard and came out carrying a large broom. Feng Huitian froze. What are you doing? I'll exterminate them. We're opening a medical center here and they're diagonally across the street. Isn't this against us? When Xuanliu's temper flared up, he could really smash up someone's store. Feng Huitian hurriedly asked Rong Jigua to snatch the broom off. It's not like they're breaking the law, so it's not reasonable for you to go and smash up their store. Just let them be. The patients can choose whoever they want, and we're happy to be free without them. Feng Huitian was open-minded, but Genryu really couldn't swallow this. Be honest, don't cause trouble for Huitian, Rong Jigua instructed. Xian Lu had an impatient face. I know, really, you'll let me beat you up in a while to take the edge off. Hey you kid, why don't you let me beat you up and douse your arrogance? Who has nothing to do to find a fight on their own for fun? Is it stupid? Watching the two fight, Feng Huitian laughed. These two living treasures really add a splash of color to the medical center. With the two of them around, the atmosphere of the medical center would definitely not be boring. Back home in the evening, at the dinner table, the in-laws remained silent. They've been pretty quiet these past few days, not cursing or continuing to work. It does seem like the fake drug thing has affected them quite a bit. Mom and Dad, I'm going to use that courtyard to open a medical center. Do you two have any comments? It would soon be time to open, and Fong Huitian felt that he still had to tell the two of them. Pan Hong looked at him and spoke. Your own career. Look after yourself. I have no problem with it. Her tone was so much more moderated, and she was a complete different person than before. Not only did Fong Huitian freeze, even Chang Yicheng and his sister-in-law looked disbelieving. Mom, what's wrong with her? Cheng Guozhong also spoke up at this time. What opinion can we have? You can toss and turn all you like. In short, don't get me into trouble. If you put the family in a crisis again, I'll have your ass. Cheng Guozhong was as harsh as ever. Only this time, between the words, it seemed that Fong Huitian was not as hostile. Well, that's a good start. Fong Huitian smiled. Then Mom and Dad, when my medical center opens, can you two come? I don't have many friends, so I'll just have to have our family come out and show their support. Chapter 183, How did you know? Cheng Guozhong had a serious face. Disgruntled, he said, letting us go to support you? Isn't that just going to be a disgrace? Fong Huitian, I know that your family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine, but how long have you studied medicine? Do you know how demanding it is to open a Chinese medicine center? You saved 2 people by coincidence and you think you're a great healer? You'd better save your breath. Just open a medical center to dispense a medicine or something. Don't think about giving medical treatment. Cheng Guozhong was a bit angry. Doesn't he know what Fong Huitian is like? What kind of doctor does he know? It's just a coincidence. If you really give someone something to see what is wrong, the fine is light, and if it is serious, you can directly send him to jail. What about Haru? We'll make her a widow. Dad, Huitian has a sense of proportion. I have agreed with him to look at the small diseases on the line. The big diseases such as difficult and complicated diseases. Do not let him blindly give others treatment. Cheng Yicheng spoke up at this time. Cheng Guozhong slammed down his chopsticks fiercely, startling everyone. Are you stupid, Haru? He can't see a small problem. What if it's a big one? If something happens, won't our family still have to take the blame? Cheng Guozhong was anxious. He was really scared by this fake medicine incident. Pan Hong hurriedly got up and tugged at him. Take it easy. Talk properly. How do you say it properly? Haven't you learned enough about fake drugs? Cheng Guozhong yelled at Pan Hong, then pointed at Fong Huitian. I'm telling you, either you open a medicine house for me honestly, and you're not allowed to give medical treatment. Either you divorce Xiao Cheng. Don't get involved with our family. No one cares what you do. After that, he didn't eat his meal and went back to his bedroom in a rage. Pan Hong hurriedly followed. Ugh, I thought Mom and Dad would have a change of heart about you, but it turns out we overthought it. Chang Yicheng sighed. Fong Huitian, on the other hand, smiled and said, Mom is treating me much better now than before, and although Dad's words are harsh, he's not as hostile as he used to be, so this is considered a very good start. He was quite easy to satisfy. It was Cheng Yicheng who felt that he was like this, and she was a little heartbroken. At this time, Cheng Yicheng sat down opposite the two of them and said with a serious face, Do you really want to open a medical center? Are you good at medicine? Cheng Yicheng also couldn't trust Fong Huitian. Although his family used to be a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but in the past few years of spending time together, he did not see Fong Huitian have any medical skills. At this time Fong Huitian smiled. Then I'll first see what's wrong with you, and you'll see if what I say is accurate or not. I'm doubly fit. What's wrong with me? Cheng Yichen's face changed, looking disgruntled. Fong Huitian, have you felt uncomfortable in the past 2 days? It's just all of a sudden, without any signs. At those words Cheng Yichen froze. How did you know? She did feel sick for the past 2 days and was very emotionally unstable. Don't think she comes home quite perky and makes fun of her parents, but she really felt very hard and inexplicably depressed when she was alone. But how did Fong Huitian see all this? Yichen, are you coming to that? But the day is not right. It's early? Chang Yicheng frowned. She knew when her sister's relatives were coming. She's always on target. Is she out of whack this time because she's got too much on her plate? Sis no. Not to that. Chang Yichen shyly explained. Chang Yicheng panicked a bit. Then what else could it be? Huitian, what's wrong with Yisen's body? Fong Huitian smiled and said, Don't worry, it's nothing major. Yisen, you remember well. This unbearable feeling, did it start on the 14th? Chang Yisen nodded in a bit of disbelief. It was indeed around the 14th or 15th. How did you know? You don't have to worry about that. In a moment I'll get you some prophylactic pills and Panax ginseng. Take them and you'll be fine. Prophylactic pills alone are fine. I'll see if there's enough left at home.